This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Enemy Within by Bauer. Narrated by John Solo. Chapter 1. Kara Sea. In the frozen Arctic, 1 mile seemed as vast as 1,000. Circling around former General Porter Madigan, as far as the eye could see, was a haunted, whitewashed wasteland. A howling storm had blitzed the rust fuel station they had taken over, and after the storm, the ghostly sky seemed to fuse with the endless expanse of desolation and ice. Fog and a swirling snow haze hovered, wisping through the distance. The mist was so thick that the lights on the snow tractor, parked feet away from the station, were only faint flickers amidst the gloomy, endless miasma. Somewhere out there, the midnight sun shone, spiraling in an endless circle over the horizon. The Arctic summer had arrived, just barely, just enough to keep a gloomy light hovering through the frozen fog. Thousands of miles of ice surrounded him, and beneath him, under the ice pack, a frigid ocean quaked and roared. Madigan smiled, his ruddy cheeks pulling against the bitter cold beneath his fur-lined hood. The Arctic suited him. The rawness, the violence, the brutality of the place. As peaceful and serene as people might imagine it to be, the Arctic was everything but a truly harsh place with vicious realities. Smooth ice and gentle snow hid the raging, turbulent ocean. Ice ridges thrown up by the crash of glaciers shared space with ragged fractures, bisecting the ice and opening up leads where waters carved and splintered into the ice cap. Scars marred the expanse, the wreckage and rubble of 1,000 violent collisions throughout the centuries spread across a wild emptiness.
General.
Madigan turned and faced former Captain Ryan Cook. Cook's dark eyes fixed on his, deep-set in his angular face. Like Madigan, he wore a thick snow parka with the hood pulled up to cover his head. Beneath the fur-trimmed rim, Cook's eyes glittered like black diamonds lit by firelight.
Status, Captain. The storm didn't delay our progress. Our men were able to shelter on the ships. Some of the hired help suffered exposure, frostbite on their hands, feet, and face. The main teams are back at work.
Exposure. They were supposed to be sheltering away from the storm.
Their failure and their condition is a personal problem, General, not ours.
Madigan grinned and turned back to the unforgiving landscape. Their hired help was generally good, but not perfect. His criminal army, they were men who had been sprung from the worst prisons in the world and banded together under Madigan's banner with the promise for a better life, or at least a life more suited to them than the present world offered. They worked for a debauched and bloody future that they could practically taste. They were brutal men, hardened by their captivity and hardened further by Madigan's mission and Cook's relentless training.
Cut them loose. They can deal with their personal problems on their own.
Cook stepped to Madigan's side, and Madigan caught the curve of his smile from the corner of his eye.
Already done, sir. They were last seen walking away from our ships under the watchful gaze of my team.
He grinned again, his chapped lips catching beads of ice blown up by the polar winds. Naturally, Cook had implemented his orders. Never had Madigan found a more ruthlessly efficient man than Cook. He was singular in his focus, exacting in his execution. Mission first, mission always. All else was secondary. Any tactics were on the table. He was a force of nature. Madigan was glad Cook was on his side. And Cook's team, a group of men as close to Madigan as Cook was, true believers in every sense of the word. They'd come to his side over the years, the most loyal officers and military men he'd encountered, men who believed as Cook did, and as Madigan did, that the world had gone astray, and it was up to them to set it to rights, to put the strong back on top, to put the rightful and the powerful, truly powerful, in charge again. Millennia ago, in ancient Sparta, a secret unit of warriors was kept buried amid the ranks of the legendary Spartans. The Crypteia, a unit hand-selected from the best, the most trustworthy, and most bloodthirsty, and charged with keeping order in the kingdom. a security arm of sorts. They terrorized and murdered their fellow citizens to keep order and control. It was time for the Cryptea to rise again, for the strongest to dictate that order and control in a world gone awry. All operations are proceeding on schedule. Ventilations of the methane hydrate are in the red line. Cook spoke again, and as he did, Madigan pictured the cannibalized chemical indicators they had ripped out of the destroyed oil derricks and rust fuel stations they had taken over in the Kara Sea. A few adjustments, some carefully placed explosions in the ice, and the indicators redlined, signaling massive ventilations of the dangerous gas into the air. Once it ignited, waves of fire would roll across the skies, a cleansing burn that would raise the old world to cinder and ash. And our other team. Turning, Madigan raised one eyebrow. Cook nodded back to the base behind them, the bare-bones, prefabricated structure formerly used by rust fuel scientists on their polar oil explorations.
Sonar has pinpointed the location. The divers are surveying the site now. We've salvaged enough equipment from the rust fuel station, and after the dive teams complete their survey and draw up the plans, we'll begin placing pistons underwater and beneath the wreck. How long until we're able to raise it? Days, General. We won't know for sure until the dive team returns. And after...
Madigan held up his hand.
We must get our nuclear tech here before we speak of anything else. We've come this far by being practical, measured. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Captain. Stick to the plan. Have you heard from our man?
Cook hesitated for just a moment.
Not yet. He's on the move. He hasn't made contact since his team mobilized. One step at a time, we'll maneuver him here. His utility is best served with us now. His undercover mission is over. Have him cut loose. You know the drill. When he makes contact again, I'll give the order.
Madigan took a deep breath. Ice crystals melted in his throat, and frigid air filled his lungs. The cold reached deep inside him and curled around his fast-beating heart. So close. They were so close he could taste it.
Excellent, Captain.
Madigan clapped Cook on the shoulder.
And our last little problem?
Days before, a rogue MiG had overflown their base camp in the Kara Sea and the Russian destroyer Vedushi, which General Moroshkin had so graciously gifted them. Madigan's men had fired on the pilot, and Vedushi got off 2 missiles. One burst apart in the pilot's flares, but the other had chased the MiG down, destroying the jet over the empty taiga, the seemingly endless boreal forest that stretched across northern Siberia. Somehow, the pilot had managed to eject just before the missile's impact. Vedushi picked up his distress signal after his ejection. Whoever the pilot was and whoever he was working with, he had to be eliminated. While Madigan would have preferred the pilot to be killed in the shoot-down of his MiG, his ejection wouldn't save him. Thousands of miles of snow-packed forest stretched around him, a prison of ice and snow and unforgiving wilderness. Frowning, Cook glared into the snow haze and the flickering light that might have been the sun.
The Spetsnaz unit you dispatched after the downed pilot hasn't found him yet. Just his landing site. His rig and parachute. He ditched the radio and made off on foot. They're tracking him. Give them time. Siberia is a large place. You trust these men, General?
Cook's eyes narrowed as he turned back to Madigan.
They're Russians. We're supposed to be using the Russians, not trusting them. Trust? No. But these ones are useful. They're hunters, predators. They'll find this pilot, and they'll kill him. Of this, I have no doubt.
The unit loaned to him by General Moroshkin was a Siberian Spetsnaz unit, made up of men forged in the dark heart of the frozen taiga. Hardened warriors, already fierce due to the land of their making, and refined by their training into something even darker. Moroshkin had handpicked the men and gifted them to Madigan, a thank-you present of sorts for his assistance in Moroshkin's coup against President Sergei Pukov. To a man, the Siberian Spetsnaz troops were cut from the same black depths as Cook. In place of a heart, they had been born instead with bottomless wells of emptiness and rage, wells from which brutality and viciousness could be honed and sharpened. They were weapons as much as men, and utterly lacking in compassion or the trifles of morality. No surprise that Cook's hackles rose around them, like recognized like, and fought back. Cook's glower pierced Madigan. He smiled at the younger man, squeezing both his shoulders as he faced him. "Focus on our mission, Captain. This pilot is already dead. He simply doesn't know it yet." Madigan hesitated, and his grin turned wry. "I promise you will have plenty of opportunities to hunt on your own when we are through. You are not missing anything," and with another squeeze, he let go. "I need you here, at my side. You are my right hand." Cook visibly relaxed, the tension snaking out of his spine and his shoulders. He nodded once. "Excellent. Now show me the updates from our dive team. I want to see their progress." Together, Madigan and Cook headed into the base, leaving behind the Arctic wasteland and the frozen, howling wind. Nation rocked by revelation of Langley bomber's identity. The nation continues to reel following revelations from the White House regarding the identity of the Langley bomber being a clone of Captain Leslie Spires. Captain Leslie Spires, President Jack Spires' deceased wife, was supposedly rescued in Russia in the midst of the coup against former Russian President Sergei Pukhov. She had reportedly been held captive for 16 years by former General Porter Madigan. However, the White House now says that the woman recovered in Russia was not Leslie Spires, but was a clone of Mrs. Spires, created by Madigan as a Trojan horse against President Spires and the United States government. The White House credits swift, decisive, on-the-ground intelligence collection for the discovery of the clone's true identity. The night of the bombing, the clone had been arrested in the White House residence and taken to Langley for interrogation. President Spires was observing his clone wife's interrogation when she detonated her bomb, concealed within her disfigured limb in an extremely advanced manner, preventing security personnel from discovering its existence. Senator Stephen Allen, famously hostile to the Spires' administration, has called for an investigation into the bombing and the events that led to the clone's arrest. "What transpired between Sochi and the Russian coup in the night of the blast?" he asked, speaking to reporters on Capitol Hill. "How did President Spires allow such a dangerous lapse in security to occur?" President Spires remains on life support at Bethesda Naval Hospital and is not expected to recover. Tributes, flowers, candles, and pride flags have blanketed Pennsylvania Avenue, and a crowd of mourners continues to grow, even days after the attack. First Gentleman Ethan Reichenbach, who did not return to the White House following Mrs. Spires' seeming return from Russia, has not been seen since the Langley blast. Chapter 2. Southern Siberia. A branch snapped nearby in the gloomy pre-dawn darkness. Ethan's eyes flew open. He sat in the back seat of his and Jack's Jeep, leaning against the frost-crusted window while Jack slept between his legs. Jack's back rested on Ethan's chest, his legs stretched out on the bench seat. One of Ethan's legs was tucked around Jack's, and his other foot braced on the floorboards. 2 stuffed quilts covered them both, pulled up to Jack's chin. Russian-made, they were thick, filled with feathers and lined with fur. Ethan had grabbed both when they passed through yet another desolate Russian ghost town 2 days before. Like the other villages they had passed, it was deserted and bore the hallmarks of recent savagery. One of Ethan's arms rested under the blankets and wrapped around Jack's chest, holding him tight. His other hand gripped his pistol. He'd kept hold of his weapon all night long. At the slightest noise, he'd had it up in the darkness, ready to fire. Another snap, and then crunching footsteps in the snow, coming up the side of the Jeep. Ethan's arm tightened around Jack, and his gloved finger hovered on the trigger. He held his pistol steady, pointed at the passenger window, and waited, not breathing. "Good morning, sunshine." Ethan relaxed at the familiar voice as Scott appeared at the window. Scott opened the door and peered in. He was bundled from head to toe, a balaclava pulled back to expose his face. His hair, perpetually messy, stuck up at odd angles. A thick, bulky sweater made his camo jacket puff out around him. Like Ethan, he wore dark gloves and cargo pants tucked into his boots. Exhaling, Ethan lowered his pistol and groaned. "All ready?" Scott nodded and took a long pull on a cigarette, then blew the smoke away from the Jeep. "Does Sleeping Beauty need more beauty rest?" Ignoring him, Ethan blinked hard, trying to force himself awake. Night after night of being on edge had worn him thin. Scott jerked his chin toward Jack as he took another drag on his cigarette. He arched his eyebrows. "He's good." Ethan dropped a light kiss to the top of Jack's blonde hair. Jack shifted, burrowing against his chest, and ducked partially beneath the blankets. "What'd you guys find?" Every morning, Scott and Sergei took a small team from their convoy out before dawn, scouting ahead on their route. They moved fast, reconnoitering the terrain, and then were back at camp by dawn. Speed was of the essence, but so was stealth. So far in their drive from the Volga River Valley to the east coast of Russia, Sergei had kept his insurgency, their convoy, off the main roads and away from the cities. They moved overland, on rough tracks and barely stable game paths, slipping through dense, packed Russian forest. It slowed them down, but they made up for it with their grueling pace. There was no time to lose. They had to be at Simishur Island in the Kuril archipelago north of Japan and stretching toward the Arctic Circle in just a few days. But so much was stacked against them. The convoy was moving farther into Siberia and into the mountains where snow built beneath their tires and the temperature kept dropping. It was late spring, according to the calendar, but in Siberia, deep snow drifts and thick ice kept the ground frozen, and the temperature hovered in the 30s. It would only drop as they kept going. Warm, according to the Russians they were moving with. Every day the air was thick with frost-laden clouds that tangled in the branches of the forest trees and alpine woodlands they had plunged into. They followed tributaries when they could, sometimes named, sometimes not. For every named river in Russia, there were another 10 that couldn't be found on any map. Surrounding the convoy and circling them in every direction, mountain peaks faded in and out of the harsh gloom, a mess of smeared steel skies and threatening snow clouds. Loose black dirt skidded beneath their tires and their boots, the whine of their Jeep's engines, and muttered curses in Russian and English, the only noises in the vast wasteland. Siberia was silent, eerily so, like the land had swallowed up all life deep within its frozen core. Behind every tree, ghosts seemed to linger, the foggy air heavy with a sense of harshness and cruelty that came from the land and its history. How many had died in Siberia throughout her long, long history? They were almost halfway to the Russian east coast, and, for Ethan, the faster they put Siberia behind them, the better. Ahead lay the winding frozen mountains of Central Asia with frigid cold and late-season snowstorms. To the south lay the tri-border region of Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and China, another tense border region in an already too tense world. They had to keep going, keep moving, had to make it all the way to the coast and then beyond to the Simishur Island. It was an island so remote it wasn't on most maps. Of course, it also held the remains of a secret Soviet submarine base. That helped keep it hidden. President Elizabeth Wall, President of the United States since the attack on Jack and Langley at the hands of Madigan's most cruel agent, had promised to send aid and a submarine attack squadron to the base to meet up with them, and from there, they were finally going on the offensive, taking their fight, for no less than the safety of the world, straight to Madigan and his ally, General Moroshkin, the self-appointed leader of Russia following his coup against President Sergei Pukov, with Madigan's aid and assistance. The coup that had left Sergei in hiding, leading an insurgency, and Madigan in control of his clandestine Arctic mission with his brutal criminal army. There was no time to waste. They drove all day and into the night until they had to stop for just a few hours when the forest closed in and the darkness was practically a knife slashing at their jeeps. No one wanted to pitch sideways down the mountain or slide into a ravine. Even their stops for supplies were lightning fast, darting into burned farmhouses and bomb-cratered villages to hunt for tins of food, eggs left in chicken coops, and cans of fuel. Blackened skeletons of vehicles lay in heaps in the few roads they crossed, bearing the scars of General Moroshkin's war for the soul of Russia. Moroshkin may have taken Moscow and a large part of the Russian military, but the populace fought him tooth and nail, especially in Siberia, and paid the price. They were racing against time. Madigan hung on the top of the planet, intent on razing the world to the ground by igniting a thermobaric explosion that would incinerate the atmosphere. General Moroshkin led his Russian charge over the North Pole and into Canada, an invasion pointed at the heart of America. Elizabeth was locked in a heated standoff with Moroshkin and his forces, and the only intelligence anyone had on Madigan's actions in the Arctic came from Sasha's sacrificial flight in his MiG, and a rickety ancient Swedish weather satellite. The world was falling apart around them. Scott shook his head. "The route for this morning is clear. This deep inside Siberian territory, we should be safe from Moroshkin's troops." From the Volga Valley to Siberia's borders, the convoy had dodged Moroshkin's forces holed up in towns and cities, at roadblocks and checkpoints, across highways and back roads, and in tanks and massive anti-aircraft weapons platforms deployed in fields and farms. Nothing flew overhead in Russia anymore except for Moroshkin's forces. Scott sucked down more of his cigarette. "We're getting off the mountain and back on the roads, too. No more navigating through the trees. We saw a couple of farms around us, a destroyed village. We got some fuel out of the trucks they left behind. To the south, there were what looked like some Chinese units hanging out near the tri-border region. Guarding their border or making a push into Russia, I couldn't tell." Ethan frowned. What did Sergei say? "Not much." Scott fixed Ethan with a hard glare. It had been 4 days since Sasha had flown off for the Kara Sea, volunteering his life on a one-way intelligence mission to the Arctic. Sergei Pukov, deposed president of Russia, leader of the Russian insurgency and of their convoy, had always been an enigma to Ethan. He had met Sergei a year before, when Sergei and Jack had been at odds, striking and parrying at each other in the international arena. They had formed a tentative alliance in Prague, but when Jack had come clean to the world about him and Ethan and their relationship, Sergei had backpedaled hard and fast, and then returned when it became clear Jack wasn't going anywhere. After, Ethan had stopped Madigan's attempted coup against Jack and Madigan's plan to devastate the Middle East that would have murdered thousands of Russian soldiers. After all that, Jack kept being the president, a foiled coup under his belt and Ethan on his arm, and he stared the world down and waited for someone else to blink. Somehow, Sergei had become Jack's closest political ally on the world stage, more than that even, a good friend. Along the way, Sergei had befriended Senior Lieutenant Sasha Andreev, another riddle of a man, a former Russian Air Force officer, MiG pilot, and the survivor of a brutal anti-gay beating by his former Air Force comrades. Half dead, he had made his way to Moscow in a delirium, where Sergei's personal physician found him collapsed outside the Kremlin's walls. Sergei had kept him in the Kremlin as his physician nursed Sasha back to health, and then offered Sasha a position as his senior aide. He worked closely with the head of the Russian FSB, Sergei's friend, Ilya Ivchenko. From strangers, they had become a nearly inseparable pair. Sergei had glossed over most of the details when he first told Jack of Sasha and how he'd come to be at Sergei's side, but it didn't take a psychic to see the way Sasha felt about Sergei. Ethan could read it in his eyes, and in the way every part of him was tuned to Sergei at the state dinner, and after. Sasha had fallen and fallen hard. But Sergei never saw Sasha's feelings, whatever their relationship was to Sergei. He hadn't seen how Sasha had felt. Until the very end. Sergei had been bitterly opposed to Sasha's Arctic overflight, petulant in his anger. He had confronted Sasha after snapping at him for hours. And then, whatever had happened between the two of them out on the flight line by Sasha's MiG was a mystery. Something had happened, though. Sergei came away knowing how Sasha felt. His Russian temper had flared after Sasha's takeoff, and he lashed out at Jack, roaring, "Everything was fine until you changed the whole world, and my world." Devastation had slammed into Sergei. Ethan had watched Sergei's knuckles go white as his fists clenched, and he had fought for something to say as his world rearranged itself, pieces to a broken puzzle that suddenly wouldn't align.
"He said nothing,"
Sergei had hissed.
"Why did he not say anything?"
Sasha's last satellite call, and the screech of metal and the roar of flame haunted the silent places in their convoy, and hung like a cloying shroud around Sergei. Tragically faithful to the last moment, Sasha had given everything to Sergei, and his mission, even his life. After that, it seemed like Sergei had been turned inside out. He moved in a daze, his eyes wide, gaze shattered, limbs listless. Normally full of life, his long arms brimming with energy, his hands always moving as he spoke, he had lapsed into a dull, heavy melancholy. Scott said that the days crawled by, riding shotgun in Sergei's jeep as they drove at the head of the caravan, Sergei silent at his side and with all the energy of a sucking black hole. Scott blew another puff of cigarette smoke away from the jeep. "Vasily ransacked a chicken coop at one of the farms. He's scrambling eggs if you want to get up and get some. We move out in 10. Finally, Jack stirred in Ethan's arms and let out a soft groan as he came awake. His hand stroked over Jack's chest beneath the blankets, and Jack covered his hand with one of his own.
"Is there coffee?"
Scott snorted. "Whatever it is they pretend is coffee is boiling." He held out a cigarette, offering it to Ethan. Ethan shook his head.
"You know Stacy is going to kick your ass for smoking again."
"I know. I love it when she gets all protective." Another long drag, and then he stamped out the cigarette. "Don't tell her I said that." He wagged a finger at Ethan before picking up the cigarette butt. "You and I smoked in Fallujah to keep ourselves awake." Scott shrugged. "It does its job." Ethan dropped another kiss to the top of Jack's head just before Jack opened his eyes.
"Things are different now."
Scott rolled his eyes, but grinned and walked away from their jeep back to the center of camp. It was less a camp and more an array of parked jeeps crowded together in a defensive ring. Clumps of snow covered the ground and clung to the evergreen branches overhead. Thick, fog-shrouded forest surrounded their convoys, stretching as far as Ethan could see, giving the landscape the feel of a cemetery. It made Ethan's bones pucker and his skin tighten. He wanted out. Ethan had tucked his and Jack's jeep in the back of the camp at the base of a thick pine. Opposite them, Sergei and Scott had parked theirs. The rest of the men were in between. The sounds of the convoy coming alive in the frosty morning started clattering through their patch of snowy forest. Grumbled Russian, squeaky metal hinges and slamming doors, the crackle of logs in a fire, and the clang of pots and pans that Vasily had insisted on bringing from Volga. Jack nuzzled at Ethan's neck, and the roughness of his beard, grown thick in the 5 days they'd been on the road, scratched over Ethan's skin just before Jack dropped a kiss beneath his jaw. "Morning, love." Ethan smiled down at him, decocked his pistol, and slid it into his hip holster beneath their blankets. He wrapped his arms around Jack as Jack turned and faced him.
"How are you? Are you warm enough?"
As Ethan spoke, his breath clouded the air between them. "I'm good." Jack peeled off his gloves beneath the blankets and snaked his warm hands up under Ethan's jacket and sweater. His gentle searching fingers found the long line of ragged stitches in Ethan's side. Ethan flinched. "Sorry. You know we need to check them." Carefully, Jack felt around the stitches, testing the skin, and then rested his palm over the top of the mostly healed wound. No heat, no swelling, no pus, no infection. He smiled. "You had me worried after yesterday." Ethan ducked his head, his cheeks warming. While rummaging through an abandoned barn, he'd walked right through a rotted-out baseboard and fallen into a cellar, into the rough, loose earth. Not his finest moment. They'd wrangled some supplies, but he'd come away filthy and bruised, his ego smarting. Jack's worried eyes and his gentle ministrations after they had stopped for the night had helped soothe the ache. Jack's gaze darted over Ethan's face, searching. He frowned. "Did you get any sleep?" "Some. Liar." Arching an eyebrow, Jack sat back but kept his hands under Ethan's clothes and on his skin. "You should let me watch over you at night, too."
"I'd rather do it. I have you close to me."
He patted his hip and his holstered weapon.
"I have constant protection on you all night long. There's no way anyone can get to you, not without going through me."
"Literally." Jack smiled, but it faded fast. "I'll drive during the day again, rest, and let me watch over you." He squeezed Ethan's hip. Ethan nodded, and the corners of his lips quirked up. This was new, this give and take of caretaking and watching out for each other. In D.C., at the White House, there had been their jobs and their duties and the world to react to. They took care of slights and wounds inflicted by the press, their suits and ties a kind of armor against the world. Out in the wilderness, in the forest, they'd fallen into a different kind of caretaking, a sharing of two lives, each supporting the other's existence. It was primal, in a way, how they had fused together. Half of his life was in Jack's hands, and instead of feeling vulnerable, it was the most natural feeling in the world.
"Deal."
He pressed a kiss to Jack's lips. A question hovered in the forefront of Ethan's mind, weighing on his thoughts. Every morning, he felt the weight of his secret resting over his heart. 2 rings, made before the world fell apart around them. Some moments, asking Jack was on the tip of his tongue, ready to tumble from his lips with his next breath. He forced himself to swallow the words. Not yet. It wasn't the right time. Not yet. Jack leaned into Ethan, and his hands wound around Ethan's back beneath his sweater. "At some point, we won't be sleeping in this Jeep anymore," he whispered into their kiss. "We'll have room to stretch out, share a sleeping bag." Smiling, Ethan pulled off his gloves and brought his hands up to Jack's face, his thumbs caressing Jack's cheeks.
"We don't need a sleeping bag."
One hand snaked around Jack's neck, and the other dropped to his hip. In a flash, he flipped Jack, laying him on his back across the bench seat. Jack wrapped his legs around Ethan's waist as Ethan slid his hands through Jack's blonde strands. Jack grabbed his shoulders and pulled Ethan closer, his legs holding Ethan in place. He captured Ethan's lips, kissing greedily as his hips rocked upward. Even through the layers they wore, Ethan felt Jack's hard cock pressing against his own. "I want you," Jack breathed. "I want you to make love to me." Ethan's blood burned, searing through his body from his head to his toes, and part of him wanted to tilt Jack's head back and ravage his throat, work his way down, unwrap him like a present until he found his cock, suck him deep, work him open with his tongue until Jack begged for more, and then sink his cock into Jack's warm, tight body. Jesus, he wanted Jack so much. The springs on the Jeep's suspension squeaked with their rocking, and the tires groaned and crunched against the snow on the ground. In the distance, low chuckles sounded, and one catcall. Deflating, Ethan dropped his forehead to Jack's chest. He rode Jack's heaving breaths and listened to his racing heartbeat.
"I don't want an audience when I make love to you again."
Jack's legs dropped, one falling over the back of the front seat and the other squishing against the window. His hands stroked over Ethan's back and tangled in his hair. "I don't want to have to be quiet."
"Jesus."
Ethan gripped Jack and surged against him, thrusting against his hard cock.
"It's not helping."
Smiling, Jack rocked his hips up once and then scooted backward, propping himself up on his elbows as Ethan sat back and tried to straighten out his clothes. A prominent bulge strained the front of his cargo pants. He ached painfully hard for Jack. From the center of the camp, Scott called, "Coffee's ready if you are." Rumbling laughter, deep and throaty, from nearly all the men. Shaking his head, Jack started to pull himself together next to Ethan and fished out his balaclava from the pocket of his cargo pants. Outside of the Jeep, he wore a full-face balaclava, and on their drive, he kept everything but his eyes covered. Ethan insisted, and Scott and Sergei both backed him up. The members of their convoy, of course, knew who Jack was, and just after Jack had shown up, Sergei had delivered a scathing speech in Russian to his people that had had even Ethan flinching, though he didn't understand a word that had been said. But they were traveling through a war zone, parts of Russia that were contested in the coup, under attack from Miroshkin's forces, and had been bombed by the United States and other nations, all trying to stop Miroshkin. Who knew what was out there? Or who was out there? Jack was, to the world, brain-dead in Bethesda Naval Hospital. A front-page picture of him alive in Russia would go over as well as a nuclear bomb. Scott came by. Jack tucked his undershirt into his pants and took a moment to readjust. His cheeks were dusted crimson, a faint flush Ethan wanted to nibble. Yeah. He tore his eyes away from Jack and fanned the bottom of his sweater, trying to cool his body. How'd the scouting go? The route is clear for the morning. More abandoned villages. They found fuel and some supplies. Vasily's cooking eggs. Ethan reached out and traced Jack's spine through his sweater and jacket. And you should talk to Sergei. Jack turned and stared at Ethan. I think Scott's worried about him. A tight, strained smile curved his lips. And that's saying something. Scott's trust in Sergei and in their Russian allies stretched from meal to meal, day to day, hour by hour. If everything came apart, Scott would be the first to say, I knew it! He hasn't wanted to talk to me. Swallowing, Jack leaned back with a sigh. His hands dropped to his lap, and he picked at the wool fibers of the balaclava. He's kept his distance since Volga. I'm not sure I'm the person he wants to see right now. Nodding slowly, Ethan frowned. Sergei's harsh accusations thrown at Jack at Volga Air Base had been the last direct contact the two had. After all this time, you think he's pulling away because of their love? Because he and Jack were together? Because Sergei had been loved by a gay man? Was this some kind of reaction, a fear that falling in love with another man was contagious, as he had hurled at Jack? He's pulled back before. Jack sat forward, slipping the balaclava over his head. He tugged it down around his neck. I want to do the right thing by him. I don't want to piss him off. He frowned, deep lines furrowing his brow. But no matter what else is going on, he's devastated about losing Sasha. I remember what it felt like when I thought you were dead. I can at least try to talk to him about that. Ethan's chest constricted and his heart almost seized. Was it only a week ago that he had thought Jack was dead as well? Never, ever again. He'd do everything in his power to keep Jack safe, keep him from ever coming to harm. And he'd never lose faith like that again either. The darkness that had swallowed him on his race from Saudi Arabia to Russia, the emptiness, the silent scream within his soul, the way he wanted to die, had begged the world to kill him. Together. They'd face everything together from now on, no matter what. Adjusting the balaclava, Jack leaned over and pressed a chaste kiss to Ethan's lips. Time to face the music, love. Ethan pulled out his own balaclava, tugged it down around his neck, and gripped the door handle. They piled out of the back of the Jeep, and Ethan caught the smothered grins and barks of laughter sent their way. Scott raised a dented metal mug toward them both. Jack headed for him, and for the small fire where Vasily was cooking. One of the Russians who went out with Scott every morning, Alexei, slid up to Ethan. Middle-aged Alexei had been a federal police officer in Sochi and had fought with Sergei against Miroshkin and Madigan's forces the night of the coup. Now, he was one of Sergei's officers in the insurgency. He had a small beer gut and a thick salt and pepper mustache beneath ruddy, pock-marked cheeks, a sharp smile, and perpetually messy hair. His eyes glittered as he clapped Ethan on the back.
"You are a good Russian lover,"
he crowed.
"Quick?"
Others laughed, and Ethan spied Jack smothering his grin and rolling his eyes as he took the coffee Scott offered. Scott shrugged and hid his smile in his next sip. Ethan clapped Alexei on the upper arm, smiling along with the others. When he and Jack had first met the men in Sergei's insurgency, they'd worried about how they would be received. Two men in love, in a country where, only months before, Sasha had almost been killed for being gay. Another man, Evgeny Konnikov, had been murdered. Sergei's men, however, had been nothing but accepting. They were believers in Sergei's government, after all, and Sergei had made equality a foundational platform of his politics and administration. They just showed that acceptance through good Russian ribbing and teasing. The more ribbled, the better. "If we had actually got going," Ethan began, first winking at Jack and then sending Alexei a grin, "we'd be here for days." More laughter. Alexei wagged his finger in Ethan's face and squeezed his elbow before handing him a cup of bitter, sludgy coffee. Vasily waved him and Jack over, and he scooped the last of the eggs into a scavenged plastic bowl they shared. "I saved for you," Vasily said, pointing to them both. Jack thanked him. As they ate, Ethan spotted Sergei standing in front of his jeep, his hands resting flat on a spread-out map of Russia draped over the hood, with his head bowed low. He looked up, and his piercing gaze fell on Jack. There was a moment where his face flickered, something dark passing through his eyes, but it was gone before Ethan could catch it. And then Sergei folded up his map and climbed into the driver's side of his jeep. He kept his eyes downcast, not once looking at Jack again. Chapter 3. Northern Siberian Permafrost.
Whoomp, whoomp, whoomp.
The helicopter was still out there, tracking over the taiga. Sasha ran through the dense alpine forest, the trunks only feet apart, and stumbled through knee-deep snow. He dragged a pine bough behind him, hoping it would obscure his footsteps, anything to cover his tracks. The forest cover above thickened, branches overhead tangling together, coated in massive clumps of snow and ice. He hesitated, crouching next to a fat pine trunk, and tried to catch his breath. Chest heaving, he closed his eyes, listening. The helicopter's rotors slowly faded. It was veering off. Perfect. He ditched his pine bough and dropped to his knees, digging frantically in the deep snow. The day before, the fragile, ice-crusted snow he'd been walking on had collapsed, plunging him into a snowdrift over 7 feet tall. He'd been a shivering mess when he finally managed to climb out, hours later. The ice crust on this snow, however, was thicker and refused to break. The rotors sounded again, grinding over the trees. The rumble grew, growling in the sky. The helicopter was coming back his way. Grunting, Sasha kicked at the ice, slamming the heel of his boot into the crunchy snow over and over. Whomp, whomp, whomp. Closer, closer. Finally, the ice cracked, and the snow beneath puffed up, exploding over Sasha's legs and his filthy, tattered flight suit. He cursed and went back to digging, quickly scooping out clumps of snow to make a deep, angled trench. The ground trembled beneath him. Time was up. Rolling, he ducked into his trench, hiding under the overhang of snow that he had left. He reached out, smearing one arm through the drift he had left behind, and knocking over the pile he had dug out, and then dragged the pine bough over the opening. With luck, and obscured through the forest, his hiding spot would look like an animal den. He curled tight, barely breathing as the black helicopter passed over the trees. Closing his eyes, Sasha imagined the Spetsnaz team leader's face. Once, he had let the team get too close, close enough to where he had had to hide, pressed in the frozen dirt beneath the warped boards of a trapper's cabin in the empty forest. He had peered out from under the floorboards, his face in the dirt, watching the men search for his tracks. And he had first laid eyes on the lieutenant. The Spetsnaz lieutenant was a hard man, a Siberian with a weathered, sharp face and a cutting gaze. A long scar curved over the right side of his face from his temple to his jaw. His eyes were sharp, with a predator's instinct. Sasha had stopped breathing when his gaze swept over the cabin. The Spetsnaz lieutenant was a hunter in his own lands, and Sasha was his prey. How had he ever managed to last this long? He should have been killed days ago. Every moment he kept going was borrowed time. Sasha held his breath and tried to blank out his mind. Sergei's face, and the memory of his smile, his laugh, played in the darkness behind his eyelids. He almost groaned as yearning, painful, aching want slammed into him. Finally, the helicopter moved off, the heavy cut of rotors against the frigid sky fading into the distance, heading back the way it had come. Sasha went limp, boneless, his head resting in the snow as he let out a shaky breath. His gloved hands gripped the strap on the emergency pack he had pulled from his ejection seat, but they were trembling, both from the freezing cold and the strain of being on the run. His emergency pack was nearly empty. Russian pilots were only supposed to have to survive 72 hours before being rescued. He was working up to 100 hours on his own, stumbling through the vast wilderness of the Siberian taiga. He had stretched the food, but his water was gone. He had scraped snow from the wall of his tiny cave and held it in the palm of his gloved hand. Blowing on it, he tried to melt the snow, bring it above freezing. He was already cold, his body temperature too low. Eating snow would only lower it further. How much more until he was dangerously hypothermic? Finally, the flex melted, and he licked the frigid water from the palm of his filthy glove. Not enough. Not nearly enough. And it was still too cold. What he would give to be warm again. Sasha's eyes slipped closed. In his mind, he was back in the Kremlin in Sergei's presidential apartments, laughing and sitting across from him at the gaudy state dining table, one end piled high with briefing papers and binders. There was a fire roaring in the fireplace along the wall, and he had a glass of whiskey in his hand. Sergei's smile, though, was warm enough to reach his bones, set him on fire from the inside, fill his whole world up with heat and light. Jerking, he snapped awake, his forehead slamming into the snow overhead. He'd closed his eyes for a moment, but that was all it took to slip into an exhausted slumber. Damn it. He snagged what rest he could, digging out snow burrows and nesting with pine boughs and fallen branches, but it wasn't ever enough. He was almost delirious with exhaustion. Outside, the sun had fallen, and only a dim glow blurred through the forest. And he was shivering, his jaw clattering loud enough to wake the dead. His snow trench was too cold. He had to get out of there. Sasha pulled his pistol out of his pack and checked the chamber. Evening meant bears, and the bears in Siberia thought nothing of swiping at a lone, wretched human wandering through their range. He'd be a tasty meal for a bear working out its hibernation hunger. Not that a pistol would do much against an attacking bear, but he might be able to scare it off. He shook his head, trying to shake the haze of exhaustion. Keep heading southeast. If he was where he thought he was on the map, then he was deep in the Sakha Republic, indigenous Siberian territory, tribal lands, and days away from Simashur Island. He had to keep going. Sasha slid out on his belly, wincing as snow poured down the front of his flight suit. Damn it, he couldn't stop shivering. Gripping his pistol as tight as he could in his shaking hands, Sasha set off into the forest. He stumbled and nearly fell, and his body felt like it was trembling apart. But he kept moving, one foot in front of the other into the deep snow. Each step was one closer to Sergei. Chapter 4. Washington, D.C.
Madam President?
General Bradford nodded to Elizabeth as she strode into the White House Situation Room. He and all the others around the conference table stood when she entered. Elizabeth's throat clenched. She used to stand with them, her former colleagues, and greet Jack when he entered. His arrival had always calmed the room, his eyes bright and sharp, and with a soft smile at the ready no matter what. He'd embodied that balance of intensity and perspective, especially so after Ethan had joined him at the White House. The team, Jack's team, had truly felt connected, especially after Madigan's betrayal. It felt like they were united, serving a bigger purpose than themselves, bigger than politics even. That Camaraderie had evaporated, vanished with a sucking pop. Hard stares followed Elizabeth to the head of the table, everyone still and silent as she pulled out the chair, Jack's chair, and sat down. She laced her fingers together, rested her elbows on the edge, and stared at General Bradford. "Let's hear it." General Bradford didn't blink.
Madam President, after the initial strike, we successfully pushed the Russians' first invasion wave into Canada back from Yellowknife to what we're assuming is their rally point in northern Nunavut. We're currently engaged in a standoff with General Moroshkin's Russian forces in the Canadian Nunavut and Northwest Territories. We've mobilized the 2nd Infantry Division out of Fort Lewis, the 10th Mountain out of Fort Drum, and the 4th Infantry Division from Alaska, as well as Marines from Pendleton and Kaneohe Bay. The Air Force has fighters from Elmendorf and Eielson in the air. The skies over the polar cap are stuffed full of additional Russian transports, and more Russians are coming in via Baffin Bay and over the pole. At best estimate, they have at least 3 subs under the ice and 4 destroyers in the water, and the Russian aircraft carrier has been spotted. Moroshkin hauled that bucket of bolts out? I thought it was being mothballed.
General Harris glanced at Admiral MacDonald, Director of Naval Operations, who stayed silent. Harris was the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a position formerly held by General Madigan.
Reports from fishermen off Greenland and Nova Scotia showed it crossed through the GIUK Gap and headed up Baffin Bay. We believe she's offloaded her fighters to the Arctic Bay Airport at the north end of the bay.
Bradford called up a series of maps along the far wall of the Situation Room and overlaid the surveillance images they'd managed to grab from overflights and the few satellites they had left that could reach the polar orbits.
The Russians have established a defensive line at Kuglektuk. It's a hamlet in Nunavut on the shore of the Arctic Ocean. North of there, the Russians control the Arctic, the islands, the seas, everything.
Shit. A dull pain pounded behind Elizabeth's eyeballs. Once, she had wanted to be president. What she wouldn't give for Jack to be back and sitting in the big chair. "How many people are up there, General?"
"Very few, Madam President. Mostly tribal settlements and research stations. We have American scientists at the research station at Resolute, and we had an Army unit at Alert Station. Both facilities have gone dark."
"Any word from them?"
"We haven't been able to establish radio contact."
"What the hell is Moroshkin doing, General?" A momentary pause from General Bradford as he stared her down.
"This is an invasion, Madam President. It's not how we expected a Russian invasion to happen, especially not in this century. But the Red Bear has come to our door, and Canada is stuck in the middle."
"What has Canada's response been so far?" Elizabeth turned to her former Deputy Secretary of State, Paul Heng, now acting in her old Secretary of State shoes, ostensibly until she and Jack put together a list of replacement candidates.
"They're outraged. Publicly, they've asked for our military aid, and they are sending their military units alongside ours against the Russians, with the caveat that we do not strike first. Privately, they're deeply concerned about loss of life and loss of infrastructure. The number of casualties in the first wave of the invasion is estimated at just over 1,000. That's too many for them. They're willing to consider all options to avoid further casualties."
"Even surrender?" Her voice chilled, cold enough to cut diamonds.
"Yes, Madam President."
"That would give the Russians a clear path to the U.S., General Harris growled. Elizabeth gave Harris a long look. "Paul, I want to know the moment that the Canadians and the Russians start talking. If anything happens between them at any level, back room or a direct phone call, I want to know." She nodded to Acting CIA Director Olivia Maury as she spoke. The CIA would need to help with that. Maury nodded back. Her arm was in a sling, and half her face was black and blue after the explosion at Langley. Her eyes were clear but pinched. If Elizabeth had to guess, Maury wasn't taking her pain medication. Considering a building had fallen on her, that said something. This was crunch time. The Russians were coming, and they were headed for their back door. There was no time for pain. Options. Elizabeth peered around the table.
Our defensive line is holding firm, for now.
Bradford gestured to the map on the large display screen across the front wall.
The Russians are pushed back to Kuglaktuk. They haven't advanced any farther south.
But they will. Bradford nodded once.
Undoubtedly, Madam President.
Madam President. Admiral MacDonald, Director of Naval Operations, leaned forward. The Nimitz strike group is already on their way north, heading up the Pacific coast of Canada. The rest of Carrier Strike Group 11 is moving up from San Diego. 3 subs from Bangor are sailing with the Nimitz. We can strike the Russians at their rally point north of Nunavut and send in fighters and sorties after. General Harris spoke again. The ground troops we've mobilized can sweep up the mess after they're done.
The Canadians have expressly forbidden any airstrikes in their territory, directed to either side.
Hing flipped a pencil back and forth between his fingers, the eraser slamming into his notepad over and over, beating out a dull thump, thump, thump.
The Prime Minister issued an emergency address to the nation and the world, and explicitly ordered both the Russian forces and our forces to not conduct airstrikes. Their biggest concern is further civilian casualties.
Harris snorted. Does the Prime Minister honestly think the Russians will abide by that? They bombed their way to Yellowknife and sent missiles toward Toronto and Vancouver,
which mostly landed outside the cities.
Hing interrupted Harris.
He swallowed audibly, his eyes wide, but pressed on. After the Prime Minister's statement, all Russian bombing stopped.
Miroshkin is trying to appeal to the Canadians. Elizabeth let out a slow breath as she squeezed her hands together. They know what's most important to them, their people. If we strike first and hurt anyone up there, we're opening the door for the Canadians to turn against us.
They wouldn't really allow the Russians to invade their territory.
Julian Aviles, Secretary of Homeland Security, protested. Elizabeth's mind ticked ahead, her years of backroom diplomatic deals and tit-for-tat negotiation providing the twisted roadmap. If the Russians and the Canadians sign an agreement after the fact, then it's not an invasion. It's the Canadians inviting the Russians to use their land in exchange for the protection of their population. General Harris snorted. Elizabeth's eyes flashed to him. General, wake up. The United States has taken some pretty big hits in the past few years, if you haven't noticed. Several huge blows in the last week. We lost our president, and a rogue general, your predecessor, has played the bulk of our intelligence agencies and military like fools. We've been caught with our pants down, and we don't have many friends in our corner right now. Silence. The Canadians and the world might very well pivot to the next big player that gives us a bloody nose. Miroshkin knows this. He'll push us until we bleed, and he'll force the world to take sides.
NATO has condemned the invasion,
Hing said in the silence that followed.
But none of our NATO allies are offering military aid to us or the Canadians at this time. This could be the final break.
Elizabeth exhaled and dropped her head forward, letting it hang between her shoulders for a moment. Madam President. Admiral MacDonald spoke while Harris kept quiet, looking like he was chewing nails. Bradford glared at the map on the far wall as if he could make the lines move with his concentration alone, as if he could banish Miroshkin's Russians from the map and the world. Elizabeth frowned.
You personally ordered a deployment of 4 subs from our base at Pearl Harbor. I can't get answers about where they're headed or why. Everyone is buttoned up tight, under your direct orders.
Heads all around the table whipped toward Elizabeth, unasked questions building into a near crackling tension in the air. She caught Bradford's eye. He stared right back, not blinking. Harris scowled and looked around the table as if searching for someone to come forward with the answer. "Madam President, their mission is classified." She rested her hands on the tabletop. "I want to know the instant the Russians or the Canadians make a move. Any move. And I want to see options for addressing the Russians that the Canadians will be on board with. Insertion teams, special operators, a small footprint, and—" She sighed. "See if you can find anything about the Americans who were up there. Let's not leave them behind." Hard gazes and narrowed eyes speared her from around the table, the rest of the Situation Room standing slowly after her. She hadn't won any points with that one. "Jack, you made it look easy." "Thank you, everyone. You're all dismissed. General Bradford, Director Maury, stay behind." Padfolios closed, papers shuffled, and feet thudded toward the door. Weighty silence clung to the paneling, to the sound-dampened wooden walls, almost as loud as a scream. Maury and Bradford stared at their notepads, not meeting anyone's gaze, as their colleagues trudged out of the Situation Room. By the door, Secret Service Agent Levi Daniels gave Elizabeth a long look, a different happiness etched into his gaze. The last staffer slipped out of the Situation Room, leaving Elizabeth alone with Director Maury and General Bradford seated at the table, and Levi at the door. Bradford's eyes flicked to Levi. "He stays." Elizabeth dared Bradford to protest, glaring down the table at him. "There are precious few people I know I can trust. He is one of them." Bradford said nothing. "Now," she said, sighing, "what's going on in the Russian Arctic?" Bradford changed the screens, calling up a new series of grainy satellite images. The detail nearly obscured the picture, a wash of white snow and gray clouds. Unusable. "We're still having a hard time getting accurate intelligence." A new series of images, data from a weather satellite with the raw scientific information in Swedish still displayed on the bottom of the picture, came up on screen. A wave of gas, colored in a haughty, vibrant fuchsia, leaped off the black and white image, stretching across the northern tip of the Russian nation, across the Sakha Republic, the Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, with wispy fingertips pointing toward Alaska. "We can confirm the gas cloud is growing," Maury said, "and it's growing at a rate that doesn't suggest natural release from the seabed or the Arctic ice." She finished carefully. "Madam President, why don't we launch a full strike against the location immediately? Obliterate this man once and for all." Bradford's cheeks were dark, his mouth pursed like he'd sucked the bitterest lemon. "For the first time in a year, we know exactly where he is." Elizabeth sighed. "And we can't launch a damn thing against him. The science advisors tell me that any significant explosion at that location where the density is highest would trigger the ignition of the entire gas cloud, a cascading fireball that would sweep through the entire damn thing from Russia to Alaska." Bradford didn't look convinced. "Are you familiar with the Tunguska explosion in Siberia in 1908? 2,000 kilometers of forest was flattened and burned to ash. Trees the size of buses were shattered like toothpicks. Every single thing was destroyed. One theory about how that destruction was caused is exactly this." She pointed to the screens. "A methane fireball erupted, burning its way through Siberia. Now, imagine that level of destruction rolling across the globe. We cannot let this happen. Madigan will detonate it when the cloud is larger. Detonate it like a missile strike." Maury shifted in her seat, the briefest flicker of pain scratching across her bruised face. "He must have some means of creating a large enough blast to ignite the gas cloud. That's what I'm afraid of." She rubbed her hands over her face, exhaling into her palms as she closed her eyes briefly. "Jack, how do we do this? Where are you?" It had been days since she had heard from Jack. Russia was large, she reminded herself, near constantly. Racing across a continent took time. Still, she held her breath every time she turned on the news or opened her email, fearing the pictures she saw in her nightmares would be splayed across the screen. Jack, bloodied and disfigured, captured or worse in some far-flung corner of the globe. Why had she agreed to his insane plan? What on earth had she been thinking? All right. We need options for addressing this threat that aren't liable to blow the planet off its axis. What can we deploy immediately? Bradford tapped at his tablet and a flag popped up on the map on screen. A blip in the middle of the ocean.
We have a SEAL unit operating on board a sub patrolling the North Atlantic. They tracked the Russians across the GIUK Gap and have been monitoring deep underwater for any additional Russian subs or ships coming south out of Murmansk and making a run for the Gap. They can make way for the Arctic and deliver the SEALs.
Elizabeth nodded once. Send them in, then send the sub back to monitoring Miroshkin's movements. The SEALs were the best. They could get this done. Put Madigan down once and for all, and then Jack could come home. The subs going out to meet him wouldn't be needed for anything other than humanitarian relief, and then to join the fight against Miroshkin in Canada. And if Madigan fell, his puppet Miroshkin didn't stand a chance either. She could hope. Madam President. Maury's voice broke her wandering thoughts. They shattered to the table, her fears falling into her center, 1,000 pins hitting her heart. Director, about the other intelligence you have, the pilot who managed the overflight. Who is he? Where did you get this intel? What's your source? How are you getting out information out of Russia? She stood, her chair pushing backward across the carpet too fast. That information remains on a need-to-know basis. General, deploy the SEALs. Director, I want to know everything that comes out of the Arctic. Keep me updated on the gas and its growth. And keep your eyes and ears fixed on Canada and Russia. Canada's flashed their hand. If they cave to the Russians, we'll have an invasion at our back door faster than you can say privet. Maury and Bradford stood and nodded, their expressions drawn, exhaustion in their gazes and tension in their shoulders. This is war, Elizabeth breathed, or the last gasp before it begins. Chapter 5. Somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean. The airplane hummed around dock, the in-flight rattle of a jumbo jet hurtling at 30,000 feet in the air and screaming halfway around the world. It was the third flight for the team, a mind-numbing series of trips that had spanned almost 3 days already. From Jeddah they'd flown to Riyadh, and from Riyadh to London, now from London to Seattle, back to America. Scattered around the cabin, not sitting together, pretending to not even know or care about one another, were the rest of the team. Sergeants Coleman and Wright, each snoring in window seats. Park, Ruiz, and Kobayashi, the remaining junior members left after Fitz's murder, were sitting through the third round of in-flight movies and numbly chewing crackers and pretzels. And Lieutenant Adam Cooper sat ahead of him, hunched and glowering at his feet. Doc rolled his head along the seat back, looking to his left. A fat, snoring Brit sat between him and the last member of their team, Faisal. For the length of each flight, Faisal sat silently in his coach seat, staring out the window at a shifting landscape of desolation and empty skies. His face betrayed nothing. As fucked up as Adam appeared, Faisal seemed practically impervious to emotion. Fuck, the argument over Faisal coming with the team had been epic. Doc hadn't thought Adam could get that pissed. Granted, he had seen a brand new side of him over the past few weeks, but the shit fit Adam threw had been beyond anything he had imagined. And Faisal? Shit did looks deceive. He stared hard at Faisal's profile, remembering the final climax of Adam and Faisal's argument. It had happened right in front of him, for fuck's sake. He'd been working with Adam in Faisal's space-age kitchen, their truly astounding array of weaponry spread out in front of them. They'd already decided they were sneaking back into the States under the radar, which meant traveling commercial, which meant no weapons. At least none that could be found. Faisal had scrounged up secured false-bottomed bags, and Doc had volunteered to help Adam disassemble their covert, untraceable assault rifles into their little hardened plastic pieces and load them up. And then Faisal had walked in. The argument was already days old, stale in the broken air of the Jeddah villa. The whole team tiptoed as if walking on shattered glass, questions burning from their gazes. What was up with the LT and Faisal? Doc knew, but he kept his damn mouth shut.
"You're not coming,"
Adam had hissed.
"Jesus, Faisal, how could you even ask? You're still recovering."
Faisal's eyes had narrowed. "I am doing fine. How could you imagine that I would be all right with you leaving? Yalla, without being by your side."
"I swore to your uncle."
Adam's voice had shaken, his words quaking as his hands balled into dark fists. "You said you never wanted to leave."
"I swore to keep you safe."
"Well, Adam, the only times I've ever been hurt are when you are gone."
Fuck, that had been a low blow.
Doc watched Faisal's words slam into Adam like bullets, each one driving the air from his body, making him step back and drain the blood from his face.
"There's no place for you."
"You are down a man. I can fill in for Fitz. Bismillah, let me help, Adam." Adam's fist had hit the counter. A disassembled rifle part clattered to the floor.
"Not you! You can't."
And then Faisal had moved. Hands darting out, he had picked and grabbed from the pieces of 10 different weapons spread across the marble counter, assembling before their eyes a perfect AR-15 in under a minute. He had pressed the rifle stock to his shoulder, turned to the living room, and raised the bore. The patio door had been left open, the breeze from the Red Sea floating through the house. He sighted the rifle, exhaled, and squeezed the trigger. A perfect hole had appeared in the center of the middle pylon on his pier. If a bull's-eye target had been fixed to the wood, he would have landed his shot dead center. Doc's mouth had dropped open. He'd stopped breathing. Faisal had turned back, disassembling the rifle as he moved until it was nothing but pieces scattered on the counter again. "You forget where I came from, Habibi," Faisal whispered, "and our history." Silence. Doc's eyes had bounced from Adam to Faisal and back again like he was watching an invisible game of tennis. Adam had shoved away from the kitchen counter with a snarl and walked out. Later that afternoon, the rest of their supplies had arrived, and that evening they were on their first flight to Riyadh, Faisal sitting squished next to Doc. Since the kitchen, not a word had been spoken between Adam and Faisal, and once they left the villa, everyone had ignored each other. They were, to the outside world, strangers. Or they would be, except, Doc thought, glaring at the back of Adam's head, for Adam. He was doing a shit job of acting like everything he wanted in the world and who he wanted to turn to wasn't sitting 4 rows behind him and to the left. As Doc stared, Adam leaned forward again, wrapping both hands around the back of his neck, and tried to surreptitiously glance beneath his bent arms to their row. Doc met his dark, hooded eyes. Adam looked away, fisting one hand and holding it in front of his pursed lips. "Excuse me." The fat Brit snorted and then glared as Faisal squeezed his way through the seats and into the aisle of the jet. Doc tried to catch his gaze, but Faisal, far more so than Adam, was keeping to their ruse of not knowing each other at all. He turned, watching Faisal head down the aisle toward the rear of the plane. Passengers watched, too. Brits and Europeans with narrowed eyes and suspicious glances turned Faisal's way, watching him with a predatory intensity. One man unbuckled a seatbelt as Faisal drew near, as if readying himself to lunge. "Fuck it." Doc rose, heading down the aisle. He glared at the businessman, ready to leap after Faisal, now relaxing back in his seat since the Arab had passed him by. Shit, out of anyone, Faisal was the least likely to ever start something. He was the tech nerd, the skinny guy with the computers in the awesome house. He called Adam Habibi, and he'd put them all up over and over again, never asking for anything. And with the tiny bit that Doc did know about Adam and Faisal, well, Faisal had put a roof over their head, food in their bellies, and intelligence in their hands, even though it meant having his ex, a man he still loved, in his face, using his palace like a personal base, and ignoring him and their history. Faisal didn't deserve to be side-eyed like he was some kind of dangerous terrorist. Without him, Would their team have accomplished even half of what they had? It was Faisal who'd put the pieces together with the Yemeni tanker and found Noah in Ma'an. Hell, they were all just Faisal's muscle at this point. A part of Doc twisted at the thought, his gut clenching against that mental sucker punch. His words, thrown at Adam days before, echoed in his ears. Serious foreign influence violations. They all trusted Faisal, Adam especially. But why? What did they have to go on other than Faisal's endless consideration and politeness and his and Adam's mercurial connection? What kind of world was it where Saudi princes became frontline allies against a rogue American general? Doc followed Faisal to the back of the plane, catching every sidelong glance and lingering glare sent Faisal's way. Even the flight attendants disappeared when Faisal neared, their heels click-clacking against the corrugated cabin flooring as they fled. Sighing, Faisal leaned against the plane's bulkhead next to the rear door and ran his hands over his face. His lips moved as if whispering, but Doc couldn't hear a thing over the drone and rattle. "Hey." He leaned back, his shoulder blades digging into the knobs and toggles and levers along the rear compartment wall, the stowage area of bins and trays and carts the flight crew used. Faisal's eyes popped open. He spotted Doc and snorted. "Of course. Yana, you would ignore the rules about not interacting." Doc shrugged, one corner of his lip curling up in a smirk. "I'm sure people just think I'm trying to get into the Mile High Club." Faisal shook his head. Doc's smirk faded. "How you doing?" Faisal stilled, and a shroud descended behind his gaze. "Fine." Lolling his head toward Faisal, Doc's eyebrows shot high on his forehead. He said nothing. Neither did Faisal. "Time for a different approach. I didn't know you were such a badass. Thought you were just a computer nerd." Faisal chuckled softly, his eyes sparkled. "There's quite a lot you don't know about me. I'm an Al-Saud. My family subdued the Arabian Peninsula. We wrested control from the tribes of old and stitched together a nation made from blood and conquest. We may look like fat, wealthy Arabs, but we carry the hearts of conquerors." "Now I see why Adam took an interest in you." Faisal's eyes darkened, and his expression went brittle, like holding his tiny smile in place was all that kept him from breaking apart. He shrugged. "I suppose that's one reason." He looked away, staring at the bulkhead and the jump seat for the flight attendant as if it were a priceless artifact. "You guys okay?" Doc crossed his arms and frowned. Silence. Shifting made one of the drawer handles dig into the center of Doc's spine. He leaned back, pressing into it. "I don't really know the LT all that well." What the hell was he trying to say? He barely knew Adam at all. Adam had been their team leader for a little over a year, and he'd gone from being a stick-in-the-ass perfectionist when they'd met him to a rough-edged brawler with the shadow of some huge weight dragging him down. Months ago, Adam had been thrown in the stockade by General Bell, and the team had gone out to drown their frustrations in liquor, anticipating their collective stand-down and reassignment to a new team lead. Color them all shocked and hung over, when instead, they were on a Black Ops White House mission to South America at midnight. "I know he's a private guy." Doc shrugged. What he knew about Adam could fit in a paragraph. The most important fact about Adam was what he and Faisal were to each other. Not just as Adam had claimed in the highland sands in Ethiopia when they first ran to Faisal and his safety net, someone he'd worked with in the Middle East. Adam had seemed to unbend with Faisal just slightly, around him and Reichenbach, had at least acknowledged that Faisal was someone to him, someone special. That had all changed when the team arrived. Adam had locked up tighter than a missile defense shield. Even Doc had felt the reverberations of Adam's distance echoing painfully off Faisal's confused heart. "Having the whole team here is probably hard for him." Doc finished lamely, shrugging. "I appreciate what you are trying to do," he said, meeting Doc's gaze. "There are larger problems, though." Doc shifted again, the levers grinding against his back. Like what? Faisal stayed quiet, his gaze seemingly turned inward, and Doc watched him pick and discard words as he licked his lips. This is the third time he has walked away from us. Each has been difficult. The first. Faisal's voice faded away and his eyes slipped closed. I've never felt anything like that, and I never want to again. After the second, I tried to put us back together. I thought if I reached out, if we could just connect again. He shook his head. Doc tried to add up what he knew. He frowned. When was this? After Ethiopia. Doc thunked his head against the cold metal. So, when they had first run to Faisal, when they were presumed dead, killed by their own government, Adam had found comfort in Faisal's arms, and then left again. After Ethiopia, and after the White House, Adam had started his slow slide, his descent into gruff silence and barroom brawls, and a prickly hardness that had the whole team on edge. And now, this is the third time he has turned away from us. I thought after the hospital that things would be different. He seemed different, but it is all just the same. He is not ready to love. He was fucking crazy at the hospital. I mean, just fucking desperate to get to you. I thought he was going to get himself killed. He wasn't faking that. Faisal glared at him when he cursed, a flat stare that broadcast his displeasure. He sighed. 3 times is significant in Islam. We do things that carry great meaning in threes. Al-wudu, the ablutions before prayers, done 3 times. In Salat, prayers are repeated 3 times, and... He inhaled, holding his breath. Talak, to divorce someone, must be done 3 times before it is final. Shit. Doc's eyes flicked up the aisle of the plane as if he could spot Adam in the rows and rows of passengers. You think he's trying to divorce you? You're not married, right? I mean, I thought that couldn't... I think, Faisal said, interrupting him gently, that 3 times is 3 times too many. This hurt I feel is not right. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Pursuing this again would be wrong. Then why did you insist on coming? Faisal's expression softened, though his eyes shone with a cutting pain. How could I not? I still love him. Even if he does not feel the same, I will do everything I can to help him. Always. Halfway up the plane, a man stood, stretched like he was a bad actor in a soap opera, and turned around, leaning against the front of his seat as if he wanted to stand for a while. He stared toward the rear of the plane, his eyes laser-like in their intensity. He spotted Doc, and Doc stared right back. He watched Adam look down at his seat cushion and pick at his fingernails. He doesn't deserve that from you. We have a long history. Faisal smiled, almost wistful. That's how I choose to remember us. What we were, not this. Not what we have become. Straightening, he cleared his throat and rubbed his hands together. Alhamdulillah. It is time for prayer. You're going to pray on an airplane? Doc's eyebrows shot sky high again. Do you want to get jumped? There are about 12 dudes out there right now who wouldn't think twice. Not my full prayers. Regret laced through Faisal's voice. But the practice grounds me. I find peace in the ritual when I seek al-nafs al-matmena, my tranquil self, my peaceful self. I think Adam could use some of that. Faisal sighed, a harassed, harried look crossing over his features as he stared at Doc. A moment later, he smoothed his expression back to his practiced neutrality. Sorry. Doc raised both hands, and he shuffled sideways, trying to give Faisal space. I'll I'll hang out here with you until you're done, if that's okay."
"More than okay." Finally, Faisal truly smiled. "I've always hated being alone."
Chapter 6. Northern Siberian Permafrost. His breath came fast, fogging the air in front of his face. Cold sank its teeth into his back, right between his shoulder blades. The freezing temperature squeezed his skull, made his skin feel slapped, and peeled his lips back from his teeth. At least his teeth had stopped chattering, though. In some corner of Sasha's mind, he realized that was a bad thing. He should still shiver. His teeth should still chatter. But he couldn't remember why. On he trudged, stumbling through the snow. Tree trunks faded in and out of focus, switching places in front of him. He held out his hands, trying not to run face first into a pine that seemed to jump 10 feet to the right in a moment. He couldn't feel his fingers anymore. Dropping to his knees, Sasha buried his hands beneath his armpits, rocking in the snow. Slowly, agonizingly, circulation returned, lancing pain spreading fire through his fingers. Gritting his teeth, Sasha screamed, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. It froze before it reached his chin. Frigid cold penetrated his entire body, wrapping him like a shroud. He was so tired. "Just lie down. It will be okay." Sergei's face flashed in the darkness behind his eyelids. "No, I have to get to Sergei. I have to." Sasha tried to stand, stumbled, and fell to his knees again, but a warmth started to spread through him, starting in his thighs. Finally, he wasn't cold anymore. Sasha rose, shaking, and took one step before collapsing face first into the snow. Chapter 7. Southern Siberia. "Hold up. There's something ahead." Scott's voice broke over the scratchy radio as Sergei's brake lights flashed, their jeep ahead of Ethan and Jack slowing to a stop on the snow-dusted 2-lane Siberian track. Potholes the size of their jeep dotted the muddy roadway, and the convoy snaked around cracks and fissures. The road had been built sometime in the late Soviet period and never maintained, and it showed. Dense forest clustered close to the edges, and rugged mountainsides stretched up one side and plunged into a dark ravine on the other. Ethan and Jack shared a look before stopping their jeep. Behind them, the rest of the convoy grounded to a halt, brakes squealing. Ethan grabbed the radio. "What do you see?" Static, and then Scott's voice. "Ethan, you'd better get up here." Another long look passed between Jack and Ethan. Jack put the jeep in park and clambered out with Ethan, both of them jogging ahead. Their breath fogged the air, the cold slicing at bits of exposed skin around their balaclavas as snow fell, blanketing the air with silence. They slid into the back seat behind Scott and Sergei, shaking off a dusting of snow from their gloves and jackets. Scott and Sergei were peering at the road through their binoculars, not moving. "What's up?" Ethan nudged Scott's shoulder. Scott passed him the binos. 40 yards ahead. Center of the road." Sergei still didn't move. He pulled the binos up to his eyes and adjusted the focus, slowly sweeping the road from side to side. As he hit the center, he froze. His breath punched from his chest with a quiet gasp. Ethan dropped the binos and turned to Jack, his eyes wide. Jack held out his hand. "What the hell is that?" Scott glared at Sergei, still running down the road, not moving, his body taut. Tension thrummed off him, waves radiating bitter rage. "Who is that?" Sergei finally spoke as Jack took the binos from Ethan and looked through them. "From the uniform, he appears to be a prison guard. I cannot see the shoulder patch. I do not know which prison he was from." "You mean he was a prison guard?" Scott growled. "What the hell happened?" Jack dropped the binos and passed them back to Ethan, his face pale and lips pressed into a thin line. Ethan didn't want to, but he took another look. Ahead, 40 yards down the road, a stake had been driven into the center of a pothole, lurching skyward. Fixed to the stake, the remains of a man hung from his wrists, nailed to the center of the post over his head. A tattered blue uniform hung off his body, partially burned and ripped to shreds. His stomach had been gutted, entrails pouring out, and his eyeballs had been plucked from his face. His lower jaw was gone, a gaping red maw open to his throat. One foot was also gone, seemingly gnawed off by an animal.
I do not know,
Sergei finally breathed.
It is not a bear attack.
No shit, Scott snapped. You said a prison guard. Just how many prisons are there in Siberia? Sergei hesitated.
Most of them.
Could there be a breach? Could some prisoners have escaped the facility? Jack leaned forward, hanging over the front seat, putting himself between Scott and Sergei. Exhaling, Sergei closed his eyes.
If that is the case, then we must hurry. We have to get away from here.
Again, no shit, Scott grumbled.
Scott.
Ethan nudged his friend, shaking his head slightly.
Let's get the road clear. We have to move.
Sergei and Scott slid out of the Jeep. Ethan turned to Jack.
Wait for me back in our Jeep. You don't need to see this.
If I help, it will go faster. Jack and Scott caught the stake after Sergei and Ethan wrestled it from where it had been embedded in the near-frozen center of the pothole. Cursing and breathing hard, they carried it, deceased guard still attached, to the side of the road. Sergei searched the body and came up empty, but his lips thinned and his eyes darkened when he saw the black dolphin patch half-burned on the guard's right shoulder. Scott said a quick prayer, and then they tossed the stake over the edge into the ravine. There was nothing more they could do. What does the black dolphin mean? Jack turned to Sergei. His blue eyes blinked above the dark fabric of his balaclava. Sergei looked anywhere but at Jack. Biting the inside of his cheek, he glared into the forest over Jack's shoulder.
Black Dolphin Prison. Russia's worst. Our supermax, as you would say. Where our worst murderers are sent for life.
Fuck, Ethan breathed, sharing a look with Scott. Why would a black dolphin prison guard be staked to a pole out here, gutted like that? Sergei shook his head.
There is no good answer. None that is acceptable for us. We must keep moving.
Sergei, what aren't you telling us? Jack stepped closer, reaching for Sergei. His hand closed over Sergei's elbow. Sergei wrenched away, turning back to the jeeps and their convoy. We move, now. He strode off, moving fast. Jack stared after him, frozen. Ethan rested his head on the small of Jack's back and felt him tremble, felt the anger pouring off him.
Jack.
Let's go, Jack interrupted. Whatever he's not saying has him spooked. Let's just get out of here as fast as we can. Ethan nodded, and they jogged back to their Jeep together. Sergei was already behind the wheel in his, and Scott was slamming the passenger door, rocking their vehicle on its snow-crusted wheels. They were moving a few minutes later, Jack once again behind the wheel. Ethan couldn't rest any longer, not with the adrenaline from the discovery of the mutilated prison guard still swimming in his veins, and with worry for Jack, too. His eyes slid sideways, watching as Jack drove. He sat stiff-backed, with his gloved hands squeezing the steering wheel hard enough to creak the old leather. His jaw clenched hard, the artery in his neck pulsing fast. Ethan rested his hand on Jack's leg. A moment later, Jack's hand dropped and covered his. Darkness fell early in the mountains, but the convoy pressed on.
We should push ahead,
Sergei said through the crackling radio, static almost washing out his words.
The river is only a little farther. You want to cross at night?
Ethan frowned, dropping the handheld and waiting for a response.
Duh, of course.
Sergei's harangued voice spat back through the radio.
It's the safest time. It's coldest, so the ice is least likely to crack.
Slowly, Ethan exhaled. Sergei was right, but still, it was nearing the end of the winter season in Siberia, not that anyone could tell by the temperature, and the rivers were warming beneath the ice. What had been feet-thick ice roads across and up solid rivers months before were far thinner sheets. By now, the trucks and tractor-trailers were no longer using the ice roads over frozen rivers. What would the weight of their convoy do to the ice? There was no other way around, though. They had to cross the frozen Angara River in between the cities and towns that dotted its banks, and they had to move fast. The snow that had fallen so gently earlier had turned into a snarling storm. Wind rocked the jeeps on their tires, the vehicles swaying like seesaws as snow pounded through the air. Their pace had slowed, and frustrations had skyrocketed. One jeep had almost slid off the road, its occupants cursing and shouting into the radio about the weather and the road for a good 10 minutes until they were able to move again. The weather was against them, as was time, and the specter of the gutted prison guard hung on everyone's minds. And at the forefront of Ethan's, it was like a beacon signaling danger, a klaxon alert that had him obsessively keeping even closer to Jack. Even though he wasn't Jack's detail agent anymore, that urge, that need to protect him, had only grown stronger. He stayed near, moving as if they were a protective duo again, and his body was Jack's life shield. He looked to Jack for the final decision. Push on to the river? Jack nodded.
All right.
Ethan sighed into the radio.
We head for the river. We'll cross if we can do it safely.
Sergei's grumbling came back, but they both ignored him as the convoy started moving again. An hour later, they pulled their jeeps off the road, following a track toward the frozen Angara. They parked along the snowy bank, their headlights shining on the rough river ice. Doors squeaked and slammed as everyone piled out, staring across the wide expanse. Around them, a ridgeline encircled the river, dark peaks soaring and disappearing into the thundering snow clouds. At least with the ridge surrounding them, the wind had slowed. It wasn't howling as hard, the harsh bite softened to a sting. Ethan and Jack trudged to the river's edge and stood beside Scott and Sergei. Scott had his face tucked into his zipped-up jacket, even though he was wearing his balaclava.
Just like that winter in Afghanistan, huh?
Scott bumped Ethan's shoulder.
Tracking that opium dealer through the river valley?
Ethan snorted. They had hiked 16 miles up a frozen river, freezing their balls off as they tracked what the locals claimed was a solid source of terrorist intelligence, but what had ended up being a wild goose chase after an opium trader who had stiffed the villagers. Revenge by proxy, courtesy of the U.S. government, according to the villagers.
So,
Sergei grunted.
Who is going to cross first?
Ethan watched, holding his breath, as the first jeep rolled onto the ice. Across the river, Alexei and Anton waited with 2 LEDs propped up on sticks to guide the drivers across. The two had crossed first on foot, checking out the ice and radioing back danger zones and areas where the ice was too thin.
"Is not great,"
Alexei said once he crossed.
"But it is only way."
"Stay slow," Ethan warned over the radio.
"Don't make any waves beneath the ice."
The jeep slowed, almost crawling. Still, Ethan could hear the creaking of the ice beneath its tires. His stomach clenched, and he peered into the darkness, trying to pick out details that were too fuzzy in the falling snow, the outline of the jeep against the darkness smearing into night outside the halo of their taillights on the bank. Jack stood silently at his side, and on the other side of Jack, Scott. Standing apart and alone was Sergei. Snow wrapped around him, wreathing him in solitude. Finally, the first jeep made it across, sliding between the 2 LEDs and rocking up the snowy embankment. Turning, they parked and shined their headlights across the ice, trying to penetrate the snow-filled gloom.
"Next!"
Scott waved for the next jeep to roll out, shouting at them to hurry their asses. He slapped the hood, and the Russian at the wheel gave him the finger and blew him a kiss as he slid onto the ice. And on it went, one jeep after another, slowly through the night. After the first 2, Ethan turned to Jack.
"You should wait inside the vehicle. Stay warm."
He called out to Sergei.
"You too, Mr. President. You both need to keep safe and warm."
Sergei nodded once and headed for his jeep, keeping his gaze on the ice and their fellow drivers. Jack watched Sergei go. "I'm going to talk to him." Ethan nodded, but before Jack left his side, he reached out, stopping him with a squeeze to his elbow.
"Good luck. I'll come get you when it's time."
He dropped a kiss to Jack's balaclava-covered forehead, and, even though most of Jack's face was completely covered, he could see Jack's smile by the crinkle of his eyes. Sergei slammed shut the driver's door, shutting out the snapping wind and the blowing snow. The cold remained, the jeep as frigid as the night, and his breath puffed before him, a great billowing cloud obscuring his vision for a moment. Leaning back, Sergei's eyes slid closed. The pain, the wrenching, aching agony that lived in the center of his chest, twisted, sending a punch to his soul. He tried to breathe through it, but his eyes tightened behind his eyelids, and the sob that always threatened to burst from his lungs crawled too high, too fast, lodging in his throat. Shakily, he exhaled. "God, Sasha," he whispered, his voice trembling. "This is madness. If you were here..." His throat closed, and he swallowed, breathing slowly. "You would hate this. You would be just like Ethan, trying to control everything. Try to make everything safe, as if you could tame the storm and the ice. I can see your scowl." He tipped his head forward, and his eyes opened, blurring when he looked into his lap. "You should be here," he whispered again. "Why did you—" He licked his lips and breathed in again. Anguish twisted the knife within him, and he imagined his blood pouring down his insides, sliding down his ribs, his heart crying the tears he could not shed. "Why did you not say anything?" Squeaking hinges made him look up suddenly, made his eyes freeze dry as snow-sharp air slipped inside the Jeep. A moment later, Jack climbed inside, sitting in the passenger seat and shaking off a layer of snow that had built on his shoulders. Sergei looked away. He sniffed, trying to wipe his nose and pass it off like it was the weather. Jack stared at him. Sergei felt it, felt the weight of his friend's gaze digging into the side of his face. He kept staring into the darkness and tried to count the snowflakes that blew past. Anything to not think about Sasha, or imagine that it was him sitting beside him in the Jeep. Ethan blinked hard, trying to dampen his aching eyes. The cold seemed to sap away everything. Blinking was like closing his eyes over sandpaper. Snow built up around the edges of his balaclava. Scott had ice hanging from the chin of his balaclava, where he exhaled and the moisture of his breath froze. This was ball-shrivelingly cold, colder than Ethan had been in a long time. The Jeeps kept moving one after another. Most had made it across, their trips slow and uneventful. Even the creaking ice had become almost normal, the sounds of the frozen river in their drive almost like music. They could hear the dips and groans, the cadence of the crossing. It was almost predictable, until the sounds changed. A crack like the snap of a heavy whip shot through the air. In an instant he was alert, eyes peeled, spine ramrod straight. At the bank, he and Scott stared through their binos, watching the third-to-last Jeep move over the ice. "Ice is bad, very bad," the driver shouted over the radio. "It's cracking." "Don't accelerate," Scott shouted back. "Don't make waves beneath the ice. You'll make it worse." Tires revving, the Jeep shot ahead, skipping over the ice. Behind them, a crack appeared, snaking almost to the riverbank. The ice groaned like an old wooden ship rocking on the ocean. "Fuck!" Ethan shouted. Scott spewed into the radio, cursing the driver and his intelligence. Blistering Russian spat back. Sighing, Scott glared at the dark crack in the ice, and then at Ethan. "Now what?" "Sergei, look at me." Flinching, Sergei shook his head, still staring out of the side window. Jack's voice was hard, like it had been the first time they had spoken, testing each other's waters back in Prague. "After all this time, after everything we've been through, why this? Why now?" He said nothing. Outside, snow billowed, flurries carving Sasha's face into the wind. "What happened to, 'You have my support and my friendship always'? Sergei, we were more than just world leaders. We were friends." "I cannot look at you, Jack." His fist came down, hitting the steering wheel. "I cannot." "Why?" Jack hissed. "Say it to my face." Slowly, Sergei turned to Jack. "But closed his eyes as his vision blurred. He tried to breathe, but the knife in his chest was back, digging into his heart, trying to cut it out of his body. If only he could cut out his heart. It would hurt less than continuing on like this.
You would remind me of him,
he whispered, his eyes closed.
You remind me of him,
he choked out again, his words breaking apart.
And you remind me of so much more.
The heavy anger filling the Jeep popped, vanishing with a fizz. He heard Jack exhale, heard him slouch back against the front seat. I remember what it was like when I thought Ethan was dead.
Do not compare. Please.
Sergei grunted, turning back to the window, and tried to sniff away the burning behind his eyes.
You have a happy ending.
His lips clamped shut. I remember I wished I had died with him. Even that desire had no comfort for Sergei. Every moment he wished for the pain to end, wished to just lie down and let the world pass over him. Guilt flooded him from all sides of his soul. Guilt and Sasha's voice, admonishing him about his responsibilities. You are the leader Russia needs, he heard in Sasha's voice, like they were sharing drinks again, relaxing in his apartment. You need to bring reform to the rest of Russia. Your government, it can change things. You cannot give up. How had Sasha become the voice in his head? A part of Sergei wondered if he had cracked. Was he so desperate that he'd reconstruct Sasha in his mind, keep his memories alive like a psychic voodoo doll? When would the voice in his head become a phantom that he saw? Would he start talking to shadows and corners? Would he be happier if he did? Would he rather have Sasha back with him, even as a ghost or a phantom of his mind, than cling to sanity?
He would not want that,
Sergei croaked.
He believed so much in me, wanted so much from me.
He heard the smile in Jack's voice. Sounds like Ethan. He wants me to run for another term. Thinks I'm some kind of hero for the country. But I'm not Superman. I'm just a man.
And I am a broken man.
Sergei rubbed his chapped lips together, the torn, frayed skin rough and catching, pulling in painful tears.
I keep reliving the last moments we had.
The call? He shook his head.
At the air base.
When he was doing his final checks.
I chased him. I was angry, shouting. I found out he intended it to be a one-way trip. We fought.
Sergei, Jack breathed. Is that how you left things?
He kissed me.
His voice was lighter than a snowflake.
It is all I can think of.
His sniff broke the silence of the Jeep after a moment, and then Jack's hand gripped his shoulder, slid down his arm, and found his clenched, trembling fist. Jack wrapped his hand around Sergei's and squeezed. Slowly, Sergei opened his fist, capturing Jack's hand and squeezing back. Sharp knocking on the passenger window made them both jump. Jack pulled his hand back as Ethan opened the Jeep's door, standing in the way of the wind.
Something's gone wrong. The last Jeep cracked the ice. We may have to move the crossing if the ice is too badly compromised. Scott and I are going to check it out. We'll be back for you both.
He said the last to Jack, staring into his lover's eyes. Jack nodded. He grabbed his radio. We'll watch from the bank. Jack followed Ethan without looking back, heading for where Scott was prepping Jack and Sasha's Jeep to scout the ice. Sergei followed slowly. They'd unloaded everything, piling their gear and weapons on the bank and leaving the Jeep as light as it could be. Scott had both doors wide open and the windows down. Ethan passed Jack the binoculars, pointed out where the crack in the ice was, and then slid into the driver's seat. He left the door open, as did Scott on his side. Slowly they crept out onto the ice, creaking. The river sounded different than it had before. Maybe it was the wind changing direction or the cold dropping the temperature of the ice. Sergei plunged his hands into his jacket and stood beside Jack, watching and waiting, as Ethan and Scott drove forward. "Ahead is clear 5 feet. Ethan didn't respond. He didn't need to. He kept his focus on the ice, the feet in front of their Jeep illuminated in the headlights. Scott scanned ahead, scouring in every direction. To their left, the dark, jagged crack split the ice, gouging deep. If they stayed away from the spider-webbing fractures, they'd be okay. They could still get the last 2 Jeeps across, or 1 if they doubled up. "You're looking good. Looking good." Scott kept up a steady stream of encouragement as Ethan slowly rolled forward, barely touching the accelerator. He kept it in first gear, kept the engine low and slow. "I think we're good." A tea kettle whistle, the telltale high-pitched scream of an incoming RPG, broke over the ice. Scott whipped his head toward Ethan, his eyes wide. "RPG!" he hollered. "Someone is shooting at us!" "Where?" Frantic, Ethan twisted in his seat, trying to spot the incoming rocket. Did he accelerate and risk the ice fracturing or slam on the brakes? "Where the fuck is it?" "I don't have eyes on." He scanned the black night, trying to peer through the driving snow. Nothing. Whirling around, he turned back to the riverbank, searching for Jack on the snow's edge. With a sick crunch, the RPG slammed into the ice just ahead of them and to their left, shattering the frozen river. Ice exploded, turning into wind-blown daggers, swirling with the snow and slamming into their Jeep. Their windshield shattered, thousands of pieces of glass raining into the cabin. Ethan flew forward, his forehead cracking against the steering wheel. Beneath their tires, the ice crumbled into the rushing waters of the Angara, larger chunks breaking into smaller ones as they collided. The Jeep rocked and rolled on the river's waves as frigid water sloshed around their ankles. With a lurch, the Jeep tipped forward, falling nose first into the river. Scott cursed as Ethan gripped the back of the seat, clinging on tight. Raging waters rushed at their faces, foaming white and bitterly cold, and then the Jeep screeched to a halt, suspended over the open waters. Ethan glanced to his left and right, wide-eyed. The doors, open for the crossing, had caught on chunks of ice in the river, large sheets bumping and colliding before being crunched to smaller fragments and swallowed by the rapids. They had moments before the ice could no longer hold the doors and the Jeep would plunge into the river. "Gotta go." Ethan reached for Scott and shoved him sideways. "Climb." Moving fast, he clambered onto the seat, standing on the worn leather as he hauled himself onto the Jeep's roof. Snow pelted him, and the wind over the river was howling more fiercely than it had been on the shore. Ahead, he could make out the hazy halo of the headlights from the rest of the convoy waiting on the other side of the bank. Scott crouched beside him. "It's a 4-foot jump over open water to the ice," he shouted over the wind. "If we miss it, we're dead. The current will pull us under the ice. If we stay in the Jeep, we're dead too." "Then don't miss!" Scott's grumble belied the wide set of his eyes, the ring of white circling his irises. Ethan held his stare, one hand steadying his friend. A rubber band snap, followed by the clang and plink of metal striking metal, blurred the world. Bullets. Someone was shooting at them. Scott flattened himself to the roof. Ethan ducked and lost his footing, sliding onto the hood of the Jeep, half submerged in the river. His weight made the Jeep groan and the ice holding the doors creak and crack. "Ethan!" Scott shouted. "It's breaking apart!" "Jump, Scott, no!" Who was shooting at them? Who had fired an RPG at their Jeep? Those questions had to wait until they weren't about to be swept into the jaws of the icy river. Ethan held his breath as Scott leaped, flinging himself as hard as he could from the roof, over the rapids and landing in a slide on the ice, skidding to a stop feet away. Ethan's turn. He didn't have the right height to make the jump. He couldn't climb back onto the roof, though. Someone was shooting at them, and he'd be an easy target back up there. He had to jump, and he had to jump now. Inhaling, he pictured Jack, his smile, his laugh, the way he looked at Ethan. Roaring, Ethan exploded off the hood, hurling himself through the air with no finesse. He pulled up his legs, trying to propel himself farther, and barely brushed the edge of the ice in the gurgling rapids before he landed in a skid on his belly on solid ice. Scott scrambled to him on all fours, grabbing at his arms, his shoulders, and hauling him away from the fractured ice in their sinking jeep. Cracking shattered the night again, and the river groaned. And then another giant section of ice fell away, and then another, until most of the frozen river was gone. They huddled on a patch of ice near the embankment, sheltered beneath a low-hanging pine. Breathing hard, Scott pitched forward, resting his forehead against Ethan's shoulder. Ethan fumbled in his jacket, searching his pockets. One hand found the rings he carried, squeezing them tight. The other pulled out his radio. Static and frantic voices choked their secured channel, Russian voices, and Jack calling his name.
"We're all right," he croaked. "We made it to the other side."
"Ethan? What happened? God, I thought—" Jack broke off. "Are you sure you both are all right?" Alexei and Vasily ran toward them, sliding on their boots and shouting in Russian.
"We're okay, Jack. We made it to the others."
Sighing, Ethan pressed the radio to his lips, silently mouthing curses against the plastic. They'd made it, but Jack and Sergei were stranded on the other side, and someone was shooting at them. Alexei and Vasily helped them off the ice, guiding Scott and Ethan to the rest of the convoy on their side of the now rushing river. Giant chunks of ice hung in the waters. Slabs the size of small cars bobbed and rocked, crashing into one another and splintering apart, creating more ice chunks that clogged the rapids. There was no way to cross the river now, not with the ice grinding and crashing through fast-moving eddies and swift, frigid currents. Ethan cursed himself and the world. Leaning against the front grille of Alexei's jeep, he faced the opposite riverbank where he'd left Jack and Sergei. If he squinted, he could almost make out the halo of their headlights in the driving snow. At least, with visibility dropping in the snowstorm, whoever had shot at them would have a hard time doing so again. Where did the RPG come from? Jack, over the radio, was all business. Sergei's trying to spot something through the binos, but with this weather... Alexei hovered at Ethan's shoulder, gripping his rifle.
"It came from that ridge,"
he growled, pointing to a crest above Jack and Sergei.
"We saw spark up there, before impact."
A spark, the backblow from the rocket's launch, a fireball from the exhaust of the RPG. If it had been a spark to Alexei, then it had to be some distance away. They had that, at least, on their side. Jack still had to move, though.
"Get out of there now."
Boiling frustration raged against his heart, clawed at the insides of his ribs. Fire raced down his arms, burned his muscles, and made his hands clench into shaking fists. Damn it, he was supposed to be with Jack, protecting him at all times. Now, someone had fired on them, destroyed their best way across the river, and separated him from Jack. His only consolation, and it was a cold, thin comfort, was that Jack wasn't alone.
"I cannot see shit in the snow."
Sergei's grumbles erupted over the radio.
"Not a damn thing. We need to move. Get out of the area."
Agreed. Jack's voice made him close his eyes. Snow pelted his face like daggers slashing his skin. But if he could, he'd run across the river and back to Jack's side. Didn't they do that in cartoons? Leap from ice cap to ice cap? Couldn't he? "Do you think it was Moroshkin's men?"
"With that kind of weaponry, I'd put money on it."
Ethan stood still, staring across the river. Sergei cut in.
"Whoever it is, we need to be gone before they come down to investigate."
He'd stay close, right on the riverbank. When the snow stopped, he'd be able to see Jack. That would be workable. Not ideal, but he could still see Jack, still know he was all right.
"Get going. Keep a low profile. We'll shadow you on this side."
"No," Sergei interrupted.
"You will trap yourself between the mountains and the river. Head east. We will rendezvous at Ostilga, a settlement, and we'll return north before Bekali."
Ethan bristled. Being across the Angara River was bad enough. Putting more distance between him and Jack was liable to send him over the edge, his stomach twisted, bile rising in the back of his throat.
I will keep him safe, Ethan."
Sergei's deep voice rumbled through the radio static.
"I swear it."
Scott appeared at his elbow, frowning, his eyes pinched and hard.
"The storm's getting worse. We've got to get moving, or we'll get stuck here."
They'd left behind the roads and were back to tracks and game trails. Getting stuck in the snow in the mountains, or worse, sliding down the side of a ravine, was not in the plans, but leave Jack. How bad would it be if he swam back across the river to him? Would he die after 3 or 6 feet in the frigid waters? Groaning, Ethan slammed his fist down on the hood of Alexi's Jeep. Snow jumped from the metal, puffing around him. It was just supposed to be a quick recon of the ice, and now they were being pulled apart again.
"Jack,"
he said, speaking into the radio. "I know, Ethan. I don't like it either." Maybe the shooter didn't know about Jack and Sergei. Most of the convoy was on the east side of the river. Ethan could keep whoever it was that shot at him and Scott on the ice focused entirely on him. If Jack and Sergei slipped away quietly, if he drew attention to himself, as long as Jack stayed safe, he'd do whatever it took.
"You guys head out. Move quietly. We'll try to draw the attention of our shooter."
He nodded to Scott, still at his side, to spread the word.
"It is a day's drive overland to Ostilga. We will see you soon."
Sergei spoke, and then the dim, almost non-existent light from Jack and Sergei's Jeep on the far side of the river winked off. Behind him, the convoy was revving engines and spinning tires. Snow sprayed when some of the wheels skidded out, sliding on the riverbank. A cacophony of noise, a distraction. Hopefully.
"Stay safe,"
he radioed back. Chapter 8. Northern Siberian Permafrost. A low hum filtered through Sasha's fuzzy mind, a droning warble. Smoke stung his nostrils, his eyes burned. Swimming through a dark haze, he struggled to make sense of the world. Molasses slow, he watched his thoughts drip through his mind like fat drops of water, quivering before falling away. Bakara C, the missile, his ejection, Sergei's face, his smile, the Spetsnaz lieutenant, the forest, Sergei's laugh, falling into the snow, the look on Sergei's face just after he'd kissed him. No, not that memory. Sasha kicked, struggling, trying to pull himself out of whatever delirium he'd fallen into. With a rush, like being plucked face first from deep underwater, reality returned. Gasping, he popped open his eyes and flailed, struggling against something heavy that held down his arms and legs. He kicked over and over, desperation crawling up the backs of his legs and making his palms itch. Where was he? Had he been captured? Did the Spetsnaz have him?
"Asia Bishindi?"
A deep voice spoke, words and sounds that meant nothing to him. Blurry shapes moved nearby, a dark mass coming closer. Blinking fast, Sasha tried to focus, but his eyes kept burning, watering and overflowing.
"I will try again,"
the voice said, in Russian this time.
"Hello. Welcome back."
Breathing fast, Sasha stared as the blurry shape took form, becoming an old man. A Siberian with weathered, tanned skin, wide cheekbones, and narrow, dark eyes. His lips were thin and wrinkled, and thick lines around his mouth carved up his cheeks, disappearing into his hairline. He wore a dirty felt hat, dinted on one side, and a long trench coat, the kind that would have been fashionable in Moscow in the 1980s. Buttons were missing, and the waist was tied with a frayed bit of rope.
"Who are you?"
Sasha croaked. His voice cracked, and he coughed.
"Where am I?"
The old man reached down and brought up a misshapen copper mug. He held it out.
"Warm water. You need it."
He held the cup to Sasha's lips. He almost didn't drink. He tried to snip the cup and the liquid within, but the man's dirt-crusted hands smelled of loam, pine, and black dirt, and something else, something coppery that stained his fingers red and iron-brown. Slowly, Sasha opened his cracked lips. Warm water, fresh and clear, quenched his thirst. "I am Kalaki. You are in my home." Eyes darting left and right, Sasha finally focused on his surroundings. He was lying on the ground inside a yurt. Long birch poles formed a haphazard pyramid and were lashed together above his head. Canvas and old hides were wrapped on the poles, laid over each other in a hodgepodge assortment. The center was open to the sky, and tart, pungent smoke snaked lazily out of the opening. Heavy, oily smoke hovered just above where he lay, stinging his eyes. Reindeer hides covered him from his shoulders down, a thick pile that was almost smothering. The weight pinned his arms and legs. Across the yurt, blankets lay on the ground. A stave with a hoof rested on one blanket, next to a small drum made of old stained hide.
"We found you in the snow."
Outside, bells jingled and animals snorted. Voices sounded, calling and talking to each other in the same language he had first heard Kalaki speak.
"You are a Siberian, a tribesman."
He coughed, and Kalaki held the cup to his lips again.
"We are reindeer herders,"
Kalaki said, smiling.
"We have lived here for hundreds of years, before Russia, before the Soviet Union and the Bolsheviks, and everything else."
Kalaki's words came back to him. "We found you in the snow." He tried to sit up, but the weight of the hides and his body's weakness kept him pinned.
"Where did you find me? You should not have brought me back here. It is too dangerous for you." "I know about the wolves that chase you."
"No wolves," Sasha snapped. "Mean soldiers, Spetsnaz troops, hunters."
"Yes, I know. We have seen their helicopter searching the forest for days now."
Sasha's next protest died on his lips.
"You know what a helicopter is?"
Kalaki grinned. His teeth were old and worn, with gaps between them.
"Of course. The children are taken to boarding school by helicopter every autumn and return when the snows melt in summer."
He chuckled.
"You do not know much about life in Siberia, do you?" "They will keep looking for me." "They already are. We waved to them yesterday. They flew off." "They will be back." "Not if these hunters only see Siberian tribesmen. We are easy to ignore, yes?"
Sasha swallowed. He stayed quiet.
"Right now, you must recover your strength. You were dangerously cold when we found you. We got you warm in time to keep your fingers and toes, and other parts."
Kalaki chuckled.
"Thank you."
Kalaki stretched, his bones creaking, and went back to sitting beside Sasha's nest of reindeer hides. A fire smoldered in the center of the yurt, in a fire pit lined with black stones. He stoked it, adding pine needles and twigs, and then sticks and a small log. Last, he tore apart dried leaves and dropped them over the flames. The smoke turned sharp and bitter. A few seconds later, Sasha's nose twitched.
"It is a healing smoke,"
Kalaki said, eyeing Sasha's scrunched-up face.
"I left the doorway to the underworld open, hoping that your lost soul would return."
Sasha stared at Kalaki, blinking slowly. Kalaki smiled.
"I thought, when we first found you, that it was the cold that had your souls out of balance. But when you warmed up, you were still missing something. One of your 3 souls was gone."
He snapped his fingers, holding out his empty palm. Dirt stained the center.
"I went to go find it. down into the underworld, across the river, and into the coastlands. It is the land of the dead down there in Kergu, where the Agdi live. Evil spirits that can steal a person's soul.
Sasha said nothing. He had never been one for religion, not the Eastern Orthodox faith of Russia, not the Western, individualistic Christianity. One of his fellow pilots had been a Buddhist, after falling for a girl during his time studying abroad in China. As a boy in school, he had learned about the tribesmen of Siberia and their animist beliefs. Primitive, his teachers had said. Simple nature worship.
I searched for your soul, but the reindeer came and told me there was nothing to find. The Agdi hadn't taken anything.
Kalaki's dark eyes peered into Sasha, as if they knew his secrets.
Then, where is it?
Eyebrows raised, Sasha stared. The old man wanted to tell stories. Fine, he could listen.
You cut it out yourself.
Sasha stopped breathing.
You cut out the parts of yourself you do not want. Threw them away, like you could get rid of them. But you cannot. They are part of you. Forever.
He looked away and tried to breathe. Smoke stank like death and stung his nose. He closed his eyes, started counting in his head, recited pre-flight procedures for his old MiG, anything to not listen to Kalaki's voice.
Cutting out a soul is no easy thing. What hate you must have within you, of yourself. You have hurt yourself. Stop! Shut up! Quit talking! You can let it back in. It is out there, waiting for you.
This is crazy talk, he snapped. You're just a tribesman. Kalaki smiled and grabbed another dried leaf. He broke it over the flames and started to hum. Chapter 9. Southern Siberia. Jack and Sergei lurched over rough ground, keeping the Angara on their left as they headed south. Sergei stopped every hour or so to check the ice on the river. He came back each time with a frown and a shake of his head.
"We keep going," he said. "We will cross when we can."
They moved slowly and as quietly as they could. Jack kept a rifle in his gloved hands as he sat in the passenger seat, constantly scanning for anything around them, any sign of the shooter or that they were being pursued. The sun had just risen, turning the sky a muted, heavy lead. The embankment ran out, and they turned into the mountains, putting more distance between the river and their jeep, and Ethan. Ethan's absence was an ache in Jack's heart, a sense of loss that hovered around him. Where were their shared smiles, the looks they traded in silence as if they could read each other's thoughts, the hand that would slide into his during the drive, a simple act that made the world feel warmer? Sometimes he said things Ethan swore were on the tip of his tongue, and they had laughed together, their worlds aligning like pages turning in a book. Being without Ethan, without that effortless love and care, was like a piece of himself was missing. Sergei, silent and dour behind the wheel, did not make things any easier. Not much had been said since their conversation at the river, when Sergei had nearly broken down, but he gripped Jack's hand instead. Where was the Sergei who could talk to a wall and make it laugh, befriend a lamppost, spin a yarn that captivated whole rooms? Jack kept quiet, watching out of the window.
"Tell me how you and Ethan came to be lovers."
He turned and stared at Sergei. Sergei wouldn't look back, his jaw clenched, and he gripped the steering wheel, one elbow propped on the windowsill with his hand on his forehead.
"I only know what the media reported, and all of it contradicted each other. I do not know what actually happened."
Slowly, Jack began to speak. He told Sergei about their friendship, about how Ethan was a breath of fresh air in a stilted world, how, even as the President of the United States, he'd become starved for human interaction and friendship. what Ethan had risked giving that to him, and how their friendship had grown, deepened, and become something more. Sound familiar? Sergei said nothing. And then he told Sergei about the kiss. Ethan's hopeful, aching heart wishing for the best, and Jack, shocked and shaken and reacting without thinking, how they'd fallen apart, and then they had come back together, ironically, to stand against Sergei in Prague. Finally, Sergei reacted. Frowning, he shook his head as if he was trying to understand.
You didn't know this about yourself before, Ethan?
No. I was never attracted to men before him. Generally, I'm still not. He hesitated. I do know myself enough to recognize that I fall for someone with my heart first. That's how it was with him and me. I already had fallen for him, and then the desire started. Maybe if I'd given it a chance before, the same thing would have happened with someone else. If I had been open to it. Sergei scowled. His cheeks darkened, and his lips pressed together, a thin red line slashing across his hawkish face.
What's this No. I am done talking about this.
His hands kneaded the steering wheel again. He refused to look at Jack. Sergei.
We come from different worlds, Jack.
Sergei snapped.
You know nothing.
Jack's temper flared white-hot, racing through him in an instant, cold fire burning bright. You're right. I know nothing about falling for a man for the first time, nothing about trying to figure out a whole new sexuality, make sense of a new world, or of choosing to accept the love of the best man I've ever known.
So American. You think you have all the answers.
You're afraid.
Maybe I just do not want it.
Sergei bellowed. He glared at Jack, his eyes dark and pinched.
Maybe I saw everything you went through, and I want nothing to do with that kind of trouble.
Sergei's words were like daggers, cutting into him.
Fuck, Sergei. He died for you, and you can't even say that you cared for him? He did not die for me.
Sergei's voice went high, strangled and thin.
He was determined to go on the mission. The mission you said was important. You made him go.
He gave you everything he had. Every last thing, so you could keep fighting. We'd be blind if it weren't for his sacrifice.
He should not have gone,
Sergei hollered. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the Jeep jumped ahead, spitting snow behind their tires as they slipped almost sideways on the mountain track.
You should have helped me stop him.
Why? So he can still be here to follow you around, wait for whatever handout you think would keep him interested? Brakes squealed, and the Jeep shuddered to a halt, sliding on the frozen ground. Sergei threw open his door and leaped from the cabin, striding away. Jack followed, jumping out and shouldering the rifle. He left his balaclava on the front seat. His boots disappeared in the snow as he shouted at Sergei's back. At the very least, you could acknowledge that he meant something to you.
You think I do not love him?
Sergei spun, rage twisting his face into something ugly. Spittle flew from his lips.
Of course I do. He is the voice in my head. I see him in the snow and in the stars. I cannot be free of him.
Jack froze. He stared at Sergei, breathing hard and shaking in the glow of the headlights, shin deep in the powdery snow. Silence strained the frozen forest, the feet that separated them. Shoulders heaving, Sergei dragged in breath after breath, swallowing gulps of frosty air. He looked away from Jack, into the forest, his hands on his hips. When he spoke, his voice was too deep and it shook. A blade sliced through the air, past Jack's cheek, and embedded in Sergei's shoulder. Blood wept down the front of Sergei's jacket, straining the snow beneath him. "Sergei!" Jack stumbled through the snow to him just as Sergei's knees buckled. Jack fumbled, trying to catch Sergei and unshoulder the rifle at the same time. He crouched low and peered into the trees. Thick pine trunks and low-hanging needles, coated in frost, bushes and alpine brush, buried in drifts. Other than the quietly falling snow, nothing moved. Sergei grunted as he pulled the short blade from his shoulder. Blood stained his hands and dripped from the tip. "What are you doing?" Jack tore his gaze away from the trees, watching Sergei's blood spatter to the snow. Every first aid course Jack had ever taken had said the same thing. Leave a stab wound alone, and don't take the weapon out. The knife looked short, though, and homemade. Metal filed into a spike of some sort, or a shank? Sergei wiped the blade in the snow, cleaning the blood off. He peered at it, pressing his free hand against his bleeding shoulder. "Jack," Sergei hissed. "We have to get back to the jeep, now." "What is it? Miroshkin's men?"
Worse.
Turning, Jack found Sergei's gaze. His eyes were wide, and, for the first time, terrified. He nodded. "I'll cover you back to the jeep." Sergei's face went bone-white, the color of the snow that surrounded them, and his eyes darted over Jack's shoulder. A moment later, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of Jack's head, and a gruff voice barked. "Urunik Vindovku." Chapter 10. Northern Siberian Permafrost. Sasha trudged behind Kalaki, marching with the other tribesmen as they followed a herd of reindeer across the snow-covered plain. White blanketed the landscape as far as he could see, and snow fell from the bleak steel sky. At least 300 reindeer moved ahead, some with bells on their antlers or tied to a rope around their neck. Others wore harnesses handmade from leather and hides and carried the camp on their backs. In just an hour, the entire camp and Kalaki's yurt had been disassembled, the hides and old canvas folded and birch poles stacked and packed. They were on the move minutes later. Kalaki had brought Sasha a set of clothes, a mismatched ensemble of old snow pants and a bright orange sweater with holes in the hem. A green hat with a yellow pom-pom and a stained bright blue jacket rounded out the gifts of clothing. He was a walking eyesore, and as far from covert as he could be. But the clothes were warm, if smelly. They stank like wood smoke, like they had sat around 1,000 campfires and soaked up all the ash and embers.
"We are taking the herd south," Kalaki told him as they set off. "They have eaten the lichen in these parts. We have another feeding ground for them. They are eager to go."
After an hour, Sasha's legs nearly gave out. His thighs burned, days of trudging through deep drifts taking their toll. Kalaki gave him a steaming thermos and told him to drink. Strong dark tea warmed his belly, and melted butter in the brew coated his tongue. Kalaki also handed him a stick to chew, which tasted vaguely minty and turned to pulp on his tongue. They kept going. They started walking again after breaking for a lunch of raw fish, caught that morning before leaving camp, and more twigs. Sasha heard it first. He'd been trying to listen for the sound for days, the heavy thump of rotors in the air and the dull hum of the engine rumbling over the taiga. The Spetsnaz platoon was back. He jogged to Kalaki's side, keeping his head down.
"Those wolves you mentioned,"
he grunted.
"They're coming. Keep with the herd. They've flown over us for days now. We should be no more interesting to them now than before."
Kalaki walked on, singing a song that the others picked up. Their low voices, some painfully out of tune, bounced off the snow and carried on the air. The reindeer snorted, a few stamping their feet at the sound. Sasha stayed near a fat mare, grouchy and cantankerous. She snorted at the singing and bleated at the reindeer that passed her, bells tinkling from their antlers. Despite himself, Sasha grinned, and he rested one hand on her thick back, scratching at the fur between her shoulders. She grumbled, but didn't shake him off. The noise of the chopper drew closer, a pounding that vibrated Sasha's bones. The ground began to tremble, and the reindeer snorted and whined. The fat mare gave Sasha a look, as if accusing him of causing the entire mess. He dug his fingers into her fur, trying to still his hands, shaking. When the chopper passed overhead, Sasha kept his head turned down, his face toward the snow. Still, he felt the roar of the rotors like a punch to his gut, and loose snow kicked up in a swirling storm, whirlwinds snaking through the herd and disrupting the animals. They snorted and whined again, and some tried to run, Others, a few at the bells, chased the spooked reindeer down and guided them back with nips to the butt. Kalaki and his fellow herdsmen waved to the chopper. If they were saying hello or telling the Spetsnaz to fuck off and get away from the reindeer, Sasha couldn't tell. After the chopper passed, Sasha looked back over his shoulder. Hanging out of the cargo hold, his hand fisted in a gear strap and his boots braced on the run rails, the Spetsnaz lieutenant peered through his binoculars. Sasha looked away quickly, but he heard the chopper bank and turn around, heading back the way they'd come, right for the herd. His heart sank. "Kalaki, they're coming back." Kalaki stopped singing and stopped fussing with one of the reindeer, making faces at the animal as it jingled its bells, shaking its head back and forth. Standing tall, Kalaki stared down the approaching chopper in his flapping trench coat like a lone warrior from a classic film. Sasha blinked, and then Kalaki was moving, shouting to his herdsmen and smacking the butts of reindeer around him. He made his way to the rear of the herd, where the reindeer bearing the camp's supplies were plodding along. Kalaki pulled a rifle from the side of his reindeer's harness. It was old, with a wooden stock and an iron sliding bolt, but it looked nasty. He grabbed a shoulder bag with ammunition stuffed to the brim. The others were grabbing rifles and shotguns as well and arming their weapons. "Here." Kalaki caught a rifle thrown his way. He turned to Sasha. "For you." He slapped the reindeer, carrying his belongings, all of his worldly possessions, and the animal took off, snorting and running as fast as it could while carrying its load. There was nowhere to hide on the open plain, no cover to be found, no snow trench to hurriedly dig. The men lined up with Kalaki, their rifles and shotguns armed and ready to fire. A line of men standing in the snow, facing down a charging attack helicopter. It was a bravery Sasha didn't have. "They will kill you!" he shouted, down on one knee. "We have to run!" "No, we face our enemy." Kalaki sighted down his rifle, taking aim at the chopper. The roar had started again, the slash and cut of the rotors against the sky. Snow started to blow, kicked up and sprayed through the air, whiting out the world. Perhaps an opportunity. Sasha ran into the blinding snow, the driving flakes slashing at his cheeks. He ducked and rolled, took a faceful of snow, and then opened fire as the chopper roared overhead, lost in the swirling whiteout. He aimed for the fuel hatch, the rear rotor. He got 2 shots off from the old shotgun before the weapon clicked. As he fired, so did the chopper. Gunmen, Spetsnaz troops hanging out of the cargo hold and braced against the rails opened up on Kalaki and the herdsmen. Visibility was low in the swirling snow kicked up from the rotor wash, but Kalaki and his men hadn't moved. Or had they? Shadows darted through the snowstorm, shapes moving in the gloom. Gunshots echoed, heavy bursts followed by metallic plinks and the snap of bullets striking steel. Something fell, a loud scream, and then the whoomp of impact. Sasha darted forward, sliding 2 new slugs into a shotgun. A body lay ahead, face down and wearing a black uniform and helmet. He kicked the body over, one of the Spetsnaz troopers. Sasha grabbed his rifle and rooted through his pockets. Overhead, the chopper was still roaring, still kicking up snow. Bullets flew through the snow haze. A man screamed, shouts in Russian, and then shadowy figures seemed to slink through the whiteout. Spetsnaz, rappelling from the chopper. Perfect. They'd just given him a fixed location. Sasha's hand closed around what he'd been looking for. Gritting his teeth, a feral wild surge flowed through him as he ripped the pins from the heads of 4 stolen grenades and hurled them toward where the chopper hovered. He dove to the ground and covered his head, burying his face in the snow. He counted to 3. The chopper burst apart, shearing like a can wrenched in half. Flaming debris rained down on the snow as the lithe helicopter body pitched forward, plunging to the ground. Rotors chewed into the ice, splintering apart and flying through the air. 2 Spetsnaz troopers went down, bits of broken helicopter and molten metal embedded in their necks. Burning fuel spread, slithering on the snow and catching fire. Finally, Sasha could see what was happening. Kalaki and 5 of his men were still fighting, shooting and running. As he watched, Kalaki rose and took aim at a soldier dazed from the blast of the chopper and fired. His trench coat fluttered, and the bloom from the crash lit up the sky behind him, silhouetting his form. For a moment, Sasha saw the outline of a bear and a wolf, an eagle and a reindeer standing beside Kalaki, all in a line, ghostly and ethereal. The animals were ferocious, as if they were each attacking in time with Kalaki and facing off against the Spetsnaz troops. He blinked, and the spectral animals vanished. Kalaki ducked, and another man rose to fire on the Spetsnaz. One went down, crimson staining the blood beneath his body. The Spetsnaz had lost 4 men, 3 shot, and the one who had fallen before Sasha. That left 3 more, 2 troopers and the lieutenant. Sasha scanned the makeshift battlefield, a mix of snow and flame and burning debris. Where was the lieutenant? He wouldn't go down that easy. A snap cracked the air beside his head, and warmth rushed down his cheek. Cursing, Sasha ducked to the snow and felt the side of his face. His hand came away bloody. Where had the shot come from? He searched the snowy plain, saw Kalaki face down another trooper and win, saw one of the Spetsnaz jog back toward the burning wreckage of the chopper and take a bullet to the back of the leg, saw another herdsman line up for the finishing shot, and then he spotted a smudge of darkness in the snow, a man half buried in a hastily dug snow trench. Easy to miss, easy to pass right over. A line of fuel burnt between him and the man, shivering the air with heat waves. For a moment, Sasha doubted what he saw. Another bullet cracked the air, a whistling snap that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. Dropping to his stomach, Sasha lined up on the snow, sighting the dark smudge through his sights on his rifle, through the shimmering flames. He'd have 1 shot at this. He inhaled, exhaled. Another shot snapped past his cheek, stinging with the burn of metal-slicing skin, and squeezed the trigger. He dropped and felt his cheek. Just a scratch. Rolling away, Sasha waited for another shot, holding his breath. Had he done it? He got to his feet slowly and saw the last of the soldiers go down, bleeding out on the snow. Kalaki was shouting to his men, rounding them up and taking their faces in his hands and looking into their eyes, one by one. Sasha ran across the snow, skirting the broken pieces of helicopter and the burning fuel. He kept his eyes on the man half buried in the snow trench, the dark smudge of his body barely visible. Red spread through the snow beneath him, a stain that kept growing. When he got there, he heard the man's rasping breaths. Dropping to his knees, Sasha hauled him from the snow trench and rolled him over. His shot had pierced the man's shoulder. Blood drenched the snow on his front and back. Dark, hateful eyes glared up at Sasha. Blood-flecked lips spat, lobbing a wad of spit into his face. A long, thin scar curved down the man's face. On his black jacket, Polishenko was stitched in white thread next to his officer rank. It was him, the lieutenant. Part of Sasha wanted to bury Polishenko's face in the snow, smother him to death in the winter wasteland he had hunted Sasha through, force him to choke on frigid fear and emptiness. Or he could put a bullet in his brain, end it quickly. Kalaki's shout made Sasha turn, though. Riders approached, men doubled up on snowmobiles and waving automatic rifles in the air. Shots pierced the air, long rat-a-tat-tats that spoke of the men's lack of training. These were not soldiers, these were thugs, bandits with weapons coming out of their ears. The riders broke into 2 groups, each circling to one side of the crash and pinning them in the center. He grabbed his rifle and ran to Kalaki's side, leaving Polishenko to bleed. "What now?" "I thought you would know." Kalaki stared at him serenely, as if they hadn't just downed a helicopter and killed a troop of Spetsnaz forces. Blood was smeared across his cheek and chin. "I do not know who these men are." The hum and rumble of the snowmobiles grew, a high-pitched whine as they revved their engines and closed their circle around Sasha and Kalaki's men, like a snake constricting around its prey. Sasha whirled, spinning as fast as he could, his rifle raised, but there were too many men and snowmobiles zooming by. Snow arced from their treads, spraying in Sasha's face. "These mean we cannot fight." Sasha whipped around, staring at Kalaki, his jaw hanging open. "There are too many. Kalaki tossed his rifle to the snow and raised his hands. "And I have already lost enough men today." Scattered among the bodies of the troopers, some of Kalaki's herdsmen lay broken and bled out. "I will fight," Sasha snarled. Turning, he raised his rifle and took aim. A deep voice laughed behind him. Whirling, he saw one of the new arrivals had already crept up on him. Standing over Sasha, bulky and heavy-set, the man wore a thick snow jacket and a full-face balaclava. Before Sasha could swing his rifle around, the man slammed the butt of his own weapon into Sasha's stomach, and then his face. Bones crunched, and the world went black before he hit the snow. Chapter 11. Seattle. Jesus, customs took forever. Sighing again, Doc switched his bag from his right shoulder to his left and crossed his arms. A family of 5 was making a mess of their entry to the U.S. One kid had drawn on the immigration form, another was crying about their juice box. Of the 3 lanes that were open, moving people through customs and into the domestic side of Seattle's airport, that one had been the fastest. No more. Doc regretted his choice in line. A few lanes over, Coleman, Kobayashi, and Park waited, pretending they didn't know each other. Wright and Ruiz were to his left, earbuds in their ears and looking bored. Faisal stood in front of Doc. Adam stood behind them. Awkward. He and Faisal had unofficially buddied up, staying near while deplaning from the London flight and moving toward customs control. They didn't talk, but Doc felt Faisal's gaze on him when he wasn't looking, and he likewise kept one eye on Faisal and one eye on the crowd watching Faisal. When Adam had come up behind them both, standing way too close for a stranger and clearing his throat, Doc had thrown him a long glare. And then the fidgeting began. Adam shifted from foot to foot, folded and unfolded and refolded the dangling strap of his backpack, scuffed the toe of his boot on the frayed carpet, cleared his throat, again and again. Finally, it was Faisal's turn at the counter. Doc stepped into the space he vacated, waiting behind the plastic flappers that kept the line pinned back away from the customs officers in their booths. He kept his head down, but listened as Faisal gave his name and passport over. "Reason for your visit to the U.S." The customs officer, a woman past middle age with all the vibrancy and sour attitude of any government employee, looked over Faisal's entry form before laying his Saudi passport on the scanner. "Visiting friends." Faisal smiled, but the woman ignored him. Her fingers slammed down on her keyboard, the clacking of nails on keys like a rake against concrete. Her keystroke slowed. She frowned, staring at her screen. "You said you were visiting friends, sir." Doc's ears perked up. Behind him, Adam froze, breathing hard. "That's right." "Are you traveling alone, sir? We're going to need to ask you some questions." "Fuck this." Doc pushed through the flappers and strode to Faisal's side. He wrapped one arm around Faisal's waist and leaned in close, dropping a kiss to his stunned cheek. "Hey, honey." "Sir, who are you? What are you doing?" The customs official stood in her booth glaring at Doc. She pointed back to the line. "You need to wait your turn, sir." "Sorry." He searched her uniform, looking for the name tag. "Desiree. Thought I could help clear things up a bit with my fiancé." He tilted his head, resting it against Faisal's, and smiled. Below the booth edge, out of sight, he squeezed Faisal's hip. Hard. Slowly, Faisal's arm snaked around his waist. He smiled and dropped a light, feathery kiss to Doc's temple. Desiree eyed them both. "You two are getting married?" "Yes, ma'am." Doc beamed. "Why didn't you fill out your form together?" Desiree waved Faisal's entry form in one hand. "It said families could fill out one form. I don't know. I didn't think we qualified." Doc shrugged. "I just didn't want to do it wrong. But we're definitely family." Again he smiled, pushing his cheek against Faisal's. God, Faisal had better be smiling too, or they would be spending hours in a holding tank being interrogated by a grumpy cop with a beer gut and no hair. Desiree pursed her lips again, narrowed her eyes, and glared at them both. Finally, she held out her hand for Doc's passport and killed the warning screen that had flashed when Faisal's was scanned, a string of codes Doc couldn't make sense of. Doc's passport passed easily, and she handed both back together. "Congratulations. Welcome to the United States of America." She nodded them through, already impatient. Next!
Doc hurried Faisal out of the lane. As he did, he caught sight of Adam behind them. Adam looked wrecked. Pale, his hair mussed and standing on end, his fingers sliding through his long strands too many times, wide eyes dark with hurt like a puppy kicked for the first time. Well, what the fuck did he expect? He was the one who was supposed to be helping Faisal, not Doc. Why wasn't he stepping up and doing what was right? Sighing, Doc kept his arm around Faisal's waist as they walked through the concourse. Their next flight up to Anchorage, Alaska wasn't for another 4 hours. They had time to kill. You can let go now. Doc squeezed Faisal's hip. Let's keep it going for a little longer, just in case they put eyes on. Faisal stayed quiet. I'm starving. Jesus, that food on the flight was terrible. Let's get something to eat. He glanced Faisal's way. Anything you need? Want? Briefly, Faisal's gaze darted over his shoulder, and Doc caught the twist and turn that Faisal aborted. It would have been nice if he had stepped in. A tiny smile. Not that I am not grateful for your help. Yeah, I know. Doc frowned, sighing as they kept walking. A restaurant on the right caught his eye, along with the sign in the window. Hey, this place says they do kosher and halal stuff. Is that cool for you? Yes, thank you. Together they headed for the restaurant, and Doc snaked a table on the far side. He took the chair against the wall, able to watch everyone who passed by and cover all corners. Faisal sat facing the concourse and searched the passers-by, clearly watching for a certain set of shoulders and a messy head of brown hair. Chapter 12. Southern Siberia. Sergei kept his eyes locked on Jack, their gazes fixed together. Jack had his hands up, but the man had already wrenched Jack's rifle away. Over 6 feet tall, with a shaved head, hulking muscles, and a face like a pit bull that had lost a dogfight, he was terrifying to look at. A faded skull tattoo lined one side of his neck. He didn't wear a jacket, just a thin, stained tank top. An 8-pointed star was tattooed on each shoulder. The edge of what looked like rays of a sun poked up above his neckline beneath a tattooed dagger that seemed to run beneath his throat. Prison tattoos. Do not move. He tried to scream with his eyes. Do not move, Jack. The man growled in Russian. What brings two strange men into my wilderness? Jack swallowed hard. Sergei watched the rise and fall of his Adam's apple. Shit. Jack would be deaf to this. He didn't know Russian at all, save for the polite diplomatic phrases. We are passing through, Sergei replied, also in Russian. The man circled behind him, slow, heavy steps through the crunching snow. And who are you? The tip of the man's rifle stroked up Sergei's cheek. Sergei's eyes slipped closed briefly. Thank God for small favors. We are no one, he said, his voice shaking. And who is this? Who doesn't speak? Turning, the man jabbed his rifle into Jack's face and pressed the bore hard against his cheek, smashing his face. A friend! Sergei tried to stand, but the man grabbed Jack's hair, pulled him back, and shoved the rifle under his chin. Jack stared at Sergei, his eyes like saucers. He is a friend. He speaks no Russian. The man threw Jack down face first into the snow. He paced again, circling behind them as Sergei shuffled to Jack's side. A Russian, and a foreigner in my country. He hummed. We will leave. You can go about your business. My business is you, the man growled. He stood back, braced his legs, and pointed his rifle dead center at Sergei's forehead. I have been tracking you for 2 days. Cut you off from your herd at the river. Led you away, down to me. Dread sank within Sergei, pulling in the pit of his belly. They were already caught in this man's web. Desperation clawed out of him, a primal, base need to fight his way free and survive, the instincts of prey caught by a predator. Had this been what this man's victims had felt like all those years ago?
Terror and an adrenaline-soaked dread flooded him. His heart raced, pounding so hard his eyeballs ached. The need to run, to flee, to escape was blinding.
"We are no sport for you."
The man laughed.
"Like this, caught, on your knees in the snow."
He knelt and grabbed Sergei's chin, squeezing hard.
"I hunted you here,"
he hissed. Another squeeze, and then he threw Sergei down in the snow beside Jack.
"It's been a long time,"
he breathed, rolling his neck,
"since I had a true hunt."
Sergei's eyes met Jack's again. They saw terror, the fear of not knowing a shred of what was happening, how fucked they truly were. He wanted to try and comfort Jack, but how? He shook his head faintly.
"On your feet,"
the man barked.
"Now!"
Sergei scrambled, and he reached for Jack, helping him up. He stood in front of Jack, holding him back, and faced the man with his chin held high.
"You will pay for what you do,"
he vowed, his voice finally not shaking. If not him and Jack, then Ethan would find this man, avenge their deaths. His men, too. Anton, Alexei, Vasily, Ilya, if Ilya was still alive.
"I was told that once before."
Grinning with broken yellow teeth, the man raised his rifle again, sighting down the barrel.
"They locked me up. Threw away the key. Put me in a concrete box and said I'd never see another human being again. Stole the sun from me. I tried to chew through the walls once."
Jack's hand slid into Sergei's. He laced their gloved fingers together. Sergei squeezed back.
"I'm so sorry, Jack. I'm sorry, Ethan."
There was a part of him that let go, though, a release, like part of himself slipped away early, vanishing from his body.
"Social. I will see you soon."
The man rested his cheek against the barrel of his rifle.
"Now,"
he growled.
"Run."
For a moment they both froze, Sergei's brain already set on being shot. He was turning out the lights, drawing inward, readying himself to die. Jack tugged on his hand. His eyes flashed to the man standing stock still and grinning, his finger hovering over the trigger. He would shoot them in the back the first chance he got, when it was entertaining for him. They had one chance to flee. Slowly, Sergei started backing away, holding on to Jack. His eyes darted to the right and left. They had to lose themselves in the trees. They had no weapons, no way to fight back. Blood still oozed sluggishly from his shoulder down his arm and dripped from his wrist into the snow. They were 10 meters away, though, and still moving backward. Jack's shoulder brushed against the thick trunk of a pine.
"When I say, turn and run into the trees, Jack,"
Sergei hissed.
"Stay low. Run for your life."
Jack breathed in and out, his breath fogging the air. He gripped Sergei's hand. "We go together. Are you ready?" Another step back. Sergei saw the man's smile. "Go, now!" Jack darted between the trees, ducking low, and ran. Sergei followed on his heels, leaping through the snow and zigzagging between trunks and low forest brush. A bullet slammed into a trunk, splintering the bark. Shards hit Sergei's jacket. Dirt scratched at his eyeball.
"Jack, to your right!"
He pictured the map they had been using, folded, worn, and stained, lying on the front seat of the Jeep, and the mountains they were winding through. The river to the right, the ridge rising to the left. They were pinned in, trapped by Siberia and her unforgiving claws. Their only hope was to climb the ridge. Jack scrambled through the snow, weaving through trees and starting up the ridge. He slipped, falling on his face, and came up sputtering. Sergei grabbed his arm and hauled him up, dragging him until he found his feet and pushed away. The man stalked them, following at a steady pace. He fired up the ridge, the whoop of bullets burying in snow and the thrash and rattle of bushes being hit enough to make Sergei's heart burst.
"Who is he?"
Jack wheezed, slipping behind a trunk and pausing for a moment, heaving as he tried to catch his breath.
"Who the hell is chasing us?"
Sergei waved at Jack, watching the man's dark shadow start up the ridge behind them.
"We have to keep moving."
Who is he? Jack repeated, his eyes flaring. What aren't you telling me? He's a prisoner. Sergei followed Jack's elbow and shoved him forward, dragging him along as they ran. Milos Dictator from Black Dolphin Prison. It's where we keep the worst of our criminals. He's been there for 2 decades. He has no idea who we are, which is our only salvation. What did he do? They called him the Rubinsk Hunter. He haunts people, Jack. Stalks them like animals, tortures them. It is sport to him. He killed the prison guard, didn't he? It looked like something he would do. He used to leave his victims for people to find, gutted, tied up on display. It was a horror show. I don't remember this. You think Russia shared details of her worst crimes with the world? Especially when Putin was in charge. Ha! Russia barely knew it all. I was in FSB then. I sold the case files. We were all looking for this monster. Finally, they were at the top of the ridge. Sergei stayed low. He beckoned Jack down, too. A bullet whizzed over their heads, another slammed into the dirt only a half-meter away. Was there a riot? How did he break out of the prison? No one can break out of Black Dolphin. It is not possible. Never, ever has it happened. Jack flung his hand out, pointing down the ridge. He's right there! Something else. Something terrible, I think. Sergei started down the ridgeline, shuffling through the snow and bracing himself with one hand. He moved as fast as he could, risking a sudden drop-off. Branches slashed his face, his cheeks and chin. Jack followed, almost on top of him. I do not think he is the only prisoner hiding in these mountains. It was him at the river, wasn't it? How the hell does a prisoner get an RPG? Prisons in Russia are not like prisons in America, Jack. If there is a riot, it is put down, definitively. With an RPG? Jack's voice went high as he hissed. Sergei didn't answer. They moved fast, trudging through the deep powder. Sergei looked back once and saw Milo standing on the ridge. The trees thickened, tangled with brush and warrens built by animals over the years. Sergei kicked through the brambles, the branches, and pulled Jack with him, keeping him close. Another gunshot cracked the air like a slap to their eardrums. Pete tensed, waiting for the impact. Bark exploded off a trunk next to Jack's head. Sergei pulled Jack away, spinning him around and shoved him ahead. Go! They clambered through, trying to crawl over the thickened brush covered in snow and hard frost. Jack slipped, falling face first with the hard smack. Sergei froze. The snow Jack landed on wasn't powder. Slowly, Jack slid on his belly down the ridge, picking up speed. Jack! He lunged through the brambles and spotted it. Ice. The brambles, the branches, the thick brush, it was creek debris. Jack had fallen on the frozen surface of a creek running down the ridge. Sergei! Jack scrabbled, trying to find a handhold. His feet kicked and flailed, and he starfished out, but he kept picking up speed. Gum. Only one thing to do. Sergei ducked onto the ice, lying flat on his stomach with his arms in front of him. He pushed off, sliding down the frozen creek after Jack. This side of the ridge was steeper than where they had been. Sergei slid for what seemed like forever, keeping his gaze locked on Jack. Jack's wide eyes found his, and he stared up at Sergei, his lips pressed together, his cheeks pale. Jack, brace yourself! Cover your head! Sergei shouted, watching the end of their fall abruptly rising to meet them. A hard stop at the bottom of the ravine, and a flat, frozen river, another tributary snaking through the mountains. Keep your legs out! Stay on your belly! Jack threw his arms over his head and then plowed into the deep snow that had collected on top of the river. He skidded, but came to a stop half buried in the embankment and in the middle of the ice. Sergei followed his lead, covering his head and taking a deep breath before sliding into the snow beside Jack. For a moment, neither of them moved. Crack! A shot split the air, followed by a hiss and a whiz as the bullet flew too close. Ice crunched, and Sergei saw a spider-line fracture out from a hole in the ice. Go! Go! He shuffled to his knees, slipping, and helped Jack up. The ravine was too steep to climb on either side, and they'd be fools to try. They'd be exposed, open to Milos. Instead, they jogged down the frozen river. The snow cover thinned out as they moved until they were running on bare ice. thin ice. Cracks and groans sounded with every footfall, a creaking that slithered up Sergei's spine. His boots slid with every step. The ice was too slick. They had to get off the river. Ahead the ravine seemed to end, the sheer walls they were trapped within falling away. They just had to get there. Sergei slipped on his next step. Losing his grip, he tried to catch himself, but his other foot lost grip too. He went down, landing on his back on the ice. His diaphragm seized, pushing up on his lungs, pushing all the air out of him. Gasping, he rolled to his side, struggling to catch his breath. Jack kept going, but he turned back. "Sergei?" Crack, crack, crack. 3 shots, all in a row, louder than before. Ice chips flew, the bullets slamming into the river between Jack and Sergei. Milos had followed them along the ridge, past the frozen creek. He had the high ground. Jack ducked, searching above. The ice creaked, groaned, and cracked. Whirling, Jack had just enough time for his panicked eyes to meet Sergei's before the ice fell out from beneath his feet, and he plunged into the frigid water. "Jack!" Roaring, Sergei lunged across the ice, sliding on his belly to the gaping hole, fracturing the ice. The current moved swiftly below, and Jack had already been tugged away. Thrusting his arm into the freezing waters, Sergei stretched for him, trying to grab Jack before he was gone forever. His fingers brushed Jack's jacket, his hood. Frantic, he tried to grab hold, but the fabric slipped through his fingers. Then, pounding. Looking down, he saw Jack pressed against the bottom of the ice sheet, kicking. Sergei could see him perfectly, his face against sheer river's ice, as he was dragged away by the current. Sergei reached, straining as he threw almost his whole shoulder into the water. "Damn it, Jack! Grab hold!" Jack's flailing hand slid against Sergei's wrist. He cursed, but held fast, squeezing Jack's arm until he felt his bones bend. Another shot hit the ice, right where Jack was pinned. Damn it, if the bullet went through, Jack would bleed out underwater. No. Gritting his teeth, Sergei braced his free hand on the ragged edge of the broken ice and hauled. The ice bit into his palm, slicing open his skin. On his shoulder, his stab wound throbbed, and a new pulse of warm blood dripped down his chest beneath his jacket. Another pull, and he screamed through clenched teeth. Finally, Jack slid free from beneath the ice. His soaked blonde hair appeared, and then the top of his head, his face, and Sergei hauled him out of the frigid water. Jack coughed, spitting up water and hacking, heaving gasps as he tried to breathe through cold, shocked lungs. His body shook. Violent trembles had made his movements uncoordinated and sloppy. He almost fell back into the river. "Jack." Sergei cupped Jack's face and looked him over. Jack's lips were blue. Not just a little blue, but deep, dark blue. His skin was paler than the snow, his eyes bloodshot. "Tell me your full name." Jack tried, but he couldn't get the words out through his chattering teeth. Crack! Another shot. This one ricocheted, the wild twang disappearing into the trees. Damn it, they had to get Jack warm and fast. But they couldn't stop. Not here. Not now. "We have to keep moving. We have to go." "Cold," Jack managed to sputter. "Can't move. Stay at my side. I will keep you warm." He gathered Jack close, pulling him up and tucking him beneath his arm. Instantly, the frigidity of Jack's body chilled Sergei, sliding through his jacket and around his ribs like a claw. He wrapped his arms around him and ran his hands over Jack's shoulders. "Lean into me." They set off, striding down the frozen river again. They just had to get to the break in the ravine and then turn. In his mind, Sergei pictured their old map again, scanning and rescanning the terrain he'd nearly memorized. Angara River to the east, on the other side of the ridge, Ethan and the others across the river. If they got across the Angara and kept heading south, there might be hope. Chapter 13. Middle Siberia. Braying laughter echoed against the inside of Sasha's skull. Cigarette smoke tickled his nose, made him cringe. The stench of too many vodka-soaked bodies crowded together made his eyes water. Groaning, he tried to move, but couldn't. His hands were bound, tape wrapped around his jacket and his wrists. His ankles, too. Darkness swam in front of his eyes, spotted with pinpricks of light. They'd put a hood over his head. He lay on his side, and by the jostling and bouncing, it felt like he was in a truck. What sounded like a platoon surrounded him, raucous and hopped up on adrenaline and the high of victory. They weren't soldiers, though. They didn't speak like military men or address each other with ranks. Rabble-rousers. Thugs. The men who had circled them after downing the chopper. His nose ached, but when he sniffed, he didn't want to black out from the pain. Not broken, then. His cheeks throbbed, a dull pulsing that went down his jawline. He pushed at the inside of his cheek with his tongue, puffy, tender, and sore. "Get lucky." He kept his voice low, hopefully not enough to rouse his captors, but if Kalaki was with him, maybe he'd hear. Nothing. Exhaling, he laid his head back on the wooden floorboards and let his body rock and sway with the rumble of the truck. An hour later, the truck stopped. The men disembarked, clambering down from the tailgate and dropping to the ground. They grumbled and shouted to others nearby. More trucks idled alongside revving snowmobiles. "Come on!" barked one of the men, kicking Sasha in the back. "On your feet, deserter!" He shimmied to the tailgate and then waited while the tape around his ankles was cut. They dragged him out, one hand gripping the back of his neck and forcing him to bend over at the waist, marching him away like he was a prisoner. Snow and hard-packed ice crunched beneath his feet. Wherever he was, it was filled with people. Trucks drove past, rumbling, and men called out to one another the rough language of street thugs and his rougher countrymen. Deep laughs and what sounded like a fistfight. Bandits? A Bratva nest? Had the Mafia moved into the Saka Republic? What were they doing with tribesmen? "Where are the others? The others who were with me?" "Shut your face, deserter!" The man gripping his neck shook him hard, and he nearly lost his footing. Finally, a door opened before him, squeaky hinges and the sound of wood on wood. The man shoved him, and he stumbled into an open room, uneven floorboards catching the toes of his boots. He went down, landing on his knees. He stayed silent, clenched his jaw, and breathed through his nose. "We picked him up with the tribesmen. They brought down that Spetsnaz chopper." "Tribesmen." A new voice spoke. Sasha's blood froze, and then burned, boiling in his veins. His heart pounded. He knew that voice. "And him? He is military, must be. A deserter or something." "Let us see who our stranger is." The hood slipped over his head. He blinked, the sudden brightness of the room almost blinding him. Maps were tacked up on one wall, and tables had been pushed around the room in a ring, covered with papers. Photos were pinned to another wall. He squinted, turning back to the man who had plucked the hood from his head. He was staring at Sasha, his mouth open, jaw hanging. "Sasha?" "Ilya." Exhaling, he slumped forward, his muscles releasing their burning tension, the coiled need to fight. Ilya Ivchenko, head of the FSB, Sergei's best friend, and, when Sasha had worked in Moscow for Sergei at the Kremlin, his boss. Ilya had vanished after the coup, no sight or sign of him since. Sergei thought he'd been killed, and one day they'd find his bones in a ditch outside of Sochi. But Ilya was very much alive, and in hiding in Siberia in what seemed like a thieves' den. Why? Ilya went white at the sight of Sasha. Slowly he crouched down, his wide eyes revealing more than Sasha had ever before seen on the man. Fear and a quiet sort of pleading. "Sasha, where is Sergei?" His heart stilled. "You have not found him?" Ilya shook his head. "You would never leave him. Unless—" His face darkened as his eyes narrowed. "What happened?" he hissed, gripping Sasha's shoulder. "That American general, Madigan." He swallowed hard. What did Ilya know? Where had he been? Why hadn't he made contact? Whose side was he on?
Madigan is in the kerosene. He released some kind of gassy cloud that is in the atmosphere. If it ignites, the skies will burn. It is over Russia and spreading around the world. It is a weapon. Ilya's eyes darted over Sasha's face, seemingly searching. He squeezed Sasha's shoulder hard, digging his thumb into the soft skin and, beneath, into a raw nerve. But why did you leave Sergei? I flew over the kerosene, Sasha barked, trying to twist away. I volunteered to help him, get him information, try and stop Madigan. He groaned, clenching his teeth. I was supposed to die. Ilya released him, knocking him back on his ass on the wooden floor. He stood, staring down at Sasha. You are the pilot from last week. Your jet exploded. Computers from here to Moscow picked it up. He nodded, pulling himself back to his knees. Ilya, for all the time they had spent together, was still FSB, still blood loyal to the state, and, it seemed, to Sergei. They were on the same side. That is why the Spetsnaz were after you. They're Moroshkin's men. Madigan's men now. They tracked me down. He looked at the maps, the photos, the men standing clustered by the door, staring. Some had tattoos, spiders on their necks, and crosses, a Virgin Mary on one man's arm. They were criminal tattoos. What is going on here? Ilya sighed. He beckoned Sasha to his feet. This is my resistance movement. I built it from Russians who want Moroshkin gone. And, he said, nodding to the tattooed men by the door as he spun Sasha and cut the tape binding his wrists, from men who have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Criminals? Ilya scowled. That traitor Moroshkin has declared war on Russia, and on Siberia in particular for not supporting his coup. He is doing everything he can to destroy this place. It is total war. What about the people? He does not give a damn about our people, Ilya growled. Moroshkin sent his units deep into Siberia. They attacked all the prisons, slaughtered the guards, released the prisoners. Punishment for not supporting his government. I offered the thieves and the drug dealers a trade. Their support in exchange for their sentences. And they also have to track down the rest of the escapees. Murderers, rapists, terrorists. No. Sasha's heart pounded again. Sergei and Jack and Ethan and everyone else. By now they would be deep in Siberia, deep in the middle of the blackest depths where the darkest prisons were hidden from the world. Oh, the prisons were hit. Black Dolphin too? Ilya nodded. He hummed, his expression fierce. Completely empty. Sergei. Cursing, Sasha grabbed Ilya's arms. His hands shook. Ilya, Sergei is there now in Siberia. What? Why? Last intel said he was still in the Caucasus. Sasha's gaze darted to the criminals, too close for comfort. The Americans came. They are helping, two in particular, close friends of Sergei's. He willed Ilya to understand, staring into his eyes. There's a rendezvous on the East Coast. Subs from America. Sergei's heading there now. Through the worst band of murderers in the world. Ilya exhaled, tipping back his head and closing his eyes. Go, no, Sergei. We have to help him. Damn it, Sergei wasn't supposed to be in danger. He was supposed to get to Simishar Island, meet up with the Americans, get the help he needed, and then wait for the Americans to take care of everything. Fuck. He needed to be there with Sergei. Alexei and Anton were good policemen, former federal polizei from Sochi, but they weren't devoted to Sergei. Would they protect him the right way, save his life? And Jack, the American president, if he was murdered by an escaped Russian criminal? How can we help, Sergei?
Ilya paced away, rubbing one hand over his face.
We don't know where he is. Siberia is a black hole. Millions of men have vanished and died there through the years. We cannot just search for one man. We will never find him.
I know his route. I helped plan it. I know where he should be.
You know as well as I how useless plans are. This is not a parade route, Sasha. What do you expect, that you will wait on the road for him?
Yes.
Ilya sighed. We're moving on Moscow soon. The time to strike against Moroshkin is now. He has weakened himself, splitting his forces over the pole. I cannot do the same. I cannot split my forces and send them into Siberia on a wild chase.
But it is Sergei.
I know Sergei. I believe in him. You should, too. You should think better of him. He can hold his own. He is a good fighter. And he is not alone, no?
Ilya scowled.
I can do more for him by retaking Moscow, giving his country back to him.
Are you sure you are not taking it for yourself? Sasha snapped. 2 steps were all it took for Ilya to storm to him, fury cracking as he shoved Sasha back, sending him sprawling to his ass on the wooden floor again.
Watch your mouth, he growled. Your feelings for Sergei are not an excuse to impugn our friendship. We were friends before you were born.
Heat flared through Sasha, a burn that scorched his soul. Ilya knows. Shame licked at his skin, left him exposed. How many others knew? How many others looked down on him, despised him, thought him sick and deranged, a pathetic dog chasing its master? Still, I have to go to him, he breathed. I have to. Ilya's eyes closed.
You would be more helpful to me here. I could use you, Sasha.
I need to find him.
Governor.
Ilya scrubbed his hands over his face, through the unruly whiskers that had grown in on his jaw.
I can spare 1 truck. Some weapons, fuel. But that is all.
Thank you. He exhaled, his heart seeming to finally beat again. Where are the others I was captured with? The tribesmen. Ilya turned to the one who had dragged Sasha in, a hulking man with a prison tattoo on his neck. The man grumbled something and stormed out.
They were taken to a dorm for holding. They will be released now.
They saved my life.
We will give them food and blankets and send them on their way.
Ilya gripped his shoulder.
Get over to Piotr. He'll get you clothes, a real jacket, weapons. But see me before you go.
Later, he sat behind the wheel of a small pickup truck, 2 rifles and a shotgun locked and loaded beside him on the bench seat. He had a new jacket on and a warm hat, thick boots. Kalaki had said his goodbyes already, and had left Ilya's compound with his tribesmen.
We must go and reunite with the herd, he said, smiling as he looked east. And you have your own uniting to do.
I am sorry, Sasha had stammered back to him, for what happened to your people. You should have left me in the snow.
Fear of what is to come is no excuse to not help another.
Kalaki had touched his cheek, stroked his thumb over Sasha's swollen cheekbone.
Chew the roots I gave you 3 times a day. It will help with the pain.
He had nodded and thanked Kalaki, and then watched him and his tribesmen walk away, leaving Ilya's den of thieves and returning to the snowy wilderness, back north to their herd. He was heading south. It was Ilya's turn to say goodbye. He leaned against the windowsill, staring at Sasha's profile.
You are a fool, Sasha, he growled. But a loyal fool. Sergei is lucky to have you.
He squirmed, shifting in his seat. He revved the engine, put the truck in first gear.
Ilya got the message. Go on, but...
He leaned close to Sasha, grinning wickedly.
When you find him again, give Sergei a big kiss, and tell him it is from me, yes?
He winked. Sasha slammed his foot on the gas. The truck spun, lurching forward, and Ilya dove back. His laughter followed Sasha.
I will see you both in Moscow,
Ilya shouted.
Udochi!
Chapter 14. Seattle.
I can't take it anymore.
Faisal looked up at the breathy words, more grunted than actually spoken. He was sitting against the wall by the gate to their Alaskan flight, trying to be out of the way. Nearby, Doc lay propped against his backpack, his shades over his eyes, looking like he was asleep. Scattered throughout the rest of the gate's waiting area, the other members of the team slouched in their seats and tapped at their MP3 players. Then Adam hovered over Faisal, one hand clenching and unclenching on the strap of his backpack. He had mangled it. Threads were loose, trailing down. The strap was fraying. Sighing as if defeated, Adam folded himself down beside Faisal, his back to the wall and his body close. Very close. He pressed against Faisal from his shoulder to his knee, a warmth that went straight up Faisal's spine. Faisal flipped a page in the magazine he was reading and suppressed his shiver. What can you not take any longer?
Everything,
Adam breathed.
This?
He swallowed.
Us.
Faisal stilled. His lungs froze and his muscles refused to move. Even his thoughts stuttered, circling around one single word. Us. If you wish to end our relationship, then it will be concluded for the final time. I cannot keep doing this.
No!
Adam's voice was too loud, almost a shout. People turned their way, frowning.
No,
Adam hissed again. He leaned into Faisal even more, digging his shoulder into Faisal's.
I can't take the hiding about us, pretending like I don't know you or that I don't care about you. You're so goddamn distracting.
He sighed.
Adam, I can't keep anything straight anymore. I need to focus. I need to get us up there, brief the team, get ready for the rendezvous, but all I am thinking about is you.
Groaning, Adam buried his face in his hands.
The guys, they don't know anything about me, and now they've got a front row seat to watch me come apart.
Faisal kept quiet. This was a side of Adam he didn't know well. Adam had been on his own when they first met, an independent operator detailed into the murky world of Middle Eastern intelligence. He hadn't had a team of Marines to lead, men he had to hide parts and pieces of himself away from day in and day out.
I need to do the right thing, Adam whispered. I need to do the right thing for them, and for the whole world, damn it. You heard what's going on.
Leaning back, he thunked his head against the wall and fixed Faisal with a wide-eyed stare.
I just don't know what's right anymore.
Yes, you do. Faisal closed his magazine and set it on the ground. He started to reach for Adam, but then stopped, his hands stuttering in midair and falling uselessly to his thighs. You have always known what right and wrong are, and stuck to your course even when everything has been against you. This is no different. Adam tried to smile, but it wavered and then turned aching.
Are you trying to tell me that I should stop hiding how I feel about you?
His heart thundered, warmth flowing through his chest with every beat. If you think that is one of your right choices, then that brings me great joy, Adam, but I believe the larger right choices in front of you at the moment are how to prepare your team in the best way you can, getting them to the rendezvous and preparing everyone for what is to come. Have you thought about how to tell them? Adam shook his head. You care for your men a great deal, Adam. You have always given away more of yourself than you keep, and they are no exception. Focus on what needs to happen, what you need to tell them, how they need to prepare. You cannot fight your conscience and this battle at the same time. One of Adam's knees bounced up and down, fast. If they find out about me, about how I feel about you, everything may come apart. It may. Faisal stared into Adam's eyes, watching as his fears multiplied, one panicked situation after another playing out behind his gaze. Or, inshallah, it may not. Your men may remember all the ways you have served them, cared for them, and led them, what you have given to them out of your heart. Remember, judgment leads a heart to regret, and a sour mind and an aching soul. Finally, Adam smiled, watery and thin. Not everyone sees the world the way you do. My faith guides me in everything I do. Adam spoke softly, almost whispering. Allah ilallah. Faisal put his finger to Adam's lips. Shh, Adam, don't. Adam had started to recite the Shahada, the statement of faith of all Muslims. You always stop me. He sighed. Those words have meaning. They can't be said idly. Adam stared at him, his eyes pinched. I don't say them idly. Adam, I'm trying, Faisal. Adam breathed. I'm trying. You are all over the place, worried about your team, worried about the world, worried about me, and now you're thinking about the Shahada. He shook his head. You don't have to be everything to everyone. I want to be everything for you. Adam's gaze flicked toward the gate's waiting area. The team had stopped pretending to not be interested in what was happening between the two of them. Only Doc, still supposedly sleeping, wasn't staring. Coleman's mouth was open, his jaw hanging. But I want to be everything for them, too. He swallowed, looking down at the thin carpet. Faisal shook his head. Serving too many masters was tearing Adam apart. His soul was fraying faster than he could bind the tears. When was the last time you slept? Adam shrugged. Saudi, before we left. Maybe. After the team arrived, Adam stopped sleeping in Faisal's bedroom. He'd crashed on the couch in the living room instead, but Faisal had heard him toss and turn all night long. He left his bedroom door open. Faisal patted his thigh. Rest. We have some time before the flight. He held Adam's stare after he spoke. If Adam laid his head down, rested his cheek on Faisal's thigh, the wondering would be over. The team would know there was something between them, something deeper than they'd led them all to believe. If he did not, he'd keep spinning, his mind like a whirling dervish, twirling out of control, dizzying anxieties sending him careening from worry to worry. Fear strangled Adam's gaze, made his eyes shine brightly. Yallah, Faisal knew exactly what Adam was feeling, a lifetime of hiding, a carefully constructed web of obfuscation, cutting a piece of yourself out and keeping it hidden, afraid to expose it to the light, feeling it die, withering away slowly, but unable to do anything differently. Being a gay Muslim was like walking around with a target on his heart. First, his fear of Allah. Did Allah truly hate him? Was he broken, made wrong? And, after reconciling that, the fear of human hatred, and human fatwas that ordered his death. He'd always imagined it was easier in America, that freedom was as effortless as breathing. Adam had shown him how wrong that was. Side-eyed glares and a pervasive message from the top of society to the bottom, that who he was wrong. There was no explicit fatwas against being gay in America, but people thought nothing of saying right to a gay man's face that he was going to burn in hell for all eternity and that all gays were an offense to God's nature, and even in America, people were killed for being gay. Coming out, in Saudi Arabia or in America, was like playing with a loaded weapon. Who would go off? Who was safe? Where would the pain strike? Faisal couldn't quite figure out his uncle yet. Uncle Abdul had maneuvered his way into power and then honed his children, and Faisal, onto paths that could put them each on a rise to equal prominence. Most of Abdul's children had fallen away, but Faisal had never been able to shake the bone-deep gratitude that had filled the spaces between him and Abdul, the aching affection of an orphan searching for arms to hold him tight. How could he turn against his uncle, after everything he had given Faisal? How could he be anything other than who he was, either? Where would they go from here? Would he be quietly shuffled aside, moved to obscurity and forgotten, asked to leave the kingdom? The thought made his stomach sour and his spine go cold. Leaving the kingdom, the land of his family, the land of Allah? Arabia was his home. The desert was in his soul. Allah had revealed himself in those sands because of the primal power of the desert, the way life hung on the edge of a knife, taken or given with a single choice, a single act. How could anyone not be pressed against the divine in such a place, feel Allah at every moment? Imagining leaving, being banished from the desert, felt like dying. Enough. Those thoughts were for later. Like Adam, he had to focus on what was before him. Everything else was too big, too large to fathom, too large to battle at the moment. He'd given a choice to Adam, a way to break his swirling fears, a gnawing apprehension, and endless what-ifs. It was up to Adam if he was ready to embrace that. He held his lover's gaze, staying quiet. It had to be Adam's choice, his free choice. The words of the Quran came to him. Allah will not change a person. They must grow what is in their own hearts. Adam, I believe in you. Taking a deep breath, Adam plucked up his backpack and set it off to the side. Turning, he carefully, cautiously leaned back, resting his head on Faisal's thigh. As he lay, he let out a shaky breath and closed his eyes. Faisal beamed down at him and slid his fingers through Adam's shaggy hair. The longer look suited him, combed to one side instead of sticking into the air. He closed his eyes and leaned back, resting his head against the cold airport wall. Barely whispering, he moved through the first lines of the throne verse, a prayer of protection offering a dua to Allah as his fingers slipped through Adam's hair over and over. Allah la ilaha ilham il-Qayyum. Adam rolled his head toward Faisal's stomach, pressing his face into his belly. Are you praying? He breathed. I am. For you. I remember praying with you before. Adam squeezed his eyes shut and leaned into Faisal's stomach, inhaling as his nose found the divot in Faisal's belly button through his shirt. Shh. Faisal stroked his fingers through Adam's hair again. Rest. I am here. I will watch over you. Nuzzling his cheek against the cotton of Faisal's shirt, Adam nodded, exhaling shakily. His eyes stayed closed, and within minutes he was softly snoring, his open mouth pressed against Faisal's shirt-covered belly. Faisal glanced to his side, where Doc lay. Doc was grinning, but he hadn't taken off his shades, and he still appeared to be sleeping. Knowing him, he'd probably eavesdropped on the whole conversation. He chanced to look to the waiting area, to the rest of the team sitting at the gate. Park and Kobayashi were staring, their eyes bugging out of their skulls. Ruiz had his fist to his mouth, covering a wide grin, his eyebrows arched high. Wright looked away, peering at the Burger King sign down the concourse. Coleman glared at the ground, his jaw clenching and unclenching, muscles bulging as the vein in his temple throbbed. Breathing in, Faisal leaned back against the wall again and closed his eyes. He kept one hand sliding through Adam's hair, his fingers massaging his scalp and slipping through his smooth, dark strands. Allah, he prayed silently. I place everything into your hands. Only you know the path before us. Keep our souls in your care for every beat of our hearts. Chapter 15. Southern Siberia. Jack. Sergei stumbled as Jack went limp in his arms, no longer able to keep his feet beneath him. Jack. Damn you, keep going. Jack had stopped speaking an hour ago, instead mixing groans and whimpers and an endless soft keen that fell from his frigid blue lips. His shivers, once nearly violent enough to tumble Sergei to the ground, had stilled. Sergei slid, his boots slipping on the slick snow as he tried to climb. He had dragged Jack down the creek and out of the ravine, and they'd managed to stumble across a frozen beaver dam at a turn in the Angara. On the east side of the river, they'd kept going, climbing the ridgeline that stood between them and Ostolga and the others. Since crossing the Angara, Sergei hadn't seen Milos's shadow stalking them. He looked over his shoulder and held his breath, but the man seemed to have vanished. He still flinched at every crack of ice, every branch snapping, every sound of the wilderness around them, imagining a bullet slicing through the air or slamming into his back, or Jack's back. Falling to his knees, he turned to Jack, his friend already slumping into the snow. Seemingly automatically, Jack rolled into a ball, trying to burrow.
"No, no, no,"
Sergei hissed.
"No, damn it."
Burrowing was one of the last acts of a dying creature, nature's instinctual drive to curl up and expire. He pulled Jack close, rubbing his hands over Jack's arms, his cheeks. His skin was as cold as the snow beneath them. Jack moaned and tried to chase his hands, pressing into the warmth of his skin.
"We are close, Jack. Just up this ridge. A little bit longer, and then I promise we will warm you up. A bit farther, please. Please."
Whimpering, Jack tried to curl up again. Sergei pushed to his feet, dragging Jack with him. Jack no longer tried to stand. He hung limply against Sergei's chest, his eyes closed. Frost crusted on his eyelashes, over his eyelids. Could he even open his eyes anymore, or were they frozen shut? Only one thing left to do. Gritting his teeth, Sergei hefted Jack over his shoulders, holding on with both hands, and started to climb. He stumbled more than once, falling to the snow. Jack's weight was like a cross he carried, and with every step the weight seemed to double, then triple. The ridge seemed to extend to the horizon, a never-ending climb, a Sisyphean endeavor. His thighs burned, his legs quaked. He closed his eyes and focused on putting one foot down in front of the other and dragging in breath after breath. Somehow, unbelievably, they made it to the top. The ground leveled out beneath him, and he almost sobbed in relief.
"Jack,"
he cried, squeezing Jack's thigh and shoulder where they lay across his back.
"We made it."
Silence.
"Jack?"
Nothing save the sound of his own breath, the rush of air over his cracked, dry lips. Was he carrying a corpse? Was it already too late?
"Hang on, Jack. Damn you, hang on."
By his reckoning and by his memory of the map, what he was looking for was close, due north, along the ridge on the east side. He set off, counting his steps to keep his mind quiet, to stop the screaming in his head that it was too late, that Jack was already gone. Finally, he spotted it, buried in snow, the fence posts like small mountains rising from the powder. At the corners of the derelict Chornaya Noche prison, empty guard shacks balanced precariously on rotten wooden poles, their roofs sagging from years of snowfall that had buckled the tin. Closed and abandoned decades ago, and with no one to care for the place, the decrepit prison had nearly been swallowed whole by Siberia. Sergei stumbled down to the main fence. Long rusted, the gate opened when he shoved his shoulder into it, pushing the chain links through the snow. Within the fence, the old prison yard, the ground where prisoners had stood in rows, calling out their names, crimes, and numbers every morning, was buried in snow. He trudged through the yard, toward the administration building. He had to kick the door in, splintering the old wood down the center when the lock held. He kicked aside the shards and the rotted wood and slid into the old prison. Years and years ago, he had transferred prisoners from Moscow to this place. Political prisoners, enemies of the state, people who had angered the old regime. He and Ilya had first crafted their plan during the long train rides from Moscow to Irkutsk, and then the drives overland to the prison and back. A crazy plan born of the desperate dead eyes and broken souls of the people they transported. An ostentatious belief that they could make a different world. How young they had been, and what dreams they had spun. How had it all come together? How had they lost everything they'd gained? Like coming full circle, he was back at the prison that had broken so many Russian dreams. Debris covered the atrium, the foyer, broken benches, shattered glass, and animal carcasses. Something had lived in the foyer for a while and had died there, too. He wrinkled his nose and turned left down the officers' hallway. Jogging, he passed the warden's office and kept going to the officers' quarters. The first door was broken, and the room was marred with black scorch marks, everything in it ash and twisted metal. The second door was locked. Gum. He kept on to the third set of quarters and shoved his shoulder against the door. It popped open. A dusty, frigid room appeared like a time capsule from decades past. 2 bunk beds in disarray, a closet toppled over, clothes and uniforms spilling every which way. Perfect. He set Jack down on the first bed, ripping back the covers and carefully sliding him from his shoulders to the mattress. Jack didn't move. No. He tore at Jack's jacket, his sweatshirt, his shirt, and his pants, everything until Jack was naked and his pale, blue-tinged body lay still on the bed. Ice crusted and cracked as he removed Jack's clothes, a thin coating that had frozen around him on their escape. He flung the clothes across the room, as far as he could. Faintly, barely, Jack's chest rose and fell. Still breathing. Relief crashed into Sergei, a physical blow that almost had him falling to the floor. A sob burst from him as he lunged for the old officer's clothes, the heavy discarded jackets and sweaters on the ground. He grabbed everything he could, bringing it back to Jack and piling it around him, over his head and around his feet. He stripped the other bunks, 4 beds worth of sheets and heavy Siberian blankets, and laid them one on top of the other. Hang on. You're going to be all right. I swear it. He reached for his own jacket and pulled it off, then shrugged out of his sweater, undid his pants, slid out of his briefs. He climbed into the bed beside Jack. Naked skin touched naked skin, and Sergei fought not to leap back, jump away from Jack's body. His friend was cold enough to steal his breath away. Sergei wrapped his arms and legs around Jack and turned him on his side until they were pressed together from shoulders to toes. He tucked Jack's head against his neck, briskly rubbed his hands over Jack's back. Jack, come back to me. Come back. Ethan is waiting for you. Jack keened, almost wailed, and rolled against Sergei. He tried to speak, but his body started to shake, tremble almost uncontrollably. Ethan, he stammered. Tell him. No, you will tell him yourself. He squeezed Jack, pulling him closer, holding Jack as tight as he could. Jack rested his cheek on Sergei's shoulder, exhaled, and went still. Jack? Sergei shook him, grabbed his cheeks, forced open his eyes. White stared back at him. No! He rolled them over, covering Jack's body with his, and pressed his lips to Jack's, breathing air into his icy mouth. Not you too, he whispered in between breathing into Jack. Not you too. Jack! Chapter 16. Ustolga, Southern Siberia. Ethan stared at the snow and dirt-covered road leading to Ustolga. His fingers drummed on the steering wheel over and over. Beside him, Scott sat, also watching the road, still and silent. The rest of the convoy waited, parked on the side of the road, smoking and bullshitting as they waited for Jack and Sergei's return. He lifted the radio to his lips the 100th time. Jack, come back. Like every time before, static was his only reply. Exhaling slowly, Ethan closed his hand around the steering wheel, a tight fist that made the leather creak and the dashboard shake. It was a long drive after they got across the river. They could still be working their way here. Scott spoke softly. I know. He purposely unclenched his fingers, lifting them into the air and spreading them wide. We've been down this road before. It's going to be okay. He didn't know who he was speaking to, Scott or himself. Who was he trying to convince? But they hadn't seen or heard from their mysterious shooter since leaving the river. Not once had they been fired upon, not once had they been attacked. Had it just been the river? A local obsessive about his privacy, his space? Or had the shooter gone after Jack and Sergei instead? What if it was Maroshkin's forces? Damn it! He should have swum across the river.
Jack, come back.
Static, and the warble of dead air, a high-pitched whine over their secured radio channel.
It's going to be okay. Jack is strong. He knows what he's doing. It's going to be okay. I believe in him.
His fist closed around the steering wheel again, clenching until his knuckles went white.
I believe in him. Jack, come back.
Chapter 17. Southern Siberia. Warmth cocooned Jack, wrapped around him, a fuzzy hold that enveloped him from head to toe. He sighed, relaxing into the gentle heat. He thought he would never be warm again. His thoughts were honey-slow, fuzzy with exhaustion. His body ached, a bone-deep weariness that he felt in every nerve, every particle of his being. But he was warm. Arms wrapped around him, holding him tight. Slowly his senses came back, touch and smell revealing the press of a body against his own, his cheek resting on a hard shoulder. His arms around another waist, legs twined together. Ethan. Smiling, Jack nuzzled into the warm body, pressing his lips to the skin beneath his cheek. His hips rolled, searching. Ah, yes, there it was, an answering hardness matching his own. It had been so long since he and Ethan...
Jack?
Desire fizzled, vanishing with the snap, leaving nothing but a frisson bursting off his veins, gone in a breath. God. Sergei. Everything came back, their drive into the mountains, the argument, the murderer, Milos, stalking them up the ridge, dodging gunshots, sliding into the ravine, running down the frozen creek, falling into the ice. Cold, unbelievable cold, thinking he was going to die when he could think at all. Snippets of time, stumbling with Sergei and falling to the snow, fading in and out of consciousness as he dangled over Sergei's shoulders, listening to him scream with every step, and then... nothing. Until waking up with Sergei, naked body pressed to naked body. Sergei must have stripped him to warm him up, shared his body heat. God, Sergei had saved his life, and he'd... Closing his eyes, Jack tried to pull back. Sergei's arms and the mountain of blankets piled on top of them kept him pinned. Sergei, I'm sorry, I didn't know where I was.
Jack.
A note of pleading in Sergei's voice made him pause. Frowning, Jack found Sergei's gaze. Raw desire bled from his friend, quiet desperation mixed with terror. He blinked slowly, his thoughts coming together like trains crashing head-on in slow motion. Sergei is hard, too. His cock pressed against Jack's hip. He opened his eyes again, looked up. Sergei? Sergei's lips trembled, pressed together like he was trying to keep them closed, keep something back. His eyes gleamed, shining too bright, wet, and a flush rose on his cheeks, reddening his skin down his neck across his chest. And then he crumpled, collapsing in on himself like paper burning to ash, disintegrating into a million pieces. Sobs racked through him, quaking his shoulders, ripped out of his chest. His hands shook and clung to Jack's shoulders as he folded in half, curling until his forehead touched Jack's.
I am not brave enough,
he whispered through gritted teeth between heaving gasps, anguished drags of air.
I am not brave enough.
What are you talking about? Jack reached for Sergei, cradling his cheeks, turning his face upward. Sergei's eyes closed. He wouldn't meet Jack's gaze.
I am not a brave enough man,
he breathed.
I am not like you, or...
His face twisted, and a new sob ripped from him, choking his voice.
Or Sasha.
Sergei. Confusion strained Jack's voice, his thoughts. He shook his head, frowning. Are you saying you're—"
"I do not know what I am,"
he moaned again and turned his face away from Jack.
"When you were sleeping, I imagined you were Sasha."
Jack sighed, breathing out what felt like every breath he'd ever taken. He remembered his shock, his utter confusion when he had first desired Ethan in a carnal, physical way. First thought about their bodies together, making love. "Is this the first time you've thought about another man this way?" Silence strained the space between them. Sergei dug his forehead against Jack's, squeezing his eyes shut even tighter.
"No,"
he finally breathed. "No?" Shock stilled Jack, made him blink.
"I noticed men. Noticed how they looked, if they were attractive or not. Sometimes I wondered what it would be like, two men together. But they were just thoughts. I thought everyone thought the way I did. Wondered, sometimes,"
Sergei whispered.
"But you said you had never thought about it before you were with Ethan."
"No, I never did." Sergei grimaced.
"I remember growing up in the Soviet Union, Jack. I remember men disappearing for loving other men. And then, after the fall, nothing really changed. The new regime, same as the old regime, just more money, more corruption. There was never a time when it was okay."
"So you hid what you felt?"
"I never knew what I felt," Sergei hissed. "It was never a possibility. That world, that option. It just didn't exist. There was never the option. And I liked women. Women liked me. There was nothing wrong. Nothing. Not until—"
He sniffed and shook his head. "Until what?" Jack's eyes narrowed. He had a suspicion about where Sergei was going. Sergei didn't speak for a long moment. He shifted, pressing their foreheads together again. Jack heard the heavy gulp of his swallow.
"If I could go back to any point in my life and have just 10 seconds,
he trailed off,
I would have kissed him back, held on, never let go, not have let him go on that mission. Damn the information, it wasn't worth his life."
Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes down his cheeks silently.
"Or I would go further back, tell myself to not be a fool. We could have had time together."
His voice cut off as his lips clamped shut, a shaky breath escaping from his nose. "Is it just Sasha?" Had Sergei fallen into the same realization that he had, that he could desire anyone if he fell in love with them, that his heart knew no limits on love and could grow to match what was offered to him? Sergei chuckled once, a mirthless, dry crackle of sound.
"No, Jack."
His eyes slipped open, and he finally held Jack's gaze.
"I have always thought you were a beautiful man."
Jack stared. Sergei looked like a man pushed over the edge, past all of his lines and limits, red-rimmed eyes, a snotty nose, and dusky, tear-stained, hollow cheeks.
"If things had been different, I may have fallen in love with you,"
Sergei said softly.
"You captivate me. You always have."
His chest went tight, and his lungs wouldn't drag in another breath. The warmth of Sergei's body, still pressed close from their hips down, turned searing. Neither of them were hard anymore, but their legs were still tangled together in a way that he had only ever lain with Ethan. Ethan. God, Ethan, his heart ached, desperate for Ethan's arms around him instead of Sergei's, Ethan's touch, and Ethan's love. Sergei pulled away, sitting up and leaning against the wall next to the bunk, pulling some of the blankets over his lap. Dried blood flaked off his chest and down his arm, old drips from Milo's thrown blade. His wound had closed, though a wet, messy scab slashed his shoulder. Jack sat up as well, sitting in the middle of the bunk, and wrapped a blanket around his shoulders. The air had a bite to it, a frosty nip. He was not Russian, and though Sergei could sit shirtless in Siberia, he could not.
We are straight out of classic Russian literature, Sasha and me.
Sergei tried to grin. He failed.
The man who loved the hero went away, and the hero learned too late that he did, in fact, love him in return.
He shook his head, looked down at his lap.
So now I know. Now I must live with this.
He sighed, sniffed, and rubbed his hands over his face.
Live with knowing how much of a coward I am.
Sergei.
No.
Sergei waved him off. His head hit the wall.
Do not try and make me feel better. I do not want to. I need this feeling, my heart in a vice, pulverized.
He made a fist, squeezing slowly. Jack stayed quiet. There would be a time and a place to discuss this, but there wasn't now, not when Sergei was still blinking through tears, and the need to get back to Ethan was like a wolf howling in his heart. We need to get going. Sergei nodded. He closed his eyes.
There are clothes by closet. I threw yours over there. They were frozen.
Jack slid out of bed, padding naked to the pile of clothes on the cold floor. That's sweet, Sergei, but you don't have to keep your eyes closed. I'm not a blushing virgin. He grabbed a pair of pants, a long-sleeved shirt, and a thick sweater and pulled them on. He picked his way to the corner and pulled Ethan's sweatshirt from the frost-covered pile of his old clothes.
From the back, you sometimes look like him, only shorter,
Sergei said, tacking on the end with an almost smile in his voice. You Russians grow tall. Jack grabbed Sergei's clothes and brought them back to the bunk. Sergei dressed quickly as Jack scrounged for a pair of boots. Outside of the blankets, their breath fogged in front of their faces. Jack shivered, trying to shake off the memory of freezing from the inside out. It clung to the back of his neck, making him shiver again. Finally, Sergei stood, shrugging back into his jacket and tugging on his sweater's hem. He still wouldn't look at Jack.
I am sorry, he said, for what happened. I am sure Ethan will want to take a swing at me.
Jack laughed. He will deeply thank you for saving my life. Sergei's eyes lifted. Stepping close, Jack cupped Sergei's cheek and looked into his haunted eyes. You are going to be all right. He leaned forward and brushed his lips against Sergei's cheek. Sergei's hand fell to his hip, squeezing as he exhaled, a breath of air ghosting over Jack's skin. A moment, and then he whimpered, turning into Jack's touch, brushing their cheeks together. Jack stepped back. We do need to go. Ethan's probably out of his mind by now. I need to get back to him. Something didn't sit right deep inside him going this long without Ethan. It reminded him of the days when they were apart, Ethan still in Iowa, and the two of them only able to see each other for 48 hours at a time. He'd missed Ethan then, soul deep. Somehow, between falling in love with Ethan and now, his life had been remade, reformed into something that required two hearts beating as one, two souls in tandem with each other, his and Ethan's. Being without his other half felt like a piece of his own heart, his own soul, was missing. And Sergei, his heart was missing a piece named Sasha, and Jack worried that that hole would never be filled.
We should try to find a radio. Maybe get one working. It's a long way to Ustolga by foot.
Lead the way. Jack broke off, going silent as the walls trembled. Dust rained from the ceiling, and a crashing boom bellowed from the far side of the prison complex, shattering the silence. Sergei paled.
The gas tanks are on that side of the prison. They were never dug up.
Milos, Jack breathed. He found us. Chapter 18. Ustolga, Southern Siberia. Like the fireball blooming on the distant ridgeline, flames ignited in Ethan's veins, crackling fury going off like a line of deck cord winding straight to his heart.
Jack. That's Jack.
Conviction sat heavy in his voice as he jumped out of the jeep. Now was the time to act, to do, to go. It had been too quiet. Too damn quiet. They hadn't seen or heard a damn thing since the river. Whoever it was on their tail must have found Jack and Sergei, tailed after them instead. No longer. He and Jack had been separated for a day. That was a day too long. He was going back to get his other half. Scott followed, meeting him at the tailgate. "You don't know for sure," he said carefully. Ethan flipped down the tailgate and reached for a stack of cases piled 3 high. He pulled them close, flipping the lids open, and pulled out the weapons one by one. First, an AK-47 with a grenade attachment.
If you were in trouble with no way to reach out on the radio, what would you do?
Send a signal. Scott crossed his arms and frowned. A 5-inch caliber Barrett sniper rifle, a weapon that could make a man disappear in a puff of bone dust and a smear of blood and could blow holes clean through armored vehicles.
Exactly. Something that could be seen for miles. Something that would draw our attention.
Draw everyone's attention. Everyone around saw that. What if it's a trap? What if someone is trying to draw us out? 2 handguns.
Not us. Me. I'm going.
Ethan?
No, Scott!
He slammed the tailgate shut.
I'm going. Alone.
Like fuck you are.
One of us needs to be at Simashur when those subs arrive. Jack, me, or you. If it's not all of us together, then it's going to be just you.
Scott swallowed. He stayed quiet. Ethan stared into Scott's eyes. Over half his life had been lived at Scott's side through the Army and into the Secret Service, his best friend, a man he called a brother, and, before Jack, there'd been no man he had loved more either. Theirs was not a relationship for goodbyes.
You need to get everyone to Simashur. You have to meet those subs. Get them up to the Kara-C. Keep to the plan, Scott. I'm going to find Jack.
Scott's face twisted in furious facial gymnastics. He looked away, shaking his head. You drove here once. You know how to fucking drive back once you get him and Sergei.
You have to move out tomorrow, no matter what. We're already delayed.
Silence as Scott stared him down. Somewhere between national security and the safety of the world, between trying to prevent an apocalypse and looking into a man's eyes, there was a line in the sand called loyalty. Love, even. When did one outweigh the other? How did a man make the choice to cut the thread tying him to another in the name of saving everything? He's my assignment, Scott said softly. You think I'd turn my back on my duty? Ethan smiled and reached out, gripping Scott behind the neck.
No. I know you'll do the right thing.
He shouldered the AK-47, slipped the 2 pistols into the back of his waistband, and hefted the sniper rifle before heading back to the driver's door. Hey, Scott appeared at the passenger's window as he shifted the Jeep into first.
Scott.
Relax, Prince Charming. Glaring at Ethan, Scott set a stack of blankets on the passenger seat and a duffel on the floorboard. The med kit and blankets.
You don't know what you're driving into. Scott sighed. Be fucking careful, Ethan. Be real fucking careful.
He smiled, holding Scott's gaze for a long moment. He didn't need to say thank you. He never did.
Go, Scott barked, slamming shut the door. Hurry your ass back here with those losers. Damn presidents are always causing us trouble.
Ethan barked out a laugh. The Jeep lurched forward as he guided it down the slushy mountain road away from Ustluga, leaving Scott and the rest of the convoy behind. He pointed toward the flames licking into the sky, disappearing into the ridgeline's gloom and low fog.
Jack, I'm coming. Hang on, love. Hang on.
Chapter 19. Southern Siberia. It was hopeless. Ilya was right. Sighing, Sasha slumped forward, his forehead hitting the steering wheel. He groaned. He was a fool, a hopeless, heart-sick fool. He should have listened to Ilya. There was nothing on the route Sergei and he had planned. No fresh tracks, no recent travel, no signs of life, nothing at all. They must have changed their route, gone a different way. There was no sign of any escaped prisoners either. Siberia was huge. 200 escaped murderers could vanish forever, disappear entirely. What were the chances of them running into Sergei's convoy? He was buried in Siberia, twisted around the backwoods, halfway up a stunted mountain and chasing after his broken heart's ghost. He was an utter fool. Sasha rolled his head on the steering wheel, pressing his cheek against the cold plastic. He cracked his eyes open and glared out the windshield. What now? Should he slink back to Ilya, join his attack on Moscow, continue to Simishur, try to catch up with Sergei? To what end? Desperate stumbling through the tundra, given shape to too many fantasies. Sergei, happy to see him again, glad he'd survived, welcoming him back into his life. Why would Sergei do any such thing? Emptiness. Aching, gnawing emptiness opened inside Sasha, a black pit of anguish, bottomless in his soul. Nothingness was like a vacuum, atomizing him to a billion tiny pieces. If he closed his eyes, could he blow away? Could he disappear into the snow? What the hell was he going to do? His life, for the time being, had ended. Everything within it, everything he had done, had crumbled to dust. He was, once again, rudderless, wingless, crashing down to earth in a spinning nosedive, screaming for the ground at Mach 3. He closed his eyes. He was tired, exhausted physically from everything. How many hours' sleep had he managed in the past week? Not enough for even a single night, and he was exhausted to his heart, his soul. How many times could a person completely restart their life, say goodbye to the old, and try to find a new way forward? He didn't want to. He just didn't want to do it again. Instead, he let out a breath and reached for the keys. He'd turn the truck off, lower the windows, lie down on the seat, and let the snow fall. It would be night soon. Maybe he'd see the stars again. And when he fell asleep, he'd see Sergei one last time. His fingers closed over the truck's key, cold metal stinging his fingers. In a nearby tree, birds leaped to the sky, screeching. He frowned, and then he heard it, like thunder, a rumble that crawled over the ridge and rolled down from the sky, a series of blasts, booms that shook his windows, shook the water in his canteen, making a splash against the metal as it lay on his dashboard. He saw it, too, roaring flame, billowing into the sky, a rising fireball that kept growing, bursting like a flaming geyser. It appeared in the center of Siberia. He'd seen something like that once before, years ago on a flight line. A gas explosion, an eruption that grew with the vapor, ballooning larger and larger, feeding itself as it hungered for more fuel. Something up on the ridge had exploded, erupted. And there wasn't supposed to be anything up on that ridge, not according to the maps and the memories he had, poring over the route eastward while standing shoulder to shoulder with Sergei. Nothing was in these mountains, except for Sergei. He reached for the stick, shifting the truck straight into second, and slammed on the gas. The truck lurched, spinning out on loose snow before roaring forward, climbing sideways across a game trail. Branches scraped his windows, and pockets of ice made his tires whine, and the truck slid out. But he kept on, climbing toward the ridge. He'd go as far as he could before he had to get out and run. And then he'd go as far as he could until he had to crawl. Whatever it took. Chapter 20. Southern Siberia. Sergei poked his head around the corner of the prison administration building, trying to see the open spaces of the prison yard. A bullet slammed into the concrete beneath his eye, spraying dust and ice into Sergei's face. He ducked back, turning into Jack's arms. Jack steadied him. "Did you see anything?"
"He is out there."
"Obviously, Sergei."
"He is somewhere in the yard, maybe in one of the towers."
"So we find another way. We go back the way we came, try to find another way through the admin building."
"There is no other way, Jack,"
Sergei shouted, pulling free.
"He set fire to the cell blocks. That way is shut."
Jack glared. "What about the rear fence? What about a back way out of here?"
"Sheer rock. This place was built to have one entrance."
Sergei pointed to the yard and where the shot had come from.
"And he is there."
Jack threw his hands up. "Then what do you propose?" Sergei stared at him. He breathed in and out slowly.
"You would run for the gate."
No way." Jack shoved Sergei against the cold concrete, pinning him with both hands. "I'm sick of this son of a bitch. We're going to get rid of him, and then we're getting out of here. Together." Sergei glared and shook Jack off.
"How?"
"How big do you think that fireball was, that explosion? Think. Ethan must have seen it. We're late, missing for our rendezvous. Do you think for 1 second that he won't be coming to check that out? He's on his way. I promise you that. We just need to hang on."
"And how do you propose we do that?"
Think. Jack closed his eyes, took a breath. What would Ethan do? What choices would he make right now? What did they have to work with? Themselves? 2 rifles pilfered from the prison officers' quarters. They were finally armed, but slowly being squeezed into a kill box. "Can we get to the roof? Higher ground?" Sergei closed his eyes, exhaling as he rested his head against the concrete wall. Jack waited, biting his tongue. Sergei had crossed some line somewhere deep within himself. This fatalistic pessimism wasn't his way. But the heart had a way of tugging even the smartest person into twisted rationalities. How much hurt had Sergei accumulated in the past week? How much more in the last 12 hours? Would Jack think the same way if faced with Ethan's loss? No, he wasn't going down that road. "Sergei," he prodded, "can we get to the roof?"
"Yes,"
Sergei breathed.
"If you don't mind a climb."
They scrambled back through the admin building. Smoke from the burning cell blocks, connected through a dark, collapsed gantry, stung their eyes. Jack coughed and pulled Ethan's sweatshirt up over his nose, trying to filter the worst of the smoke. The sweatshirt was still damp and cold, but he had layered it over the sweater and clothes he had taken from the prison officer's closet. His eyes watered, going hazy. Sergei hauled open a side door after kicking apart the rusted lock. It opened to a narrow walkway, a tiny space cut into the rocky cliffs facing the prison. Hard, packed snow rose to their thighs, and they climbed up onto the walkway one at a time. Halfway through the passage, a rusted ladder hung down the side of the prison, outside the burning cell blocks. Concrete walls kept the blaze inside, for now. Everything on the first floor was already in flames. Sergei pointed to the ladder.
"That is your way up."
Jack eyed it. Black paint had chipped and flaked, revealing pock-marked metal and rust. Some parts had rotted almost completely through.
"Will it hold?" "One way to find out."
Sergei grabbed the ladder and hefted himself up. It creaked, metal groaning, rivets screaming, but held.
"Is good?"
Sergei grunted. He started to climb. Jack glared up at him, but followed. 10 feet above, Sergei placed his foot on one of the metal rungs and went right through it. The rung disintegrated, metal flakes and rust dust spraying down on Jack. He hugged the ladder, sputtering as Sergei grabbed hold of the next rung, quickly pulling himself higher.
"That one is bad," he called. "Watch out."
Right. They made it to the roof, Jack cracking through one rung after it strained under Sergei's weight. He slipped, but held fast with his thighs and his hands. He was near the top of the ladder when the rung went, and Sergei managed to reach over and haul him up the last few feet. They came over the roof's edge and landed in deep snow, rising to their shins, and beneath that a packed ice layer that kept them from sinking all the way through. Ducking low, they pulled out their rifles and made their way across. "Any idea where he is?" Jack whispered. Sergei shook his head. He scanned the rooftop, his head on a swivel. Jack fought back a tiny smile. Sergei was back, finally, back to being the FSB agent he was. They'd need that if they were going to get out of there. The rooftop was covered in snow and ice, sunken in the middle and with deep drifts piled high on the corners. From there, they'd have a view of the entire yard, the front gate, and the fence line. If Milos was out there, they'd be able to find him, take him out, like Ethan would do. "You take that corner." Jack pointed to the south. "I'll take the other." They moved slowly, keeping low. Snow tumbled beneath Jack's jacket, down his sweatshirt. His fingers stung, shocked by the cold of the rooftop and the chill of the metal on the rifle in his hands. Decades old, it had been practically an antique when the prison was still operational. Finally, they arrived at their corners. Sergei lay down in the snow, propping his rifle on the lip of the roof's edge. Jack did the same, hissing as the cold hit his belly when his layers rode up. He scanned the yard, the fence line, peered into the guard shacks. Everything was quiet, eerily so. The snow had stopped falling, but the world was still preternaturally silent. There was almost an expectant hush, waiting. Each breath seemed as loud as a gunshot. He wanted to wait to breathe, hold his breath forever. At some point, breathing would become an issue. Smoke kept climbing from the first floor, belching skyward. His nose twitched and tickled. They had time, for now, but not forever. Milos had better make his move soon. Milos was a hunter, Sergei had said. Stalked his victims, weakened them, and then went in for the kill. Jack wished he'd paid attention all those years ago when his dad was trying to teach him about hunting. He'd never cared for it, and what little knowledge his dad had passed on had long since been replaced with song lyrics and congressional minutia. What was the next move? What did they do now? At the very least, he remembered being bored while hunting with his dad, waiting for what felt like an eternity. They'd stay put, take their time, as much as they could. He glanced down the roof, toward Sergei. Sergei glanced back. Thump! Below them something hollow sounded, like a soup can fired out of a tube, a dull whoomp, and a near-silent hiss. Two dark canisters arced into the air, sailing over the edge of the roof. They landed in the snow, gentle puffs billowing out from where they lay. "Go!" Sergei hollered. He waved at Jack, already scrambling to his feet. "Go! Grenades!" Panic lay in his gaze, and even from across the roof, Jack could see the whites around his eyes. He couldn't run back to the ladder. He wouldn't make it. Jack looked over the edge of the roof, toward the prison yard. Bullets spat past his cheek. Milos was on the ground, just beneath them, firing upward. "Jack, go!" Go where? He rolled back, escaping Milo's burst of fire, and scrambled on his belly, heading to the side of the roof. He peered down again. The fire was worse on this side, flames licking out of broken windows, but deep snowdrifts lay against the building, blown by the winds. He could jump. Maybe. "Jack!" He had to jump. Now! God, Ethan would throw a fit if he saw this. Taking a deep breath, Jack hauled himself up and over the side, sliding on his belly until he rolled over the edge. He clung to the rifle as he fell. Free fall grabbed him, flinging him toward the ground. He thought he left his stomach on the roof. Primal thoughts screamed in his mind, desperate pleas that the snow be soft enough, deep enough, that he lived through the next moment. Ethan's face hung in his mind, Ethan's smile. the warmth of his arms. Whoomp! He landed on his chest, face first in the drift. Snow puffed around him like a snow globe gone crazy. He couldn't breathe. His lungs wouldn't work, wouldn't drag air into his body. He rolled slowly, his arms fishtailing through the air as he struggled to physically drag oxygen into his mouth. Time slowed. The world lengthened, sounds distorted and stretched like a rubber band, pulled, and then snapped. He sat up, gasping, heaving in breath after breath, his hands reaching for his throat, his chest patting down his snow-covered jacket. He was alive. Somehow he was alive. Sergei. What about Sergei? Jack stood, slipped, and trudged his way through the snowdrifts. The fire still raged in the cell block, licking through the windows. Black burns coated the concrete. Even in the snow, sweat started to prick at Jack's skin. Had the grenades detonated? Was Milos still out there, just around the corner? He kept going, pushing through waist-deep snow. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunshots, a burst of fire from the front of the building. He froze. Twin booms sounded, blasts that exploded from the rooftop. Concrete and snow sprayed through the air, arching high before raining down on Jack, the yard, and into the center of the prison. He ducked as the cell block groaned, burned concrete and metal moaning, the sound setting his teeth on edge. A moment later, the roof caved in, snow and broken rusted iron crashing through the second story and into the flames. The fire hissed as snow from the roof collapsed into the center, flames twisting and trying to survive and burn higher. He rose slowly, peering through the broken windows. He could see the sky and shattered concrete, twisted bits of iron. The roof was gone. Where was Sergei? What were those shots? Damn it, running through snow was worse than running through a dream. He couldn't move any faster than a crawl, and his legs screamed, a burn that went from his hips to his toes. He tried to climb on top of the drift, but fell through, stuck with his fractional progress. Damn it. Finally, he made it to the end of the building. The snow tapered out, and he stumbled the last few steps through ankle-deep powder. He leaned against the building, catching his breath, and then peeked around the corner. In the center of the yard, Sergei was crawling on his side, a line of blood trailing him in the snow. Milos stalked him slowly, a long, brutal-looking knife in one hand. Jack raced across the packed snow. He slid on a patch of ice, but kept running, gripping his rifle tight. As he got to the edge of the yard, he bellowed, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Hey, asshole, over here!" Milos turned and pulled a pistol from his waistband. Jack, rifle already raised, fired. The old Russian rifle kicked back against his shoulder, and his shot went wide. Milos's shot was better, whizzing past him close enough to hum. Jack ducked, running for the base of a guard tower at the corner of the yard. Rotten wooden posts held the tower aloft, a crisscross of old timbers. He crouched low, peeking through the beams as Milos turned back to Sergei. He lifted his rifle and took aim, closing one eye as he rested his cheek against the stock. Sergei stopped crawling. He looked up at Milos and snarled. Jack was too far to hear what Sergei spat, but he watched his lips move. Milos laughed. He grabbed Sergei by the collar of his sweater, leaned in, and lifted the knife. Fuck, he had to make this shot, had to save Sergei. He breathed in, sighted the center of Milos's back, and a blast roared through the yard, through the whole prison, the boom of a shotgun. Jack jerked, looking up. Striding across the yard, coming from the front gate, a man in a dark jacket, his hood pulled up, moved fast, holding a pump-action shotgun in front of him. Another rifle was slung over his shoulder. He pumped the shotgun once and took aim, his long legs spread wide as the stock rose to his chest. Milos shouted as the second shot struck him, something harsh and guttural even in Russian. Blood wept from his shoulder, pouring down his left arm, hanging uselessly at his side. Gritting his teeth, he charged the hooded man, brandishing his knife as he ran. The unknown man threw his shotgun in the snow, unslung the rifle from his shoulder, lifted it, and fired, emptying the magazine into Milos. Milos's charge stuttered, and he stumbled, falling to his knees as the bullets slammed into him over and over. Finally, he pitched forward, face first, in his own bloody snow. Jack didn't move. Who was this? He wanted it to be Ethan. God, he wanted it to be Ethan more than he'd ever wanted anything before. Ethan was his hero. He always had been. And of course he'd show up, save them both, kill Milos. Of course he would. He'd always be there. Always. But this man didn't move like Ethan. He could pick Ethan out from 1,000 people, all dressed the same, all looking the same. The way he moved, the shape of his body, the way he stood, how he braced, the width of his shoulders, his back, the curve of his waist. This wasn't Ethan. Who was he? The man moved toward Sergei, his rifle held at the ready, searching and scanning the yard for anyone else. Jack stayed down, hidden, and raised his own rifle. Sergei lay on his side in the snow, propped up on his elbow. He stared at the man, his mouth hanging open. Silence had once again fallen over the yard, a silence so complete Jack heard each of the man's footfalls, the crunch and slide of his boots, heard him sling his rifle over his shoulder and crouch down beside Sergei. And then he heard Sergei's choked, breathless whisper, "Sasha." Impossible. But he watched Sergei push himself up and reach for the man. His hands shook as they neared the man's face, hidden by the hood. The hood fell back. Blonde hair, ice-blue eyes, staring down at Sergei, traveling over his body, hands reaching for Sergei's leg where he was bleeding. It was Sasha. How the hell? God, what now? After the emotional anguish, the self-torture Sergei had inflicted upon his heart, Sasha appeared out of the snow? How had he survived? What the hell would happen now? Jack stood and jogged to their sides, kneeling beside Sergei. Sasha's eyes flicked to him as he ran, but dropped back to Sergei. He snorted to himself. He was the third wheel, suddenly, utterly inconsequential. Sasha hadn't even twitched as he approached. He was so entirely focused on Sergei. Sergei didn't notice when he plopped down beside him either. He just kept staring at Sasha, his jaw hanging open as his lips tried to form words that never came. One of Sergei's hands rested on Sasha's cheek, touched him, as if he weren't truly there. Sasha's hand stuttered as he reached for Sergei. He froze, staring into Sergei's gaze. He, too, seemed to be struggling to find the right words, any words, and Jack caught the edges of fear in his eyes, apprehension that he buried in the back of his gaze. Jack leaned in, tugging at Sergei's pants on his lower leg, exposing his wound. A single gunshot through his calf, still bleeding but slowing down. He pulled off his jacket and pressed it on Sergei's leg, leaning with all his weight. Sergei's hand fell from Sasha's cheek, and he grimaced, groaning aloud. "Govna! Damn it, Jack, that hurt!" "Of course it hurt. You're shot." "Not that bad," Sergei growled. "It's just a nick on my leg." He scooted up, leaning back on his elbows, looking at the snow. Finally, turned back to Sasha, still kneeling beside him, silent. "Sasha, how?" His lips moved, but nothing came out. "I heard you die," he whispered. "I ejected." "You said it was madness to eject in the permafrost, and that you would not even be able to if they fired at you at such close range. You would not have time." "I do not know how I did it. I was talking to you, and then—" Sasha looked away, down to the snow. "And it was madness. I should be dead." "No," Sergei growled. He grabbed Sasha's wrist and pulled him close until their faces were inches away. Fury crackled off Sergei, sparked from his eyes, made the air shiver between them. "Do not dare speak about dying again,"
You are not allowed to throw your life away, do you hear me? I will kill you myself if you ever do something like that again. I could not—"
His voice, building to a crescendo, cracked, and he hissed a quiet, sharp gasp.
"I need you,"
he finally breathed. Sasha stared into Sergei's eyes, breathing fast. His lips were open, his breath making tiny clouds that puffed between their faces. "Now, Sergei, kiss him now." Jack's gaze darted between the two. He stayed quiet. "Sergei, do something. Tell him, my God, tell him, don't wait." "I am here," Sasha whispered. "Always." Sergei's expression curdled, and he let go of Sasha's wrist like it burned him to touch.
"You promised that once before, and then you demanded to fly off and die."
Everything within Sasha closed up tight. Jack watched walls fall behind his eyes, saw his spine stiffen. He pulled back, frowning at Sergei. "It was for you, so you could end this madness and go back to being president." Sergei snarled, and he tried to pull away. Jack kept him pinned, leaning into his wound. Sergei sent him a withering glare before turning back to Sasha.
"Do not do it again."
"Sergei," a new voice broke over the yard.
"Jack!"
He knew that voice. Relief flooded through him, followed by a sigh that came from his soul. He looked up and found Ethan standing just inside the broken front gate in the dim light of a distant pair of headlights. Ethan's gaze darted from Milos's broken body to the three of them in the snow. He had his rifle at the ready, pointed at Sasha's back. "Sasha, hold here." He grabbed Sasha's hands, moved them over his on Sergei's leg, and then stood and stumbled across the snowy yard to Ethan, a beaming smile stretching his face and making his cheeks ache. Ethan stared at him, his eyes cataloging every scratch, every bruise, every soot mark Jack had picked up, his new clothes scavenged from the Russian prison. Jack opened his arms. "Am I glad to see you, love?" Jack's smile must have let Ethan relax, at least a fractional amount. He lowered his rifle and wrapped him up, his hands sliding up Jack's neck and into his hair, as he pressed their cheeks together, letting out a sigh.
"We've got to stop meeting like this."
He kept holding on, smiling. He was safe, back together with Ethan. Ethan was in his arms. Sasha was alive. Sergei was going to be okay. The world still turned. The sky hadn't ignited yet. For the moment, everything was good. Relief made him giddy, made his stomach flutter and his blood quicken. "One of us," he said into Ethan's ear, "has very bad luck."
"I had a normal life before I met you."
Ethan pulled back, but he cupped Jack's face. His eyes were smiling, even as they swept over his bruised cheek, his mussed hair standing on end. "I guess we're just going to have to stick together, huh?"
"Guess so."
Smiling, Ethan dropped a kiss to the end of Jack's nose.
"Who was that?"
He nodded to where Sasha knelt, his back to Ethan. Jack sighed. Had it only been a few hours since Sergei had confessed his love, his desire for Sasha, faced down a part of himself and reconciled with his heart and soul? Now he glared at the prison fence, at the trees beyond, looking furious enough to chew nails as Sasha kept pressure on his wound. Sasha kept sneaking glances at Sergei, but Sergei never saw. Sasha's back. It was time to go, time to get back to the mission. Ethan pulled out the med kit and wrapped Sergei's leg, hands, and shoulder as they filled him in on Milos, his criminal past, and how he'd hunted them. Sasha spoke next, grunting through what even Jack could tell was a condensed version of his time in the tundra, finding the tribesmen, and then Ilya. The news about Moroshkin emptying the Siberian prisons made Sergei snarl and growl again. When Ethan was done, he confirmed what Sergei had already said. The bullet had gone straight through his calf, and the cuts were shallow. Other than the pain, Sergei was going to be fine with some rest and fluids. They piled into Ethan's jeep, Sasha gliding into the back seat with Sergei. Sergei kept to his sullen silence, slumping against the window as if he could escape, glaring out at the snow and refusing to talk as Sasha closed his eyes and rested his head on the seat back. 5 minutes after Ethan set out, Sasha started snoring, and Sergei stared at him, frustrated fury melting away, replaced with naked longing. Jack watched Sergei in the rearview mirror, sharing glances with Ethan. By the time they dropped off the ridge and Ethan wound his way through the track and back to the road to Ustolga, Sergei had tugged Sasha, still sleeping, sideways, and was holding him in his arms. He buried his face in Sasha's neck and closed his eyes. Ethan turned to Jack and arched his eyebrows. Sergei and I talked. He figured some things out. Ethan slid one hand into Jack's, squeezing tight. I'm glad. You two okay? Jack inhaled slowly. I think so. It was a rough day, though. He squeezed back. When we were running from Milos, I fell through the ice into the river. Sergei pulled me out, brought me to the prison, and kept me alive. Shared body heat with me. Ethan's hand clamped down on Jack's, hard. I don't remember much after I fell in. He says I almost died. Silence. Ethan breathed in and out, measured deep breaths. He didn't let go of Jack's hand or loosen his grip. He had his realization then. Slowly, Ethan nodded. He swallowed and then lifted their hands, bringing Jack's to his lips. He pressed a kiss to the back of Jack's hand, letting his lips linger. I'm glad he was there. He saved your life. He kissed Jack's hand again, and then his fingers, one after another. I'm sorry I wasn't with you. It's not your fault. Jack slipped his hand free and cupped Ethan's cheek. Nothing that happened is your fault. I shouldn't have left you at the river. No. Jack shook his head. No, don't do that. You couldn't predict what would happen. Milos, the RPG, it's not your fault when life hurls curveballs at us. He smiled, stroking his thumb over Ethan's scruff. I should actually thank you. Ethan frowned. For what? You gave me a crash course in weapons and tactics back in D.C., how to shoot, how to react, how to keep my head when things go sideways. He smiled. Without that, without you, I'd be a goner. You've made me stronger. Finally, Ethan smiled. He glanced at Jack, kissed his wrist, and then turned to his palm, dropping a kiss to the center. I don't like you getting hurt, being in harm's way. I know, but... Ethan glanced at Jack again. Badass Jack is kind of hot. He laughed, throwing his head back. Kind of hot? Only kind of? Smoldering eyes raked over Jack from his head to his crotch and then back. They're sleeping. I'll pull over right now. He almost told Ethan to do it, a tightness in his blood pleading for exactly that. Him and Ethan together again. Finally, body to body, sweat slick, skin moving together, but he wanted more than a fumble in the trees and more than what he was capable of at the moment. Part of him wanted, but the rest of him was fading fast. Exhaustion had sunk its claws into him. I won't be any good. I might fall asleep on you. Ethan barked out a laugh. So inspiring. He grinned and then held out his hand. Sleep against me. You can lean on my shoulder while I drive. Jack slid across the bench seat, collapsing against Ethan's side. He rested his head on Ethan's shoulder and smiled when he felt Ethan's lips press on the top of his head against his hair. Love you, he said, lacing their fingers together when Ethan rested one hand over his belly.
I love you, Jack.
His eyes slipped closed and he fell asleep, safe in Ethan's arms as the jeep hummed over the road, bringing them down and out of Siberia and back to their mission. Tensions inside White House skyrocket as the world prepares for war. Sources within the White House report a tense, divided, and combative atmosphere as the world struggles to contain an explosive situation in Canada's northern territories. Russian General Miroshkin, the self-appointed leader of Russia following his coup against President Sergei Pukov, continues to hold the territory he seized in Canada's Yukon and Nunavut territories. The U.S. has mobilized in support of Canada, pitting significant ground troops and air support against Miroshkin's invasion. However, sources say that the White House's moves are scattered, and that senior advisers are kept out of the loop on key strategic decisions. An air of suspicion and mistrust has settled over the West Wing. Many staffers appear to be on edge and ready to snap on the heels of former President Jack Spires' assassination attempt. Tensions inside White House skyrocket as the world prepares for war. Sources within the White House report a tense, divided, and combative atmosphere as the world struggles to contain an explosive situation in Canada's northern territories. Russian General Miroshkin, the self-appointed leader of Russia following his coup against President Sergei Pukov, continues to hold the territory he seized in Canada's Yukon and Nunavut territories. The U.S. has mobilized in support of Canada, pitting significant ground troops and air support against Miroshkin's invasion. However, sources say that the White House's moves are scattered, and that senior advisers are kept out of the loop on key strategic decisions. An air of suspicion and mistrust has settled over the West Wing. Many staffers appear to be on edge and ready to snap on the heels of former President Jack Spires' assassination attempt. Chapter 21. Washington, D.C. I still can't believe he's gone. Jason Brent blinked fast as he bit his lip. It hasn't even been a week since President Spires was attacked, Jason. Jennifer Prince leaned in, dropping a kiss to his cheek. She lay beside him in bed, her body pressed against his. It's okay to still hurt. Jason shook his head. Where is Ethan? Ethan's been gone for too long. Why didn't he come back after the attack? He scrubbed his hands over his face. The president is in ICU. He's brain dead. The truth about the clone of Mrs. Spires is out now, and Ethan's just gone. Do you have any idea where he is? Jennifer's thumb stroked along the center of his chest, over his sternum. I really thought he'd be sitting by the president's bedside day and night. The official statement is that he's in seclusion, mourning the events. Jason shook his head. But that came from Pete, and Pete said it came from President Wall, and he grimaced. It was still hard to say President Wall, no longer President Spires. And his boss, First Gentleman Ethan Reichenbach, was missing. Jennifer stilled. She frowned, biting her lip. You think? I don't know what to think. He swallowed and rolled toward her, burying his face in her neck. Her hair smelled like sunflowers, like the shampoo she had brought over and left in his shower one weekend. I don't want to turn into Pete. What had happened to them all? In 2 weeks, the whole world had changed. When had it begun? When had the slide into disaster and anarchy happened? Sochi? Earlier? Or all the way back to Madigan's betrayal, his attempted coup? What had been Madigan's first act of rebellion? When had he first turned against the United States and started working for himself? Madigan had shredded the world in one massive blow. President Jack Spires, brain dead after his miraculously back-from-the-dead wife was revealed to be a clone, an assassin sent by Madigan to rip out the heart of the United States, and Ethan, missing after Leslie's reappearance, not a word, not a hair seen of him since the attack on the CIA and Jack's hospitalization. They had been so in love. He'd seen it, watched it. Hell, he remembered the gossip that had flown through the White House back when Ethan was still the president's lead Secret Service agent. How close they were, how their friendship had been considered scandalous on one hand and proof of the president's everyman appeal on the other. The way they'd hidden in corners of the White House, stealing moments to talk and laugh together, and then, after they were outed, how they had kept their love alive, turning toward each other always. They had been so deeply in love. What the hell was this? It just didn't make sense. Was Ethan hurt, wounded somehow, and in hiding? Was he so shattered, so deep in his mourning that he couldn't face the public? Where was he? Why didn't he reach out to his staff? They'd do anything for him. Anything. God, they all missed him. Barbara, the White House social secretary, hadn't stopped crying. Jennifer, White House florist, had all but moved into Jason's office, bringing her floral designs with her. She said she didn't want to be alone in the crypt-like East Wing, and, truth be told, he was glad she was there. President Wall had closed the East Wing. No journalists, no volunteers, no more press junkets or interviews, no meetings. They all still came in at President Wall's invitation, but the place was a tomb. Out of everyone, Pete Reyes, President Wall's press secretary, had taken the news of Spires' demise and Ethan's disappearance the worst. He hadn't led a press briefing in days, hadn't left the White House in even longer. Whenever Jason saw him, Pete looked more and more disheveled with ever darker red-rimmed eyes. He stank of tequila. Jennifer stroked his hair and kissed his temple. Pete's hurting. He's lost right now. You know he was with the president during his campaign. He worked with Spires back in the Senate. We only worked with him a few months. I can't imagine how he feels. His friend was assassinated. She exhaled shakily, pressing her cheek to Jason's. We should do more for him. He's so angry. He needs us. She kissed his ear and pulled back, looked into his eyes. We're his friends. We need to help him. He nodded. Pete's rage, his anguish, were infectious. He could feel his own heart rising to meet Pete's bitter fury every time they neared. It wasn't fair. It just wasn't fair. Why did the world have to be so cruel? Rip apart two men who loved each other, break a country's back, and terrorize the world? What was it Madigan wanted so badly to do all of this? We need to get ready. Jennifer kissed his cheek and pulled away, sliding out of his bed. Why? Why do we even go in every day? He rolled to his back, spreading out like a starfish. What's the point? It's our job, she said, stroking her hand over his feet as she passed, heading for the bathroom. We're supposed to be there on call. What if today is the day Ethan comes back? Won't you want to be there for him? Damn it. Jason rolled to the side of his bed and pushed himself up. He chewed on his lip, listening to the sound of the shower turning on and Jennifer slipping behind the curtain. She was right. He did need to do more, help Pete's staff, try and bring stability back to President Spires' President Wall's White House. It's what they both, Ethan and President Spires, would have wanted.
Madam President, we have a situation.
General Bradford strode into the Oval Office, followed by Director Maury and Paul Hing, Secretary of State. Elizabeth shared a quick look with Levi, seated at the tables in the center of her office. Levi refused to leave her side, staying with her through every meeting, every moment she was in the West Wing. At the end of each day, she trudged upstairs to the residence and slept in the Queen's bedroom, one of the guest bedrooms down the hall from Jack and Ethan's. Every night, Levi shoved one of the couches in front of her bedroom door. He slept there, curled up on the Victorian silk love seat, knees bent and neck stuck at an odd angle in his undershirt and boxers. He re-wore his suit every morning, pilfering from Jack's shirts when he went too long and turned dingy. Levi stayed seated, watching Bradford, Hing, and Maury stop in front of the Resolute desk. What's going on? Elizabeth turned her laptop away and lowered the screen.
We've lost contact with the SEAL team we deployed. They inserted 12 hours ago, and they were supposed to check in. They haven't. They've missed both their check-in windows."
"Have we lost them?" Bradford frowned.
"The Arctic is a nasty environment to operate in. Nothing goes right. But these guys are the best."
"The best that's gone silent." Her eyes narrowed, and she peered at Bradford. "We didn't just hand-deliver a team of our best operators to Madigan, did we? You know those SEALs were 100% loyal?" He glared at her and didn't blink.
"These were our men," he growled. "America's men. Some of our best."
She sighed long and loud and rubbed her forehead. "Damn it. Keep me updated. I want to know the second they make contact. Don't give up on them just yet."
"I have no intention of giving up on any of our forces, Madam President."
"Ma'am, there's another problem." Maury cut in neatly, stepping forward and taking over as Bradford's face continued to flush, turning a deep purple that set off the rage in his eyes. "We've picked up communications between the Canadian government and the Russians, between the embassy in Ottawa and Moscow." "Shit." Paul spoke up. He still had his pencil, and he flicked it against his palm, the eraser hitting his skin in a fast beat.
"The Canadian Prime Minister's office is no longer taking my calls, ma'am."
She closed her eyes as the world swam before her. What was the record for a world leader destroying a nation? Would she set a new one, leading America to devastation in only a week? Would the Canadians truly turn to the Russians, reorient the whole world, allow the invasion of America to happen through their backyard? "That's not the worst news, ma'am," Maury said slowly. Elizabeth's eyelids opened with a snap. She stared at Maury, and then Bradford when both were silent. "What could be worse?" Bradford cleared his throat.
"Satellite imagery has picked up the Chinese launching their long-range naval vessels out of their northern sea base. We're tracking submarines, destroyers, and amphibious assault ships."
"An invasion force?"
"Yes, Madam President."
Oppressive silence filled the Oval Office. Not even a curtain twitched. Jack's photos, him and Ethan, sat behind her on the table by the windows. She could feel Jack's eyes boring into her back, staring at her, waiting for her to act, to save the day, save America and the world, to do something. "General, what is the status of our forces in the Pacific?"
"We've put the bulk of our forces against the Russians off the coast of British Columbia. Pearl still has a fleet available. They're on high alert and waiting for orders."
"Have the fleet set up a defensive perimeter. I want a blockade to stop the Chinese. Do not let them cross Hawaii."
"Deny them passage through international waters."
Paul frowned. His pencil finally stopped snapping against his palm. "If the Chinese are coming to help the Russians invade, then yes, I'll damn well deny them the entire Pacific if I can. Push them right back into their bases." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "General, we need to review civil defense measures, contingency plans in the event of a ground invasion. I want a briefing on all your models." Bradford nodded. He had lost his purple rage, and instead he was ashy, pale, bags hung under his eyes, dark with lack of sleep. She understood only too well. Were they presiding over the end of America? Was this what Rome felt like before the Republic was overrun? "Paul, keep trying with the Canadians. Tell them I want to speak to the Prime Minister immediately. Director, see if you can get any more information on what the Canadians and Russians are talking about. Work your back channels. General, keep an eye on the Chinese fleet and get our forces in Hawaii out in front of them." She nodded to the group, dismissing them. After they left, she collapsed in her chair, scrubbing her hands over her face.
"Madam President,"
Levi spoke softly, and his footfalls over the carpet were gentle. "Can you give me some good news, Levi?" Her hands fell to the chair arms. "Please tell me you have information on the mole." His eyes pinched and his expression went tight. He shook his head.
I've been going over Scott's notes. He went through the Secret Service again. Combed through all of us. I'm doing it again to be sure.
She bit her lip, frowning.
I'm starting with everyone on the plane when the president was in Russia for the funeral. Who could have smuggled the photos out of Russia and back to the U.S., put them in his bag?
When Jack had returned from Evgeny Konakov's state funeral in Russia, photos of him overseas in the private spaces of the Kremlin had appeared in his duffel marked with Madigan's signature, an M circled in red, usually done in blood, but on the photos it had been a red marker, a sign, a signal that Jack wasn't safe, not even in the White House. A dangerous warning from Madigan, something they all saw too late, putting the pieces together only after Leslie's attempt on Jack's life. She peered at Levi, studying him. She trusted him more than she trusted anyone else in the White House. He slept feet from her every night. Why hadn't she shared the last bit of information with him? Why was she holding back? It was Madigan's last gift, a virulent distrust of everyone. It was like a virus, a palpable sickness that hung in the air. She saw it in the eyes of everyone who spoke to her. Could they even trust her? Could she trust them in return? This was no way to run a government or a nation. They'd crumble from within, fast, and Madigan or Miroshkin wouldn't have to fire a shot or ignite the sky. "Levi," she said, sitting forward. She braced her elbows on the desk and looked him in the eye. "There's something else. Something I haven't told you." Levi froze. He stared at her, not blinking. "When Jack called, he told me there were more photos that Ethan had found at Madigan's old base. When Ethan found out the truth about Leslie Spires." "Photos of what? Jack and Ethan, here in the White House?" "Surveillance-style photos. Someone taking pictures from inside. In the West Wing. Outside the residence, in their private time. Of their private lives." Levi hissed and spun away, his hands clenching as he paced before the resolute desk. She watched him, tracking his movements for 2 turns before she spoke again. "The people who have that kind of access to the White House are limited." Levi nodded. He tipped his head back. "Unrestricted West Wing and White House access? It's not a long list." "Can you run through the background of the White House staffers who have that level of clearance?" "I already started. I'll take it deeper, though." "What about executive staff, advisors, officers, cabinet positions?" "Looking at them, too, but—" He stopped, pressed his lips together. "Who could have put the pictures both in the president's duffel and taken photos of him during off-time in private spaces?" It was her turn to stay quiet. He sighed, shaking his head. "It feels like a Secret Service agent," he breathed. "We have that kind of access, and it was mostly agents on the flight to Russia. It was a lean crew, but a big force of agents. Scott's orders." She closed her eyes. Unease slid down her spine and distrust choked her throat. Who do we trust, Levi? Was Levi trustable even? "I don't know," he said softly. Welby's eyes flicked down the hall, watching as Levi slipped out of the Oval Office. He frowned. Levi's suit was rumpled, and his normally impeccable appearance was noticeably off, like he'd been sleeping in his clothes, and not sleeping very well at that. Deep lines had burrowed into Levi's face almost overnight, 2 cratering frown lines across his forehead and 2 bracketing down his downturned lips. It was strange to see Levi, normally upbeat and always ready with a smile, scowling all the time, though there hadn't been many smiles since the blast, since the president's assassination. Welby swallowed slowly and forced the memories out of his mind. He focused on the wall, on the butter-yellow paint, and a dark handprint, a smudge left by someone leaning carelessly against the wall. Levi headed his way, blinking hard. "Welby," he said, speaking low, "I've got to run down to horsepower. No one goes in the Oval Office until I'm back." Welby nodded. Levi moved down the hall, heading for the stairs, taking him to the White House basement and the Secret Service's bunker. His eyes darted back to the Oval Office. Levi had been spending a lot of time with President Wall. Granted, he had become the new detail lead, the president's personal body man, but he rarely left Wall's side, and if he did, like now, he always left her behind closed doors, secured and cut off from everyone else. It was almost enough to make someone wonder. President Spires and Ethan had been like that in the beginning, spending too much time together and alone. But Ethan had never sequestered Spires away, kept him from everyone else. What was going on? What the fuck? His thoughts were cut off by Levi's shout, coming from down the hall between the press secretary's office and the cabinet room. A thump, and then a crash, and Welby took off, running toward the noise. He had his weapon out, raised and ready to fire before his first step. A lamp lay on the floor, the shade crumpled and flaring skyward like an old-time dress flipped back to reveal the hoop skirt and petticoats. A vase of flowers, white lilies and tulips, funeral flowers, had crashed to the carpet. Water spilled everywhere, stems and crushed petals scattered over the tan rug, and Pete Reyes had Levi shoved up against the wall, both his hands fisted in Levi's suit jacket. Pete's face was only millimeters from Levi's, and he hissed, fury shaking his voice and his words. "Where is he?" "What the fuck are you talking about?" Levi tried to push Pete off. Pete wouldn't budge. "Where is Scott Collard?" Levi frowned. Welby stuttered, freezing. "He disappeared after the bombing at Langley. Ethan's best friend," Pete shouted. "Where the fuck is he?" "Personal leave," Levi barked. He shoved at Pete again. "Last warning, let me go. Now." "Personal leave," Pete snarled. "Bullshit! Personal leave with Ethan, right? Both of them in deep mourning, hiding from the world." Levi's dark eyes flashed, and Welby knew it was over. Levi twisted, slipping his leg between Pete's before sweeping Pete's legs out from beneath him and hurling him to the ground. Levi leaned over and grasped Pete's throat, pushing him down and holding him there, a blatant show of dominance. "You don't know what the fuck you're talking about," he hissed. Pete stared up at Levi. Lying on the White House West Wing carpet, stained shirt untucked, tie loose and rumpled, Pete looked like a drunk after a long night in Atlantic City. It was pathetic. Welby almost felt sorry for him. "I know something's going on." Pete's eyes blazed. "I know it. I fucking know it, Levi. Where is Ethan? He wouldn't just vanish like this." Levi stood, shaking his head. Disgust flowed off him. "You need to take some time off and get your head straight. Except what's what." "Where's Scott Collard?" Pete stayed on the ground, on his back. "Where is Agent Scott Collard?" Levi stepped over him. "Scott's with Ethan." He gave Welby a withering glare before he turned down the stairwell, heading to the lower level. Pete closed his eyes, sighing. He didn't move, didn't try to stand or pick himself up off the floor. Welby held out his hand. "Come on, Mr. Reyes. Get up." "Where is Agent Scott Collard?" Pete opened his eyes. The bleakness in his gaze was a punch to Welby's gut, a hand that reached out and grasped his throat, choking him. Pete's bloodshot eyes had lost their bright sparkle. Pete had been the perfect choice for Spires' press secretary. He was just like the president, quick and sharp and more than a little mischievous. Pete had played with the press, and they loved him for it, the verbal give and take making the briefing room a lively, spunky place. He liked the press, enjoyed the game, and respected them to a point. Pete had been like a rampaging tiger when defending Spires and his relationship with Ethan. When the president had joined the press briefings each Friday when he was trying to loosen up and be more approachable, the two together had been DC's best amateur comedy hour, playing off each other with so much warmth and respect. This emptiness, the rawness, the desperation in Pete was wrong. Welby leaned down, helping Pete sit up. He opened his mouth, the line they had all been given about Scott's sudden personal leave after the blast on the tip of his tongue, but it wouldn't come out. Where was Ethan? Where had Scott disappeared to? Why was Levi keeping the president behind closed doors at all times, never leaving her side? Why hadn't a decision been made about President Spires yet? Keep him on life support indefinitely or let him go naturally? Where were his parents? The nation was on eggshells, waiting every day for news from the hospital. Why was everything so tight-lipped? Where was Ethan to do the Jackie Kennedy and help bind the nation together? Damn it, they needed Ethan. Where was he? He held on to Pete's elbow, and he helped him stand. Pete swayed on his feet, one hand on his head, and moaned. Fuck. I wish I could sleep. Welby squeezed Pete's arm until Pete turned to him with a frown. I don't know where Scott is, he breathed. And I don't know what's going on either. Chapter 22. Savokuk, Alaska. Where the fuck are we? Doc's backpack slid off his shoulder and hit the mud, splattering thick sludge over his boots and cargo pants. The rest of the team stayed quiet, surveying their dismal surroundings. There are animal skins hanging from that... What the fuck is that? A jungle gym built by a drunk out of wooden poles? Doc was on a roll. Adam sighed. He felt Faisal at his side, the warmth of his body. He tried not to lean against him. Those are fucking bones, Doc shouted. Jesus Christ! What the hell kind of bones are those? Dinosaur bones? Loch Ness Monster bones? Fucking alien bones, Doc, Ruiz said, shoving his shoulder into Doc's and grinning. Adam sent Ruiz a glare, and Coleman clapped his hand on the younger Marine's shoulder, squeezing hard enough for Ruiz to wince. Doc was enough of one mouth for the entire team. Whale bones, Adam finally said. This is an Inuit village. They're subsistence hunters and fishers. They're still allowed to hunt whales as part of their tribal activities. They use the bones, he said, gesturing to what the team had thought were wooden beams, the outlines of structures that looked like homes, jungle gyms, and buildings, to build. And yes, skins as well. Doc glared at him. Do they have a banjo or four? Adam fixed Doc with a hard stare. Doc's mouth clicked shut. Wait here, Adam growled. I'm going to get us some wheels. I will come with you. Faisal fell into step beside him. A heavy silence, pregnant with 1,000 unsaid words, choked back chuckles, and quick darting glances filled the air behind Adam as he and Faisal walked away. Something heavy hit the mud, and Park cursed. Coleman's bark echoed behind them, bellowing at one of the team. Shut your mouth! Adam breathed in and out. His heart hammered, racing so fast it ached. Was enough blood going to his head? He was dizzy, almost light-headed. It will be all right, Faisal spoke softly. It will, Adam. I wish I had your faith, Adam whispered. What have I done? Faisal stayed quiet. They trudged up the muddy road toward the center of town. Behind him, the propeller plane that had taken them all from frozen Nome, Alaska, turned around on Savokuk's single runway and started taxiing for takeoff. Savokuk was a forgotten spit of land on a forgotten island far out in the reaches of the Bering Sea. Once part of the Navy in World War II and then connected to the Cold War's efforts, the island had long been abandoned. The Inuit, accustomed to living on the island on their own, had taken to their newfound freedom with glee. Savokuk was a mix of claptrap trailers and whalebone huts, hanging animal skins drying, and neon goodwill donations. Snow clung to the sides of the mud roads, and heavy black waves broke along the rocky seawall, sending below freezing water spraying into their faces. Only a few hundred people inhabited the village. Eyeballs tracked their movement, their long walk from the airfield to the town. Men sat in chairs around a trash can fire, smoking. Their faces were wide and tanned, lined with exposure to the sun and the harsh winters above the Arctic Circle. Most had gray hair, though Madam guessed they were all in their 40s. A harsh life, taken out on the body. Four-wheelers sat in the road, parked in haphazard order like the drivers just stopped and hopped off. A line of beer bottles sat on a fence across the road. Shotguns leaned against the side of the chairs the men sat in. Adam's hackles rose. He flared his shoulders, straightened his back. Faisal slid closer to stare. "Gonna whip it," one of the men waved, smiling. "Ulukut," another said with a nod. Adam's spine uncoiled. He smiled back.
"Hey there. My friends and I are here to study some bears. The brown bear, and hopefully we can even see a polar bear."
He grinned.
"We're looking for some wheels. Do you have any ATVs that I can rent?"
The men shared long looks over the trash fire.
"Bears are no camping experience. You boys are looking for trouble if you're going after bears. We're academics. We're just doing a field study. Nothing crazy."
The other academics came with big helicopters. Lots of equipment, lots of people. He stared at Adam, his eyebrows raised.
"Yeah, we're a smaller organization. Just looking for some basic research, really."
One of the men said something in their language, and the others barked out a laugh. Adam smiled with them.
"We won't be here long. Just need a way to get around the island."
"You can have these." The oldest man pointed to the 4 ATVs in the street. Mud-covered, they once were green and black, but were now a mottled shade of speckled brown. "They're even fueled up." Adam dug in his pocket.
"How much?"
The man waved him off. "Your money is no good here. Keep it. Search and rescue will take it from you after they find your remains." He smiled tightly.
"Thanks. I think we'll be all right, though."
One of the others unloaded chains from the back of an ATV and started stringing them together, a make-do towing system that looked more dangerous than even Adam's team could come up with. Marines were the all-time masters of shitty, dangerous ideas. "Don't worry about bringing them back," the old man said, grinning wide. "They have GPS. We'll go get them wherever you drop." Were they still being kind, or were they playing with him? Adam just kept grinning. Playing a dumb American had worked for him more than once. The men finished wrapping lengths of loose chains around the rears of the ATVs and then gestured for Adam and Faisal to hop on the 2 leads.
"Thanks,"
Adam said, hopping on. Faisal slid onto his ATV and zipped up his jacket almost to his nose. He'd gotten cold in Seattle, and traveling even farther north didn't make him any warmer. In Anchorage, he'd bought a thick, puffy jacket at the airport, and under that he had the hooded sweatshirt he'd borrowed from Adam on the plane from Seattle. "Good luck," the old man called. He winked, and then waved when Adam revved the engine and pulled out, heading back to the airport. Doc looked terribly unimpressed when they arrived with the ATVs chained together, but he kept his mouth shut.
"Get these unchained,"
Adam ordered as he hopped off and pulled a map out of his backpack. For days they'd been moving around the world to get to this island, and soon to their rendezvous point. The questions from his team had started coming. Where were they going, and why? What was the plan? And in their eyes, deeper, darker questions shone. He'd have to say something. And soon. No, mission first. He pushed everything away, grounding himself with the memory of Faisal's fingers ghosting through his hair. He plotted out their route quickly, and then went back to the team waiting around the ATVs.
"All right, we double up on these. I'll take the lead. We're headed 14 miles east by southeast to this cove between Savukuk and Savunga villages."
He pointed to the map in the sheltered bay on the north side of the island.
"We stop there."
Silence. He stared them down, waiting for them to question his orders. He'd given them reason to doubt him at the airport with Faisal. When would everything start to unravel? When would they stop listening to him? When would the team crumble? No one spoke.
"When we're there, start setting up camp."
They each had a sleeping bag in their backpacks, a tarp, and the basics for living in the field. Doc had his med kit, and Coleman and Wright each carried a false-bottom bag of Faisal's with their disassembled and untraceable weapons.
"Full brief when we're settled in. I know you all want answers. You'll get them soon."
Nods, and then they broke apart, doubling up for the ATVs. Adam saw his problem immediately. Coleman grabbed Doc, hauling him by his neck over to one ATV. Wright and Park were fiddling with another, and Ruiz and Kobayashi on the third. He and Faisal were going to be riding together, it seemed. He passed Faisal his backpack and slid into the front of the ATV. Faisal hopped on behind him, settling in at his back, and his arms wound around Adam's waist. Oh, that was too close to familiar for comfort. Too close to having Faisal pressed against his back in a whole other way. He revved his ATV and throttled hard, opening up the engine with a roar. His tires spun, and he spat mud and snow behind him in long arcs, sliding a bit before gunning forward. He kept going, speeding ahead and listening to the roar of his teammates following behind. Faisal laid his head on Adam's shoulder and held on tight. When they passed the village and got over to the east side of the island, where it was rolling hills of mud and patches of snow, Adam dropped one hand and laced his fingers through Faisal's. They set up camp on a flat patch of mud overlooking the bay. Black waves rolled up on the rocky beach, dark basalt boulders like something from another world. The sky overhead was gray and gloomy, a drab slate of mottled steel. Snow clung to the ground in patches, but mostly it was a sucking, oozing mud, frigid when it slipped through their boots. Down the island another 2 miles there was a lagoon and an inlet, but they steered clear of those beaches. Walruses hung out there, and bears. They cleared the snow and rocks from the ground and then laid tarps out in a wide rectangle. They tied another to 2 logs they scavenged from the boulders and propped them up in the mud, making a rough lean-to. There was enough room for them all to sleep side by side, huddled close for warmth. Faisal slid his sleeping bag next to Adam's. No one said a word. Doc wheedled his way out of camp setup by collecting firewood and starting a fire. Faisal reassembled their weapons, all of their rifles and pistols. Adam unpacked his sat phone, and the rest of the team pulled out their extreme cold weather ultra-thick neoprene dry suits. Designed for diving in freezing waters, Adam had ordered one for everyone before they left. Faisal had picked up the tab. He pulled Faisal aside, stepping away from the camp.
Hey,
he kicked the dirt, rolling pebbles beneath the toe of his boot.
I thought you should know. East is that way?
He pointed down the island into the gloom. Faisal would need to know the direction of Mecca when he prayed. Faisal smiled softly. Thank you. He turned away.
Wait.
Adam grabbed his elbow, stilling Faisal.
Could you come get me when it's time to pray?
Why? Faisal frowned as he breathed his question.
I just want to be there. Be with you.
He swallowed hard and kicked the dirt again. A tuft of moss rolled off the top of his boot.
I want to pray with you again,
he finally whispered. In front of your team? Faisal's eyes went wide. What will they think? What will they say?
I don't care.
Adam, you're not even Muslim. He looked away, glaring into the sea.
It helps, all right? Being close to you, praying together, and...
He shook his head.
I need that right now.
Faisal stared at him as if he were a puzzle, a riddle he couldn't quite figure out.
Don't give up on me. Please don't give up on me.
Finally, Faisal nodded. Salat al-Asr is in a few hours. I will find you. Adam smiled thinly. He headed back for the main campsite and the small fire Doc had started.
All right, everyone gather around.
He rubbed his hands together, trying to warm them and find something to do with his nerves. This was it, the secret that had been burning a hole in his brain. His team packed it in close. Marines weren't afraid of body contact, not when it was cold. Doc pushed himself into Coleman's side. The sergeant, a big man with shoulders the size of a semi-truck, rolled his eyes and wrapped one arm around Doc's thin body.
You're probably wondering why we're out here in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Everyone nodded. Doc snorted.
We've been detailed on another mission by Director Reichenbach. Yes, he's still in command, he said as his guys frowned. We're still on the hunt for Madigan. Even more so now.
He gave a quick rundown of Madigan's movements into the Arctic and his plans to pump the atmosphere full of methane hydrate enough to ignite a firestorm that would burn across the world, incinerating everyone on the surface. His team's expressions moved from shock to disbelief to dumbfounded rage.
"I thought we were coming out here to fight the Russians in Canada,"
Wright said. He shook his head, struggling to find something to say.
"Why just us? Why are we here? What, are we swimming to Russia?"
Adam shook his head.
"Madigan's still got people on the inside, in the White House, somewhere where his people learned about us. That's why Fitz was killed. Madigan is deep inside everything. They hit us, and they hit the president."
Stricken faces all around. His team looked torn between puking and tearing the island apart, the first step in ripping apart the world, looking for Fitz's killer and the traitor who had betrayed everyone, from the president to their little team.
"We can't trust anyone. Not anyone in SOCOM right now, no one in D.C. We're on our own. Other than Reichenbach. Who is Reichenbach getting his orders from?"
Coleman frowned and crossed his massive arms.
"Has he gone rogue too?"
Swallowing, Adam shook his head.
"What the world has been told about the president's condition is a lie."
He took a deep breath.
"President Spires is alive, and he's not in the U.S. He's working with Reichenbach. We're like Reichenbach and he are working together again. They've teamed up with the Russian insurgency, and they're headed up to the Arctic to take Madigan out. The plan is, once Madigan is out, the deposed Russian president can take back his country and stop the Canadian situation before it gets worse. We're rendezvousing with them, with the president, Reichenbach, and the Russian insurgency."
Jaws dropped. Doc whistled. Coleman's eyes almost bugged out of his head. Ruiz shook his head left and right like he was trying to shake something off. Wright stared over the crashing waves, cursing under his breath. Kobayashi rubbed his hands over his face. Park stood still with his legs spread, staring down at the ground, his face hidden. "Wait, rendezvousing with them where?" Doc spread his arms wide, gesturing to the emptiness surrounding them on all sides. "How? Are the Russians coming to America?" Adam smiled.
"It'll be amazing for you, Doc. Everything you love most."
Doc slumped and tipped his head back, groaning.
"I'm waiting for the call."
He waved the sat phone.
"We're a little early, but I don't think we'll be here more than 2 days. I want to inventory our food and water. We need to make it last, and get changed into your dry suits. When we go, we're going fast. Make sure you're ready. Weapons clean and ready to go, dry suits on. Doc, I want a rundown of your pack and a full inventory. Everyone, make sure you rest. This will be our last chance to catch our breath before we're on the move. We'll be going until this ends, one way or the other."
He looked over his team. They stared back, no longer joking, no longer laughing.
"Questions?"
Eyes slid sideways toward Faisal, standing aside from the group. Adam refused to squirm. He stared his team down, even though his stomach was shredding apart and his spine felt like it was liquefying.
"A word in private, LT?"
Coleman finally grunted. He nodded.
"The rest of you, get going. Sergeant?"
Coleman jerked his head away from the group, toward the boulder beach. Adam followed him down and tried to swallow his screaming heart. Chapter 23. Washington, D.C. Welby waited until Levi was out of horsepower and back with President Wall in the Oval Office. When Levi went back in with the president, he had Scott's laptop under his arm and a stack of folders that he held in a tight fist. Welby radioed for Kiefer to take over his post, and then he slipped down to the ground level and headed for horsepower. He badged his way in, entering his code and ducking into the dim office. Some agents sat at desks, typing up reports on laptops. Intel agents interfaced with headquarters on H Street. On the big screen, a gigantic digital map of the White House showed glowing dots moving around like ants, labeled with the code names of the people the Secret Service were detailed to protect. 3 agents racked out in the back, sleeping in the bunks against the far wall. No one played basketball like they used to all the time. The foam ball and plastic hoop were forgotten. The air was heavy, filled with rancid bile. Failure. Recrimination. They'd let their president be hit, be taken out. It was their main job, and they'd failed. shame slicked up each of their backs like a painted stripe, a mark of failure. "Yes, I'm a Secret Service agent," Welby imagined saying. "Yes, I was there when President Spires was killed. I carried his body out of the rubble." Welby headed for the front, for the big desk. For 4 administrations, Agent Hoffer had run the detail and sat at the big desk. Ethan had been his hand-picked successor. What had happened to them all? How had they gone from 20 years under Hoffer to cycling through 3 detail leads before one term was up? How had this happened? How had they all come apart? He sat down, smoothing his tie. No one paid him any attention. He logged into the system. At his fingertips was everything in the Secret Service surveillance archives. Hours and hours of tapes, all of the footage from the White House. For a moment he didn't know what to search for. What was he even doing? What would he hope to find? Ethan. That was the first question. Where was Ethan? He hadn't come back to the White House after Sochi. Welby didn't blame him. How could Ethan have shared the White House with Leslie back in President Spires' life? On the flight back from Russia, he had seen Ethan go to Scott's office on Air Force One, carrying a duffel bag, and then he had heard him sobbing like he'd lost everything, like his heart had been destroyed. Had that been the end? Was Ethan just gone? Had the president really died? And were he and Ethan already through, already broken up? After the reveal of Leslie's status as a clone and an assassin, the nation had turned their support back to Ethan, a near overwhelming show of love and solidarity for the first gentleman they had once decried. Where had that kind of affection and support been before, when the 2 men needed it? No, White House tapes wouldn't help him find Ethan. Scott, then. The last he'd seen of Scott had been running through Bethesda Naval Hospital, running alongside Jack's gurney and the doctors as they rushed him into emergency surgery. Jack had come to, almost in a fit, just before the surgery. He had screamed for Ethan, tried to rise, flailed when he was held down like an animal caught in a trap. Even his eyes had been wild, inhuman. The memory haunted Welby at night, and every time he closed his eyes. What had happened that day? The president's last day. He wound back the tapes until he found when he woke Spires during the night, bringing him out of the White House, and to Lawrence Irwin as Leslie had been taken down, captured for being the mole she was. He went further back to the afternoon. President Spires had spent the day in his West Wing study, sometimes reading, sometimes staring into space, sometimes holding one of the framed pictures of him and Ethan, gazing down at the glass like it was a crystal ball. Before that, then, he rewound and then stopped, held his breath as he watched. He played the clip over and then rewound it again. Spires had gone down to Horsepower that day. Welby watched him on the video knocking on Horsepower's door, wearing a sweatshirt that was too big for him, Reichenbach stenciled across the back in blue. Ethan's Secret Service sweatshirt. Welby watched Scott poke his head out and scowl at the president, watched Spires plead with Scott to talk to him. Christ, Scott had taken that tone with the president? Granted, Ethan was his best friend, but still. He fished out a pair of headphones from the desk and plugged them in. Leaning forward, he zoomed in on Scott and the president, peering at them on the screen. Welby pressed play again. "Where's Ethan?" Scott looked away. "Please, Scott, where is he? I've been trying to call him, but he's not answering." Scott glared at the wall. "Why do you want to call him? Just to tell him it's over? Give yourself closure? Trust me, he knows. He doesn't need you to twist the knife any deeper." "God, no!" The president ran his hands through his hair and gripped the back of his skull. "That's not it at all. Scott, why are you wearing his sweatshirt?" "Because it's the closest I can get to him right now. I'm falling apart, and I need him." "You can't just use him like that. Damn it, Scott!" Spires shouted, his hands fisted in his hair again. He spun, gasping, and glared at Scott. "Damn it! I'm not trying to use him. I'm trying to bring him home. I just told Leslie that I couldn't be with her because I love Ethan and because he's it. He's the one for me. I want to grow old with him, spend forever with him. I want everything with Ethan." Scott stared, his jaw hanging open. After a moment, his eyes squeezed closed. "God damn it, Mr. President." "Please," the president pleaded. "Where is he?" "I don't know." Slumping, Scott leaned back against the White House basement wall and pinched the bridge of his nose. "He was staying at my place. I came home and he was gone." "Gone?" "Gone. Left his cell and his wallet." Scott's eyes narrowed as he chewed on his lip. "Irwin wanted to know where he was that day. I think he went to see him." "Irwin. Lawrence, okay, so he's probably on a mission, then, black bag, compartmentalized." He squinted at Scott. "Right? I guessed the same." "Okay." Spires closed his eyes, slowly pacing in front of Scott. "I'll talk to Irwin, see what's going on. I don't want to interrupt if it's something dangerous." "Here." Scott dug in his suit pants. "I've been holding on to it, in case he calls or something. I don't know." He held out Ethan's cell phone. The president took the phone and turned on the screen. "At least he's not deliberately ignoring me." Scott stared, frowning. "Are you certain?" He growled. "Ethan loves you more than you know, and this is tearing him apart. If you're not absolutely certain, dead sure about this, it will break him." Scott's jaw clenched. "He's like a brother to me. I don't want to see him like this again." "I'm 100% certain. It's him. Forever." "When he gets back," Scott growled. "Don't fuck this up, Mr. President." Welby replayed the tape back to the beginning when Spires first knocked on Horsepower's door. He watched the president pace, watched his frustration build, his face fall, watched him declare his love for Ethan to Scott, his passion-filled cry that Ethan and Ethan alone was the one for him, the one in his heart. Christ, they loved each other so deeply. Ethan had been absolutely gone for the man. Seeing Spires come undone for Ethan soothed that niggling part of Welby's brain that had always wondered if Ethan had given up too much, if he was too invested, and the president wasn't all in, all the way. He seemed all in on the video, though. Desperate to find Ethan. He was wearing his sweatshirt around the White House, even. And then, Irwin. Lawrence. Okay. So he's probably on a mission, then. Black bag, compartmentalized. He squinted at Scott. "Right? I guessed the same." Lawrence Irwin. President Spires' deceased chief of staff, the same man who had called Welby that night and ordered him to arrest Leslie Spires and bring the president down to the basement. To him. Irwin had been the one to discover her true identity. He had investigated, tracked down her claims. He used a source, he had said, boots on the ground, that had found the lab she'd been grown in, the base from which Madigan had trained her. Boots on the ground. Ethan disappearing with Irwin, days before the truth about what she was came out. It would be just like Ethan to throw himself into a mission after heartbreak. He'd do anything for the president, absolutely anything, even go to the ends of the earth, trying to find out if Spires, his back from the dead wife, was telling the truth. If he could just talk to Irwin, he'd get everything. Where Ethan had gone, where Madigan's base had been, what happened after finding the lab. But Irwin was 6 feet underground, buried days ago after giving his life to protect the president and the blasted Langley. His sacrifice had been for nothing in the end. President Spires was still never waking up again, as good as dead. Already people spoke about him in the past tense, used phrases like successful assassination attempt and former president. Levi's words came back to him, a vicious slap that smacked up the back of his head. Scott's with Ethan. But if Ethan wasn't secluded in mourning, and if he'd been on a black mission for Irwin somewhere in the world, then where, actually, was he? And where was Scott? He watched the last moments of the video play again. Scott handing the president Ethan's cell phone in grainy, slow motion. Pete expected it when Jennifer and Jason showed up at his office later that morning. News of his scuffle with Levi had made the rounds. Never underestimate the White House gossip factory. If you needed everyone to know something fucking lightning fast, just drop the word in the West Wing. Even with the reduced staff that they had, the ultra-tight security after Leslie and after Jack... No, don't say it. Don't think it. Damn it, in this den of loose lips, how could he not find what he was looking for? What if there was nothing to find? What if Jack really was gone? Ethan, too? Pete sat slumped at his desk, his head buried in his hands, when soft knocks sounded on his door. "Go away," he groaned into his palms. "No, not this time." Jennifer slipped into his office, her sundress swishing around her knees. "Pete, please, let us in. Let us help you." He sat back, scowling. He wouldn't meet her gaze. Jason hovered at the door, biting his lip. "Pete, what's going on? You're fighting with the Secret Service?" He threw himself back in his chair, huffing, and gripped the armrests. His hands shook. "They're hiding something." "They're not hiding anything." Jennifer perched on the edge of his desk and reached for his hands. "Pete, they're not. At least, not what you think. It's just the attack. Everyone's locking down. This is the White House. You know how it is. This is a crazy time." He stared at her. "Pete, everyone's on edge. We're practically at war. And you're running around throwing Secret Service agents into the wall?" She bit her lip and shook her head. "You're going to lose your job. Or worse. Do you want to be thrown in jail?" "They need you in the press room. Dylan? He's being eaten alive." Jason sighed, slouching against the doorframe and crossing his arms. Dylan was Pete's deputy, a young PhD student working his first job out of grad school. He was supposed to cut his teeth beneath Pete, but instead he was stammering through updates as the world waited to see when war would break out over the North Pole and when the Russians would knock down their northern border, when missiles would fall on American cities. "We need you, Pete. We need you back." Jennifer reached for him, resting one hand on his cheek. She turned his head until he had no choice but to look up at her. "We all miss them. Both of them. We're all in mourning." A tear slipped down her cheek, and she wiped it away with the back of her hand. "But we have to keep going. For them." He closed his eyes, leaned into her hand, her touch, swallowed. "This can't be real," he breathed. "It can't be happening. They can't be gone." She tried to smile, tried to give him some kind of comfort, but it was tight and strained, and her cheeks were wet with tears. "I wish it weren't." What if there was nothing to find because there was nothing to hide? Was he one of those conspiracy theorists ranting and raving about the government always keeping secrets? Had he turned into one of those shaggy-haired guys always muttering about secrets and subterfuge and glaring at shadows, waiting for black copters to hover over his house? He didn't want to say goodbye. He didn't want Jack's legacy to end in a bomb blast. Assassinated. His friend assassinated. Pete breathed in. Knocking at the door made him clamp his lips shut. He looked up. Welby stood in the doorway, his piercing eyes burning into Pete, blazing even from across the room. Pete stood. "What's up, Agent Welby? Everything okay?" Maybe Welby was there to escort him out of the White House. Not like he could blame the Secret Service if they chose to do so. He straightened up and tried to tuck in his wrinkled button-down. How many days had he worn this shirt? Welby's eyes darted from Jason to Jennifer. "It's about this morning." He sighed. "I'm sorry for my behavior. I'm going to take Agent Daniels' suggestion. Take some time." He swallowed. "Not that." Welby stared him down, not blinking. "Not that, Pete." His blood froze, going quicksilver in his veins. Vindication and a rush of relief, giddy joy burst within him. He almost couldn't breathe. "What did you find?" Welby looked from Jason to Jennifer again, pointedly. Both were frowning, confusion etched on their furrowed faces, their gazes bouncing between the two of them like watching a ping-pong match. "They're solid. I trust them." He nodded. "What's going on? What did you find?" Welby gave one last look to Jason and Jennifer before shutting the door behind him and crossing Pete's office. He pulled out a folded photo, printed from Horsepower, and set it on Pete's desk. It was a surveillance image. Scott and Jack captured talking in the lower-level hallway outside Horsepower. Jack had on Ethan's sweatshirt. Pete's heart clawed up his throat, screaming as he gazed at the photo, at his friend. "President Spires and Agent Collard?" Jennifer frowned at the photo. "This was taken the day the president was attacked. He and Scott talked about Ethan. The president was trying to find him." "Jack didn't even know where he was?" Pete's hands went to his hips. His friends always called that his thinking pose. Welby shook his head. "He didn't, but Scott did. He said Ethan was staying at his place, but Irwin had wanted to see him, and then Ethan disappeared, and Irwin was the one who sent someone to find out the truth." Welby pointed at the photo. "Irwin sent Ethan." "Ethan found out about Leslie being a clone." Jennifer deflated, exhaling and covering her hand with her mouth. "Which means—" Jason rubbed his fingers against his thumb as if his thoughts were moving just as fast. "Jesus, Ethan couldn't have been in the States when she attacked Jack. He's not even here now." Welby nodded. He turned back to Pete. "And what did Levi say? Scott's with Ethan? Where? Overseas? If so, why did Scott leave the U.S.? Why did he go to Ethan?" His thoughts were going too fast. Too many possibilities. Government secrets, government cover-ups. He'd always scoffed at the conspiracy theorists, but damn it, he really was one of those paranoid men. What was true? What was really happening? "And," Welby said, pulling out another photo and unfolding it on Pete's desk. In this image, Scott passed Jack a cell phone. Scott gave the president Ethan's phone. I pinged its location. Where do you think it went off? "Not a hospital in Bethesda." Pete practically hyperventilated. "It came back with its location blocked. Someone has put a scatter block on his phone, routing his data access through proxies across the globe." "Couldn't his phone just be off?" Jennifer chewed on her lip, but hope shone in her eyes. "The ping would have come back different if it was off, or out of power. It would have come back as not found, not scatter-blocked, not like this." "So," Jason paled, and he gnawed on his lip. "Where's the phone? Where's the president?" Pete grinned, his cheeks burning. He tipped his head back, laughing, and pumped his hands in the air. "Yes, damn it, yes! There is something going on." His fist hit his desk hard, sending the photos skittering across the surface. "Jack is not gone," he hissed. We need to find out what's happening, where he is and why. And Scott and Ethan, too. Where are they? Why did Scott leave and go to Ethan? Welby plucked the photos from the desk and folded them back into his jacket. Jennifer spoke in the quiet that followed, spinning on Pete's desk, her dress shifting on the dark wood surface. What if they're all together? Chapter 24. Russian Far East. Finally, they'd left Siberia behind. Descending from Siberia, the convoy had passed through the Sakha Republic, the tribal lands of Russia, and then into the Far East, some of the most distant lands of the Russian Federation. They had also turned south, heading for Sakhalin Island and the Sea of Okhotsk. From there, it was only a boat ride to Simishur Island. The snows had tapered out, and only patches of ice and muddy slush clung to the pockmarked and potholed roadways. It was just above freezing, hovering in the balmy spring temperatures of the upper 30s. The Russian members of the convoys had shed their jackets and sweaters and were just in shirt sleeves. Jack, Ethan, and Scott were still bundled up. The miles wore on. Sergei insisted on driving most of the way in the jeep he shared with Scott and Sasha. Rain slicked their windows, washing away the muddy snowpack. Dilapidated buildings and broken factories dotted the distance. Overhead, the sky was lead-colored, soaked with ever-present Russian rain. Vladivostok and the region around the formerly grand naval port had fallen into disrepair, abandoned to the winds and the rain. No wonder the regiments there had fled during the coup. A few mothballed squadrons of Shohoi and a handful of destroyers that nervously watched the Chinese, surrounded by daily reminders that New Russia was a joke. Vladivostok was nothing like what she had once been back in the days of the Soviet Union. But bitterness about the good old days was what Moroshkin fed his troops with. The Soviet Union was gone. The oligarchic kleptocracy that had followed was gone, too, thanks to his anti-corruption purge. New Russia was still trying to find herself. He had tried to guide her forward, but enough. Sergei couldn't keep thinking this way, his thoughts swirling down the drain of self-recrimination. Think of something new. He scowled into the rearview mirror. Sasha sat in the back seat, his head tipped back, mouth open. He was snoring, just faintly. If he wasn't so furious, so torn to pieces, so deeply, irrevocably conflicted, he'd probably think it was endearing. Who was he kidding? Not himself. Not any longer. His heart did soften at the sight, at just the knowledge that Sasha was back, alive, near to him again. So close, and yet so incredibly far. No, don't think of this. Not this. Sasha hadn't said a word to him since the temper tantrum he had thrown leaving Ustogla. Scott had offered up the front seat of their jeep to Sasha, and before Sasha could say anything, Sergei had jumped in. He sits in the back. Scott had stared. Sasha had gone still. I thought you'd want to... No, you will stay in the front. He'd glared at Sasha. Someone who stayed when they said they would. Kept their word. Sasha hadn't met his gaze or looked him in the eye since. Not once. He'd grumbled something about Sasha also needing to catch up on his rest when they were on the road, but it had been a poor cover for his outburst. He just didn't know what to feel or what to think or how to do anything about something he couldn't understand. Whenever he tried, his thoughts lurched to a halt or plummeted into a blackness that eclipsed any of the self-hatred he piled on himself due to his failed presidency. Sasha was back. The one thing he wanted more than anything else, more than even being president again. Sasha, alive, and there with him. But he wasn't with him, not at all, and Sergei only had himself to blame for that. He wanted. He ached with want. His bones burned with the pull of his desire, his body and soul desperate to go to Sasha, confess everything in the worst sort of babble, and beg for another kiss, beg for Sasha's hands on him again, for Sasha to look at him that way that he used to. But how? How did he even begin to reach out? How did he change 52 years of ingrained experience, a lifetime's worth of conditioning? If Sasha were a woman, he'd know what to do. Flirtation was his currency. He'd charmed both his ex-wives into and out of his life. But Sasha was no woman, and he didn't succumb to witty repartee or childish displays of machismo. He deserved more than that. And even the thought, the impulse to act on his desire, had Sergei scurrying away, scrambling to find excuse after excuse to not act. He had no idea what he was doing. He would only screw it up. Screw everything up. Hadn't he ruined Sasha's life enough? Sasha probably didn't even care for him the way Jack claimed he did. One kiss, one emotionally fraught kiss, did not true love make. Jack was probably wrong. After all, Sasha had left him when he'd promised that he never would. What did that portend? All of his thoughts were in disarray. He couldn't imagine it even if he tried, and he did try. Behind the wheel as he drove, or when Scott insisted on taking a turn and he sat slumped against the passenger window, glumly staring as rain-soaked Russia passed him by. He tried to picture going up to Sasha and saying something, anything, to confess the state of his heart. But even his imagined words fell flat, a senseless, rambling mumble, and he shamed himself in his own imagination. He tried to recall their kiss, tried to remember every moment, every touch and sensation of Sasha's lips against his own, his body pressed tight to Sergei's. Remembrance turned to dissection, and then brutal self-vivisection. Whatever had happened, it wasn't what he thought it was. Certainly wasn't what Jack insisted. No, Jack was definitely wrong. How could he be what Sasha desired? The idea was laughable. 52, the first Russian president to be objectively poor, thanks to his commitment to anti-corruption. He had nothing to offer Sasha. No fancy house, no beautiful sports car. He'd been deposed. And he was too skinny. He had always been rail-thin in the FSB, a joke for his friends and colleagues. Too gray, middle-aged. Sasha was young, in his 30s, and gorgeous. Well-built, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and with a muscled body he took care of, maintained through dedicated exercise. Sergei could remember the last time he smoked more easily than remember the last time he purposely exercised. Sasha could have anyone at all. He'd never pick an old skinny poor man like Sergei. The whole thing was a joke. He should be focusing on their mission, on the duties at hand, his responsibilities. One thing, and then the next, he'd always said, but everything had been consumed with Sasha. Every action, every thought, every hope for the future. He was everywhere, in his mind, in his dreams, and before him, even, slumped in the same jeep, softly snoring away. Part of him wished he had never realized the depth of his feelings, of all that he was capable of. This, whatever it was he felt for Sasha, was different than falling for any of his other loves. His wives had been beautiful, wickedly smart, and dangerous, emotionally and verbally. Talking to them was like navigating a minefield, and sometimes he plowed right in just to see the explosions. For all that, he'd enjoyed being with them. It had been fun, and he'd been loved, and he'd loved in return, or at least he thought he had. The love he had felt hadn't burned as deeply as this. Never had he been this consumed, this wholly enraptured by another person. The kind of feelings he had for Sasha were different than what he had had for his wives. They were more intense and burned hotter, like he'd uncovered a new layer of love, something he hadn't known existed. Had he not truly loved his wives? He truly thought he had, but set against the enormity of his overwhelming feelings for Sasha, it made him wonder, was this just another part of what he'd banished, hidden from even his own soul for his whole life? Had he never opened himself up? Had he never found what he actually wanted? Did he, in fact, not know what loving another honestly was? Was that what these crazy fucked up feelings were? The need to grab Sasha and never let go, shake him until tears ran down Sergei's own cheeks, never let him sacrifice his life again, and wrap his arms so tight around Sasha and bury his face in his neck, kiss him over and over, explore his body, learning how to love another all over again and in a brand new way. Sergei scowled into the rearview mirror. Sasha was still sleeping, slumped in the back seat, still snoring, still adorable. He wanted to crawl into the back with him and pull him into his arms again like he had on the drive to Ostolga. When they'd arrived, he had vanished from the Jeep before Ethan braked, tumbling from the still-moving vehicle instead of facing Sasha when he woke in Sergei's arms. What did that say about his courage? He sighed and propped his elbow up on the windowsill, resting his head in his hand as he glared at the road. A rusted road sign ahead showed the miles to Vladivostok. 6 hours away. They weren't going that far. Maybe half the distance. If only he could speed up time. Anything to get out of the Jeep and get away from Sasha. If he couldn't go to him, then he'd run in the opposite direction as fast as he could. Hours later, they finally arrived at Sakhalin Island. The bridge had been bombed, but the tunnel was open, if jammed with cars. They plowed through, shoving abandoned cars out of their way when necessary and winding through the lanes. They stuck to the northern half of the island, navigating between the tiny village of Nush and the ghost town of Neftogorsk, decimated decades before in an earthquake and never rebuilt. Oil had hit Sakhalin big, but with the turmoil and the insurgency, Sergei told the others to stay to the narrow, rural mountain roads and keep away from the bigger cities. When disaster struck Russia, opportunists always crawled out of the woodwork. There would be oil smugglers and illegal drilling on Sakhalin. He could feel it in his bones. On the east coast of the island, they found a cove and an old fishing boat tucked away for the winter. The jeeps had served them well, hauling them across the continent, but it was time to say goodbye. They hid the vehicles and siphoned the fuel out, pumping it all into the boat's tanks and then into the spare canisters. They carted their weapons, food, and supplies onto the boat. They worked fast, trying to stay out of sight. Jack and Sergei wore Ethan and Scott's borrowed balaclavas, but they were still taking a large risk being out in the open. It was the closest they had been to civilization since Volga. In a few hours, they were ready to set out. Sergei insisted on navigating. He sent everyone else away, down below to the main deck, except for Jack and Ethan, who disappeared with twinkling eyes and wandering hands to the forward cabin. He couldn't begrudge them their happiness, even though they were insufferable, all soft smiles and kisses. In the main cabin, Vasily heated water for coffee, and Anton broke out 2 bottles of vodka. They were in high spirits, giddy with the conclusion of their drive and still celebrating Sasha's return. When they had arrived back at Ustolga, Sasha alive and well in the Jeep, their team had been elated, joyous, celebrating in the best Russian traditions with cheers and shouts and long emotional declarations from every man to Sasha. He had been a favorite of the men, a steadfast and reliable right hand to Sergei, the perfect executive officer for an insurgency. Sergei let them celebrate, and skulked off alone to review the map and finalize their route. The celebration of Sasha was still ongoing, apparently. That was good. Sasha deserved it. They would celebrate better without him anyway. He stayed on the deck as the sounds of his men roared into the night, laughter and toasts and cheers, and Sasha's low rumble, all mixing with the crash of black waves against the hull and the hum of the motor churning on. Every time he caught Sasha's voice, his deep cadence, his heart sped up, aching for more, and he strained to hear what was said. And then He chastised himself, furiously bullying his heart back into line. He was far too much of a coward. It would never be more than what it was. A fractured dream. In the forward cabin, Ethan slowly undressed Jack, peeling back each layer, dropping kisses to each exposed bit of skin. He pulled everything off until Jack was naked, gleaming by the light of the moon shining through the porthole. He washed Jack, dipping a rag in water warmed by Vaseline, and scrubbing at every inch of his body. He stroked every part, massaging Jack's muscles, and covered him in kisses until Jack was a writhing mess of overwrought nerves, his body loose and warm. He ran the rag over his own body quicker, focused and efficient, and then went to Jack on the bed. He took his time, loving Jack, worshipping him with his mouth, his tongue. He opened Jack leisurely, reveling in the taste, the feel of his lover, the connection their love rebuilt through touch and breath and gasps, hands clasping for one another and fingers tangling in hair. When Jack was ready, Ethan lay back on the flat, narrow bed, and Jack climbed on his lap, lowered himself down, taking Ethan within his body with a sigh and a breathtaking smile. Ethan watched him move, watched the lines of his throat, his neck, his chest, held his hips and stroked his waist, his back, his ass, felt them connect inch by inch, until there was nothing separating them at all any longer. Jack moved slowly, rolling his hips and his ass over Ethan until Ethan took over, moving deep within him from root to tip with every stroke. He wanted to feel Jack, feel every micron of him, press in and in, until their skin let their souls slip within each other, merge and become one. He sat up, pulling Jack close as he thrust within his body, kissed his chest open-mouthed as Jack's eyes rolled back in his head and his breath faltered, gasping Ethan's name with every press and rock of their bodies as he clung to Ethan, his fingers scratching up his lover's back, his cock rock hard and pressed between their bellies. Hands stroked caressing skin and committing each other to memory. New marks, new bruises. Ethan's scar from the stitches Sergei had given him. Jack's bruises from the fall through the ice, modeled over his ribs. His faint black eye, courtesy of Leslie's blast at the CIA just a week before. Old marks, Jack's star-shaped scar on his shoulder, the legacy of Ethan's shot fired to save his life, their lives as entwined as their bodies, as their legs stroking together, slipping together, wrapping around each other as they kissed and kissed, making slow love for hours. When they came, Jack lay on his back, open completely to Ethan, as Ethan pressed into him, holding his legs wide. Jack's arms wrapped around Ethan's back, around his neck, one hand sliding through his hair, as he pulled Ethan close and kissed him through his orgasm, pouring his love, his ecstasy into the meeting of their lips, the swipes of their tongues. Ethan gripped Jack's ankles, drove deep into him, deep enough to touch the bottom of Jack's heart, and emptied his own heart into Jack's body, whispering, "I love you," over and over. Spent, they curled together, sweat and their fluids cooling on their skin, arms and legs intertwined, fingers laced together as they gazed into each other's eyes. Neither said a word. They didn't have to. Their love said it all. Chapter 25. Washington, D.C.
"Thank you for coming down, Madam President."
General Bradford stood as Elizabeth strode into the Situation Room. Director Maury rose beside him, nodding to Elizabeth. "News on the Chinese fleet?" She stopped behind Jack's chair, resting her elbows on the headrest. Levi shadowed her, standing almost too close as if he'd have to jump in front of a bullet at any time.
"No, ma'am. Other situation."
Bradford swiped an image from his tablet to the main screen along the Situation Room wall. The Swedish weather satellite data appeared, the grainy black and white image with the bright fuchsia cloud extending from the Kara Sea and wrapping around eastern Russia. Except the cloud had grown. Ugly fuchsia swept across all of eastern Russia, most of China, the Korean peninsula, Japan, and into the Pacific. It was sweeping south, too, fingers of the cloud stretching to Central Asia, Pakistan, and India.
Shit,
she breathed. It's growing fast.
It will cover the northern hemisphere in days, the globe soon after.
Bradford swallowed.
If he detonates now, the death toll is estimated to be around 4 billion. It will only grow from here.
She sighed, dropping her head between her shoulders. What's your play, Madigan? When are you going to blow the planet? When do you want to murder the entire world? Slowly she pulled herself up. Thank you, General. Keep me updated. Bradford and Director Morey both nodded. She headed back to the Oval Office, Levi walking side by side with her. Do you have the uplink set up? She asked softly, turning her head toward his. He nodded.
Let's do it in your private office.
He took over the lead, badging the way into the president's private study. It still felt like Jack's. His papers, his clutter, were still all over the place. A leftover jacket over the back of his chair. She couldn't tell if it was Jack's or Ethan's. A picture of Ethan, red-faced and laughing like he was about to pee his pants, framed on Jack's desk next to the computer. She waited while Levi pulled a sat phone from his jacket, turned it on, and passed it to her. Their eyes met and held, and then Levi went to the door, both standing guard and listening for anyone coming. Taking a deep breath, she tugged a slip of paper from her pocket and punched in the number. It rang, and rang, and rang. Cursing, she shared a nervous look with Levi, waiting out another long ring. And then,
Captain Anderson,
a gruff voice answered.
Captain, thank God,
she breathed, exhaling. I thought something had happened.
It took us longer to surface, Madam President. We picked up some Chinese Northern Fleet activity, stayed deep until they had passed out of range.
Yes, she closed her eyes. Looks like the Chinese are heading our way, backing up Maroshkin's forces in Canada, most likely. Captain Anderson was quiet.
What are our orders, Madam President? We're out here off the coast of Russia, south of Petropavlovsk. Should we turn around and chase those Chinese?
Not just yet. I need you to do something else. Head to Simisher Island, north of Bustle Strait. Make way for the north end of the island to Brutona Bay. There's a flooded caldera there and an abandoned Soviet nuclear sub-base. She practically heard Captain Anderson blinking over the satellite connection.
Madam President, what is our purpose at this base?
You're meeting your contact there, Captain. Send a party to shore. They should be there soon if everything went well. Your contact is designated Phoenix 1. They're connected to the Russian insurgency. Her eyes drifted to another framed picture, Jack and Ethan staring into each other's eyes, trying hard not to burst into laughter. She remembered that moment, that night. Sergei Pukov's state dinner.
And what am I doing when I meet with Phoenix 1?
Make contact. Provide any and all aid required, and then contact me immediately. Her hand squeezed the sat phone casing hard enough to make the plastic creak and groan.
And if I can't make contact?
Pray that you do, Captain. We need to find Phoenix 1, and we need to find him now. Chapter 26. Samosher Island, Okhotsk Sea. Dawn broke over the sea, muted sunlight smearing over the horizon, painting the waters with smudged gold and faint periwinkle, wavering colors that bled into the fog-laden sky. Their stolen boat puttered on. Samosher Island loomed ahead, an expanse of loamy granite shrouded in mist and thick fog. Dark volcanic rock made the island seem menacing, and the peak of one volcano disappeared entirely into the leaden cloud bank. If ever there was a supervillain island, Simashur could be its twin. Sergei yawned at the wheel, blinking hard. He'd been up all night steering the boat on their heading and keeping them on course, pouring more fuel into the tank when they ran low. The voices of his men in the main cabin had faded as the hours wore on until all he heard were snores. Sergei headed down, looking for leftover coffee. It would be cold, but it also would be caffeinated, and that was what he was in need of. He stepped softly, moving around his sleeping men. Alexei had passed out halfway up the stair ladder, leaning against the railing and right in the way. He made it around the sleeping policeman without waking him. "Good morning." Sergei almost jumped out of his skin. He whirled, eyes wide. Sasha stared at him. He sat at the built-in table in the corner of the cabin, next to the rest of their convoy members, all sleeping, some with their faces on the table, some leaning against each other. Vasily still had his hand on the vodka bottle. Sasha slowly batted his cup of coffee back and forth, sliding it across the plastic tabletop. "You are not sleeping." Sergei turned away, his shaking hands searching for leftover coffee. "I slept the whole drive here." He heard Sasha's exhale. "I am still off. From the crash. From being on the run. I should rest, but my body..." He trailed off, going silent as he pursed his lips and picked at a broken bit of plastic on the table edge. Sergei swallowed. "Is there any more coffee?" He watched Sasha from the corner of his eye, his gaze tracing over Sasha's body, his arms, down to his hands. Sasha grabbed one of the men's mugs and poured the contents into his own, then slid his across the table. Plastic on plastic, a scratchy whine. "I could take over. You have been awake all night." Sergei snatched Sasha's coffee cup and headed for the ladder. He had to escape back to the deck and the wheel. "I am fine," he grunted. "We're almost there anyway." As he climbed, he could feel Sasha's heavy gaze hitting the center of his back. He wanted to squirm, wiggle away, slink over the side of the boat and disappear beneath the black waves, turn around, go to Sasha and babble, just babble incoherently everything that was tearing apart his heart. He cleared his throat and kept going, back to the bridge. Sasha's coffee was as cold as the sea, bitter and biting. He choked it down, watching as Simashur grew closer. When he heard voices rising from the main cabin, he sped up the boat and let the roar of the engine drown out their words. "He was a ghost when you were gone, Dottie." Sasha's whole body froze. Slowly, his eyes met Anton's. Anton smirked, stretching his feet across the bench seat he sat on across the cabin. Sasha scowled. He rose, heading for the ladder. "Totti, Totti, what are you doing? Sit down." "Why are you calling me that name?" His hands clenched, and he glared at Anton. Tati was short for Tatiana, a woman's name. After everything, he wasn't going to stand for that, not after drinking with these men for half the night, feeling a part of his soul stitched back together. It had been almost like he had had friends again. Comrades. That warm, gut-full feeling of camaraderie. He'd missed it so much, but he wouldn't be a laughingstock. Never. Anton sighed. He nodded to Sasha, pointing to him. "Tatiana." He pointed over to where Sergei had disappeared. "Onegin." Shock slammed into Sasha like a wave crashing over the side of the boat and drenching him in ice water. Tatiana and Onegin, two lovers doomed to forever be apart. It was Alexander Pushkin's greatest work, the seminal classic of Russian literature. Verses of the poem were recited in every bar, every night somewhere in the Russian world. With each shot of vodka, the retellings grew even more dramatic, the prose more sorrowful. Anton spoke softly, his voice deep. "Love's frantic torments, bent on beating and racking with their strain and stress.
that youthful soul which pined for sadness.
Shut up! Sasha stormed across the cabin. His fists shook, and a ruby haze washed across his vision. Fury flooded him, a bitter rush of ice that screamed, wailed. Shut your mouth! Anton kept going, watching Sasha come closer.
Totty dear, with you I'm weeping, for you have at this early date into a moldish tyrant's keeping resigned disposal of your fate.
His eyes squeezed shut, and he turned toward the ladder, grabbing the railing. He almost propelled himself up, almost escaped, but froze. Sergei was up there. What was he escaping to if he fled? More of Sergei's avoidance, his dark glowers, and his sulking anger? He gripped the railings, kneading the metal. He almost felt it give, bend beneath his rage. If only he could rip everything apart and then rebuild it all the way things were supposed to be. Sergei back as president, him anywhere else.
I have been mocked before, he finally growled. I'm not mocking you, Sasha.
Finally, Anton stood. He came close, pressing his shorter body almost against Sasha's. He searched for the right words, frowning as his lips pursed, his mustache twitched, and his eyes narrowed. He sighed.
Tatiana and Onegin are a tragedy. Onegin figured out too late that he returned Tatiana's love. Tatiana had moved on.
Sasha turned away. He knew all this.
Sergei lost himself after you were gone. He was a shell, a shadow. We already knew about you, and your feelings for him.
He whipped around, staring at Anton. Shame oozed from his pores, sliding over his skin. Everyone had known. Everyone? What had he done? How had he given himself away? He thought he'd hidden everything, dug a hole in his heart, and buried his love beneath the crater. Shame rose within him like bile, trying to strangle him, suffocate him. His breath came fast, too fast, through his nose. Anton reached out, gripping his arm.
Sasha, we've known from the beginning, since the first night after Sochi, the way you cared for him, the way your whole world revolved around him. He was the center of everything for you. No one is that loyal unless they are truly in love.
He stumbled backward, almost hitting Alexei on the stair ladder. His legs gave way, and he crashed onto the bottom step, sprawled on his ass as he buried his face in his hands. Acceptance was an impossibility, something foreign, something that didn't happen to someone like him. Anton went with him, kneeling at his side. He wrapped one arm around Sasha's shoulders. He started reciting Pushkin's poem again.
All for you, I drag my footsteps hither, yonder. I count each hour the whole day through, and yet in vain I squander the days that doom has measured out.
He squeezed Sasha's shoulder, shaking him lightly.
Oneggin's lines, but does that sound like anyone else we know?
Swallowing, Sasha turned away from Anton. He wasn't going to discuss this. He'd rather never discuss it, ever. It should have been buried in the hollow depths of his heart forever. Anton sighed. He released Sasha, clapping his hands on his meaty thighs and rising with a groan.
We are glad you're back, Tati, and I hope it is not too late.
He squeezed Sasha's shoulder and returned to his seat, settling in and closing his eyes. Was any of it true? For a moment in the snow, Sergei had seemed awestruck. When he hadn't looked like he was about to puke, pale from seeing the ghost of a dead man before him. He'd touched his cheek, and then he'd been furious, bitterly so, lashing out and keeping him at arm's length, avoiding him even. Why? You knew this would happen. You knew he'd react this way. It was only fantasies that had kept Sasha going, his dreams of seeing Sergei smile at him again, but why would he? Everything, from the moment his resolve had failed and he had kissed Sergei until now, was all of his own making, his own failure. Sergei's recoil, his disgust, was only natural. He would keep his distance, respect Sergei's wishes, do what he could for Sergei, always, but keep away from the man himself. Whatever they had had before, Sasha had destroyed it on the flight line at Volga. Now, he had to pick his way through the pieces. They docked at the rotten remains of the Soviet submarine base, tying up to a broken pylon and sidestepping gaping holes in the wooden boardwalk. On the shore, sand shared space with tumble-gray boulders. Like giants had stopped playing a game of jacks and abandoned the beach. Decrepit Soviet barracks squatted behind a broken fence, fallen down in most places. Once painted the gleaming, bright pastels of Soviet luxury, the buildings were more chipped paint and rust than anything else, wind-blown, with broken windows and caved-in roofs. The sub-base sat in a large caldera, a round depression blown out from a long-extinct volcano. Flooded, the caldera was a perfect deep-water pool, and Soviet engineers had breached a hole in the narrowest bit of land, creating an access point to the Pacific. It was isolated, protected, and obscure. All things that a covert nuclear sub-base should be. The rest of the island was a wasteland, dark crags of granite and black earth, scrub grasses, moss, and loam. The caldera's twin volcano rose to the south, disappearing into the low-slung clouds. Oppression littered the island, the death and decay of the sub-base casting a malaise over the land itself. Even the birds seemed off, squawking at the arrival of the humans like they were alerting some larger, menacing presence. The island was undeniably Russian. If a land could be carved from the spirit of a people, Simishur could have been carved from a stoic, sullen Russian heart and breathed to life with the dour soul of her people. "Well, Jack," Sergei stood beside him on the beach, facing the Pacific Ocean. "We've made it to Simishur. Now it is time for you to do your part. Where are your submarines?" Jack smiled. He squinted, looking out over the fog-covered waters. An entire ocean lay in the fog, and they were specks on an infinitely tiny dot standing on an island that wasn't on most maps. Still, he saw a faint parting in the mist, a dark shadow cutting through the gloom. "I believe they are already here." The rest of the convoy did a quick recon of the base, surveying the buildings for anything useful. Sergei ordered them to bring back enough firewood to last the whole night. Vasily and Alexei disappeared, Vasily going on and on about finding birds' eggs and other food, anything to get away from the rations and the scavenged tins they had been eating since Siberia. Jack, Ethan, Scott, and Sergei waited at the pier. They heard the boat first, a high-pitched whine and the churn of a portable motor. Through the mist they spotted a small inflatable fast boat carrying almost a dozen men cutting through the water. As they got closer, Jack picked out the sub-captain and the executive officer, along with the heavily armed security detail. What a sight they must be, unwashed, unshaven, and standing on a rotten pier. Jack slapped his best smile on his face and strode forward after the small boat docked and the commanding officer disembarked. His rank insignia showed Captain. Jack held out his hand. Elizabeth had sent the captain and commander of Pearl Harbor's submarine squad to him. Normally submarines were manned by commanders. This man, though, had proven himself to be the best among his peers, and had risen to command the fleet of fast-attack hunter-killer submarines. Hunter-killer submarines did exactly that, hunted their prey in the depths of the ocean and then vanished again. The men who led those missions were made of steel, predators who worked in the shadows. Hunter-killer subs were the sharpest knives brought to a back-alley fight, and their commanders were the best at slitting throats. This man would be no different. The captain was tall, taller than he'd expect would serve on a submarine. He carried himself like a man used to authority, a man with power. He had a lean face and deep-set eyes the color of cobalt that flicked over the caldera, the desolate base, and their party, taking everything in a fast, periscope-like sweep. His gaze was firm, as if he was accustomed to taking no crap, but his eyes narrowed when he saw Jack, and his jaw dropped just a hair. It was enough of a reaction for Jack to know he'd thrown him completely. Beside the captain, his executive officer froze as well, his gaze darting from Jack to his captain and back again.
"Mr. President,"
the captain finally breathed. He blinked. His gaze flicked behind Jack, first to Ethan and then to Sergei and finally to Scott. The captain's name tape read Anderson. Jack nodded. "Hello, Captain Anderson. You were sent to rendezvous here by President Wall." Captain Anderson nodded. Jack watched the pieces fall together behind his eyes. "Phoenix 1, you're Phoenix 1. Jack nodded. "Good call sign." Captain Anderson took Jack's hand. His grip was firm, and he gave a wry, tight smile. "I am relieved that you're alive, Mr. President. I'd also like to know just what the hell is going on." After listening to a quick and dirty summary of the high points, Captain Anderson insisted on taking all 4 of them back to the sub. "President Wall instructed me to let her know as soon as I made contact. Now I understand the urgency. I need to talk to her, too. We need an update on the situation in Canada and General Moroshkin's movements. Shooting has stopped for now, but the Chinese are sending a fleet across the Pacific. We ran beneath them on the way." Captain Anderson frowned, deep lines furrowing his lean face. "Things are changing by the minute. And only getting worse." Jack held his hand out to Ethan, beckoning him down to join them on the pier. "Captain, may I introduce Ethan Reichenbach, director of the black team assigned to take out Madigan." He watched Anderson carefully as Ethan joined them. Captain Anderson smiled wide and gripped Ethan's hand. "Mr. First Gentleman, it's an honor." Ethan nodded, and Jack spotted a hint of a flush above the growth of his scraggly facial hair. He still wasn't comfortable with compliments, with any kind of attention paid to him. "We're putting a bunch of pieces together for this mission, Captain. My team, your subs, Russian intelligence. It's going to be a patchwork. We'll make it work." Captain Anderson shook Scott's hand and then introduced his own executive officer and the head of his security detachment. As he spoke, Jack spotted Sergei scowling and looking around, searching for someone. "Where is Sasha? We need him." Sergei grumbled. He lifted his radio, snapping in Russian. Sasha's voice came back, and in a minute he appeared at the beach, jogging from the direction the rest of the convoy had disappeared to, searching for supplies. "Where have you been?" Sergei grunted, looking past Sasha as he fisted his hands in his pants pockets. "We need you." Sasha stared at Sergei. "I did not want to intrude." "You have the intelligence, no? You flew that damn mission." Sergei walked away, heading for Jack, Ethan, and Captain Anderson. Jack and Ethan shared a long look as Sergei introduced himself to Anderson and his men. Anderson's executive officer had wide saucer eyes, and he fumbled his greeting as he shook Sergei's hand. The shock of finding 2 world leaders, one supposedly dead and on an island in the middle of nowhere, had yet to wear off. "President Wall is waiting." Anderson hesitated and then frowned at Jack. "She is the sitting president," he said, answering the question in Anderson's eyes. "The world needs to think I'm down and out. I'm a ghost, Captain." Anderson nodded and smiled tightly. "Mr. President," he still said, "it would be my privilege to take you aboard Honolulu." Ethan and Scott followed Jack into the boat, and then Sergei and Sasha squeezed on board as well. With everyone, it was a tight fit, and Sergei ended up mashed beside Sasha and leaning against the inflatable sidewall. They took off with a roar, the motor carving a deep wake behind their fast boat. Freezing spray blew over the bow, splashing their faces and wetting their lips. Next to Ethan, Jack turned his face into the wind and closed his eyes. He could taste the sea, smell the weight of salt in the ocean. Simishire was colder than the mainland had been, and even though the wind was cutting and frigid, the sea salt air was like ambrosia, honey sweet to his soul. They'd made it. They'd made it to the rendezvous, one step closer to taking out Madigan. Ethan wrapped his arms around his waist, holding him from behind, and Jack leaned into him. He watched the dark, fin-like sail of the USS Honolulu draw closer, rising out of the ocean like a sea monster from legends of old. Sailors stood on the bridge at the top of the sail, watching their approach. Beyond Honolulu, 3 more dark towers rose from the churning waves, a triangle of submarine sails, deadly and dangerous. Elizabeth's fleet, as promised. Beside them, Sergei shuffled closer to Sasha, his hand jerking back and forth as if he didn't know if he should reach out or not. Finally, he rested his hand on Sasha's back. "You are not all right." Sasha looked grim. His lips were pressed in a hard line, and he gripped the rounded edge of the boat. "I am a pilot," he said. "Not sailor. Boats make me—" He trailed off, but the hard swallow he gave conveyed the message. Sighing, Sergei rubbed his hand up and down Sasha's back. He frowned and looked away over the ocean's swells and missed it when Sasha turned his wide, confused eyes toward him. Ethan spoke into Jack's ear softly. "They haven't figured anything out, have they?" Jack shook his head. And then they pulled up alongside the submarine. Their little boat maneuvered next to the huge, rounded black hull, sliding right alongside a set of bouncing buoys. Long and narrow, the sleek curve of the submarine looked like a whale hovering on the surface of the ocean before diving back down. The sail rose high on the forward section and down the spine of the sub. Sailors scurried along a narrow walkway, catching and throwing lines back and forth from their fast boat. Low waves broke over the back of the sub, washing the hull with frothy sea water. 2 sailors lowered a rope ladder to the boat, and the captain went up first. "Captain on deck!" one of the sailors shouted. Anderson turned around and helped Jack out of the boat first, followed by the others. Jaws dropped as the sailors recognized Jack. Anderson gave them a heavy look, the full weight of his authority in his glare, and they snapped back to their duties in an instant. "Mr. President, welcome aboard the USS Honolulu." They made their way to the captain's cabin quickly, crowding the 5 of them, plus Anderson and his executive officer, into the cramped space. Along one wall, 6 display screens showed the status of the ship in her departments, their position, and data from all the sensors on board. A narrow desk squatted between 2 built-in chairs, and above the desk, the captain's bunk was stowed and folded against the wall. 3 red phones, the ship's radio, and a dizzying array of communications switches sat on the wall above the desk. Even with everyone shoved into every possible space, Ethan and Jack sitting at the desk, Sasha and Sergei huddled against the wall, Scott leaning on the cabin's door, arms crossed. It was a tight fit. Anderson called to the radio room for a secured signal to the White House Situation Room. Minutes later, one of his screens flickered, and then the White House seal flashed. Anderson swung the screen out in front of Jack, and in an inset video, Jack's filthy, bedraggled image appeared, staring back at the screen. A moment later, the image flickered. Elizabeth sat at the head of the table in the Situation Room, her hands clasped in front of her, her jaw clenched hard like she was bracing for terrible news. When she saw Jack, she smiled wide and let her head droop forward for a moment. "Jack, I'm glad to see you in one piece. I must have been absolutely crazy to agree to this plan of yours." "Yes, Madam President." Jack grinned back at her. "Is everyone with you all right?" Jack nodded, and Ethan leaned into the video feed. "Ethan." Elizabeth's smile wavered as her eyes glittered and she couldn't speak for a moment. "I'm glad to see you both." Her eyes flicked away from the screen and she nodded to someone out of sight. Levi appeared beside her. "Where's Scott?" Scott grunted and leaned in, grinning. "Y'all can hurry it up and come back any time," Levi said. He gave them a tired smile and backed away. Elizabeth got down to business. "Jack, We've got a situation here." She briefed them on Miroshkin's movements in Canada and the nervous ceasefire that had settled over the region, Canada's refusal to talk to them anymore, and Russia's direct communication with the Canadian government, NATO's silence, the advance of the Chinese fleet across the Pacific, and her defensive line at Hawaii. When she finished, Jack leaned forward, balancing his elbows on his knees as he exhaled. Back channels to Canada aren't working. They aren't saying a word to us. CIA and NSA are tracking comms between Canada and the Russians. It's tapered off for now. We're in wait-and-see mode. We've got to do something about the Chinese fleet. Jack's gaze flicked to Anderson. You have 4 subs with you? Anderson nodded. Elizabeth, let's split this fleet. Send 2 subs up the backs of the Chinese. If they make a move at Hawaii, Anderson's subs can be there waiting for them. Anderson chimed in. My guys can sprint back and catch up to their present position in under a day. They'll never know they're there. Elizabeth nodded. I agree. Let's do it. She pulled a tablet across the table and sent a picture over the secured link. Jack, here's the latest from the Swedish weather satellite. The cloud is growing. It's already estimated to kill over 4 billion people if it ignites now. Every hour it grows, more lives are at risk. The black and white photo showed a river of fuchsia, spreading out like spilled ink from the Russian Arctic and starting to sweep around the globe. Most of Russia, China, and starting to touch Canada and the U.S. Jack glanced at Ethan. One of Ethan's hands rose, settling on the small of his back, a silent show of support. Sergei crossed the cabin and leaned into the feed, glowering at the data. DMD, man, he growled. Almost all of Russia will be incinerated in this blast. We're not going to let that happen, Sergei. Jack held his friend's glare when Sergei turned to him. We're going to stop him. Jack, what's your plan? On screen, Elizabeth sat back, lacing her hands together. All eyes turned to him. No pressure. He exhaled slowly and leaned back into Ethan's touch. I want to take 2 subs up under the Arctic ice. Captain Anderson's and another. We'll make our way beneath the polar cap to Madigan's location. Based on Sasha's recon flight, we have a great idea of what we're up against. 1 sub and 1 destroyer. They were surfaced through the ice a week ago. What kind of sub? Anderson frowned. There's a difference between a fast attack boat and an SSBN. A hunter-killer or a mobile missile launcher. Jack turned to Sasha. Sasha shrugged. A dark sub. Black. Anderson arched one eyebrow. Would you be able to recognize it if you saw it again? Sasha thought it over, nodding his head from side to side. Da, yes. Jack, I thought you said the pilot went down during the mission. Elizabeth leaned forward. We recovered Sasha on our way. Smiling, Jack gestured to Sasha and pushed the screen toward him. Clearly uncomfortable, Sasha managed a tight smile and looked like he wanted to make his 6-foot-plus frame disappear into the cheap wooden paneling. What can you tell us about Madigan's position, son? Anderson folded his arms and hovered over Sasha, staring down his long nose. What kind of intel were you able to get on this overflight? Taking a deep breath, Sasha launched into the report on his flight, from the moment he took off until the moment he ejected. His approach over the ice-covered Kara Sea. Finding Madigan's position and the 2 ships in the ice, the sub, its sail poking through the frozen sea, explosions beneath the ice and open holes, burning rust fuel stations and oil derricks. Their defenses and how many times he was fired upon, his evasive maneuvers, finally running out of time and sprinting for deep Siberia while making what he thought was his last call to Sergei. As he finished, Sasha turned toward Sergei, holding his gaze as he relayed his side of their final call. Sergei stared back, eyes wide, lips pressed into a thin line. Damn, son, Anderson breathed. That takes a lot of guts, volunteering for a one-way mission like that. It was the right thing to do, Sasha rumbled. for Russia and for the world. Jack heard what Sasha didn't say, that he did it, all of it, for Sergei. Ethan spoke in the silence that followed.
Sasha can reconstruct everything that he saw, draw us a map, give us actionable intelligence on the size and strength of Madigan's forces.
Anderson frowned.
Weak old intelligence. It's the Arctic, Captain. Everything is measured in glacial epochs there. Nothing moves fast. Not men, not machines, not nature.
Ethan shook his head.
After helping Miroshkin's coup, he must have moved what's left of his forces in bulk to the Arctic in one go. Anything else would be a logistical nightmare. You said something about your team.
Ethan nodded.
Yes, my team closed in on Madigan. Found his base in a derelict tanker off the coast of Saudi Arabia. Uncovered Madigan's assassination plot.
He looked at Jack, swallowing.
Found out the truth about the attacker in the nick of time.
Silence hung in the cabin. Jack held Ethan's stare. He reached for Ethan's hand and squeezed.
I sent my team to these coordinates.
Ethan reached for another of Captain Anderson's screens and called up the GPS, punching in longitude and latitude.
We need to go and pick them up.
And then what? Elizabeth again over the secure link. Jack, you are not seriously thinking about going into the Arctic. We lost a SEAL team deployed off Franz Joseph Land. Now you want to go in? You're the president. No, Elizabeth, I am not the president. I'm the former president. Right now, I'm just a man supporting a government operation, your and Director Reichenbach's operation. Capture or kill Madigan before he commits an act of global genocide. He looked Elizabeth in the eye, across the thousands of miles that separated them, and squared his jaw. We've come this far. I'm not leaving Ethan's side. We're doing this together. Sergei spoke quickly, sliding across to Jack and Ethan's sides. As representative of the true and authentic Russian government, I will join with you in this. You require Russian authorization to operate in our territory, which I am glad to extend to my friends in the United States. We would appreciate your help in taking care of this terrorist we have in our polar region. Elizabeth closed her eyes and bowed her head. Captain Anderson, she finally said, slowly looking up. This is your boat, and this would be your mission, with Director Reichenbach attached to your command. In your professional opinion, can this be done? Anderson pursed his lips. One boot scuffed at the deck as he frowned, as if the corrugated steel and rubber had done something out of line. All eyes were on him, in the cabin and over the uplink. If Anderson nixed the idea, Jack was on thin ice going forward, and he had been beneath the surface once already. He wasn't the commander-in-chief. He wasn't in the chain of command, not since he had walked out of Bethesda and had given the keys to the White House to Elizabeth. He couldn't order anyone to do anything. Anderson, so far, had been deferential and respectful to his former office and possibly to how he viewed Jack as a man, but all that could change in a moment.
Madam President, if you're asking me if I can get 2 subs under the ice and sneak up on this bastard, the answer is yes. I can get us there. Now, what will we face?
He blew out slowly, and a low whistle echoed through the cabin.
Strange things happen under the ice. Waters that go down deeper than you can believe. Subs can hide in those depths. Is there 1 Russian sub under Madigan's command, or 2? Or more? What about combat? How is your team, Director Reichenbach? Are we inserting them on the ice? We left Pearl with provisions for Arctic operations, but what about your men? Are they ready for this? They're ready.
Ethan crossed his arms.
I trust my lieutenant. He knows what to do. He'll do whatever it takes. Mr. President,
Anderson flicked his eyes to Jack.
You've just come across the entirety of the Russian continent, a country gripped in civil war. You managed to sneak through territory that has been blacked out to the world since the coup began. You launched an intelligence-gathering mission from inside hostile territory. He nodded to Sasha, and successfully retrieved critical, actionable intelligence. All of this is incredible work, beyond incredible. He took a deep breath and squinted. You should stop here, Mr. President. You've already done enough. The world thinks you're dead.
Jack smiled. He licked his lips, looking down at the decking for a moment.
Captain, you and I are about the same age. We grew up watching old men become the worst kind of politicians. Breaking promises, sending our friends out to fight wars in distant countries, screaming at the other side when things didn't go right. Refusing to take responsibility for anything. Always pointing the finger, always someone else's fault. And America suffered. The world suffered. Our country lost itself. And we watched it happen, growing up in the shadow of so many failures. He sighed. I think that's where Madigan was born. Somewhere along the line, too many promises were broken. He went through 4 wars, watched his people suffer and die, and came home to the same old garbage. Shaking his head, Jack stood slowly. I swore I'd be different. I swore every single night that I wouldn't go down that path. I'd take responsibility. I'd show up. I'd make the hard calls and live with them. I swore on my wife's sacrifice that this crazy, desperate world she was taken from wouldn't be what we had to live with. That there was something better in the future for all of us. He thought back to his heroes, to the legacies of men and presidents who had shaped his worldview and his presidency, men who knew sacrifice on so many levels, men who gave their all to the nation. When was the last time a president truly sacrificed for our nation? For the world? He swallowed, memories of his short tenure in office flashing in his mind. Building outreach, reaching to other nations, trying to rebuild the world community, taking the lead in aid after the blast in Nairobi, and stitching the global community even closer together. Facing down the barrel of a gun and feeling cold steel bite his skin. Ethan rushing to his rescue, standing together with Sergei and striding forward, leaving the ghosts of both nations behind. Feeling it all come apart like water slipping through his fingers as Sochi fell, and the woman he thought was Leslie, his long-dead wife, lay in his arms. Choosing Ethan. Choosing to stand and fight, to strike back, to bring back to Madigan what he had taken from Jack, his own life. I will lay down my life to stop Madigan and to save America and save the world. He thinks he's already beaten me, that I'm already down, but I am the one thing he won't see coming. Silence. Not even a breath moved the air. Distantly, Jack heard the hum and splash of waves rolling against the sub's smooth hull, a gentle lap that permeated the background. Anderson peered at him. A new light shone in his eyes. Something had lit deep within the man, some core that Jack had tapped. Respectfully, Mr. President, Anderson said slowly. How's your combat training? He's received Secret Service training. Scott jumped in, speaking from his slump against the door. Tactics, weapons, advanced drills. I've seen him in combat, too. Scott looked Jack dead in the eye, shadows of Sochi in both of their gazes. I wouldn't have smuggled him to Russia if I thought he couldn't survive. Anderson's eyebrows arched to his hairline. I'd like to hear that story sometime," he said.
Sighing, he scrubbed one hand over his mouth and peered at Jack, as if trying to divine the future in the depths of his gaze, measuring Jack's soul by the light in his eyes. It was all on Anderson. Submarine captains were confident to the point of cocky, but rock-solid in their measured, precise risks. Aggressive, but not reckless. Surety lived in their bones as much as salt flowed in their veins.
"If anyone can do this, Madam President," he finally said, softly, "it's the people in this room."
He held Jack's gaze as he spoke, unblinking. Jack smiled, nodding to Anderson as Ethan slipped his hand into Jack's and laced their fingers together. Jack squeezed back until his bones ached, until, if he squeezed any harder, Ethan and he would become one, bones and blood fusing together. This was it. Time to save the world. They spent hours sketching out their battle plan, courses plotted up to the Arctic and beneath the ice, the best vector for approaching Madigan's location. Sasha helped them draw a finely detailed map to the grid square of Madigan's forces and position. Anderson offered them each the use of his shower.
"It's not much. We run tight water rationing on board. Our desal plant can only do so much each day, and the bulk of that water goes to the reactor cooling system, but you can each get wet, soap off, and rinse, and shave." He grinned. "I can scrounge up some fresh uniforms for you as well."
A sponge bath didn't really count as bathing, not compared to a shower with soap, and falling into the ice didn't count either. Jack stank, badly enough that he'd gotten used to the odor. A dignified president, even a former president, he was not. "We'd be grateful, Captain." He went first, followed by Sergei, and then Ethan, Scott, and finally Sasha. They gave their clothes to a young seaman in exchange for fresh Navy uniforms, blue combat fatigues. Jack kept Ethan's sweatshirt, holding on to the grimy, stained fabric. As they were dressing, he watched Ethan smuggle something from his old jacket into the pocket of his new uniform top. Ethan wouldn't look at him, no matter how much Jack tried to catch his gaze. Jack hoped the seamen took their old disgusting clothes and threw them straight overboard. After, Anderson met up with them again. He already looked haggard, worn-weary, just at the thought of their mission ahead.
"Would you like to spend the night on the sub, Mr. President? I can move my officers around this evening, give you and your men bunks on board."
"We'll be crowding you soon enough, Captain. We'll spend the night on the island and stay out of your hair until we're underway. We've got to connect with our people back there, too. Sergei's men need to keep fighting." Anderson nodded. He most likely wouldn't be sleeping for another 2 days.
"Fair enough. I'll send you back to shore with the supplies we brought from Pearl."
Food, clothes, blankets, weapons, and fuel. Elizabeth had filled the subs to outfit an army.
"We've got a lot of work to do to get ready to be underway. We'll be able to raise anchor just after dawn."
Jack nodded. "Send a boat to pick us up. We'll be ready." Chapter 27. Simishur Island, Okhotsk Sea. Alexei, Anton, and Vasily, 3 former federal policemen, and the unofficial officers of Sergei's convoy, had rounded up the men and started fires by the time Jack and everyone else made their way back to the island. Cheers rose when Ethan and Scott brought up crate after crate of food, blankets, weapons, and the rest of the supplies. 3 of the men had shot at deer while surveying the west side of the island. Already skinned and gutted, it slowly spun on a homemade spit over a roaring bonfire. Smaller fires were scattered on the nearby beach, some occupied, some burning low to embers and left abandoned. The sun slipped beneath the rise of the volcano, turning the gunmetal sky dark granite and then to deep black when it disappeared behind the island. From horizon to horizon, a billion twinkling lights stared down at the beach. A tiny sliver of moon crept through the sky, but the majesty of the night belonged entirely to the stars. They winked overhead, scattered like diamonds thrown across the inky fabric of space, the carpet of time. How many of those stars were already extinguished? Were they only seeing ghosts, spectral flashes that had already passed from the universe? There was something there in that thought that Sergei couldn't quite put his finger on, something about time passing, and the end of all things, death, and what was left behind, unsaid, undone. And, always, there was Sasha. He never thought much about the stars before Sasha. They were there, pretty to look at, political once he had moved into Russian politics. Space was a place where nations could further extend themselves. Russia and the United States always pushing for more. Russia's space program hadn't been as grand as it once was for decades, but it was there, and he'd kept up with their advances, signed leases with other countries to blast their rockets into orbit, cut ribbons at a new launch pad, welcomed home Russian cosmonauts from their tours at the International Space Station. Sasha always looked up at the stars. He'd wanted to be a cosmonaut before his Air Force career came to a bloody, violent end. Serve Russia in space, proudly wear the Russian flag on his sleeve as he lived aboard the International Space Station. Fly a ship into space, even. What had he thought, staring up at the stars over Moscow, over the Kremlin, knowing that his dreams had come to an end? What color, what shape, what form did his pain, his anguish take? Had he ever mourned for the life he had lost? Had he felt like Sergei had felt, bereft and broken, lamenting the loss of a life he hadn't even lived? All of the what-ifs and the hopes, the dreams and the fantasies gone forever with finality's severing blow, a finite slash across their lives. But Sasha was alive. He was still alive. Maybe one day he could become a cosmonaut. Perhaps he still could fly into space. His Air Force career had been exemplary before the attack, his work at the Kremlin after even more so. Why could he not follow his dreams again? Could Sergei follow his? Could he cross the sand, sit beside Sasha in front of the fire, and confess everything to him? Despite all of his fears and everything stacked up against him, could he speak aloud what lived in his heart? He'd probably be shot down, sent crashing to the earth like a fighter squaring off against Sasha in his MiG. Why was Sasha even single? He was brilliant and beautiful, eye-catching like a priceless jewel cut from a forbidden gem, caring, loyal, dedicated. Sasha had no business being single, and Sergei had no business thinking he was the man who could change that. But he had to face this, had to confront what had grown in his soul and what he had only realized when Sasha had ripped himself away from Sergei's side. The ache from that, from Sasha's leaving, still festered. The scab on the bottom of his heart. He'd survived a career in the cutthroat FSB, survived Putin's regime, worked his way up through the deranged and deadly ranks of Russian politics, and completed an anti-corruption purge decades in the making. He'd never been a coward before. He wouldn't start now. Slowly, he made his way across the beach, his boots digging into the fog-damp, dark sand. His men were scattered around the fires, some already snoring, others staying up and relishing in the simplicity of nothing. Finally, they were at rest, at least for the next few hours. They were safe on this island at the end of Russia, practically at the end of the world. Even Scott had parked himself beside a circle of low embers and fallen asleep, wrapped up in his jacket, with his arms crossed over his chest. His snores bounced over the old base, snorts that could rival a bear. Jack and Ethan were lounging together at a fire farther down the beach, and through the flickering flames he spotted Jack's brilliant smile and saw him tip his head back, laughing at something Ethan had said. Ethan, too, seemed relaxed in a way Sergei had never seen, leaning on his side and propped up on his elbow, gazing at Jack like Sasha stared at the stars, with wonder, with adoration, with raw, aching love. And Sasha sat alone, huddled close to his own fire, as he gazed upward. Sergei had no idea what to say. His heart thundered as he moved closer, a physical ache against his ribs. He must be trying to escape. What was he thinking? He couldn't do this. Breathe. He kept walking, slipping through the sand until he hovered in front of Sasha's fire, Slowly, Sasha's gaze lowered to rest on him. He stared, silent. How did he even begin?
Sasha.
He started, grunting through his clenched teeth. He tried to clear it and looked away. He couldn't hold Sasha's ice-blue gaze any longer. Those eyes were going to cut out his heart.
Sasha, we need to talk,
he finally managed.
We do not,
Sasha rumbled.
I know my place. I know what I did was wrong. I will not ask anything from you other than this. Please, let me keep fighting for you, Sergei. For your Russia. What you did.
He frowned and then sank to his knees in the sand beside the fire, just out of Sasha's reach.
Do you mean kissing me, or do you mean leaving?
Sasha frowned and cocked his head to one side. He blinked.
I will never apologize for doing what is right for you. We needed that intelligence. I had to make that flight. There could have been another way.
Scowling, Sergei fisted his hands in the muddy sand, clenched rough grains in his palms. He felt them slip through his fingers, cold and damp.
Some other way that did not involve you risking your life. We could have done this together.
Sasha looked away quickly.
No. My way was best. It had to be done. Sasha. Please.
Sergei clamped his lips shut with a sigh and stared at Sasha's profile in the flickering firelight. Orange flames danced over his pale skin, casting him like a golden god from an ancient myth. His shoulders rose and fell faster than before, the only sign of Sasha's nerves. He could be like a statue sometimes.
So, you are saying kissing me was what you did wrong?
He watched Sasha carefully, almost frantically. There. Sasha's jaw clenched, the muscles from his temple to his neck straining, bulging outward. His pulse leaped, bounding beneath his jaw. He shook his head.
It will not happen again.
The words wouldn't come. Sergei wanted to shout, bellow at the top of his lungs what was in his head and his heart. But what he felt couldn't be translated into words, and when he tried, everything got choked in the hollow of his throat. Now was the time to act, to say something.
What if...
He hesitated.
What if I want it to happen again?
Sasha froze, going so still so suddenly. Sergei wondered if time had stopped, if the earth had ceased its rotation. Sergei tried to breathe, but his lungs wouldn't work, and he mouthed over old air as he struggled for something, anything to say. He'd made a mistake. He'd made a terrible mistake. Between one blink and the next, Sasha moved, twisting and turning to Sergei. He quivered, his entire body a wordless question. His wide eyes darted over Sergei, from the sand beneath his knees to his burning gaze. His hands clenched as his jaw hung open, speechless in a way Sasha never was. Beneath his borrowed black undershirt, his chest heaved, rising and falling in a too-fast rhythm.
After you left,
Sergei stumbled, and he cursed under his breath. His hands dug into the damp sand again, fisting around grains that slithered away from him.
You changed everything, Sasha. What you did...
His breath blasted from him.
I have been a coward my whole life. I hid from what I could have felt, burying it until I forgot I even was capable of this. I forced myself to not think it. Never, not ever. And then you came along, and I did not even know that everything within me had changed. You were like the final piece of a puzzle I never knew I was building. I did not even know it was complete until you left, and everything came apart.
Swallowing, Sergei tried to get a grip on his rambling. He wasn't making sense. He took a breath. Jack, calls it bisexual? He said slowly. He says that is what I am. How I feel that I can love both. He glanced up, finding Sasha's gaze. Sasha looked absolutely devastated. Sergei felt a punch to his gut, a brutal blow that knocked the air from his lungs and made him dizzy, made his ears ring like an alarm had gone off inside his skull. He was wrong. Jack was wrong. Sasha didn't feel that way for him. No, Sasha breathed. No, Sergei, you cannot. It is impossible. You cannot be this way. His voice rose until he was begging, pleading for Sergei to take it back. Not you. Please, not you, Sergei. What are you saying? I cannot love another man? No, you cannot. Sasha ran his hands through his hair, gripping the blonde strands as he groaned. You are the president. You are our country's only hope. You are the one who can bring us out of the dark ages, fix everything, give us a new country and a real place in the world. You give me too much power. No, I do not. You already purged the corrupt oligarchs. No one has been able to do this, and you did. You are bringing equality to Russia, the promise that all Russians are safe in your nation. These are things Russia needs. He swallowed hard. You must take back Moscow, and you must throw out Moroshkin in this rebellion, and then you will lead us again, Sergei, further into the future. If that happens, it must happen. If that happens, then I want you by my side. He held out his hand, reaching for Sasha. With me. Sasha's jaw dropped again. His eyes went glassy, a shine that fractured the blue in his gaze. You cannot be weak. They will eat you alive, he whispered. Moroshkin built his followers by claiming you and Jack were too close. They joked about you and him as lovers, and it was not even true. What do you think they would do to you if you really were with another man? You cannot be weak. Weak? Sergei tried to laugh, shaking his head. I am already weak. Weakened by cowardice, by shame, by want. He stared into Sasha's wet gaze. I broke when you left. A part of me flew off into the skies with you, and I want that back. I already love you, Sasha. I'm already weakened by these feelings. I want to be strong again. He turned his hand over in the sand, palm up, and slid it toward Sasha. Strong. With you. Sergei, we can do all these things together. We can bring Russia into the future, side by side. There is more work to be done, yes, and we can do it. You're deluded by Jack. Russia is not America. If you are in love with a man, they will never accept you, never let you be president. You could never do what needs to be done. Sasha shook his head, snarling. Russia will never accept you and me. You are wrong. Desperation colored his voice, made his words shake. This was not at all what he had imagined would happen, not even close. I am not wrong. I know how little our country accepts men like me, Sergei. His voice turned sharp, cutting. Sergei scooted forward until he was right in front of Sasha. Tell me this one thing, Sasha.
Do not hide behind duty and loyalty. You will tell me the truth. Do you care about me at all? Or is this just a way to push me off, this talk of Russia and her future, all of her needs?
Sasha reached for him with one shaking hand, resting his palm against Sergei's thin face. Sasha was warm, his hand rough. You can build a new future for us all. Make Russia a true home for people like me. This is no small thing. He trembled as he touched Sergei and let out a breath, almost a gasp. And I care for you so deeply that it hurts.
Then,
reaching out with both hands, Sergei clasped Sasha's face, bringing him close until their foreheads touched, rubbing together.
Sasha, please. Please.
Everything in him ached for Sasha, yearned for the man, for the connection he could feel quivering just beneath their skin, electric zings where they touched. He wanted to know and be known, love and be loved, hold Sasha, and face the future together.
Please,
he whispered. Sasha squeezed his eyes closed and shook his head, his cheeks brushing Sergei's palms.
Russia needs you to be. Then let us leave. As soon as Madigan is dead, and Moroshkin too, we will go far away, where it can be just you and me. Nothing can come between us.
A lone tear slipped down Sasha's cheek. It crashed into Sergei's thumb, sliding down his skin.
Russia needs you,
Sasha breathed again.
And I will not be the man who took away Russia's best hope for her future. Who took you away?
His hands rose and covered Sergei's.
Russia needs you. I am nothing compared to all of that.
Sergei's heart screamed, burned to its core with anguish and agony. Fault lines appeared in his soul, cracks that went all the way through him, through his past and his present, and stretched into his future. The choices in his life had led to this moment, and he'd do anything to make it different. Anything to change the world and all the fates and allow the two of them to close the gap between their shaking lips and steal another kiss for themselves. One kiss from Sasha was all he would ever have. His eyes slipped closed and his hands fell from Sasha's cheeks. He fell forward, pitching into Sasha, and ended up pressing his face into Sasha's shoulder, his chest. His lungs burned, and he heaved, trying to drag in breath after breath. All he did was pull Sasha's exquisite, indefinable scent deep within his soul. Musk, cold air, and the glow of the stars over Moscow painted and brushed over his body. Sasha's arms wound around him, dragging him closer, pulling him flush against his body as he lay back on the sand. Side by side, almost intertwined, Sasha pressed his lips to Sergei's hair in an open-mouthed moan. It was almost a kiss, aside from the groan, the wave of pain falling from Sasha. Sergei wrapped his arms around Sasha's waist, finally stroking the body he'd dreamed of ever since Sasha had left his side. Strength, so much strength wrapped in layers of soft cotton and starched blue canvas, hardened muscles shaking beneath his palms. Sasha's thighs gripped him, wrapped between and around his legs and held him fast, his hips pressed against Sergei's stomach, and...
Oh, I should go,
Sergei whispered. He had no right to feel Sasha's body like this, or maybe he should stay, endure the torture of having who he loved so close and yet unreachable.
I should not yet, Sergei.
Another open-mouthed press and another mournful moan. "It is selfish," Sasha breathed over his hair. "But let me hold you for one night." One kiss, one night in Sasha's arms. He turned his face into Sasha's chest and breathed in, reliving every memory he had of the two of them together, every smile, every laugh, every single moment of crystalline happiness. One night beneath the stars. Chapter 28. Simashire Island, Okhotsk Sea. You can't see anything like this in D.C. Jack sat on the sand, his arms wrapped around his knees, and stared up into the night sky. It's breathtaking. Ethan gazed at Jack.
Yes, it is.
Starlight and firelight painted diamonds over Jack, carving brilliance over his cheekbones and curling around his smile. Flickers of flame danced up his skin like the fires in Ethan's heart, his soul coming alive and caressing his lover. A river of stars stretched overhead, and the black ocean reflected their glimmer, an endless wash of sparkling perfection. The whole world seemed to revolve around this one point, this one island. Somewhere far away, distant decisions placed the world's fate on a deadly axis, but there, on the sand-strewn beach beneath the jewel-studded sky, Ethan saw only perfection. His heart burned, searing in his chest, suddenly too large for the cage of his body. Jesus, he loved Jack. He'd never known it was possible to love someone this deeply, this entirely. His whole world had been remade, and even himself reborn into a new man, a man who shared half a life and half of his soul with the one person who meant everything. With Jack. He reached for the pocket on the front of his jacket, dipped his fingers within, and touched 2 rings, sitting over his heart. They'd survived everything, finding each other through the winding paths of each of their lives, accepting the spark and growing their friendship, and then their love, protecting that from the world, protecting each other from the world. How many times could they have called it quits, thrown in the towel, said it was too much, too strange, too difficult to be in love with each other? They'd kept going, kept loving, in spite of it all. And then Jack had tripped over Madigan's hate, over a grenade dropped in his heart in the shape of his dead wife. It was the perfect attack. Resurrect an unfinished piece of Jack's life, a hole in his heart that hadn't had the chance to mend, but the trap had failed. Faced with Leslie again, Jack had finally found the closure he had been robbed of, discovered the hole in his heart had been filled with healing, with Ethan. I'm not the same man who married her, Jack had breathed earlier, resting in Ethan's arms as the sun set on the cold sand. I'm someone new. What I dream for is different. Who I love has changed. What I want more than anything else in the world is to be with you. Forever. No matter what. He held Ethan's hand while they watched the fire burn, watching the logs turn to cinder and ash. Once, I wanted her back. I wanted her back from the dead like magic, but that was a selfish dream. I would never wish that on her, or anyone, captured and held for so many years. No. It's better that she's gone at peace. I loved her and we were good together. But in the end, she gave me the greatest gift of all, the confidence to start down the path that led me to you. Facing Leslie had revealed to Jack that his love for Ethan truly was bone deep, something that lived and breathed in his soul, something that couldn't be broken and couldn't end. He'd said, I was never more certain of anything in my life than coming back to you, choosing You, Ethan, over everything. It was Ethan's turn. Time to show Jack just how deeply he felt. How much Jack meant to him, and what he dreamed for the two of them, every single moment. Fears he'd once had melted away, slithering from his heart and his soul like mist burned away by the sun. There was nothing in the world that could stop their love. Nothing at all. He slipped the smaller ring from his pocket, palming it before Jack saw. It had dulled a bit, bouncing across 2 continents. The black titanium had smudges from his fingers where he turned the rings over and over, imagining their future, but the diamonds gleamed, a perfect circle all the way around the band. An eternity circle, for a love without end. Jack grinned down at him, catching Ethan's stare. "I meant the stars are breathtaking," he teased. A flush crept over his cheeks and stretched down his neck. "I know." Ethan smiled. He lay on his side, propped up on one elbow beside Jack. "You're just more so to me." Jack laughed. Ethan reached for him, for his left hand, and gently pulled Jack's fingers to his lips, pressing a lingering kiss to his knuckles. How was it possible to feel this much love for someone? His heart felt like 10 hearts, or 1,000, all beating as one, all burning incandescent with love for Jack. He rested his cheek on the backs of Jack's fingers, breathing him in. He pulled back and looked into Jack's eyes, stared into his soul, slipped the ring onto Jack's finger slowly. "Marry me," he breathed. "Marry me, Jack." Shock slammed into Jack, seeming to snap through him like a bolt of lightning. His eyes blew wide and his jaw dropped, and he gasped, a ragged pull of shaking breath. His hand clenched down on Ethan, squeezing tight. His gaze flicked from the ring to Ethan and back again. "Ethan?" He choked on his words, and his lips moved soundlessly, struggling to speak. "Ethan," he whispered, his voice cracking. "Ethan, my God." Jack tumbled sideways, crashing into Ethan on the sand. He tore his hand from Ethan's hold and grasped his face, cupping his cheeks and brushing their noses together. "Yes, yes, yes," he breathed, his voice wavering. 1,000 times yes, Ethan." Ethan pressed his lips to Jack's and tasted salt as Jack moaned into the kiss. Jack's hands wound around Ethan's head, gripping him like he was afraid Ethan would disappear. "Where did you—" Jack tried to say in between kissing Ethan non-stop. "How did you get a ring?" Smiling, Ethan brushed his thumb over Jack's cheek, chasing away a tear. "I had them made before Sochi. I've carried them with me since." Jack curled forward, pressing his forehead against Ethan's. "Ethan." "Shh." Ethan kissed his eyes, his cheeks. "That's the past. And we're stronger for it. Our love has been tested by fire. Nothing can tear us apart. Not now." Jack shook his head. "Not ever. I never want to be without you." Ethan kissed the ring that rested on Jack's finger. "You never will." Jack beamed, his face brightening like spring bursting over a winter wasteland. He squinted at Ethan and cocked his head to one side. "You said you had them made?" "I had a set made. I thought they could be wedding rings. I wanted them to match. I want to wear the same rings." "Do you have the second ring?" "Yours?" Ethan nodded, and he pulled it out of his pocket. Jack plucked it from his fingers. He reached for Ethan's left hand as he kneeled, balanced on one knee, grinning his 1,000-watt smile. "Ethan Reichenbach," he started, his eyes glittering. "I love you more than I can ever say. Will you make me the happiest man who's ever lived? Will you be my husband? Will you marry me?" Ethan thought he'd experienced the absolute height of happiness moments before when Jack had said yes, but a whole new joy burst through him at Jack's words, a new light that raced through his veins and set up a home in his heart. Perfection. Certainty. Nothing was as right as this moment. He tried to speak, but his throat closed and his eyes watered. He nodded, pressing his lips together when Jack slid his ring onto his finger. Jack clasped his hands, threading their fingers together. Both rings gleamed, matching promises for the whole world to see. They met in the middle, lips caressing slowly as their bodies slid together. Jack melted into him, and Ethan laid him back on the sand, covering Jack's body with every inch of his own. Time fell away as they kissed, as their bodies molded together a perfect fit. Ethan slid his hand down to Jack's hip, squeezing.
"Into the sleeping bag,"
he breathed, kissing down Jack's neck.
"I'm not giving those subs a free show."
Jack chuckled, his breath stuttering at Ethan's nibble on his neck. "Make love to me." He ran his nose up Jack's neck, breathing in his scent and sucking at his earlobe the curve of his jaw.
"Are you sure?"
Ethan had taken Jack multiple times now, but Jack hadn't taken Ethan since they'd been back at the White House. "I love it," Jack breathed, like he was confessing. "I love having you inside me. Love when you make love to me. I want it all the time. Want you all the time." Fuck, he nearly came at Jack's words, shivering from the tips of his hair to the soles of his feet. His cock, already rock-hard, throbbed, begging for Jack's body. He'd make love to Jack every day, every hour, if he could, worship at Jack's body for the rest of his life, make him scream with pleasure, shiver and shake and tremble apart, delirious from their lovemaking. They scooted into the sleeping bag, ditching boots and shirts and pants in a haphazard array, leaving them lying in the sand like flagrant evidence. Ethan snaked a tube of lotion he had swiped from the supplies Anderson had given them from the pocket of his pants. Jack rolled on top, straddling Ethan and rocking his hips, his hard cock pressed against Ethan's. Ethan's hands roamed over Jack, into the curve of his lower back, and grabbed his ass, squeezing his cheeks. He dipped his fingers within Jack's cleft, stroking over his puckered hole. Jack moaned, sucked on Ethan's bottom lip, and pushed his ass into Ethan's hands. Lightning crackled through him, burning him from the inside. He popped the top of the lotion and squeezed a dollop into his palm. He tried to warm it, but the lotion was cold when it hit Jack's skin.
"Sorry,"
he breathed. Jack shook his head and spread his legs, bowed his back. A shiver snaked up Jack's spine. "Keep going." In minutes, Jack was panting, hanging his head between his shoulders as he hovered above Ethan's lap. Ethan's fingers disappeared inside Jack's body, kneading and stretching his asshole as his balls quivered, tickling against Ethan's own. He rubbed his cock over Jack's slick hole, sliding over his opening over and over. Each time Jack shivered and his eyes rolled back, the top of the sleeping bag clung to Jack's sweaty, shaking shoulders.
"Roll over, love."
Ethan kissed Jack's chest, nibbling on his skin. Jack slid off, and they shimmied into position, Jack lying on his front, propped up on his elbows as he arched his back, his ass offered up just for Ethan. He spread his thighs as wide as they could go in the sleeping bag. Ethan's eyes nearly crossed, nearly whited out with static, bells ringing in his ears. They'd never made love this way. He'd never taken Jack from behind, and Jack had never taken him this way. He loved kissing Jack when they made love, loved Jack's legs wrapping around him, feeling the soft hairs on his thighs grip his sides, loved wrapping his own legs around Jack, loved riding Jack and Jack riding him, feeling Jack's hands slide over his chest or disappear into his crotch, stroking Jack when Jack rode him until senseless, rambling mumbles fell from Jack's lips. But Jack was stunning like this. Flushed, clear down the curve of his back, his ass red from Ethan's hands and spread wide, his body trembling. He was open, slick, and waiting for Ethan. Ethan's mouth went dry as he leaned over Jack, gripping his hip when he pressed a shaking kiss to his pale shoulder blade. His cock found Jack's hole, and his thighs pressed against Jack's. Jack rocked back, trying to take him, trying to push Ethan inside him. Ethan nipped at his shoulder. Slow. I want to feel you spread apart around me. Jack whimpered, his head falling forward. The head of his cock breached Jack, slipping just inside his tight hole. Jack moaned and arched his back again, trying to push, trying to press, and he rubbed his cheek against Ethan's. Ethan kissed his jaw, his neck, his bounding pulse, wrapped one arm around Jack's chest and held him close, Jack's back molded to his chest, his body. He didn't move. He waited, kissing Jack over and over. Slowly, Jack's body swallowed his cock, his hungry ass clenching and pulling Ethan deeper, dragging him within his own body. Ethan's world imploded when he bottomed out, pressed deeper within Jack than he'd ever thought possible. His hands roamed over Jack, from his hips to his chest and up to his hair, mapping his body and keeping them flush and locked together. Jack rocked his hips, slid his ass over Ethan's cock, taking charge as Ethan kissed every inch of Jack's skin he could reach, and then he took over, deep, fluid rolls of his hips into Jack's body. He mouthed over Jack's hair, kissed the curve of his ear, ran his hand up Jack's neck, and turned his head, his fingers grasping Jack's blonde strands as they kissed over Jack's shoulder, sloppy and all tongue. Jack's Adam's apple jutted out from his arched neck in breathless pleas, and Ethan's name mixed with his grunts and groans. Sweat rolled down their skin. Their hot breaths turned the sleeping bag humid, turned the air within the cotton confines an almost scorching heat. There was no hiding what they were doing, not to anyone watching, but the top of the sleeping bag clung to the backs of Ethan's shoulders, keeping them enveloped in their private cocoon. Jack's arms shook, almost violent trembles, while he held them both up. Ethan grabbed his wrists and folded Jack's arms beneath his chest, laying Jack on his front. He went down with Jack, holding him, enveloping him completely. Jack gasped, thrusting his ass back to meet each of Ethan's hot slides. More, Jack panted. Harder, Ethan. Kiss me. Jack twisted, and their lips met, another sloppy, tongue-filled kiss. Ethan lit off like a firework. His hands grasped Jack's hips, and he rested his forehead on Jack's shoulder and thrust into him, hard and deep, harder than he ever had, almost recklessly pounding into Jack. Jack arched his back and wailed, shouting Ethan's name as he shook, as his body trembled, and as his ass clamped down on Ethan's cock, his desperate thrusts. He humped the sleeping bag, rutting wildly into the cotton and the sand beneath. Ethan! Ethan! Jack gasped. He felt Jack's orgasm tear through his body, felt the clinch of his ass, the shake and shiver of his muscles as he thrashed and groaned. It kept going, a relentless wave that never stopped. Jack shouted and writhed like a boat rocked on an endless rolling storm, and he backed up on Ethan's cock like he wanted more. Ethan buried his face in Jack's neck and thrust deep, fucking Jack through his own orgasm. Jack squeezed him dry, his clenching ass yanking Ethan's orgasm from him in a blinding wave. He kept moving, kept driving into Jack until they were slick with cum covering their legs, Jack's skin, his skin. He couldn't stop, didn't ever want to stop. He'd make love to Jack forever, live in the juncture of their bodies with him for the rest of their days. Eventually, he slowed, but stayed buried within Jack. Jack moaned and kissed Ethan's hair over his shoulder. "Ethan," he breathed. "God."
I think they heard that on the subs.
Ethan grinned and kissed Jack's shoulder blade, his cheek, and the edge of his wide smile. "I think they heard that in space." Jack arched his back and squeezed his ass around Ethan again. "I can never get enough of you." Ethan kissed the corner of Jack's beaming grin again.
"That's a relief. I would hope my fiancé likes our lovemaking."
Laughing, Jack wiggled until they separated and then shimmied and squirmed until they were lying side by side, gazing into each other's eyes. His cheeks were flushed, lit by a radiant glow, contentment oozing from his bones. He slid his fingers through Ethan's chest hair. "Jack Spires Reichenbach," he sighed. "That sounds good. Really good." Shock jolted Ethan like he'd touched a live wire. His thoughts went sideways, smeared apart, and he stared at Jack, his mouth hanging open.
You want to take my name?"
"Of course I do. I want the whole world to know." One thumb brushed over Ethan's nipple. "I want the world to know I'm yours." His eyes gleamed, joyous in the way that he'd been after he'd kissed Ethan on the White House lawn in the back of the ambulance. Proud of Ethan, of their love, of his choices. Happy. So fucking happy. Ethan smiled back until his cheeks burned, aching.
"Ethan Spires Reichenbach sounds good, too,"
he whispered. "Sounds perfect, love." Still smiling, Jack kissed him soft and sweet. Their hands rose, cupping cheeks and sliding through sweat-slick hair, their bodies pressed close again. Beside them the fire burned low, turning to smoldering coals as they made their own heat that lasted through the night. In the morning, they grimaced at the sticky mess they'd made. There was no hiding what they had been up to all night long.
"We need showers again."
Ethan poked his head out of the sleeping bag. Dull fog hung in the pre-dawn air low over the sand and the beach. Others were rising, huddled around reignited fires and slowly waking up.
"Cold salt water is all that's available, love."
"I am not Russian enough for that." Ethan managed to drag his scattered clothes into the bag and shimmy into his pants and undershirt. Cold, the uniform clung in all the wrong places, and Jack tried to keep his distance, rolling away as Ethan dressed. Their stomachs ached by the end from laughing. He grabbed a metal bucket from their supplies and filled it with seawater and then brought it back to their campfire. Jack did his best to restart the fire from inside the sleeping bag, poking it with sticks and turning the coals over. Ethan finished the job, and in minutes the fire roared and the bucket of seawater started to steam, resting half in the coals. Jack scrubbed down with the warm salt water first, and then dressed. Ethan stripped, washed, and redressed, right as Scott headed over. "Morning." Scott sipped at his battered tin mug, the same one he had used since they had left the forest in the Volga River Valley. Burned coffee stench hung in the air. "Have a good night?" His eyebrows rose almost to his hairline, and he hid his grin behind his mug. They couldn't keep their guilty smiles contained. Scott snorted. And then he froze, staring at their hands. Wide eyes flicked first to Ethan and then to Jack, and finally he beamed. "Ah!" He worked up the nerve to ask. Scott grabbed Ethan and pulled him in for a huge hug, slapping his back. "Proud of you," he murmured into Ethan's ear. "Fucking proud of you." When Scott pulled back, he turned to Jack, offering his congratulations and a handshake. "Congratulations, Mr. President. You're a damn lucky man." He gripped Ethan's shoulder. "This guy is something else." "I am," Jack smiled, laughing at the flush Ethan felt rising on his cheeks. "I really am the luckiest man on the planet." "And don't forget it." Scott's voice was teasing, but his eyes had a sheen to them, a hardness, an unspoken promise. He held Jack's gaze until the moment almost became uncomfortable, and then grinned. "Vasily's up and bitching about breakfast. Come and get your burned coffee and your smoked deer." Captain Anderson sent a boat to pick them up, and the final batch of supplies. They carried the crates up to Alexei as Sergei briefed them on their next mission. The rest of the men, Sergei's resistance, had to carry on, take the boat and go south to Vladivostok. Get into the fallen military city and take control of the naval base. Get in contact with Ilya. Take a plane and supplies to his men and join the fight to retake Moscow. Anton, Alexei, and Vasily nodded and then shook Sergei's hand and brought him in for a back-slapping hug. They said their goodbyes to Sasha next, standing apart from Sergei. Anton grabbed Sasha's face and stared at him, said something in growling Russian that had Sasha closing his eyes. Jack, Ethan, and Scott thanked the men for everything they'd done. There was too much to say and not enough time. Jack promised to visit them in Moscow after they retook the capital, and then it was time to leave. Jack, Ethan, and Scott boarded first, followed by Sasha. Sergei came last after staring at the decrepit base, the rotten wooden beams, and the chipped paint. He stood out on the thin beach, a dark outline as the sun broke over the horizon, turning the foggy sky a sodden steel gray. "Sergei?" Jack called. "Let's go." Nodding, Sergei trudged down to the boat, and Jack got his first real look at Sergei that morning. He opened his mouth and almost reached out, but Sergei headed for the opposite side of the boat, facing the breaking waves and the beating wind as he crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Jack turned to Sasha, trying to find answers. Sasha stood at the bow, his once proud shoulders slumped, his rigid spine buckled almost in half, everything about him screaming defeat. A man beaten down, wounded in his soul. A man who had lost everything. He took in the distance between Sasha and Sergei, the way they orbited around each other like magnets rejecting the attraction, the way they kept their backs to each other as if looking hurt too much, cut too deep. Jack leaned into Ethan and closed his eyes as the boat set off for Honolulu. Captain Anderson pulled them up to the control room, the con, as soon as they boarded. "Our people have been scouring the map Lieutenant Andreev recreated," he said, nodding to Sasha. "There's something else going on up there." "Like what?" Jack frowned. The map Sasha had drawn had been digitized, scanned, and displayed on a dozen computer screens around the room. Red circles surrounded Madigan's drill holes, creating an oval on the ice. "These holes they blew. If these positions are accurate, or even close to accurate," he said, eyeballing Sasha, "then these aren't random. They are trying to structurally weaken the ice sheet." "Why?" Ethan, standing behind Jack, frowned. Anderson sighed. "Unclear, based on what we have. To gain access to the waters beneath is our first guess, and gain it in a big way. Clear out a major section of the ice sheet." He pointed to the black sail, the dark fin of the submarine sticking out of the ice. "We know this is an SSBN, a Bauer-class ballistic missile submarine. She carries 20 cruise missiles that can strike anywhere in Europe." "Or ignite the gas," Jack groaned and scrubbed one hand over his face. "Are they clearing the ice so they can launch?" "They don't need to. Those cruise missiles can punch through that ice pack, especially at that depth and thickness. So why are they blasting the glacier apart? Is there something under there? What are they trying to get to?" All eyes turned to Sergei. "The Arctic has been a Russian graveyard for centuries. The Soviets buried everything there. Secrets. Enemies. He sighed, his expression twisting.
It was also a dumping site for nuclear waste during the Cold War. Almost 20,000 containers of radioactive material dumped in the Kara Sea alone, 14 decommissioned reactors, and 19 scuttled nuclear vessels.
Nuclear waste, Jack breathed. Behind him, the Khan went silent, every man stilling. Sergei nodded once. Anderson's jaw clenched hard enough to see his pulse pounding in his temple.
Could he be pulling something up? Something that's in line with his plans? He wouldn't be carving up the ice if he didn't need to.
Ethan pointed to the map, to the red circles outlining a rough ovoid shape in the ice.
What's the size estimate of this? Can we project what it could be based on what he's clearing? A little under 400 feet.
Anderson frowned.
About the length of this sub.
Sergei! Sasha barked. Again, everyone looked to Sergei. He'd gone pale, ghostly white, and his eyes bulged, shock pouring from him.
Numb pizdits,
he breathed.
What is it?
Jack growled. Sergei, what is under that ice? Sergei struggled to meet Jack's gaze. His eyes bounced over the Khan and finally settled on the map on the red circles in the ice. He read the coordinates again, whispering the longitude and latitude.
It is a sub.
He finally grunted.
Named K-27. Illegally scuttled in the 80s in shallow water off the coast of that island.
He pointed to Novaya Zemlya, a finger of ice-covered land curving into the frozen Kara Sea.
Its reactor is still alive. It can be brought back online, or worse.
Worse? Anderson stared hard at Sergei.
The right technician can restart the nuclear reactor, Sergei said, choosing his words. And then they can take it further. Turn the reactor critical. A nuclear reactor on a naval submarine can be weaponized,
Anderson said carefully. Sergei held one hand to his gaunt face.
Yes. Naval reactors in your nation and mine use highly enriched uranium, bomb-grade uranium, the most powerful of which was put into this sub, into K-27. But it couldn't be controlled, could not be contained. There were many accidents, many people died. That is why the sub was scuttled. It was too dangerous when it was operational. Now, after degrading on the ocean floor for decades,
Sergei scoffed.
If Madigan is going after these, he can get his hands on a nuclear weapon many times the size of the bomb you dropped on Japan.
Silence. That's how he's going to do it, Jack finally said. That's how he's going to ignite the gas cloud permeating the atmosphere. A nuclear blast at ground zero. Fallout will spread around the globe. He's going to triple his devastation, make it nuclear. Jack snorted. No simple ignition for him, and his fingerprints will be erased. He can shift the blame. Jack jerked his chin to Sergei. To Russia, or someone else, and say they sent the planet back to the Stone Age. It's exactly what he wants. He can still be the hero of wastes afterward, king of the ashes of the world.
But he's up there,
Scott frowned. Why would he blow the world and stand next to the blast? Won't he be cooked when the sky ignites?
The one area that's safe from his disbursement into the jet stream is the Arctic.
Anderson called up another screen, showing the growing fuchsia clouds stretching around half the globe. The Arctic and the ice pack north of Madigan's base were clear. And if he's got a Russian SSBN with his own crew loyal to the cause, Anderson said, tapping the map in the dark sails sticking up through the polar ice cap,
then he can just go under the ice and wait for the fallout. Come out by Iceland or Alaska.
kickstart his new world order wherever he wants. All right, Jack met everyone's gaze one by one. Now we know. This is how he's going to do it. He'll blow when he's able to get K-27 up from the seafloor and weaponize the reactor. He's had a week's head start. He swallowed. Our job is to stop him. If K-27 is still on the bottom of the ocean, it stays there. If he's got her up, the reactor stays cold. If he's got it online, we shut it down. No matter what. We take him out. This is how we stop Madigan. This is how we save the world. Chapter 29. Washington, D.C. Levi and President Wall ducked out of the Oval Office and headed down to the Situation Room, their heads together as they talked fast and low as if sharing national secrets. Welby stared them down, watching every single step. What was going on? What were they hiding? Time to find out. He ducked into the Oval Office, waving to the President's secretary, Mrs. Martin, as he entered. He waved a manila folder as he pushed open the door. Got to drop off a new brief. Mrs. Martin didn't even bat an eyelash. "Have a good day, Agent Welby," she said as he entered the silent, empty Oval Office. He took a few steps in and swallowed. The power of the office still stopped him in his tracks, even now, years after he had become an agent. The fate of the world had been shaped within these curved walls so many times over. For good or for ill, decisions had been made by men and women in this office that had impacted the lives of billions. He took a shaky breath. What he was about to do was treasonous. His stomach had burned a hole through itself, and he had tied himself in knots, agonizing through the long hours of the day and night. They needed answers, but he'd never crossed this line before. Damn it, he needed to move, and fast. He was already on borrowed time. Welby headed for the Resolute desk and started pulling out drawers. Nothing worthwhile in the top two: notepads and folders, pens and sticky notes, a candy bar, a card from Ethan to Jack, something sappy and silly at the same time. He put it back carefully. His thumbprint opened both of the locked lower drawers, and he held his breath when he tugged them open. Dozens of file folders, the president's laptop, top-secret briefs, and another laptop resting on top of a burned briefcase. He hauled the briefcase out and set it on the desk. It was a wreck, soot-covered, torn on one side and water-damaged. The handle had been ripped off. Both locks were broken. Perfect. Inside, most of the papers were damaged, burned on the edges or blackened with smoke and soot. Debris filled the inside of the case, gravel and dust. Blood stained one corner. The briefcase had sat in a pool of blood and soaked up enough of it to make Welby look away from the rust-drenched corner. Lawrence Irwin had carried his briefcase with him into Langley before the blast. Welby remembered that night. He remembered every moment of what happened, a picture-perfect clarity set in IMAX quality in his mind. Waiting in the SUV, equal parts bored and on edge, wondering what was happening within Langley. Why had they taken Leslie Spires into custody? Was she working with Madigan? What would they find during the interrogation? And then, the blast. He and his team racing into the still-burning, still-collapsing building, tearing through concrete and debris, searching for the president as fires roared and smoke billowed around them, pulling back blocks of concrete, adrenaline tearing through him faster than a Formula One race car, finding Irwin's broken, bloody body, and then the president lying beneath him in a spreading pool of blood. President Spires had seemed so light, so fragile, when he scraped him off the ground. Floppy like a doll in his arms, limp, too limp. He'd carried him over the shattered remains of the CIA's headquarters as helicopters and rescue workers and fire trucks arrived, sirens blaring, lights flashing, people shrieked, crying for help. He'd carried the president's broken body, staring down into his pale, empty face. Assassinated. The word hung like cobwebs in his mind, like a whirlpool that sucked down all other thoughts. It had been him on duty, him, that night. He had let his president be attacked, assassinated. He had let the nation down. He had let the president down. And he had let Ethan down. Or had he? Desperation redoubled his efforts, and he clenched his jaw as he rifled through Irwin's briefcase. Where would Irwin have sent Ethan to search for proof of Leslie Spires' betrayal? Out of the whole world, where would he have gone? One folder caught his eye. Bright red top-secret borders lined the edges, and a giant seal warned him away from the contents. Operation Vigilant Fury was the code name. He snorted. Vigilant was President Spires' Secret Service code name. What could be better for a top-secret operation to hunt down Madigan? The government did not have the best sense of humor, but they excelled in irony. He flipped the file open. Photos, dozens of them from prison breaks around the world. Satellite imagery over South America, the Maghreb, and Somalia. Dossiers from a dozen military officers, one from a man named Noah Williams, supposedly dead 16 years prior. Welby's eyes narrowed. Leslie Spires was supposed to be dead too. He knew how that had played out. Intelligence reports, memos, and intelligence analysis and mission briefs from a Marine Corps strike team sent to Ethan. Pages and pages of reports, each one detailing more of the team's actions and missions. Ethan must have run the strike team. Secretly. In addition to being Jack's first gentleman, he must have been running a black strike team, working hand in hand with Irwin. No wonder Irwin turned to him. They were already hunting Madigan together, and the Marines, were they the missing piece he needed? They must be the ones Ethan had turned to when he needed to follow Leslie Spires' tracks. Who were they? Welby dug deeper. The mission briefs had been signed by an ACLT-1. Not good enough. He needed a name. Finally, at the bottom of the file, he struck gold. A sheet of paper torn from a notebook with scribbles of Irwin's that he should have thrown away months ago. Lieutenant Adam Cooper, SOCOM, General Bell, commanding officer, possible team lead, check background, current disciplinary action, investigate connection to F. He had a name, a place to start searching. Finally. Welby put everything back into the briefcase exactly as he found it and slid it back into the bottom drawer. He took the Operation Vigilant Fury folder with him, hidden inside the manila envelope. He clenched the paper with Lieutenant Adam Cooper's name on it, tight enough that his hand shook. One step closer to the truth. Except Lieutenant Adam Cooper was a ghost. Welby slammed down the phone in Pete's office and groaned. Across the desk, Pete stared at him, his wide eyes almost bulging from his skull. Nothing? Again? Not a damn thing, Welby growled. Irwin and the CIA must have scrubbed him from the system when they brought him on board. His record is a shell. I can't get any working information for him. No current posting, no current duty assignment. Nothing. What about this? Pete spun the scrap of paper and jabbed his finger in the middle. His commanding officer was General Bell at SOCOM. Can you get in touch with him? I tried. The general is unavailable, and his secretary has no idea who any Lieutenant Adam Cooper is. Never heard of him, which is bullshit, because if he was in disciplinary trouble, then his secretary would have run the paperwork. She has to have heard of him. Pete sighed and threw himself back in his chair. He ran his hands through his hair and laced his fingers behind his head. You searched all the military databases, right? Welby nodded. Pete gnawed on his lips, staring at Welby. I've got a person, he finally said slowly. It's not, entirely legal, but I've used them in the past to track down sources, people I need to find when they've gone to ground, if I need them for a story, or if I need them to shut their mouth. Welby's eyebrows skyrocketed. You think being press secretary is just throwing press junkets all the time? Pete scoffed. This is one of the dirtier offices in the West Wing, and I've never been afraid of getting into the mud. He swallowed. Not for Jack. I don't need to hear any more. Standing, Welby smoothed his tie and headed for the door. I'd hate to have to arrest you because of something I overheard. Never mind the treason he just committed himself. He turned the doorknob. But I expect you'll let me know. His cell phone buzzed a few hours later. Welby glanced down at the screen. A text from Pete had popped up. Get here ASAP. Welby pocketed his cell phone and turned back to the shift brief. Levi was talking through the elevated threat assessments and what they all needed to watch out for. Tasking agents, rotating off shift with intel work and horsepower, reassigning other agents and moving their posts around, changing the West Wing procedures. It was a big shake-up, and Welby couldn't see the reason why. Why move agents? Why have them hunting for intelligence? That was H Street's job for the intel desk jockeys at headquarters. He escaped as soon as the brief ended, slipping out the back. On the way out, he saw the confusion on the other agents' faces, too. What was up with Levi? Why these changes? Unease slid down his spine, drumming along each one of his vertebrae with a deeper, darker worry. He pushed his gnawing anxieties away as he slipped into Pete's office. Pete stood at his desk, his back to the door, on the phone. As Welby entered, he waved him in, thanked whoever he was talking to, and hung up. What did you get? Welby crossed his arms and hovered in front of Pete's desk. A few things. Pete pulled his keyboard close and started pounding at the keys. Okay, first, my guy looked up Adam Cooper. Turns out he's been using his civilian ID to move around. Him and a bunch of other MAMs flying on the same route. Military-age males? Welby frowned. That's not unusual. That's anyone from 15 to 50. About half the population of airline travel is in that range. Not on this route. Pete spun his monitor toward Welby. A flight route lit up, one red line bouncing from Riyadh to London, London to Seattle, Seattle to Anchorage, Anchorage to Nome, in the far reaches of western Alaska, and then to Savokik, a tiny village on St. Lawrence Island in the Bering Sea. Only 8 men flew this itinerary, and all together, all on the same day. Adam Cooper, 6 other American men, all in the Marine Corps, and 1 Saudi national. Saudi. Faisal al-Saud. His passport was flagged in Seattle. Someone came forward and said al-Saud and he were getting married in the States, and the immigration officer let them through. Who the hell is Faisal al-Saud? Why is he connected to Lieutenant Cooper? Welby's brow furrowed, and he stared at the red lines on the monitor as if he could read the lieutenant's intentions in each hop. Don't know. Pete shrugged. I looked up what I could. He's an orphan. His parents were killed in those big bombings the kingdom had 20 years ago. His uncle adopted him, raised him. He's a quiet prince in the royal family. The only thing that stands out is that he's reported to be the royal head of the Saudi Intelligence Directorate. Shit. Welby cursed and leaned forward, bracing his palms on the edge of Pete's desk. Is that good news or bad news for us? These flights originated from Riyadh. What the hell was Lieutenant Cooper doing in Saudi Arabia anyway? Pete shrugged again. The only thing we know for sure is that Lieutenant Adam Cooper landed on St. Lawrence Island yesterday. And Ethan wasn't with him. Did you track Ethan's passport? Find out where he was? No. Pete shook his head. He must have been using a burner. Irwin could have gotten him one from the CIA. Ethan's most recent passport scan was his last official trip with the Secret Service. Ethiopia. A shiver crawled up the back of Welby's neck, wringing his throat until his scar burned. Ethiopia. He remembered gasping for breath as his throat filled with blood, hands holding him down on the conference table in Air Force One as the surgeon leaned over him, shouting at him to keep still. He swore one of those hands had belonged to Jeff Gottschalk. He had held Jeff's hand, clenched so hard he thought he broke it. He thought he was going to die on that table, bleed out at 30,000 feet all over the seal of the United States. He took a breath, but Pete jumped in, speaking fast. So, Lieutenant Cooper is in Alaska, hanging out in the Bering Sea. Moroshkin is invading Canada. You think he's making a move against Moroshkin? He's headed the wrong way for that. He's 30 miles off the coast of Russia. Canada is a long way from Lieutenant Cooper right now. No, he's pointed at Russia. A light went on in Pete's eyes, an almost mad gleam. He spun his monitor back around as he pounded at his keyboard again. Take a look at this. He spun the monitor back. A gaudy, flashing web page blinked back at Welby, a mess of translation protocols converting Russian web text to broken English. Looks like a message board? Yes, a Russian conspiracy theorists' website. They run a message board and yak about all the same things our conspiracy nuts do. Aliens, government cover-ups, secret military installations, HAARP, chemtrails, all of it. Welby stared at Pete. Why do we care what Russian nuts are talking about on some badly managed website? Pete held up one finger and then pounded away at his keyboard again. A new page came up, a thread of messages. He scrolled to the second message. Pictures filled the thread, groups of hard-looking Russians swarming around a convoy of rugged jeeps that had seen far better days. Some of the men wore full-face black balaclavas. Everybody carried automatic rifles. This group of men was seen moving across Russia, first in the west by Volga, and then they reappeared on the east coast north of Vladivostok. There are unconfirmed reports of sightings in Siberia. Looks like a gang of Russian thugs. Had Pete really lost it? Had he chased a rabbit down a crazy hole? Maybe Levi was right, and Pete really did need time off. Well, maybe he did too. Look closer. Pete pushed the monitor across the desk and started slowly scrolling through the thread. Picture after picture came up and passed, scene after scene of dark-clad Russians clutching weapons and riding in jeeps, and then... Wait! Welby's hand shot up. There! Striding alongside a balaclava-wearing man, his face turned to the side and cast in half-shadows, was... Ethan. You see it too? Pete breathed. Tell me I'm not crazy. Welby shook his head back and forth over and over. It can't be him. The denial was automatic, a knee-jerk gut check. There are thousands of people who look alike. This must be an uncanny double. It's not him. Pete scrolled again. A new picture. Ethan turning toward the camera this time and calling to someone behind him. Welby hissed. He reached behind him and pulled one of Pete's chairs close, collapsing to his ass when his knees buckled. I thought the same thing when I saw them, Pete said softly. He sat on the side of his desk, one leg dangling. It couldn't be him, I thought. No way. Why would he be in Russia with some kind of gang? But... Pete swallowed. If Lieutenant Cooper is in Alaska, hanging out on an island within spitting distance of Russia, and Ethan might be on the east coast of Russia, I mean, it can't be a coincidence, right? He trailed off. Come on, man. Tell me I'm not losing it. It's him. Welby clasped his hands together and fisted them in front of his mouth, covering his lips. It's him, he repeated. And I know who the guy next to him is, too. 12 years he had served at Ethan's side, from the day Ethan graduated the Secret Service Academy at Raleigh until his transfer to Iowa. Welby had been an agent 1 year longer, but he had still been a newbie when Ethan had joined the D.C. field office and then the White House. 12 years of operations together, 12 years of moving with Ethan, watching him on the protective detail, watching him with his protectees, how he moved with them, and then seeing how different he was with President Spires. Ethan had always been a consummate professional, a man of clean lines and exacting standards. He had rocketed up the ranks of the Secret Service because of his discipline, his no-nonsense behavior, his determination and dedication to the service, professional at all times, even with the most difficult assignments, the most pain-in-the-ass protectees. Until President Spires. Until he and Jack came together like sparks catching flame. With him, Ethan had made protections personal. Welby had seen it, even before the truth came out. Ethan had become compromised. He cared about Spires. He stood too close, kept the president in his body space, inside his shadow, moved his own body in tandem with the president like they were connected, like they were a team, a unit, a pair. He'd protected Spires like he was protecting the most precious thing in the world. And after, when everything came out, Welby realized that had been exactly what Ethan had been doing. The man in the pictures, striding alongside the man in the black balaclava, moved the same way. 12 years he had been at Ethan's side, and he could pick out Ethan's style of protection in an instant. He could see the way Ethan breathed and moved with the man in black, reacted to him almost before the man in black even made a move. A matched set, a unified team, a partnership closer than any he'd ever seen. "It's President Spires," Welby breathed. "The president is alive." Chapter 30. Washington, D.C. "What the fuck is going on, Levi?" Snarling, Welby pinned Levi to the wall in the tunnels below the White House. He'd called in a report asking Levi to come check out something suspicious, something he didn't want to say over the radio. Given Levi's turn toward obvious paranoia and isolation, he'd gambled that it would work. It did. Levi came down alone, and Welby jumped him. "Welby?" Levi's eyes went wide, and he struggled against Welby's hold. Levi against Pete was an unfair match. Pete never stood a chance, but agent to agent, Levi against Welby, one of them would have to bleed to end this. "Spires is alive," Welby hissed. He leaned in close, breathing against Levi's cheek. "Ethan's with him. I know the truth." Thrashing, Levi tried to shake him off. Welby kneed him in the gut and spun him around, slamming him face first into the concrete wall. "So, here's the question," Welby roared. "Are you working with him or against him? Where the fuck were you the night of the bombing?" Levi hadn't been at the White House when the blast went off at Langley. He hadn't been with Welby either. "What the fuck is this?" Levi snarled, his face smashed to the wall. "What about you, Welby? Are you working for Madigan? Trying to find out information to pass on to him?" "How fucking dare you?" Welby twisted Levi's arm hard. Levi tried to kick Welby's legs out behind him. Welby slammed him into the wall again. "Every time I close my eyes, all I can see is the president's broken body. Tell me he's alive!" Welby's voice rose, bellowing. "Tell me he's with Ethan, and they're still fighting Madigan. Tell me!" He shuddered and then dragged in a ragged breath. "Tell me we're on the same side," he breathed. Levi thrashed and then went limp, sagging against the wall with a sigh. He rolled his forehead against the concrete and groaned. "Luke," he groaned, using Welby's first name. "Jesus Christ. I want to trust you, I fucking do. I hate this. I hate not trusting anyone." "Why don't you trust us, Levi?" "What's going on?" He kept Levi pinned. "There's a mole," Levi whispered. "Another one. Someone in the White House. Someone close to the president. Pictures from Evgeny Konakov's funeral ended up in the president's duffel with Madigan's signature on them. Pictures of Ethan and Spires were at Madigan's base, where Leslie was made. There's someone on the inside." He glared over his shoulder, looking Welby dead in the eyes. "Is it you?" Welby blinked, his heart hammered. "No. It's not me." Levi breathed hard, his nostrils flaring. "I think it's an agent. Someone with our level of clearance." "It's not me." Welby let Levi go and backed away. "Levi." "It's not me." Levi turned and leaned against the wall. Defeat poured off him in waves. He stared at Welby, eyes wide. "I want to believe you." "Then do." Welby spread his hands and held them up as if surrendering. "Trust me, Levi. I want to help the president and Ethan. I want to bring them home. Why are they in Russia?" Levi doubled over, blowing out as he braced his hands on his knees.
Fuck. How do you know where they are?
Pete and I have been trying to track everything down. Lieutenant Cooper and his team, Ethan. And how he found out about Leslie. Where Scott went after the blast. They're all together. Aren't they? Levi leaned back against the wall, thunking his head against the cold concrete.
They will be soon. Luke, who else knows? Who else knows what's going on?
I don't think we do know what's going on. But it's just us, Pete, me, Jason, and Jennifer. Exhaling, Levi closed his eyes.
At least you didn't tell another agent.
You really think another agent has turned? Now? After everything?
I'm fucking terrified of it.
Levi held Welby's gaze, and Welby saw the naked fear in Levi's eyes, raw, aching worry, the kind that Welby lived with, the kind that pitted his bones and turned his guts to barbed wire tied in knots. Trust me, Levi. Welby dropped his hands. He looked at Levi, really looked at the younger man. Levi looked destroyed, torn apart and put back together wrong, sunken, bloodshot eyes and deep bags on his face. His shoulders, normally ramrod straight, were slack, and he leaned forward like someone had sliced the strings holding him up. Everyone knew when Ethan put Levi on his team guarding President Spires that Levi was on the fast track. Everyone knew Levi would inherit the detail from Ethan after Ethan's 15 to 20 glorious years running it. How plans changed. Levi was supposed to have another 15-plus years before he had to command the detail, the White House Secret Service, and he was supposed to trust his people, not go it alone.
I want to trust you,
Levi breathed.
Your background came back clean? Twice?
We're on the same side. Let me help you. Levi swallowed, and then, slowly, with halting, grinding words, told him everything. Jack's plan to stay dead to fool Madigan, and his and Scott's spine-meltingly terrifying journey to smuggle themselves into Russia. Madigan's plot in the Arctic. Jack, Ethan, and Scott joining Sergei Pukov's insurgency and racing across Russia to meet with American subs, and Jack's plan to head to the Arctic himself with Ethan's team and a pair of subs and take Madigan on. When he finished, Welby couldn't breathe. He turned away, pacing, and tried not to faint. Tried to stop the world from spinning off its axis. Fucking hell, he finally whispered.
You see?
Levi laughed bitterly.
None of that can get out. Fucking none of it. Their lives depend on it, and everyone else's too. They're trying to sneak in and stop Madigan, when even a SEAL team failed, Luke. And the fucked up thing is, this could be our only hope. A president everyone thinks is dead, a Russian insurgency, and Ethan and Scott.
I'll take those odds. Welby turned and faced Levi, his hand on his hips. I've served with Ethan and Scott for over a decade. I know what they can do. I'll put my money on them every time. Levi looked away. Welby watched him swallow hard. What is it? Closing his eyes, Levi dropped his head.
Scott,
he said softly.
There's no background check on him. I can't find it. Everyone else has one, except him.
Chapter 31. Bering Sea. They spent their first day on board Honolulu running through familiarization briefings and exercises, learning emergency procedures for fires on board, explosions, and man-overboard situations. Jack's head spun, too much information coming at him too fast. The executive officer and the navigation officers gave up their 2 cabins, hot-racking with other officers, while Jack, Ethan, Sergei, and Sasha were on board. Jack and Ethan moved into the executive officer's cabin, and Sergei and Sasha moved into the other. Scott volunteered to hot rack with the chiefs in the goat locker, sharing their bunk when they were on duty and getting his butt out of it when they were off. In the forward compartment, hammocks had been pulled out in anticipation for Adam's team in the torpedo room, the same place SEALs crashed when they were hitching a ride on board a submarine. It was going to be a tight fit, with everyone crammed inside. Finally, they arrived off the coast of St. Lawrence Island, deep in the Bering Sea, and pointed down the gullet of the Bering Strait. Captain Anderson sent a boat out again, motoring to the northeast side of the island, and a small cove Ethan pointed out on the map. Ethan, the executive officer, and a team of security personnel went out. Jack watched from the bridge on top of the sail, trying to keep his breakfast down. Black waves crashed over the top of the sub, white caps had rolled over Honolulu's back. On the surface, the sub rocked and rolled with the ocean's currents, the seesaw motions exaggerated in the bridge. Icy spray blasted him in the face, and fierce winds whipped down the length of the sub. Sergei, Sasha, and Scott stayed below. Jack almost wished he could join them. He watched Ethan's boat head toward shore, bouncing and tumbling on the rolling waves all the way to the beach. Minutes after Ethan landed, they set out again, this time carrying another 8 men. He picked them out one by one, Lieutenant Cooper and his men, and one extra, an Arab, slim and tall, who stayed at Adam's side looking cold and miserable and zipped up in a thick jacket. Was this Prince Faisal from Saudi Arabia? Had he joined Adam's team, journeyed halfway around the world to help? What an alliance they were creating. Jack spotted Doc clinging to the edge of the boat, leaning over the side like he was hurling his guts overboard. He rested his cheek on the inflatable rubber, but he bounced with every wave and roll of the ocean. In moments, he was hurling again, chunks blowing into the water as another of Adam's Marines held onto his belt to keep him from going overboard. And then they were back, clambering on board and disappearing into the sub. Jack scrambled down to greet them alongside Captain Anderson. When Adam saw him, he smiled wide and held out his hand. Jack pulled him in for a tight hug.
"Good to see you, Mr. President,"
Adam grunted, pulling away. He nodded to his team, and Jack shook each of their hands and returned their smiles. "I'm glad to see each of you," Jack said. "Let me be clear. We are going to get this son of a bitch. We're going to take him out, and we're going to find whoever it was who killed Corporal Fitz." He watched Adam's men grit their teeth, saw their jaws clench. "We'll make them all pay." Hoots and hollers followed his words, and then the executive officer offered to lead Adam's men to the torpedo bay, their new home. Adam and the Arab hesitated, hanging back. Jack held out his hand. "Jack Spires." "Alhamdulillah, Mr. President. I am glad to see you well. We have spoken before. Faisal al-Saud. Bismillah, it is a distinct honor to meet you at last." Faisal took his hand and shook it more firmly than he would have expected.
"Faisal has been an invaluable aid to our mission every step of the way."
Adam swallowed. Jack watched him fidget, watched him slide closer to Faisal.
"I consider him a member of my team."
"As do I, then." Jack nodded to them both. Behind Adam, Ethan came down the ladder, shaking salt water from his hair and wiping the drips from his face. "Get settled in. We'll update you all soon." Nodding, Adam and Faisal followed their team, heading forward. Anderson passed Ethan a towel.
"Mr. President, our transit through the Bering Strait is going to be delayed."
"What's going on?"
"The Bering Strait is one of the most difficult passages in the world, Mr. President. It's just about 100 feet deep where we can cross, sometimes as low as 50 feet. We need to make the passage submerged, but that requires exact precision. The storm is getting worse. Ice drifts are banging around on the surface and the currents are strong. We're going to wait for a few hours. The weather report says this will pass soon."
Jack and Ethan shared a look. "As long as it's not too much of a delay."
"We'll make up speed under the ice cap."
Anderson smiled.
"Since we're treading water, I'd like to ask you both to join me for lunch. It would be an honor, and I'd be a poor captain if I didn't treat my dignitaries with the respect they deserve."
Jack laughed. "Captain, you've done an admirable job with what we've handed you." He looked at Ethan, who nodded. "We'd love to join you." Chapter 32. Kara C. Madigan's Base Camp.
"General,
Cook's deep voice boomed down the hallways of their command ship, the Russian destroyer Vedushi. Parked in the Kara Sea after breaking through the ice, the Vedushi had been ensnared once again. She was affixed to the ice, and the ice to her. She wasn't going anywhere. She wouldn't need to. Ever again. Madigan watched Cook storm into the destroyer's command center. The dim lights and the red and blue glow of the displays cast harsh shadows over his already lean and dangerous features. Even in the darkness, his eyes gleamed, a predatory intensity that couldn't be contained. The past few days had been hard for the man. He needed to give Cook a win, or an outlet at least, for the roiling bloodlust that had spiked within him. The discovery of Palashenko's failure and the loss of the MiG pilot had nearly made Cook snap. "What is it, Captain?"
"We received a message, sir, from our contact."
Cook scowled, ferocious anger rolling off him. His arms trembled, the strength in his muscles desperate to lash out to destroy.
"Jack Spires is alive," Cook spat. "He's not on life support in America. He's on a mission to the Arctic."
Cook slammed down a tablet, their contact's message scrawled across the screen.
"He's coming here."
Jack Spires. Despite himself, Madigan grinned. He chuckled under his breath and reached for the tablet. Jack's whole mission was there. 2 subs heading for the Arctic, Lieutenant Cooper's team, Ethan Reichenbach, Scott Collard, and Jack. Jack. He hadn't thought Jack had it in him. The senator from Texas was all smiles and blonde hair, a pretty boy politician who talked a big game but liked to settle for negotiated agreements and bilateral partnerships. He'd made his name in negotiation and making everything a win-win for all sides. He didn't know how to play in the big leagues, and that had been Madigan's golden ticket. Jack, he'd thought, would be the easy target. 15 years of planning, 15 years of painstakingly setting up his people and waiting for the right moment. And then America had elected a blonde floozy, a feel-good candidate after successive years of bad politics. Jack was supposed to be easy to eliminate. The world should already be his, united under his rock-solid grip on global security amid a planet recovering from the ashes of a nuclear holocaust. He'd underestimated Jack, or at least had underestimated the people around Jack. Ethan Reichenbach, his surprise lover, who would come back from the dead for him. Madigan remembered Reichenbach well. A serious man, a boring man. He'd been too uptight for Madigan's tastes, and he'd decided not to approach and recruit him. Not when Reichenbach was in the Special Forces, or later when he rose through the ranks at the Secret Service. Maybe he'd made a mistake in that. Maybe he should have worked harder to turn Reichenbach to his side. No matter. Eliminating a target was just as good as turning them. In this case, Jack was already supposed to be dead and Ethan out of commission somewhere mourning his everlasting love. Instead, they were heading for him. Together again. 2 birds with 1 stone. "Let them come," he said, smiling back at Cook. Cook's glower, if possible, grew worse, his cheeks darkening to an almost dangerous maroon, his eyes sharp as knives. It was men like Cook, Madigan thought, who birthed the legends of werewolves, men with fearsome beasts caged inside them, ready to rip another man apart in a bloodthirsty rage. "Read it again, Captain. Our man is right there with them. Retask him. Have him keep his cover going. Keep them in for the long haul. No matter where they go or how far they get, keep him right there, right next to their jugular. This mission of Jack's does nothing to hurt us. Instead, they'll be coming right here, and we can take our time eliminating them once they've arrived." He grinned. "Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't you like to take your time? Make it hurt." Finally, Cook's scowl softened, turning almost interested like a mollified animal, a shark that had been promised a meal. "Where are we on raising K-27? Cook straightened and visibly switched tracks within his mind.
The divers report that the hull is intact and the keel is undamaged. They can raise the sub as one piece and bring her up to the ice.
Excellent. Have them begin immediately.
Already done. She'll be off the ocean floor in 4 hours, rising steadily after that until she's through the ice.
Madigan nodded, which means we need our nuke tech here ASAP. He slid the tablet back to Cook. Work it out. Make it happen.
Yes, General.
And we need to prep our people around the world. The time is near. How are we doing with our transmission?
The satellite transmitter is online. We're bouncing the signal through 300 proxies before broadcast. Even if someone's looking to trace it, it will just look like a streaming signal bouncing from one of 300 different locations.
Good. Begin the broadcast. I want everyone ready. When we light this up, I want our people to be the first ones out on top of the rubble. Finally, Cook smiled, an almost feral wild thing. He nodded but said nothing, and slipped back into the shadows of the destroyer. White House scrambles to avoid war on multiple fronts. The White House is scrambling to contain two explosive situations rapidly coming to a head. Russian forces have not retreated from their positions in occupied Canada, and while hostilities have ceased for the time being, sources within the intelligence community report that Canada has cut off communications with the United States. The White House has been frantic to reestablish communication with Ottawa. One West Wing source says, this could be the end of American hegemony in North America. If Canada turns to the Russians instead of the U.S., the U.S. will find herself very, very alone in the world. News of the Chinese sending a fleet of warships toward the Pacific coast of the United States has further strained the already beleaguered White House. Additionally, scattered reports suggest the White House is also attempting a high-level military operation, possibly in the Arctic. When questioned, multiple senior advisors insisted they had no knowledge of any activities taking place in the Arctic. However, several officials did say that President Wall has been unusually circumspect, even keeping information from her national security staff, and preferring to meet exclusively with one or two trusted advisors only. Chapter 33. Washington, D.C. At 4:49 in the morning, Elizabeth heard a bump outside the Queen's bedroom door in the White House residence. She crawled out of bed, moving slowly to the doorway. She wore one of Ethan's large undershirts, borrowed courtesy of Levi's pilfering in Jack and Ethan's bedroom, over her underwear. They were not the clothes in which to fight off an invasion. Taking a breath, she leaned against the doorway, listening through the wood. Levi's voice, cursing softly under his breath, hit her ears. She opened the door. Levi huddled on the couch in his boxers, rubbing at his shin. He had his weapon in one hand. The coffee table was on its side, 3 feet away. You all right? She leaned over the back of the couch where it blocked the doorway and smiled at him. I'm fine. Levi managed a tiny grin. Sorry I woke you. What happened? Shaking his head, Levi looked away. I think I had a nightmare, he finally breathed. Came up swinging. She stayed quiet, listening to the sounds of the White House, the creak and hum of the old house's bones. Carefully, she climbed over the back of the couch and settled down beside him. You too, huh? Nightmares seem to be the name of the game right now. Elizabeth leaned back, sighing. The Chinese fleet is due to hit our blockade off Hawaii soon. God only knows what will happen then. Are we about to have a war on 2 fronts? She pinched the bridge of her nose. Or is it 3 fronts? Levi decocked his pistol and set it down. He rubbed his hands together and shook his head. I don't know who to trust. If I trust the wrong person, it's game over. He swallowed and turned to her. His dark eyes caught the reflection of the moonlight. But what if I already have trusted the wrong person? What if I can't see it? She frowned, studying him. Deep in his gaze, fear bubbled, a grating, grinding anxiety. It wasn't like Secret Service agents to be woken by nightmares. What had spooked Levi this deeply? Something happen?" she asked, her voice soft. Levi turned away. His hands rubbed over themselves again. He shook his head but didn't speak for a long moment.
"I've hit a dead end investigating the Secret Service," he breathed. "I need another angle, another way to approach this. I'm going crazy looking at my own people."
"Have you looked into Corporal Fitz's murder?" Levi turned to her and frowned. "Corporal Fitz was murdered right before the Vinogradov was sunk. He was a member of Lieutenant Cooper's team, the one Ethan was running." Levi buried his head in his hands and groaned. "The number of people who knew about Lieutenant Cooper and his team can be counted on one hand. We need to know who said something and to whom. How did Lieutenant Cooper's team get exposed to Madigan's people?"
"You're going to want to call General Bell up to Washington," Levi growled. "I can't get a hold of him. He's blowing me off. But he's one of those people who knew. And he's an asshole, too." She arched one eyebrow. "Ethan and I went down there when Ethan and President Spires were setting up the team. We had to go talk to General Bell at SOCOM to get Lieutenant Cooper transferred over to Ethan's command. He wasn't happy to see Ethan at all. Wanted nothing to do with him, accused him of being illegal." Levi snorted. I wanted to punch him right in his smug mouth.
Leaning back, Elizabeth covered her eyes. "So there's one who wasn't fully on board the Team Jack train," she sighed. "All right, I'll summon him to Washington. When he gets here, meet with him personally. See what he has to say about Cooper and his men." Levi nodded, but his shoulders stayed taut, clenched like he was waiting for a blow. She reached out, resting one hand on his arm. "I know it's hard, Levi," she said softly, "but we have to keep looking, even at our friends. If someone is out there waiting to hurt us, then we need to root them out, dig them out before they get a chance to do anything. Betrayal? It's the worst kind of pain when someone you know twists a knife in your back. Let's catch them before they have the chance to plunge it in." Chapter 34. Bering Sea. Laughing, Captain Anderson reached for Jack's glass. He refilled it with sweet tea and passed it back, still smiling after retelling one of his favorite training stories. He had a reputation as a captain who could turn shit into gold and break hard-luck curses. He took on board officers and men who needed a little extra polishing and delivered fine sailors to the fleet after a deployment on his boat. The job, though, came with its share of hair-raising stories, which were only funny in the retelling. Anderson sat back, stretching one arm along the wall behind his seat. They were in the wardroom, alone in between shifts. The rest of the officers had already eaten and cleared out. Anderson sat at the head in his seat, with Jack and Ethan sitting on either side of him. "Captain, I'm impressed you recognized us on that pier." Jack smiled. "We looked like an escaped chain gang, and we smelled worse. How did you know it was us?" Anderson smiled. A new light shone in his eyes. "It's impossible to not recognize you, Mr. President. You're the media's favorite subject, then and now." He rolled his eyes. "The media. They, almost more than anything else, make me want to run away and hide on some lonely island." "Truth be told, Mr. President," Anderson said carefully, "I never paid much attention to the media about you and Mr. Reichenbach. It was your private life they were trying to dig into. I didn't care for it. But," Anderson pointed his finger at Jack, "I'll tell you who did listen to the media, who listened to every single thing that came out about you and Mr. Reichenbach." His eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, bracing his elbows on the edge of the table. "My son." Everything in the room changed. The lightness, the fun, the laughter fled and seemed to take all the oxygen with it. Jack's gaze darted across to Ethan. "I was in port after a long exercise. My wife had been emailing me about how our son had been acting up. He's 16, so typical teenage stuff, I thought, mouthing off, being a brat, slamming his door. I thought he was just going through phases, but she told me it was getting worse, that he was getting depressed. He'd sit in his bedroom and listen to music at full blast, and when she went in to yell at him to turn it off, she'd find him crying. Under the table, Ethan's foot slid alongside Jack's. So, when I got home, I tried to talk to him. He wasn't having any of it. Anderson shook his head, seemingly lost in his memories. My dad was hands-off with me, and I don't really know how to do it any different. I was hands-off with him. It was right before Christmas. His gaze landed on Jack, eagle-eyed. You both made big headlines at Christmas. Jack's lips thinned. He breathed in deep through his nose and stared at Anderson. I remember getting the paper and seeing you both on the front page, dancing together at the White House. Didn't think anything of. Until... He wagged his finger again, pointing at Jack. Until I walked into my son's room that night and I saw him staring at that picture of the two of you like it was the most amazing thing he'd ever seen. He cut it out of the paper. When he saw me, he hid it, crumpled it up, and buried it under his pillow. I tried to stop him, but he was frantic, hyperventilating, started crying and saying he was sorry. He was so sorry. Jack's jaw trembled, and he covered his mouth with one hand as his eyes burned. He blinked fast. Turns out, Anderson said slowly, he was figuring a few things out about himself, like how he was attracted to other boys. You'd become a hero to him, Mr. President. Someone he could look up to. That was it for his heart. Jack took a shaky breath and a tear slipped down his cheek. He tried to stifle his tears, but failed. Ethan reached across the table and grasped his free hand as Jack shook his head. I didn't do anything. Anderson squinted at him. You were a man my son could look at and see himself in, someone who followed his heart and was brave in the face of everything and everyone standing against him. Anderson looked down at his lap. He thought I'd be all kinds of upset, thought that because I was military, I'd be against you and thus against him. We had a long talk that night, almost all night long, in fact. I told him exactly what I thought of you, Mr. President, and you, Mr. First Gentleman. He nodded to Ethan. A slow smile unfurled over Anderson's face. Now, my son emails me every single day. He's my best bud. I know about his friends, his hopes, his dreams, his homework. I know about the boy he wants to ask to prom. Anderson chuckled, and then went quiet. He looked Jack dead in the eyes. I have you to thank for that, Mr. President. You gave my son hope when he was lost, gave him someone he could admire, someone he needed. He held up his glass, a silent toast. Tears slid down Jack's cheeks, searing his skin. He smiled at Anderson while clenching down on Ethan's hand and wiping away his tears with the other. I'm proud of your son, he finally managed. I know what it's like, facing down what feels like the whole world to be who you are. Mr. President, if there is anything I can do for you, I will. Anything. Please, call me Jack. He was about to shake his head to say that Anderson had already done more than enough, when the thought went off like a rocket in the back of Jack's mind. He looked down at his and Ethan's hands. Actually, he said, smiling wide as he wiped the last tear from his cheek, there is something I'd like to ask you, Captain. On the tabletop, he laced his fingers through Ethan's. Ethan's ring gleamed catching the light and scattering halos around their joined hands. "Ethan and I are engaged," he started, "and we're on a boat at sea." His smile turned soft. "And you're the captain." Ethan sucked in a breath. His eyes went wide. "Jack, are you sure?" "More than sure, Ethan. Let's do this. I want to be Jack Spires Reichenbach. I want to face Madigan as your husband." Anderson set down his glass and turned to Jack. "I've never performed a marriage at sea. It's not really in the job description for a submarine captain, but I think I can figure out what to do." Smiling, he added, "It would be the highest personal honor to marry the two of you." Silence. Jack bit his lip. Ethan stared at him, his jaw hanging open, but joy tumbled from his gaze. "If we're going to do this, we should do it sooner rather than later. We won't have time once we get into the Bering Strait. And beyond that, we're at war." Anderson glanced at his wristwatch. "In fact, the best time would be now." He looked from Jack to Ethan. "If that's too soon, I understand." "No, it's perfect." Ethan spoke, and he rubbed his thumb over the back of Jack's hand. "We're both more than ready. Is there anyone on board who you want to serve as witnesses, or best man, even?" Their eyes met. "I'll get Scott," Ethan said. "I'll get Sergei." Anderson stood. "Meet me in my cabin when you've got them." Scott took one look at Ethan when he showed up at the mess hall and threw his fork down on his tray right in the middle of his applesauce. He sighed as he stood, holding his coffee cup like he might throw it at Ethan's head. "What now? What have you done?" Chiefs from the sub's different departments sat with Scott. They had been eating, ribbing each other in the way that enlisted guys loved to. Back in the day, Scott bled Army green through and through, a salty, hard-edged, non-commissioned officer. Even though this was the Navy, not the Army, being back with enlisted men was almost like a field trip for Scott. The chiefs eyeballed him and Scott as he approached, walking unsteadily. Was the sub tilting? Was it turning over? Or was that just him and his jelly legs? He felt like a baby horse, all knock-kneed and unstable. What must he look like to put that look on Scott's face? He took a breath and exhaled. Took another. "I need you to come with me," he finally grunted. Scott's face twisted into the look of grinding frustration with Ethan that only Scott could make, only after their decades of friendship. "What did you do?" he groaned, gesturing with his cup. "Everything was fine yesterday. You guys were crazy on that beach." "The captain is going to marry us. I need you to be my best man." Scott's jaw dropped. A moment later, so did his coffee cup, crashing to the deck. Jack rapped on Sergei's door as politely as he could. A half-second later, when it didn't open, he slapped at it with his open palm over and over and over again. "Govno! What the hell?" Grumbling within. "Son of a bitch." Sergei bitching up a storm. Jack smiled and leaned back, bracing his hands on either side of the doorframe. "What the fuck do you want?" Sergei growled as he ripped open the door. His scowl was terrible, and nothing he'd ever turned on Jack before. As his eyes landed on Jack, his expression shifted, smoothing out until he merely frowned. "Jack? The hell are you doing?" He took all of Jack in, from the way he bounced on his toes to his face-splitting grin. Jack's cheeks ached. He glanced behind Sergei into his shared cabin with Sasha. Silence and tension strained the air, enough to make a tuning fork sing. Sasha was lying on the bottom bunk and had been facing the wall, but he rolled toward Jack when he heard Sergei say his name. "I'd like to invite both of you to join me." It was hard to speak around such a beaming grin. He leaned in and then back, almost rocking off the doorframe. Sergei's eyes narrowed. "Why? What is happening?" "My wedding. And I'd like you to be my best man, Sergei." Sergei, Sasha, and Scott crammed into the captain's cabin, taking their places on opposite sides of the cramped, tiny space. Sergei and Sasha huddled together, trying not to touch or look at each other as they stood side by side. Jack buzzed in front of them, practically vibrating. Across the room, Ethan and Scott hovered by the door. Scott kept a running commentary going, bitching about Ethan's hair, his day-old scruff, the gray in his temples and his beard. "You're sloppy," Jack heard. "Damn it, your collar isn't even straight." Grinning, Jack turned to Sergei. "Well, how do I look?" Sergei looked him up and down and scrunched up his face. He wagged his hand in front of him as if to say, "So-so."
"It's just a borrowed Navy uniform, Jack."
He shrugged.
"You look better in a tux."
"We're fresh out of tuxes on board, Sergei." He reached for the buttons on the uniform top. "Ethan, let's ditch the jackets. Black undershirts, okay?" Ethan nodded, but behind him Scott rolled his eyes and almost hurt himself in the process. He took the uniform top Ethan shrugged off, folded it, and then tossed it on the desk next to Jack's. "Not like your wedding should be formal or anything," Scott grumbled. Anderson chuckled from where he stood in the corner and out of the way as he finished buttoning up his dress uniform top. Behind him, the executive officer stood ramrod straight, silently staring at the scene before him like he was watching a train wreck in progress and couldn't look away. Anderson had changed into his service dress blues, his official uniform for important functions. Ribbons marched proudly across his chest, his gold braid sat perfectly, and his buttons gleamed. "Are we ready?" Jack turned and met Ethan's gaze. He couldn't stop smiling. Ethan held out his hand. Pure joy fell from his eyes, solely directed at Jack. Jack laced their fingers together and stepped forward, standing before Anderson and facing Ethan. Their gazes locked. "Let's begin." Anderson clasped his hands before him. "I'm, going off the cuff for this one." He raised his eyebrows. "So, bear with me." Time fell away. The hum and buzz of the sub faded, disappearing into the background. All Jack felt, all he saw, all he heard was Ethan. Ethan's hands in his thumbs stroking over his palms, Ethan's eyes, his gaze fixed on Jack's, filled with a brilliance to rival the sun. He swore he heard Ethan's heart beating in time with his own. "We are gathered today with Jack and Ethan and their friends to celebrate the union of their marriage." Anderson cleared his throat. "It's an unusual gathering, to be sure. The Russian president and a Russian Air Force officer." He nodded to Sergei and Sasha. "A Secret Service agent." Another nod to Scott. "And a Los Angeles-class fast-attack nuclear submarine. This must be the presidential equivalent of eloping." Jack laughed loud and clear, and even Sergei and Scott chuckled. Ethan leaned in, kissing his cheek through his smile. "Let us bow our heads together for a moment and bless Jack and Ethan as they begin their journey. Bless them with a long and loving life, full of the same joy and desire that we've already seen in them. Bless them with unconditional love for each other for all time, and that their love remains strong and true from this day to their last. Bless also those who would wish Jack and Ethan their best, but cannot, sadly, fit into this tiny cabin." More laughter. Jack threaded his fingers through Ethan's, holding him tight. Anderson's voice seemed to fade and return, rising and falling in time with his heartbeat. The words were a distant thing, something removed from the reality of Ethan, his soon-to-be husband, standing before him. Ethan. His husband. "I'll be honest," Anderson said. "I have never seen a couple change the face of the world as much as these two men have. Their love has redefined our entire planet. You both have consistently dared the world to change, to grow, to accept what is before them.
two people in the deepest kind of love. And the world did change for you. Your love changed the world, continues to change the world. This very moment, your love knows no boundaries, no limits. Yours is a love that poets have written about, great playwrights and bards of ages past. Yours is a love that will continue to redefine the world long after this day has passed into history. Ethan's face flamed a deep burgundy, blushing hard as he listened to Anderson speak. Jack chuckled and cupped his cheek and then leaned in and pressed a delicate kiss to his cheekbone. Ethan leaned into his kiss, smiling. "Jack and Ethan," Anderson said, turning to each of them individually. "From the moment you met, from the first moment your eyes landed on each other, there was a spark between you both. A spark that grew into a flame that grew into friendship, a friendship that grew into love, and now you place the fires of that love into each other's hearts, where each of you will care for it together for the rest of your days." Tears pricked at Jack's eyes. He blinked fast, but one slipped free, trickling down his cheek. Ethan smiled and wiped it away with his thumb. He kept his hand on Jack's face. "Jack, please repeat after me." He spoke after Anderson, repeating the vows that would bind him to Ethan. "I, Jack, take you, Ethan, to be my husband, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer. I promise my love to you forevermore." As he spoke, Ethan seemed to stop breathing. He stared at Jack, his lips parted, his eyes filled with tears. His hands squeezed Jack's, and when Jack finished, he burst into a glowing smile as the first tear slid down his cheek. "Ethan, please repeat after me." It was Ethan's turn next, and he spoke after Anderson, his low voice gravelly and grinding on the words. "I, Ethan, take you, Jack, to be my husband, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer and for poorer. I promise my love to you forevermore." Jack mouthed the words along with Ethan around his smile. When Ethan finished, Jack leaned in and sneaked another quick kiss. "Whatever lies ahead, good or ill, you both will face it together, and together nothing will ever stand in your way. Remember, always look to each other first. The tides will rise with your love and carry you ever onward, away from the rocks and the shoals and out of troubled waters." Anderson smiled wide. "In all the days to come, from this day forward, you each will take your place at the other's side as husbands." Ethan beamed, and Jack laughed again, a happy, bright, ringing laugh. "Let the ship's log record that at this day and time, by the power given to me by the United States government, I now pronounce Jack and Ethan Spires Reichenbach married. You may now kiss your husband." They came together, hands on faces and lips sliding over lips, capturing each other, holding fast as the clapping started. Ethan twisted and dipped Jack, holding him low as he kept their kiss going. Laughing around the kiss, Jack twined his fingers through Ethan's hair, sliding his hand up the back of Ethan's neck. They kept kissing. They could keep kissing until the sub went sailing off the edge of the world as far as Jack was concerned. All right, Scott growled. "Take that back to your cabin, jeez." When Ethan pulled Jack up and finally broke their kiss, all Jack saw were smiling faces.
Anderson held out his hand, giving them both a firm handshake. Ethan turned to Scott, and the two of them bear-hugged, a fierce grapple that looked almost painful. Jack turned to Sergei. Sergei's eyes were wet, but he smiled wide at Jack and held out his arms.
Jack, pozdravleniyo. Congratulations. You two are made for each other.
He kept smiling, but his gaze hollowed out, and Jack saw him glance sideways at Sasha. Sasha smiled tightly and grunted his congratulations, shaking Jack's hand. He kept his distance from Sergei, not even looking his way. And then Ethan was back at his side, slipping his arm through Jack's.
Hey, husband,
he breathed into Jack's ear.
Want to get started on our honeymoon?
Chapter 35. USS Honolulu. Sasha stormed out of Captain Anderson's cabin as soon as Jack and Ethan ducked out, laughing their way down the hall to their borrowed cabin. Scott and Anderson were cracking open a bottle of bourbon and joking about how it was about to get noisy in officers' country, the part of the boat with the officers' cabins. The executive officer, still looking shocked as to why he was even in the cabin, much less at sea with the formerly dead, now married American president, finally opened his mouth, cracking a dry joke about checking trim levels with the diving officer to make sure they stayed at even keel for the next hour or 10, what with the pounding the forward section was about to get. Roaring laughter followed, and Sasha fled. Sergei followed, shoving past Scott on his way to the door. In the passageway, Sasha turned away from their shared cabin, heading for the rear of the boat. His shoulders were tight, taut beneath his borrowed uniform, his broad frame almost filling the width of the empty passage.
Sasha!
No response, aside from the stiffening of Sasha's spine and the quickening of his steps.
Sasha, damn you, stop!
Sasha came to a perfect halt, falling to attention in a half-second. His jaw thrust out, sharp enough to cut, and he stared straight ahead, not blinking. When Sergei stopped at his side, he watched Sasha's nostrils flare and heard the heavy hiss of his angry breaths. He swallowed. They hadn't said a word since the beach, since Sergei had woken up alone in the cold sand after falling asleep in Sasha's arms. Part of him was furious. Again, he was more than tired of Sasha's love of leaving, his constant disappearing act. Another part of him just wanted Sasha back. "What can I do for you, Mr. President?" Sasha growled. He kept his eyes averted, staring straight down the passageway.
Sasha.
"Lieutenant Andreev, sir." Sasha spoke through gritted teeth, practically spitting his words. His shoulders shook and his hands made fists at his sides. "I serve the Russian Federation, Mr. President. I will do what is best for Russia."
"Damn it, Sasha, stop! Stop this."
He stood in front of Sasha, forcing their gazes to meet. Sasha closed his eyes.
"Did you see what just happened in there? Jack and Ethan, they married each other."
Sasha's jaw clenched, seemingly hard enough to crack a tooth.
"Did you hear what the captain said? How they changed the world with their love. It is true, Sasha. They knew what they wanted and they followed it. No excuses."
"They are American," Sasha started to spit.
"No, they are just human. Men. Two men in love. No different than you or I could be."
Sasha's face twisted, misery making him ugly for a moment until he forced himself back to rigid blankness. Sergei stepped close to Sasha, close enough to feel his body's heat and the rise and fall of his chest with each heaving breath.
"They never let anything stand in their way," he breathed. "The world changed for them. If it happened for them, it could happen for us. Do you see how happy they are?"
He took a shaky breath.
"I want that. I want that kind of joy, that kind of love."
"Please," Sasha whispered. His expression fell, losing his stoic hard edge, and turned to raw anguish.
"I want to give you that kind of happiness."
Sergei kept going. He lifted his hands, reaching for Sasha's shoulders, but hesitated.
I want to love you, Sasha.
Sasha's trembles turned to shudders, but he kept his eyes clenched shut. He shook his head.
The country needs you, he breathed. Needs what you can do for Russia. Do not make this about me choosing between Russia and you, Sasha. That is exactly what this is. You must choose Russia. You must. I am nothing, Sergei. I am not worth... You are everything to me, Sergei shouted. He grabbed Sasha, and Sasha's eyes whipped open. And I choose you. Do you hear me? I choose you.
Sergei's hands rose, cradling Sasha's strong jaw, his sharp face.
We can do it all together, Sasha. We can change Russia together. What better way than by the two of us at the top?
He stroked Sasha's forehead, pushing back a lock of blonde hair that had fallen over an eyebrow.
After everything, do you honestly think I would be stopped by people telling me no? No, you cannot love this man after everything I have done.
Sasha said nothing. He stared at Sergei, his blue eyes searching Sergei's gaze. Sergei let him look, and he poured his love outward, trying to convey his agony at being ripped away from Sasha's side, the anguish he had felt believing Sasha was gone, the desire that burned in his soul and lived in his blood, aching to reach out for Sasha, the dreams he had of Sasha's smile, his rumbling laughter of just him, happy and in love, hopefully in love with Sergei. Sergei stroked his thumb over Sasha's cheek.
I choose you.
Sasha exploded. Fury crackled over his face as he shoved Sergei back. Stunned, Sergei hit the bulkhead and his shoulders crashed into the cabin door behind him. His mouth dropped and he reached for Sasha.
What?
Sasha slammed into him, wrapping his arms around him, covering Sergei's body with his own. His hands roamed over Sergei, grabbing his hips and sliding up his sides, over his ribs and up his neck, running through his hair. He pushed Sergei back, throwing him against the bulkhead again when Sergei tried to push off and grab Sasha in return. Stunned, Sergei opened his mouth, protest ready on his lips. Sweeping in, Sasha plunged his tongue into Sergei's mouth, slipping it along Sergei's until their lips joined, bodies surging together. Sergei grabbed him, grabbed his broad shoulders, his arms. He pulled Sasha in, hands scrabbling to get him closer, kiss him deeper.
What the fuck is going...
Beside them, the door Sergei had slammed into whipped open, and Senior Chief Wilson, a bulldog of a man, built like a brick shithouse and with a perpetual Rottweiler's scowl on his face, glared into the passageway. Sergei and Sasha broke apart, barely, and froze. They stared at Chief Wilson, kiss-red lips quivering as they panted together. Chief Wilson stepped back in his cabin and shut the door. Sergei's eyes flicked to Sasha's. He cupped Sasha's face.
Come with me.
Strained silence filled their cabin when they stumbled through the door. Sasha went in first, and he stood in the center of the tiny room, keeping his back to Sergei. Sergei watched his shoulders shake, his hands tremble.
Good.
Sasha was gorgeous. Even encased in a borrowed uniform, his rugged beauty could not be hidden. The curve of his biceps almost straining the material, his blonde hair trimmed close to his head, strong features, his aquiline nose, his jutting, harsh chin. Sasha seemed carved from marble, a statue of men from days of old come to life. He stepped behind him, close enough to touch, but didn't.
What is it?
He breathed over Sasha's shoulder. He rested his forehead on Sasha's trembling shoulder, exhaling.
Do you not want this, Sasha? If I am just pushing you to something you truly do not want, I do want this. You, Sasha exhaled hard. But I have never. Sergei frowned. What? Sasha turned his head and his cheek brushed over Sergei's. His stubble caught on Sergei's skin and almost burned. Never with someone I cared about or wanted. Slowly he spun, facing Sergei, took Sergei's hand in his own roughened palm. No feelings ever. That is how I survived. Leaning in, Sergei pressed his forehead to Sasha's. I am sorry, Sasha. As he spoke, his lips dragged over Sasha's, almost a kiss. Sasha shook his head. He reached for Sergei, both calloused hands cradling his neck. Krasiv, I am not. Sergei held his waist, his thumbs massaging the tops of Sasha's jutting hip bones. His waist was narrow, the point of a deep V at the end of his torso, muscle corded beneath his palms, abs and obliques that were as thick as his forearm. I am old. Too skinny, gray, wrinkled. Sasha kissed him, shutting him up. You are beautiful to me, he murmured against Sergei's lips. So beautiful. And then they kissed, slowly. Lips slid softly, learning a new lover, tasting each other. His hands rose, stroking skin and clothing-covered chests. The curve of Sasha's pecs pushed against Sergei's fingers, his chest heaving with deep, shaking breaths. Sergei's fingers went to Sasha's top first, undoing each button with shaking fingers. Sasha's hands covered his as he reached the last button. He pushed the uniform top off, stroking his palms across Sasha's chest and over his shoulders. Beneath his touch, Sasha shivered, and his eyelids fluttered. The top fell to the floor, crumpled. He went for Sasha's undershirt next, lifting it slowly over his tight, pale skin, his taut muscles, and over his head. Sasha's nipples hardened beneath his hands. Red splotches appeared on Sasha's hairless chest and around his neck as Sergei gazed at him. Perfection. Sasha was perfection. Full, broad shoulders, thick and dusted with a smattering of freckles. Had he gotten those when he was a boy, or when he was older, working shirtless on the flight line beside his jets? His skin was light as the moon, soft like cream, and as Sergei watched, goosebumps rose beneath his gaze. If one of us is beautiful, that man is you. Sergei stroked one hand down the center of Sasha's trembling chest and down his flat abdomen. I want to touch you, Sasha breathed. But at Sasha's side, his hands trembled, clenching and unclenching as if he were holding himself back, straining against his desire. Sergei reached for his own uniform. Then touch me, Sasha. I am yours. He started on the first button. Growling, Sasha tore his hands away and ripped his jacket open. Buttons flew, peppering the cabin walls with hard, fast plinks. He peeled it off Sergei's shoulders, shoving it halfway down his arms, and then grabbed him around his waist, hauling Sergei close. Sasha curled over him, bending him backward. Sergei's arms stayed tangled in the uniform, and Sasha bunched the fabric behind Sergei with one hand, keeping him trapped. Gripping the back of his skull, Sasha kissed him, his tongue sliding over every one of Sergei's teeth before tangling with Sergei's. Sergei's hips jerked, grinding against Sasha's as he groaned. His cock was already hard, and it somehow grew even harder at Sasha's dominance, the way he seized control of Sergei's body. His hips brushed against Sasha's cock, straining his uniform. He wanted so badly. Days ago, had he been confused? Had he thought that he didn't want this? What a fool he'd been. He needed this.
needed Sasha. Through the kiss, Sasha yanked the uniform top from his arms, releasing Sergei's mouth only long enough to rip his undershirt over his head before pulling Sergei back. His wide palms gripped Sergei's hips, almost bruisingly tight. Their skin met, naked chest to naked chest, and Sergei moaned into Sasha's mouth. His hands rose, running up Sasha's muscled back as Sasha sucked on his tongue like he would a cock. Pushing him back, Sasha maneuvered Sergei until he backed into the bunk along the wall. His legs hit the edge, and he collapsed, falling to his ass on the thin mattress. He came face to face with Sasha's crotch and his cock straining against his blue uniform. Sergei reached for Sasha's pants, but Sasha slapped his hands away and dropped to his knees. He stripped off Sergei's boots, and then his own. He hesitated, looking into Sergei's eyes.
Yes, more.
Sergei reached for his own belt, his shaking hands fumbling with the buckle. He should say something, tell Sasha how much he was enjoying this. His hard cock, of course, was the one signal, but he should tell Sasha. He opened his mouth right as Sasha yanked down his uniform pants and briefs and swallowed his cock all the way to the base. Whatever he was about to say vanished, lost in a breathless string of curses, a mixture of Russian and English and Russlish. He fell back, hands flying to the bulkhead, the mattress, the perfectly tucked sheets. He fisted the scratchy wool blanket, balling it up as Sasha sucked him, swallowing his head and sucking like a vacuum before rising and twirling his tongue around the tip of his cock. Sasha buried his nose in Sergei's crotch, swallowing around the head before rising with a sloppy, slurping moan. Spit dribbled down his dick, down Sasha's chin, and over Sasha's hand as he jerked Sergei when he wasn't deep-throating him. He was slick, coated in Sasha's saliva. Sasha's other hand grabbed Sergei's ass, gripping one cheek in a firm squeeze. He scraped his fingers over Sergei's skin, around his hip and down his thigh until he pulled Sergei's legs farther apart. More. He needed more. Sasha's mouth wasn't enough. He wanted them to be together. Reaching down, Sergei grabbed Sasha behind the neck and tugged, dragging him up his body. Sasha rose like a tiger, sleek and powerful, and pressing his chest against Sergei the whole way up, dominating him again as he pushed Sergei to his back on the bunk, slipping out of his pants as he moved. Over him, above him, Sasha surrounded him on all sides, his arms pinning Sergei, his broad shoulders enveloping him as he leaned down and ravaged his mouth. Sergei's hands dragged down Sasha's chest, down around his waist, and finally buried themselves in Sasha's crotch in his fine curly hair. Sergei hesitated, but then wrapped his hands around Sasha's hard cock. Sasha groaned around his open-mouthed kiss. His arms shuddered, and he almost collapsed as Sergei stroked him. He didn't know what to do or how to hold Sasha. Everything was backward and in reverse. Was he stroking too hard or too soft? Sasha captured his mouth in another kiss, and his questions melted from his brain. And then Sasha pulled back. Staring down at Sergei, he seemed to focus, the fire in his eyes banking just slightly, just enough to chain back the unrestrained passion that had exploded from him, that he'd unleashed on Sergei as he'd manhandled him across the cabin and dominated him into the bunk. Restraint, regret, and retreat, each paraded through Sasha's eyes as he gulped. No. Sergei ran his hands through Sasha's blonde hair, gripping the strands tight. He pulled Sasha close.
Look at me,
he breathed.
Look at me, Sasha.
Something jumped in Sasha's eyes as Sergei yanked on his hair, a white-hot spark. He hovered over Sergei's lips, staring into his gaze. Slowly, Sergei closed the distance between them, kissing Sasha slowly, greedily, all tongue and teeth, with his eyes wide open.
I want this,
he tried to say, speaking through his gaze.
I want you. I want everything about you.
He felt Sasha's hands and his hair, fingers pressed against his scalp, and then an answering pull. Sasha jerking his head back, but keeping their eyes locked together, their almost savage kiss continuing. Yes, Sasha. Slowly, Sasha lowered himself down onto Sergei, his strength covering Sergei from head to toe. Their cocks brushed, and Sergei jerked, rocking his hips up and sliding his cock against Sasha's, and then they were pressed together, oh, so tightly. Perfection. Yes, this was what he needed, what he wanted. Perfection rolled through Sergei, a wave crashing against his soul, followed by searing, roaring flame, enough to blind him and white out his vision. Everything clicked into place suddenly, as if he'd been trying to solve a Rubik's Cube and could previously only see one side. His life came into focus with a snap, a clarity that stole his breath away. This was exactly what he wanted. A hard body on top of his and a cock pressed against his own. He held Sasha's stare as he thrust up, rolling his cock against Sasha's again and again, harder, gazing into Sasha's eyes. Sasha thrust back into him, pulling Sergei's hair until his neck arched, and Sasha dropped kisses and suckling nibbles on his skin like falling bombs. Sergei wrapped his legs around Sasha's hips, squeezing him tight, and Sasha gasped as his eyes blazed. He never took his gaze off Sergei's, never even blinked. It was more than fucking, more than making love. It was bearing everything about himself to Sasha and letting Sasha into the deepest parts of his soul. He opened himself completely to Sasha, hanging on as Sasha drove against him. Sweat beaded on their skin, and his thighs slid along Sasha's sides, gripping and squeezing in time with Sasha's thrusts. He met Sasha's thrusts, drove their bodies together, tried to touch every inch of Sasha's skin. His hands moved from Sasha's hair to his face, down to his neck, and then cupped his jaw. He saw in Sasha's eyes his desire, his passion, and even deep in his ice-blue gaze, his love, tangled and twisted around an aching, gnawing fear. Sasha. Heat built through his body, wave upon wave, spreading from his cock. His heart, too, burned, opening, unfurling before Sasha. Lightning sang throughout him, sizzling into his soul. He kept chanting Sasha's name and staring into his eyes, his hands digging into Sasha's back and his straining muscles. Sergei hung over a precipice, his body about to come apart, split in half with the force of his orgasm, and then reform, be rebuilt in a brand new way. Sasha was going to destroy him, destroy his old life, and then resurrect him. He welcomed it. Sasha, he shuddered, panting. I am yours, Sasha. Gasping, Sasha thrust hard, grinding his cock against Sergei's. His eyes blew wide and his lips moved, nearly soundless whispers falling from him, curses in Russian and English that tumbled over Sergei's body. I want to watch you come, Sasha growled. He nipped at Sergei's lower lip. I want to make you scream. Go no yes. He fought to keep his eyes from rolling back in his skull. With me. He wanted to see Sasha come apart, feel his release on his skin, hold Sasha as he trembled, as he shouted, as he clung to Sergei, strung out on love. Sasha gazed down at him. Sergei. He captured Sergei's lips, devouring him, kissing his soul as he drove them together faster, harder. Sergei's orgasm crept up on him, building in his soul before blasting off, his body burning like a shooting star, like a fighter jet screaming through the skies under Sasha's control. He shouted, a wordless bellow as his body clinched around Sasha, and his release spread between them, hot on their skin. Sasha gasped and his body curled like a bow over Sergei as he gripped Sergei's skull, staring into his eyes. Love, fear, passion, anguish. So much mixed in Sasha's gaze, tumbling, crashing, smearing into each other. Sasha started, and then his eyes went wide, and he buried his face in Sergei's neck as he exploded, as his orgasm crashed through his body, making him tremble and shudder in Sergei's arms. Sergei held him through it, stroking his back, his neck, his hair, and pressing his lips to Sasha's temples, the corners of his eyes. A new feeling cracked open in his chest, a burst of warmth, of radiance, of awe. How had they gotten to this point? He and Sasha, strangers in the world a year before, now clinging to each other like they were lost men, holding fast to the one other person in the world who meant everything. "Sasha," he panted, pressing his cheek to Sasha's hair. Sasha still trembled in his arms. "There is nothing to fear. We will make this work. I promise." Chapter 36. USS Honolulu.
"You know, Doc, you actually can't feel the motion of the ocean in a sub."
"Fuck off." Doc, head buried in his folded arms, growled at Wright. "I feel it, and I've already puked my guts out 10 times. Wright and Park, bracketing Doc on either side of the bench, laughed. They were in the mess hall, the whole team, minus Doc, scarfing down real food before their mission began. Kobayashi held out his fork, a piece of chicken stabbed on the tines right in front of Doc's buried face. "Smell anything?" "I swear to fucking God, I will puke on every one of you, every fucking one!" Except for Faisal. They all laughed. Wright and Park went back to rocking into Doc's side, gently swaying him on the bench as Ruiz almost snorted corn up his nose, trying to eat and giggling at the same time. Faisal smiled. He reached out and took Doc's hand, dragging it across the metal table. Park and Wright both arched their eyebrows. Ruiz whistled. "Doc, you got something special going on with Prince F? Getting a little sugar? Doc tried to pull his hand back, tried to jerk out of Faisal's hold. "Hell no. Give me my hand back. I want to live. And if the LT sees, that ain't gonna happen." He kept his face buried in his elbow on the table, but kept trying to jerk away, weakly. Faisal didn't let go. "Calm down," he chuckled, turning Doc's hand over. "I am only looking for a pressure point." Searching, he found the spot in between Doc's thumb and fingers and pressed down firmly. After a few moments, Doc's shoulders relaxed and he sighed, visibly relaxing as he almost melted into the table. "Alhamdulillah, see?" "What kind of ninja Arab genie thing is that?" Ruiz held out his hand, flopping it in front of Faisal. "Do me, Prince F." "It's a Chinese pressure point, not an Arab one." Faisal grinned. "Definitely not from a jinn. And not ninja, either." "Close enough." Ruiz wagged his hand. "Come on, maybe I'll get rich like you if you rub off on me." Kobayashi and Wright groaned and rolled their eyes, and Park collapsed sideways into Doc, giggling and snorting like a toddler. "You are incorrigible." Faisal plucked Ruiz's hand from the table and held it in his own. He traced the line down the center of Ruiz's palm. "My mama always did say I was a cutie." Winking, he grinned at Faisal, a megawatt smile that could have flashed across 1,000,000 television screens. "Incorrigible, dumbass, not adorable." Doc grabbed his spoon, blind, and beat Ruiz with it, never sitting up. "Means you're impossible, which you are. Can I study your brain? I want to know how you live with only 2 brain cells. I could hook up a light bulb to your skull. When 2 cells bounce together, I bet the bulb lights up." More laughter. Faisal joined in, shaking his head as the men kept their playful bickering. Ruiz had a nasty scar curling around his forearm, and he complained of stiff fingers when it was cold. Faisal pressed halfway down the scar, gently rubbing, and waited. "Damn," Ruiz jerked, and he stared at Faisal like he'd been burned. "The hell? My fingers feel all tingly." Faisal nodded. "This should help with your pain." Ruiz stared at him and then smiled. Not a sarcastic smile or a sharp smile, but something honest. Something that said, "Thanks." At the end of the table, Adam sat down with his tray in front of Coleman. Coleman sat apart from the others, watching like a hawk. His dark eyes flicked to Adam.
"I've been thinking about what you said,"
Adam said carefully. Coleman raised his spoonful of applesauce, swallowed it all, and then dipped his spoon into the sludge again. He never blinked. Adam swallowed.
"You're right. I do need to get my head straight. Stop being all over the place, so here it is."
Inhaling, he glanced down the table again, watching Faisal gently tease Ruiz and Park as Doc brandished his knife and fork in both hands, his head still down. On the island, Coleman had dragged him down to the beach and read him the riot act, a blistering tirade about how he was scattered, divided, anchorless, how he was blowing in the wind, and if he was going to have any hope of leading the team through what they needed to do, he needed to unfuck himself, figure his shit out, and fast. Find his true north, and start navigating right. No one trusted an aimless leader, and that was exactly what he seemed.
"I love him,"
Adam said, turning back to Coleman.
"I'm in love with Faisal. We were together before I joined the team, before I took command. I ended it, but that was a mistake. We're working it out."
He took another breath, squaring his shoulders before his sergeant.
"Time to lay it out there, get real. He means as much to me as this team does. Each and every one of you matters to me deeply."
He shrugged and gave Coleman a tiny smile.
"It's just a little different with him."
He had heard about the love an officer was supposed to have for his men, for his team, throughout officer training, but he'd been a lone operator, solitary Marine right out of training, and that had led him traipsing down the path of conspiracy, of secrets kept from his own government, and of Faisal. Transferring and taking charge of the team had capsized his already bruised and battered heart. He'd been in love with Faisal, but had tried to drown that love while he struggled to lead his team. He'd been an out-of-control yo-yo ever since, wild swings sending him everywhere but where he needed to be. But now, seeing his team and Faisal all together, everything clicked. Coleman raised another spoonful of applesauce to his mouth.
"We will do this, all of us together. We will kill this bastard, and then we will all go home."
Adam leaned forward, his hands turning to fists on the tabletop.
"All of us."
Swallowing, Coleman lowered his spoon and set it on his tray. He reached for his water glass and raised that instead, holding it out for a toast. Adam smiled and raised his glass, clinking the plastic together.
"I'll need you, Sergeant, like always."
"Fuck off!" Doc leaped to his feet and jumped Park, bending him half over the table as he pretended to stab him with his fork. Ruiz and Kobayashi howled, and Wright tried, weakly, to pull him off, but he was red-faced and laughing far too hard to be helpful. Coleman arched his eyebrows at Adam, and a tiny smile tugged at his lips.
"I don't think there's any hope for them, LT."
Much, much later, when most of the team was snoring in hammocks strung around like a crazed chimpanzee swing gym, Adam slipped into the torpedo room, back from his final pre-mission briefing with Ethan, President Spires, Captain Anderson, and the Russian president and his officer. Even President Wall had been there over a secured satellite uplink to the White House. His mind spun, dizzy from the intel, and a part of him wanted to scream. K-27, a nuclear submarine being weaponized to ignite the skies? Waves of fire that would burn across the world. President Wall and her Secret Service bodyguard, Agent Levi Daniels, had gone ghostly pale when the Russian president told them about K-27. As if things weren't bad enough, President Wall had breathed. Now he can weaponize a nuclear submarine. His people, the ones we know defected, turned traitor and joined him. Daniel's voice had gone thin as he cleared his throat, not looking at the screen or at any of them crowded around the captain's table in Honolulu's wardroom.
Madigan doesn't have a nuclear tech. He doesn't have someone who knows how to weaponize that reactor. Maybe he got a Russian nuke tech from Moroshkin?
We proceed as if he has full capabilities, President Spires had said. Christ, it was too much. Adam just wanted it all to end. And after... Well, he knew exactly what he wanted after the mission was over. What he'd always wanted. Ruiz snored loud enough to wake the dead. Kobayashi was as quiet sleeping as he was during the day. Park was still awake, flipping through a rumpled magazine he'd swiped from the mess hall. Wright and Coleman chatted softly in the corner, Wright clutching a picture of him and a blonde chick, her face half hidden behind his bare shoulder as they posed in front of some monument in D.C. Doc lay face down in his hammock, his arms hanging over the sides, almost brushing a bucket someone had placed beneath him. A piece of rope stretched from the bucket's handle and wrapped around Doc's waist, tied in a knot. When he stood, the bucket would follow him every step he took. Knowing Doc, he'd keep the bucket clattering behind him just to fuck with the rest of the guys, and especially whoever had tied it to him. Adam wound his way to a hammock set apart, respectfully distant from the gaze of the team and their antics. A slender shape rested in the canvas, curled beneath a green wool blanket. He squatted next to the hammock and leaned in.
Hey.
Faisal rolled over and smiled. Hey yourself. How did the briefing go? Adam blew out a long exhale and arched his eyebrows, bobbing his head as he shrugged. That well. Faisal chuckled softly. He didn't answer. Instead, he nodded to the hammock.
Any room in there?
Faisal squinted at him but said nothing.
These can hold dudes up to 400 pounds. You and me together aren't even close to that. Scoot, make room.
Adam waited as Faisal slid to the side, and then he clambered into the hammock. They almost tipped, and Faisal made a wild grab for the bulkhead to steady their sudden swinging plunge. Adam snorted but scooted close to Faisal once the hammock was stable. He wrapped his arms around Faisal's waist and buried his face in his neck, breathing deeply. Faisal ran his hands through Adam's hair, pressed his lips against Adam's forehead and his messy hair. What are you doing? He breathed.
Making a choice.
Adam's lips moved against Faisal's skin, a kiss with every word.
No more hiding. I can't operate like that. I can't be torn in half.
He sighed, nuzzling Faisal's jaw, the warm skin beneath his ear.
I love you, Habibi. That love gives me strength. I won't hide it. I won't hide who I am. Not anymore.
Faisal's exhale over Adam's head was shaky. He felt Faisal's pulse beneath his lips quicken, felt Faisal's arms tighten around him.
Habibi.
He swallowed, and Adam kissed the burnished gold skin, the rise and fall of his throat.
Bismillah. Are you certain? More certain than I have been for years.
He squeezed Faisal's hips, stroked one hand over the small of his back.
I'm sorry, Faisal, for shh.
MashaAllah. It is all in the past. Squirming, Adam shimmied until he was face to face with Faisal. He held his gaze, the soft sheen of his eyes reflected in the dim lights of the torpedo room. A red glow hung in the room, but didn't fill the shadows. One curl of ruby light tickled down Faisal's cheek. It looked too much like blood. He wanted to brush it away.
Promise me something.
I will promise you anything, Habibi, in this life or the next. He cupped Faisal's cheek, covering the streamer of red.
Promise me you will be careful. You will be safe.
Faisal frowned.
We're going to do this. Take Madigan down. I want you at my side like we used to be, but I can't lose you. I can't see you get hurt. I can't.
Adam licked his lips, shaking his head.
you have to stay safe.
Faisal reached for him, cupping his cheek in return. Insha'Allah, I will be safe. And you will be as well. Subhanallah, we will all be relaxing by my pool in 1 week, drinking mango juice and eating lokwamat.
Adam sighed. I thought we went naked when we were at your pool. That was your rule, if I remember right.
Faisal winked.
That is for you and me alone. Your team must wear their swimming suits. I won't share you.
Laughing, Adam nuzzled his nose against Faisal's, exhaling softly.
Be careful, Habibi,
he said, becoming serious again.
You are everything to me.
He held Faisal's gaze, staring into his eyes.
I'm fighting this fight to go home,
he breathed, barely whispering at all.
Home to us. I want our life back. I want to be by your side every day from now until the end of time.
I do too, Faisal whispered. I pray for that every night. Insha'Allah, Adam. We will have it.
Insha'Allah.
His lips moved against Faisal's.
Baraka Allah.
Chapter 37. USS Honolulu. The Bering Strait lay dead ahead. Tension strained the dark control room. Dim running lights cast the crew's face in half shadow and made their eyes gleam as they stared at their controls. Captain Anderson stood just before the periscope stand, his arms crossed. His eyes darted over every control panel, over every person. The contact evaluation board mounted ahead of him and scattering soft blue light tracked targets and ranges to anything picked up within Honolulu's detection range. Trailing behind Honolulu, their partner, the sub that had stayed with them from Elizabeth's fleet, USS Bozeman, followed. Depth, speed, angle, and trim displays crowded space with fire control consoles and weapons. Behind the periscope in the center of the con, the navigator hovered over his plotting table, furiously calculating their course and checking it against the computer display. Transparent charts lay over the plotting table's crimson lightboard, marked up with grease pencils. On a submarine, redundancy and double, even triple checks meant the difference between life or death. Ethan couldn't turn without bumping into someone. He stayed still, pressed against Jack's side, and tried to be out of the way. That was nearly impossible. A dozen men were crammed inside what looked like an airline cockpit shoved into a large bathroom. Stacked from the deck to the low, curved overhead bulkhead were display screens, gauges, bundles of cables and wires, consoles and toggles, emergency equipment, and more. The con was stuffed full, jammed to practically bursting. Honolulu had submerged, and beneath the ocean her movements were smooth as glass. If he didn't know they were underwater, he wouldn't have guessed. One of the helmsmen, a young enlisted man, exhaled shakily. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. The Bering Strait was one of the most difficult crossings in the world, even during peacetime. A shockingly narrow undersea canyon, filled with a jungle of undersea mountains and craggy valleys. The clearest passage was barely deep enough to slip a sub through fully submerged. Sneaking through the strait into Russian waters beneath a storm and entering an Arctic war zone with 2 heads of state on board was insanity by any definition. And they were headed right down the center. Nerves radiated from the 3 men seated at the diving station. The helmsman and plainsman sat behind commercial airline-style control yokes, each linked to the rudder in the diving planes, controlling the boat's course and depth. Behind them, the diving officer, Lieutenant Roller Whipple, sat, double, triple, and quadruple checking their every move and taking over when needed. The engine room telegraph also squatted between the 3 men, the old-school turns like a rotary phone telegraphing to the engine room to give the captain the power he needed. Roller was young, and had earned his nickname the hard way, Anderson said. He had rolled the sub through the ocean like a sea snake for months, barely able to keep Honolulu at the right depth and trim when he first came on board. More than one officer had puked when he was at the helm. Senior Chief Garcia kept an eye on him from his own station, manning the ballast control panel. He was in charge of the boat's dive and surface, keeping the sub buoyant while submerged, and her levels trim and even. Above him, 2 bright red chicken switches hovered on the control panel. If all hell broke loose, he yanked those switches and high-pressure air forced out the water in the buoyancy tanks in one explosive rush. If that happened, Honolulu would blast out of the water, rising like a torpedo fired from her own tubes, except, under the ice, she'd slam up against the ice sheet, and if it wasn't thin enough to give, she'd smash into a billion pieces and sink to the bottom of the Arctic abyss. Captain Anderson pulled down the handset for the boat's intercom and flipped to the main channel. "All hands, this is the captain. We're preparing to enter the strait. From here on out, there are no drills. Once we reach the other side, we're at war." Sergei hovered at Jack's side in the dim light, standing beside Sasha. Something had changed between them from the day before to now. Instead of turning away from each other, they now turned toward each other, standing inside each other's shadow. Sergei kept one hand on Sasha at all times, and Sasha tried to keep Sergei within the breadth of his shoulders. It felt like Ethan was looking into a mirror. "Captain," Navigation Officer Lieutenant Commander Jacinto said, 7 minutes until Little Diomede. New heading will be 336 degrees to Herald Canyon." Jacinto was a thin man, almost gangly, and he folded over his plotting table like it was a toy he couldn't let go of. Calculated precision and dead seriousness were etched into the lines of his face, a steel-hardened exactitude that submariner navigators required. "Diomede will pass to port?" "Yes, Captain." Captain Anderson nodded once. "Ocean depth?" 96 feet, Captain." "Roller, make your depth 80 feet. Slow to 6 knots. Roller's wide eyes bulged like a King Charles spaniel. He responded immediately. 80 feet and 6 knots, aye, sir." His jaw kept moving, a manic, mechanical chewing. 3 packs of nicotine gum were stuffed in the front pocket of his uniform top. Ethan exhaled nice and slow as Honolulu crept through the strait. Anderson kept his gaze locked on the displays, his eyes flicking from depth to trim to angles and back again. "We're passing through the shallowest part now," he murmured, leaning close to Jack. "Our keel is just over 10 feet above the ocean floor. If a wave breaks over the surface, we flash our skirts to anyone out there. We're close enough to throw a rock and hit both Russia and the U.S. We are feet from either nation." Jack swallowed. He stayed silent. "Ocean depth 90 feet, Captain." Anderson's eyes flicked back to the screens. His jaw clenched. 1 minute warning." Behind them, the navigator called out their course and bearing again. "Turn in 45 seconds, Captain." Big and Little Diomede were 2 rocky outcroppings of bird shit and dust in the middle of the Bering Strait, 2.5 miles apart from each other. The borders between Russia and the United States ran down the exact center of the waters between the islands. Jack leaned into Ethan. He slipped his hand through Ethan's, lacing their fingers together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and mark. Helm, 5 degrees left rudder. Heading 336 degrees. Keep the turn gentle, Anderson growled. If you turn us too sharp, we'll roll and expose our port side out of the water. Roller didn't blink as he repeated his orders. 5 degrees left rudder. Heading 336 degrees, gentle turn. Aye, aye, Captain. Slowly, the con tipped sideways, a gentle bank as the sub turned, moving out of the strait and into the Russian Arctic. Ethan looked to Jack and met his gaze. In the darkness, Jack's eyes gleamed, a shine that made the blue of his eyes look like stars burning in the night sky. This is it, Jack breathed. We're at war. They didn't know what would be waiting on the other side of the strait. During Anderson's brief, the captain outlined every possible scenario, from empty polar seas all the way to Madigan to a silent Akula lying in wait, a Russian hunter-killer submarine of their own. What did Madigan have at hand? What had Moroshkin taken over the pole with him to Canada? What elements of the Russian Northern Fleet had defected during the coup and who had simply pointed their boat as far from Russia as possible and tried to flee the calamity? No one knew the answers. Unknowns stacked against their operation, giant question marks that could spell disaster. Beyond the strait, geography opened up a triangle of terrible waters. Undersea mountain ranges of plunging ice thrusting downward from the polar ice cap created caverns and jungles nearly impossible to navigate. Shallow waters and shoals narrowed the potential routes to one, Herald Canyon, to the starboard of Wrangel Island, a barren rock in Russia's desolate Siberian Sea. Herald Canyon was a notorious ice maze. Even in summer, the ice never completely melted, and the shift and slam of the bergs and the ice sheets sent slabs of ice deep into the waters. The ocean floor was shallow, still a part of the continental shelf off of Russia, a flat plain that rose and rose, trying to pin submarines like butterflies to the bottom of the ice, trap them and strangle each boat out of its depth. The deepest pass through Herald Canyon was the Wrangel Trough, an ancient riverbed that had once cut through the Siberian plains when the sea had been a step that linked Russia to America millions of years ago. Successfully navigating through the Wrangel Trough would turn them into salmon swimming upstream, dodging the shallows and the plunging ice, squeezing through passes barely large enough for their hull and praying that they were alone. Under the ice, sonar, Honolulu's eyes and ears, barely worked. The Arctic wreaked havoc on sound and sonar. In the open ocean, American submarines could pick out the sound of a toilet flushing on a cruise ship and the footfalls of a guard walking a perimeter, the hushed whispers of a drug deal going down. Sailing into the Arctic was like putting a blindfold on and earplugs in and spinning someone around until they were dizzy. Mazes of ice jungles, floating icebergs with keels that plunged hundreds of feet into the waters, ice sheets that rumbled and crunched, and wild sea life all created an undersea opera of acoustic chaos. Sonar displays looked like snow on an old television set. Making sense of the undersea world was a nightmare. The mix of fresh water from the ice and salt water in the depths bounced sound waves like a hall of mirrors, and, when the sea floor dropped out beneath them, sonar reflections and refractions bounced off the bottom of the ice and into the depths. At best, they could see the bottom of the ocean and the bottom of the ice and figure out a way to navigate through the pinched corridor. Ethan and Jack hung behind the navigator in the plotting table. Ethan kept one hand on the small of Jack's back and his eyes fixed to the sonar display. He held Jack for his own sanity. Planning this mission out, they'd always talked about what to do once they got up on the ice. When they were already in the Arctic, they'd never thought about how dangerous it would be to even get there. What if they slammed into an ice keel or got trapped in the twisting ice canyons and narrow passages with no way out? What if an akula found them and blew them to bits when they were pinned? It would be a long, dark dive to the bottom of the Arctic abyss, and when the sub hit crushed depth, those waters would burst in, freezing them while they drowned, suffering twice over at once. Ethan swallowed hard and scooted even closer, wrapping his hand around Jack's hip. Somewhere, there was a beach with their name on it, a real honeymoon destination, not slinking through Arctic waters with 70 feet of hard ice pushing down on them. The maze of ice canyons kept them deep. The sonar array mapped the bottom, sending a picture in waterfall lines of blues, yellows, and reds to the main display. Pictures emerged from the scratchy colored lines, sound bouncing back and painting what was in front of them like there were headlights in front of the sub. The colors signaled depth and range. Blue was good. Blue was open waters and clear range. Yellow was a warning. Red, and then shades of pink, was full-on pucker time. Red filled the screen. The bottom of the ocean close enough to drag their hands through. Boulders rose in furious magenta, seeming to pass to their right and left as the helmsman breathed like he was giving birth. Just watching, Ethan wanted to yank back on the control yoke and get them away from the bottom. Good thing he wasn't driving. He had slammed them into the ice roof. The plainsman, in charge of keeping them trim and level, had balls of neutron steel, keeping the Honolulu flat and steady and right between the ocean floor and the ice as he stared at the screens. He didn't blink. Something rose in the sonar's display dead ahead, a craggy protrusion jutting up from the seafloor, almost like a log broken in two, snapped over some giant's thigh. "Sonar? Con? What is that ahead?" Anderson never took his eyes off the screen. The sonarman, Petty Officer Boomer Michaels, responded. "Not clear yet, Captain." "Nav, anything on charts?" "No, sir." "Helm? Plane up to avoid, gently," Anderson growled. "We've got feet to maneuver here. Thickness of the ice overhead?" 92 feet. The nav officer whistled. The corners of Anderson's eyes clenched, a slight squint. They planed over the jumble beneath them, slowly gliding through the frigid waters. As they passed directly overhead, the sonar image cleared up, and everything snapped into perfect focus. My God, the executive officer breathed. It was another submarine, broken in two at her midship. She'd sunk to the bottom of the ocean and rested like a child's toy, tossed aside, split in half, and forgotten.
Con, sonar. Looks like an Akula class. Torpedoes brought her down. It's a new wreck, sir. No signs of settling or sea growth.
All eyes flicked to Sergei and Sasha. A downed Russian sub cracked in half in their own waters.
Our country has never sunk a Russian sub up here,
Anderson said softly. Yet hung unspoken in the air. What were the Russians doing? They weren't on the path that would have taken them to Miroshkin and his fleet, and they'd been heading away from Madigan's position. A sub on the run, making a break from Murmansk to the Strait? Why had they been shot down? Had they come to warn the Americans? Anderson's voice rang out.
1 minute of silence. Mark.
Sergei bowed his head, grief washing over his features. Sasha stayed by his side, a solid presence, and Ethan watched Sergei lean into him, like a sapling blown in the wind. When the minute mark passed, Anderson nodded to Sergei.
To your men,
he said simply. The submarine service was something unique. Ethan had heard about it, the jokes and tales passed back and forth to kill time in all branches of the military, but submariners were a breed apart, men who lived beneath the ocean and bent nature to their will time and time again. Camaraderie in those men crossed national lines, enough to honor the Russian ghosts they sailed over. Sergei nodded to Anderson.
Still on patrol,
he said softly, finishing the Russian toast.
Con, sonar, ice ridges ahead. The ice is plunging, but the bottom opens up too. We've hit the slope.
Anderson nodded, and Ethan felt the con exhale, collective relief from a dozen men shaking out of their skin.
What's the depth, Boomer?
260 feet and dropping, sir. 50,000 feet until we reach the continental shelf. First ice ridge closing in 80 feet. Anderson steered the boat beneath the first ice ridge, gently diving her to a new depth. Some of the raw tension had fled as the ocean floor dropped away. The men didn't hold themselves like 1,000 volts were passing through their bodies anymore. They'd started to blink, to look like humans again. And then the second ice ridge came up, steeper and deeper than before, and the third like a knife trying to gut them. In minutes, they were back to navigating their way through an underwater maze, dodging cleavers of plunging ice, underwater spires that seemed as tall as skyscrapers, and blind alleys that led to choke points. Anderson kept diving the boat deeper into the dark depths until the first groan sounded along the hull. At Ethan's side, Jack exhaled shakily and scooted closer. Ethan welcomed it. Across the con, Sergei was pale, almost translucent. He could see a thick ring of white around the entirety of Sasha's eyes. Con, sonar? I'm picking something up. Boomer's voice trailed off. In his corner, he frowned at his screen, shaking his head. What is it? It doesn't make sense. Frustration strained Boomer's voice. It could be our own echo, or it could be an organic. I'm not getting clear signals. It's irregular, but that could be the ice.
How close is this mystery object?
Anderson growled as he made his way to Boomer's screen. The signal is bouncing off the ice, Captain. What I can hear I can't understand, and from what I can see I can't get a good bearing. It could be all the way under the North Pole. Anderson glared at the screen. A snow of noise, of barely comprehensible lines, dots, and dashes streamed across the display, and on the far right side a faint, barely there pulsation, like a shooting star, there and then gone, and there again. Natural sounds were random, noise that could numb the brain. Machines, on the other hand, were reliable, predictable, rhythmic. His lips pressed together.
You see something, Boomer. Yes, Captain, I think I do. Keep an eye on it. I want to know the instant this thing twitches.
Boomer nodded, and Anderson moved back to his position in the center by the periscope stand, his eyes flicking over every station, every screen.
Captain, another ice keel ahead, range 3,000 yards. This one is massive, sir. Boomer squinted at his screen. And if that object exists, it's beyond the ice keel, sir. Or it's our reflection coming off this huge sheet of ice. If you turn into the dive, I can get us a better picture, or we'll know we're looking at our shadow.
Boomer had his hands over his headphones, and he hunched in front of his display, trying to divine meaning from the mess on his screen. Overhead, the navigational display showed a thick red band plunging down from the ice dangerously close and angled on their starboard side.
Helm, 5-degree turn to starboard. Heading 070. Ahead slow.
Anderson glared at the screens, and around him his men became tense again, wind-up toys keyed to the last screw. Boomer kept listening and kept staring at his screen, frowning hard. Ethan closed his eyes and let out a breath. He tried to uncoil his muscles, tried to physically relax. His body felt like a spring, coiled and ready to burst. He thought he could hear the noises coming through Boomer's headphones, popping, humming, hissing noises that made his bones itch. Beneath all of it, a deep, rumbling thrum and patter, almost like a heartbeat.
Boomer, what the hell are we hearing? Anderson's bark broke over the con. Is this our own echo?
Ethan's eyelids snapped open. At his side, Jack tensed, his body going rigid as they felt the raw intensity of the con ratchet up and smelled the stink of adrenaline letting loose into veins. On the sonar display, a shattered mess of red lines appeared in the dead center, incomprehensible but close. Damn close. Anderson was silent for exactly 1 second. Ethan watched his eyes narrow, his lips flatten.
Emergency deep. Take us down to the depths. Dive. Now, Roller.
The deck slanted immediately, Roller plunging the ship into a steep dive.
Captain?
Boomer's voice was like lightning crashing over the deck. Contact! Jesus Christ, it's a Russian attack sub. Hostile contact. Designate Sierra 1. He piped the sonar noise he was hearing up to the captain as the displays went red, solid lines of cascading maroon flashing as alarms wailed. From the speakers, Ethan picked up a sizzle, the sound of an electric plant on a nearby submarine, water rushing over a hull, and a rhythmic swish of a turning propeller. On the nav display, a flattened oval appeared, crimson bright and taking up almost the entire space between the ice keel and the ocean floor below. The silhouette of a submarine.
Dive! Anderson shouted. Get us underneath that sub. Make your depth 265.
Captain, ocean depth is 273.
265 feet. Do not overshoot.
At the helm, Roller's eyes went even wider, bulging like he was a character in a bad cartoon. His plainsman went white as a sheet, not even breathing, but he moved automatically as the alarms wailed and shouts broke over the deck.
Con, sonar!
Boomer hollered over the claxons.
It's an Akula-class sub. They're turning toward us.
A new alarm sounded, a high-pitched wail.
They're flooding their torpedo tubes. Engines ahead full. Captain, we're going to hit bottom.
The nav officer gripped the railing behind the periscope until his knuckles went white.
No, we won't, Anderson growled. Weapons, give me a firing solution on their position. I want torpedoes going up their bearing when they fire. Helm, get us the hell out of here. Point us to the Makarov Basin and run like hell.
He turned to Chief Garcia.
Make the boat ready for depth charges. Deploy countermeasures.
His gaze turned to Jack and then to Ethan.
Stand by to brace for collision.
Ethan grabbed Jack in the nearest handhold, clinging to both. Jack, in turn, clung to him, his hands wrapping around Ethan's waist. The deck pitched hard toward the bow as Honolulu kept diving toward the bottom of the ocean. Ethan scrambled, almost lost his feet, and the men sitting at the diving station nearly toppled over. Their seat belts held them fast, but one of the watchstanders wasn't so lucky. He tumbled and rolled, sliding on his ass down the length of the con before slamming sideways into the damaged control board. A low, quaking thrum rumbled through the con. like a train rushing past them a hand's breadth away. Every surface rumbled, display screens shook, the whole sub vibrating, a martini being shaken. Jacinto's grease pencils leaped from the plotting table and hit the deck. They kept rolling down the steep angle and into the darkness. "She's right above us," Boomer shouted. "She's covering my scope." The Akula filled the sonar display, an almost solid magenta wash eclipsing their underwater world. "Torpedoes in the water! Inside 500 feet! Chief, countermeasures!" Chief Garcia's hands flew over his board, almost fast enough to blur. "Deployed, Captain. Depth? 240 feet, Captain." The diving officer clenched his jaw. 250? 260? Level off! Torpedoes inside 300 feet! Ethan caught Jack's gaze, caught the fear pouring out of Jack's eyes. In their depths, Ethan saw the same in his own gaze, reflected back at him. He didn't want it to end like this, not twisting apart in the ocean, crushed by pressures as he froze and drowned. After everything, not like this. Jack's hold around his waist tightened enough to bruise his hips. Ethan had one hand on the handrail, and with the other, he cupped Jack's cheek. "Countermeasures deployed. Jammer ineffective. Torpedo still on target. Range 150 feet. Anderson glared at Chief Garcia. "Sound collision alarm." Garcia grabbed a large switch over his board and hauled it down. At once a new klaxon wailed through the ship, an awful screech. "Brace for impact." Ethan held Jack's gaze and pushed their faces together. "I love you," he whispered against Jack's lips. "I love you." Booming crashed behind them, and Jack's eyes squeezed closed. The sound of 1,000 bubbles popping and a hiss like an anaconda hovered over their heads, and then a second boom sounded. Darkness veiled the con like a curtain as the lights flickered. The whole world shook. Ethan bucked, losing his footing, but kept an ironclad grip on his handhold and on Jack. They rolled to port, falling sideways against the plotting table and almost on top of it before shuddering and rolling back. When would the water crash over them? When would they draw their last breath? Tearing metal screeched and groaned, a crescendo of shrieking that seemed to rake up the inside of Honolulu. The lights winked out, plunging the con into pitch black. "Torpedoes detonated, Captain." Garcia's booming voice broke over the alarms. "Countermeasures successful, but we still took damage." "Damage control?" Anderson's voice rising in the darkness. A moment later, the battle lights winked on, and the alarms fell silent as Garcia's hands flew across his board. Lieutenant Harvey at the damage control station responded. "Emergency reactor scram, sir. The shock of the blast knocked the reactor into safety standby." A hum, and then emergency lights flickered and rose, casting the con in a sickly, almost hospital-like glow. "Flooding reported in the engine room and the battery compartment. Get that salt water out of there before the batteries start venting chlorine. All drain pumps reroute to the battery compartment. Damage control teams to the engine room. Secure collision alarm. Chief, dial up the pressure in the hull. Let's slow that leak and get the reactor back online." "Captain, we've got another problem." Roller's eyes were locked on his display, and he leaned over his helmsman, his hands on top of the younger man's, physically trying to haul the control yoke over to help the helmsman steer. "Rudder is jammed. We pointed 18 degrees to starboard, sir, and I can't unstick it, not from here." "Con? Sonar?" Boomer's voice shook. "Approaching Macara Basin. Distance to Sierra 1, 2,000 feet. Jacinto, adjust our bearing to compensate for the rudder. We can't fix it now." Anderson strode to the weapons station and leaned over Lieutenant Munoz. "Weapons, do you have a track on that bastard? Did you get a bearing?" Munoz nodded, breathing hard. "I got 2 curves as Sierra 1 passed." An almost flat triangle flashed on his screen, a complex trigonometry problem that put the Russian sub at the apex, dead in Munoz's target. "We can light her up." "Sound battle stations. Flood torpedo tubes 1 and 2. Set torpedoes for short-range attack. Enable seekers at 1,000 feet and step them up to 50 knots. Man battle stations. Man battle stations. Clanged through the ship. Munoz's hands flew over his board, setting up the torpedoes as Anderson ordered. Deep inside Honolulu, Ethan swore he could feel the torpedo tubes opening, water rushing in to fill the dark launch tubes. "Tubes 1 and 2 ready, sir." "Make sure our torpedoes hit them and don't get scrambled by the ice," Anderson barked. He backed off Munoz and went to his position by the periscope. "Confirm your solution and shoot." The deck beneath Ethan's feet shuddered as the torpedoes launched from Honolulu's belly. 2 new sonar pings blazed across the screen. "Close the outer doors and reload," Anderson's voice rang across the con. "Flood tubes 3 and 4. Helm, ahead full. Those bastards are going to shoot up our torpedo's wake, and I won't be here for them when they do. Get us out of here and under the ice." Anderson's gaze flicked over the con, finally landing on Jack and Ethan. "We're going to lose them under the ice cap, Mr. President. Get in deep water and under fast ice. We'll run like hell." "What about Bozeman?" Jacinto spoke, still gripping the edge of his plotting table. His hair stood straight up, mussed after the tumble and rumble during the torpedo's detonation just behind Honolulu. "Bozeman was behind us in Herald Canyon. With the noise we just made, she definitely knows about Sierra 1. Commander Roberts is good. He'll hunt them down while we keep going." Anderson took a breath and turned back to Munoz and Boomer. "Range? 20 seconds left on torpedoes 1 and 2. 15? 10? Boomer, sonar on audio." "Aye, aye, Captain." Audio filled the con, a bubbling, hissing undersea warble that changed in a split second. A smear like greased bacon sliding on a pan, and then a cannon shot, a rumbling boom, and a lion's roar, and then another. Ethan felt like he was in some kind of nightmarish delirium where lions roamed in an undersea world. Had he fallen down a rabbit hole? And then the sound of the crystal chandelier crashing to the ground, thousands and thousands of shards of glass bursting apart like all the glass in the world was exploding in the same moment. The sonar display went off like fireworks, crackling lines and bursts of color, exploding sounds in all frequency ranges. "Ice." Anderson frowned. "Did we hit Sierra 1? "Can't say." Boomer worked the controls, staring at the screen. "Getting a lot of reflection off that ice keel, and the ridges in the thick cap beyond it. Sierra 1 picked the perfect place to hide, Captain. I'm having a hard time making anything out, especially with all that ice detonating." Anderson's lips pursed, but he said nothing. He glared at his screens and then turned to Jack and Ethan. "We survived," he said, his voice low. "More than what our Russian friends on the bottom of the ocean can say." Again all eyes flicked to Sergei. He stood by the weapons station, grasping the handrails behind Munoz's chair. Sasha hovered beside him, one hand seeming to disappear on his back. Sergei looked drawn, exhausted by more than the physical exertions of the battle. Sasha looked ready to puke. He stared at Sergei like Sergei was the center of his world, the axis he revolved around, and the only thing he was still standing for. "Maintain course across the Arctic abyss." Finally, Anderson exhaled, his shoulders sagging just slightly as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Boomer, what's the ice look like?" "Fast ice, Captain." Boomer's voice was still shaky. His hands trembled over his screen, but he kept going. "We're under the cap. No ridges or keels on my scope." Anderson nodded. "How's our rudder?" Rollers spoke through clenched teeth. He and the helmsman were both holding onto the yoke, their arms and shoulders straining as sweat dripped down their faces. "Struggling. We're pushing 23 knots, sir. We can't keep this up for long." "Boomer, find us a Polanya. We need to surface, and fast." Fast ice was an Arctic submariner's dream. The hardened ice cap above, more than 80 feet thick, was solid, firm enough to withstand the drifts and slams of ice that built up from Siberia and pushed into the Arctic Ocean, pressing over the top of the world on its way to Canada. Nearer to Siberian shores, the crash of ice sheets slamming into the polar ice caps sent deep ice ridges down into the seas, blades the size of city blocks that a submarine could slam into or shear herself apart on. But over the top of the world, the bottom fell out beneath Honolulu as she passed over a triplet of plunging basins. The Makara Basin, the Polar Drop, and the Nansen Basin, where the ocean floor was a terrifying 17,000 feet or more beneath them. Ancient undersea mountain ranges divided the basins, soaring ridges that rose up and tried to tickle Honolulu's belly. They were in such deep waters that even with the thick ice above and the mountain ridge below, Honolulu sailed through the waters with open seas above and beneath her. It was ball-shrivelingly terrifying. And if anything went wrong beneath the ice cap, they'd plummet to the bottom and vanish from history forever. Fast ice also went on for what seemed like an eternity, even more so with a stuck rudder and 2 straining helmsmen. Anderson rotated men in to hold the shuddering yoke stable, as each team drenched themselves with sweat, struggling to hold a steady course. Finally, Boomer shouted that the ice above was thinning, and that he had found a Polynya, a section of ice-free waters in the middle of the vast Arctic, or almost a Polynya. "Brash ice and slurry, Captain." Floating icebergs and slushy ice like a melted snow cone. "We can punch through." Anderson turned to Roller back at the helm. "Bring us to a stop under that opening. Roll into the jammed rudder and then reverse engines and push her into the current. I want us dead in the water. Keep us trim." Roller nodded and popped another 3 pieces of nicotine gum into his mouth. His jaw never stopped moving, a manic chewing that made him seem like a hamster, but he brought the boat to a standstill just inches off the center of the Polynya. "Well done, Roller. Take us to a periscope depth." "Periscope depth. Aye." Roller's biceps shook, but his hands were steady on the control yoke, working in tandem with the plainsmen. Ballast blew as an alarm rang 3 times. Honolulu began to rise. Anderson stood by the periscope well, and when it rose, he ducked down and swept in a circle, scanning the ice above. He pulled back. "Mr. President, care to take a quick look?" Jack ducked down and pressed his eyes to the scope. Floating ice chunks the size of small cars bobbed in the seas, colored from soot-black to gem-like turquoise to Arctic white. Swells sent slurry over Honolulu's rounded black deck, leaving trails of ice like snow covering a driveway. The bob and weave of the ocean returned, the roll and sway of the deck beneath his feet as the sounds of a million ice cubes cascading against the hull plinked and rattled through the con. Jack stepped away. Roller moaned, his head in his hands. "I hate the swells." Anderson clapped Roller on the shoulder as he made his way toward the central hatch, leading to the bridge on the sail. "Have Commander Ross meet me on the deck. XO, bring the presidents up once I secure the bridge. Boomer, keep a steady lookout. Call it the first sign of anything that isn't an organic." The executive officer helped Jack and Sergei into life jackets as Ethan and Sasha hovered nearby, pale and looking like they had regretted eating breakfast. Of the 2 of them, Sasha looked worse. He kept both hands on the railing and seemed to struggle to keep his stomach down. Ethan, as always, was rock solid and focused entirely on Jack. "Be careful," Ethan breathed as Jack passed, heading for the hatch leading to the bridge. Jack nodded and kissed his cheek. Behind him, he caught Sasha's furtive clasp of Sergei's hand, his tight squeeze, and Sergei's small, radiant smile in return. He waited for Sergei on the ladder, just beneath the open hatches leading out to the bridge. Biting salt air whipped down into the tower, and above a circle of battleship gray sky hung low, almost close enough to touch. "Congratulations," he said, leaning his shoulder into Sergei. "I'm happy for you. And proud of you." Sergei smiled slowly. He kept his eyes ahead, fixed on the ladder. "Sasha would want me to say that I have no idea what you are speaking of." His eyes flicked to Jack. "But I will say thank you, and that I needed your kick in my ass. It is the best thing you have ever done for me, Mr. President." Laughing, Jack started to climb again through the sail and onto the small open bridge. Water drained from the base of the bridge, but slurry ice still made the deck slippery. Below, freezing water slicked over the hull in rushing sheets. Mist and swirling fog rose from the hull like curling smoke, the heat of Honolulu turning the frigid Arctic waters to steam. Around their slushy breach in the ice cap, a bitterly frozen white wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, as if the whole world were frozen. Beyond that, fog descended, blurring the horizon into a canvas of smeared lead and dirty snow. Biting winds blew off the ice sheet, swept up the side of Honolulu and snaked around his neck and down his spine. He shivered, curling around himself as memories of frozen water closing over his head and his face pressed against the cold, slick underside of a frozen river went off like torpedoes in his mind. Sergei stood beside him, close. He wrapped his arms around Jack, rubbing his hands briskly up Jack's arms. Anderson and his executive officer filled out the rest of the small bridge, both of them surveying the fog-shrouded landscape. On the deck, crewmen in life jackets and foul-weather gear scurried down the rounded hull, heading for the jammed rudder. The damage was obvious from the sail. A deep gouge had ripped a chunk of the rudder clean off, and debris had jammed into the gears and spaces of what was left. They would not be an easy fix. "Contact," Anderson said as he peered through his binoculars. "Looks like a research station, maybe two. Oil exploration site, maybe." Sergei nodded. "There are many in these parts. Rusfuel has contracts for the Arctic. I'm not seeing any movement. No signs of life." Anderson squinted at Sergei. "What was their status before the coup?" "Operational. Spring and summer are the prime seasons for exploration. We just started getting their first reports of the season in Moscow." One eyebrow arched high on Anderson's thin face. "Looks like nobody's home now." He passed the binoculars over. "How far are we from Madigan's position?" Jack's breath fogged in front of his face as he spoke. "October Revolution Island is down that bearing." Anderson pointed into the fog bank, but Jack couldn't see anything. "The middle of the 3 Arctic desert rocks that Russia claims. They form the entrance to the Kara Sea." "How solid is the ice between here and Novaya Zemlya?" Sergei used the Russian name for Severny Island, the crooked finger of land that sheltered Madigan inside the Kara Sea. "Packed in. Siberia's been pushing larger ice sheets into the Arctic every year. It's solid for hundreds of feet and then tapers to brash ice in parts." Sergei hummed. Jack watched him. "What are you thinking, Sergei?" "Those stations arc all the way into the Kara Sea. We could use them. Hop our way down closer to Madigan's location." "We go overland and Honolulu moves under the ice? See if we can get a good look at Madigan before we make our move?" Sergei nodded. They both turned to Anderson. Anderson sighed, like a man being told to do the impossible with a shoestring. "We're not up to an undersea dogfight. Not with this." He jerked his chin toward the busted rudder. "Until we get ourselves repaired, the overland route is the next best option. We'll stay here to support you while you recon." "Thank you, Captain." "Don't thank me yet. I can get you from Honolulu to the ice cap, but from here to the station, it's an hour's walk. In the Arctic. You'll need to bundle up." Jack knew from the moment Sergei suggested their excursion that they wouldn't be going alone. Ethan instantly joined the mission, Sasha too. Ethan briefed Scott and Adam, and then Adam rounded up his team and got them all geared up and waiting in the mess hall in 6 minutes, well before Jack had struggled into his thick neoprene dry suit and snow-white Arctic military pants, jacket, hood, and gloves. Together, the whole team looked like a cross between polar bears on hind legs and a troop of marshmallow men. On the bobbing hub of Honolulu, Adam gave a quick brief of their mission. Doc listened, doubled over, his hands on his knees, his skin as white as the snow slurry washing over the bow. They split the mission gear between everyone, checked and rechecked their Arctic gear, and then it was time to go. Anderson had a small team ferry them from the deck of Honolulu through the slurry ice and to the edge of the glacier. Scott and Ethan shoved shoulders until Sasha put his foot down and insisted on disembarking first. He clambered out of the small boat and onto the ice sheet like a cat setting its paws on an uncertain surface. The ice held. Ethan hopped out, and then Scott and Adam. And after Adam's team set up a perimeter, Ethan and Sasha pulled Jack and Sergei out to the small boat. On the ice cap, Faisal looked wide-eyed, gazing at the snow that surrounded him on all sides. He was bundled up tight, his jacket zipped up above his nose, and thick goggles covered the rest of his face. Together they strapped crampons to their boots and roped a safety line around each of their waists. Adam's team linked into their small groups. Sergei and Sasha moved together, and Jack, Ethan, and Scott tied themselves into one unit. "We're all here, Captain. Ready to head out." Jack spoke into the radio Anderson had fitted him with. Adam had patched him, Ethan, Sergei, and Sasha into his team's radio and passed out a set of throat mics and earpieces for them all, but Anderson had given Jack a separate ship-to-shore portable radio. It would only work while Honolulu was surfaced through the ice. "We're moving to the Rusfuel station. Repair estimates are 3.5 hours, Mr. President. I've got a team standing by in case you need them, but the cavalry won't be moving quickly if you get into trouble. Keep your eyes and ears open. You're in the Arctic now. This place wants you dead, and that's before you find the son of a bitch. The wind, the snow, the cold, they're all racing to see what kills you first. And, Mr. President, remember this. If you think it's a polar bear, shoot first. Don't let them get too close, or you'll be a bloody smear on the ice before you even get near Madigan." "Thanks, Captain." Jack grinned as Ethan rechecked his rifle and Sasha put his in the ready position. "I'll call you when we get there." Chapter 38. North Kara Sea. October Revolution Island was one of the last solid rocks on the planet before the Arctic waters and the sea ice encased the island and its two neighbors. It was the most northern-flung scrap of dry land, covered in frigid sand and frozen tundra, and hugging the same high Arctic circles as Franz Josef Land and Svalbard. For most of the century it had been encased in sheets of ice, glaciers that crept off Siberia and plowed right over the island. Wind-burned lichen and frost-covered scrubgrass tried to grow. Seals and walruses sometimes beached themselves on the glacier. Polar bears occasionally padded through the ghostly snow-packed fog. It was as far from livable as any human could get on the planet. It might as well have been the moon. The sea ice ran right up to the glacier that surrounded the island, a solid glacier, but deceptively not smooth. 100 feet beneath them, the heaving ocean beat against the underside, just like the ice keels stabbing into the depths. Ice sails soared into the gloomy sky. Pressure ridges from crunching ice sheets pushed together, creating mountains that stretched like never-ending walls. Crevices arched away in long lines, gaps that opened to the black waters below, so deep down that they looked like dark slits falling away to nothingness. A bad step and a slip into one, and their bodies would never be found. Picking across the ice sheet to the rust fuel station took over an hour. They leaned into the katabatic winds as snow flurries blew twisters between their bodies. The safety line linking them together in groups turned from a nuisance to a silent comfort. Stepping across narrow crevices and walking along the rippled edges of ice made Ethan's heart pound until his head ached, beating like a bass drum. Ethan stayed at Jack's side, almost hovering, and Sasha stayed by Sergei. Adam's team fanned out in a diamond formation, keeping Jack and Sergei in the center. Ethan watched Adam and Faisal, watched how they moved together, stayed together, operated as one. Red flags marked the edge of the rust fuel station, stakes with bits of plastic flapping back and forth. Against the snow, the red flags looked like spilled blood, virtually a river of it, twisting and twining through the ice. The station had the bare look of a Wild West outpost. It had clearly been built for efficiency, not for looks. At first glance, it seemed like a spaceship from the set of a bad 1950s sci-fi movie. A central wind-worn red building on stilts squatted in the center of a grid of shipping containers. Flags marched in straight lines, marking out walking paths between the main building and the shipping containers. A fleet of snowmobiles sat parked next to the central building, the seats and saddles covered in snow. On the other side, a generator sat, cold and offline, beside giant barrels of what should be fuel. On top of one of the shipping containers near the main building, a geodesic dome, a giant golf ball, hollow on the inside, sat beside a dizzying array of antennas, masts, and satellite dishes. The station was dark, and the air was silent. No hum of a generator, no rattle and clank of a diesel engine churning out electricity. "Looks like nobody's home," Ethan called for a halt. He ducked to one knee and peered at the station, searching for something. Movement, signs of life, signs of a struggle, anything at all. Adam's voice broke over the radio into his earpiece. "I'll take my team in for a closer look, Director." "Go for it." He waited, weapons ready, with Jack, Scott, Sergei, and Sasha, as Adam and his men crept up on the station, circling it from all sides before moving in. In their Arctic suits, they blurred into the landscape until they looked no different than a passing snow flurry, a haze of movement against the endless white wasteland. Adam called it in. "Station is clear. No one's here. Power's offline." "It's creepy in here, sir." "We're coming in." They moved in, Sergeant Wright holding the door for them, and they took their first steps into the rust fuel station. As he entered, the hairs on the back of Ethan's neck rose. It was cold, as cold inside as it had been outside. No one had been in there for a long time. He peered around the empty central room of the main station. Half-filled glasses of tea sat on tables next to unfinished stale toast. Papers still lay in open folders. There were no signs of violence, no signs of a struggle. Overhead, bare fluorescent bulbs hung dark and cold. One hallway led away, presumably to the dormitories, also dark. Where is everyone? Could they be out doing surveys? Or at an oil rig? Jack looked hopeful. Sergei shook his head. Always, the station has an operator on site at all times, to keep the power on. He lifted one hand, pointing to the dark lights. Evacuated after the coup? Adam stood in a loose circle with them, Faisal at his side, as his team spread out, poking through the station's remains. Over Adam's shoulder, Ethan watched Ruiz take a drink from one of the glasses, make a face, and spit the slushy tea back into the glass. If they were evacuated, then why are snowmobiles still here? Sasha shook his head. Russians do not leave equipment behind. Not like you Americans. Adam frowned and opened his mouth, but Wright's voice stopped him. Hey, LT, come check this out. They trooped over to Wright. A map of rust fuel drill and research locations hung on the wall, tacked at an angle. The map was in Russian, but they got the gist. Looks like we're here. Wright plopped his finger down on a yellow rust fuel symbol, seemingly in the middle of an endless white space marked Arctic. Sasha grunted and nodded when Wright looked to him for confirmation. These stations will take us south, right to where we want to go. Wright dragged his finger along an arc of yellow rust fuel symbols, heading south into the Kara Sea, on the ice cap and stretching toward Novaya Zemlya. All the way to Madigan. I saw stations destroyed when I flew over. Burning. Sasha set his jaw and glared. Madigan destroyed Mini. These. He pointed to the stations nearest to Madigan's position, halfway up Novaya Zemlya and on the sea ice. Well, he didn't get this one. Wright snapped and turned his attention to Adam. He flicked a polite glance to Ethan and Jack. We can use this station as a base for now. It's close to Honolulu. We've got 4 walls and a roof and wheels. Well, treads. Snowmobiles. We should recon to the south. Check out the next station. Adam nodded. Sir? He glanced from Ethan to Jack. Do it. Jack spoke first. Take your team out and report back what you find. We'll remain here. Try and find some answers. Footsteps from down the hallway made them all spin on their heels. Sasha and Ethan had their rifles up to their shoulders a second before Adam and Wright. Around the main room, the rest of Adam's team took up firing positions, each dropping for cover or flattening to walls as they watched and waited. Sergei's voice broke through the darkness. I found this safe, the weapons locker. He turned the corner to the main room and stopped dead, his arms full of rifles and fingers stuffed with plastique explosives. Sasha dropped his rifle first, almost exploding as he cursed and growled at the same time. Deep Russian rumbled from him as he snapped at Sergei, pointing his finger and shaking his head. Sergei's eyebrows climbed up his forehead. Scott chuckled. Adam's team slowly dropped their weapons, all of them glaring at the Russian president. We head out in 5, Adam snapped. Everyone, be ready. The team set out on snowmobiles, everyone taking one except for Faisal, who sat behind Adam and pressed his face between Adam's shoulder blades for the ride. They left enough snowmobiles for Ethan and the others to follow later. Adam's GPS pinged 20 minutes after they set out. He called the team to a halt and sent Coleman, Park, and Kobayashi in to check it out on foot. 5 minutes later, Coleman radioed back the all-clear signal, and they came in on the snowmobiles. It looked almost the same as the last station, except bigger. The central building was larger. Another grid of shipping containers sat in the snow and ice with heavy drifts built up against the north and west sides. Red flags flapped in the wind, staking out the perimeter and the walkways, and, at this station, down the length of a smooth ice runway. At one end of the runway, a small Russian Bereyev propeller plane rested on skis. The plane had spent its whole life in the Arctic. Behind the main station, a hole had been blown in the ice cap, a perfect circle down to the ocean. The ice cap was thinner by this station, only 30 feet or so at best guess, looking down the crevices they passed. A winch hung off a steel girder, drilled into the ice cap next to the blast hole, and a thick suspension cable ran from the winch to a commercial mini-submarine, a technical submersible designed for underwater drill operations. The sub, built for maybe 4 people, was staked to the ice and snow by a thick, frost-crusted chain. There was no movement, no sound, no signs of life. They crept in slowly, parking the snowmobiles across the runway and slipping in over the smooth ice and wind-blown snow. Adam sent Coleman and his team around the back and put Wright out by the runway, watching the horizon and keeping his eyes peeled for any unwanted visitors. Together, he, Faisal, Doc, and Ruiz breached the main building at the same time, running up the stairs and throwing open the doors, shouting at the top of their lungs for anyone inside to drop to the ground. No one answered. The station, like the previous one, was abandoned, except Adam spotted a half-full mug on the edge of a table. Coffee gently sloshed up the sides of the mug like it had just been set down. He caught Faisal's gaze.
"Someone is here. We're going to find them."
Adam briefed his team in the main room, speaking softly.
"Wright, is the perimeter set?"
Over the radio, Wright answered back.
"Just finished, LT. Lasers are up and running."
Static cluttered his words.
"Good."
Invisible. Anyone crossing Wright's perimeter wouldn't even know they had tripped the laser.
"Anything going in or out, we'll know." "What's the plan, LT?"
Coleman set his jaw, staring with narrowed eyes at Adam.
"We need to find out who's here. If it's one of Madigan's men, we grab him. Get every single thing out of him. If it's a rust fuel guy, we figure out what he knows, what he's seen, and why he's hiding. Whose side he's on."
He sketched out a basic map on a piece of paper, the layout of the station, the outlying buildings, the shipping containers, the ice hole behind them, and the runway.
"Coleman, take your team and search the shipping containers and the drill hole. What's in there? What do they have on site? Ruiz, Doc, you two search the generators, the antenna farm, and the snowmobiles. Any footprints, anything jacked with the equipment? Check everything over. Wright, you check the plane. See if anyone is hiding in there." "Roger that, LT."
He turned to Faisal.
"You and I will check the main building. Offices, dorms, labs, everything they've got here."
Nods all around.
"Report back updates on everything you find."
More nods, and then Adam dismissed the team. They broke apart, Coleman taking Park and Kobayashi with him to the shipping containers, and Doc and Ruiz heading for the generators and antenna farm. Antennas, satellite dishes, and geodesic domes crowded on top of one of the shipping containers, covered in snow and dripping with icicles. Adam hefted his rifle and gestured down the first dark hallway. Like the other station, the lights were dark, generator power offline. Faisal clicked on the flashlight mounted to his rifle and followed Adam.
"This is bullshit,"
Ruiz grumbled as he scanned the snow, searching for footprints outside the station.
"What is?"
Doc rammed the butt of his rifle against the frozen lock on the shipping container behind the generators. It snapped and fell to the snow. Ruiz followed him inside, scanning the container with his flashlight.
"LT keeping Prince F inside the station? Why can't any of us be inside the station where it's warmer?"
Doc picked his way through the dark shipping container. Cables lay in bundles and chains wrapped around thick wooden spools. Tools hung on one wall. He grabbed a crowbar.
"Okay, first of all, that station is creepy as fuck. I don't want to go down those dark hallways. Fuck no."
He turned and pointed the crowbar at Ruiz.
"And second of all, you're from fucking Minnesota. Faisal is from Saudi Arabia. Who do you think is doing better in this shit show?"
Ruiz scowled.
"You don't think he's giving Prince F all the good stuff? Better treatment and all that?" "I think he's fucking Faisal, yeah. Is that better treatment?"
Doc shrugged. He banged on the sides of the first drum he passed. Thick booming echoed back like it was full of liquid.
"I thought you liked Faisal. Would you be bitching more if Faisal were given a mission on his own? Sent out here? How would I know he knows what the fuck he's doing?" Ruiz grumbled. "He ain't trained with us, and no, I don't hate him. But he ain't one of us."
"You're just jealous of the new baby." Doc winked and slammed the crowbar into another drum. Another heavy echo.
"So where else should he be? Where would he be doing the best he can and be out of our way?"
Ruiz said nothing.
Doc smirked over his shoulder. "LT's trying to do everything for everyone. Making sure we all don't go flying off the handle about Faisal and keeping Faisal alive. I mean,
Come on, the nephew of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia? Here? He shook his head.
Fuck. Prince F is that important? I thought he was just another prince. They have 5,000.
Nah, he's big shit. Maybe the next king, even. Doc swung his crowbar against the next drum as Ruiz whistled. This time, the drum rang loud and clear. Coleman split his team up at the shipping containers. He sent Park down one row and Kobayashi down the third. He took the middle. None were locked, and after cracking through the ice built around the handles, they swung each container open and looked inside. Coleman found more snowmobiles. A bright yellow Arctic construction vehicle on treads, parts for drilling, long lengths of pipe that would be right at home on an aircraft carrier, and drill bits the size of a minivan. Pistons and engine parts that could have gone on a tank. Whatever the station's purpose was, it was big. He pressed his throat mic and radioed his team.
Found anything?
Static nearly drowned out Park's response.
Nada, Sarge, just equipment. I think I see you, Kobayashi. Kobayashi?
I just flipped you off, Park. Nothing relevant, Sergeant. More static. He set off for the next container. More drill equipment. His radio chirped again. The static over the line was worse than before. He could barely hear Park's voice tinny through the connection.
Park to Coleman. Approaching ice hole. Something. Gotta see. Park. Park, come back.
Nothing. Coleman tried Kobayashi.
Kobayashi, come back. Kobayashi?
Static and dead air. He took off, jogging down the long line of snow-blown steel boxes toward the ice hole. His finger curled around the trigger.
Right? Right, come back. Shit, I can't raise anyone.
Adam pushed on his earpiece like that would make the signal clearer. All he could hear was static, endless wails and warbles.
Where the hell is the static coming from? We should have a clear signal.
They'd wound their way through the complex, back to the dormitories. A long line of empty, mostly unmade bunk beds. Pictures of wives, girlfriends, and porn stars were pushed into the metal grates of the bunks and tacked on walls. People had been there, had lived there. Where had they gone? Unless there's something else in the air. Faisal leaned his rifle against the wall and dropped his backpack. He sat on the edge of a bunk. Faisal pulled his laptop out of its protective sleeve and powered it on. The battery stuttered and the screen flickered, but it finally powered up. Faisal grinned. I will do an RF sweep. See what else is out there. Adam nodded. He poked around the rest of the dorm, using the barrel of his rifle to open locker doors and flicked through the rust fuel technicians' clothes and jackets. Their shirts were stained with sweat and dribbled sauces and stank like vodka. Definitely a Russian station. Adam. Faisal's voice hardened. When Adam turned back, he saw Faisal frowning at his screen. The frequencies here are jammed almost to the max. The C-band is off the scale.
C-band?
Faisal looked up. It's the band for satellite transmissions. Whatever is going on there is bleeding into everything.
Let's go find out what it is.
His first thought for finding whatever satellite was transmitting with enough power to clutter the airwaves was the antenna farm on top of the shipping container Doc and Ruiz had gone to investigate. No, Faisal said. None of those dishes would be capable of this kind of power. From what I saw, most of the masts and receivers were damaged anyway.
Then this is something different? Something new?
Faisal nodded. It will be somewhere with a clear line of sight to the sky. Adam's eyes rolled upward. He stared at the ceiling. Faisal stayed in the station while Adam clambered to the roof. There weren't any ladders to help him up. He jumped from the top of an oil drum to the sharply angled overhang, and then pulled himself up by grabbing onto the edges of the corrugated steel sheets and sliding on his belly. The overhang tried to block the harsh winds roaring off the ice sheet from pushing too hard on the station. For Adam, it was a frigid obstacle, chilling his body as he slid over the frozen metal. Finally, he swung his feet over the edge and jumped down to the flat roof of the main station. He peered around, turning in a slow circle with his rifle up. Nobody home. He scanned the snow. Footprints from the edge of the roof to the center. Something squatted in the middle of the roof, covered with a thin piece of parachute silk. It rustled in the faint wisps of wind that slipped around the protective overhang, shuffling like dry sand. Adam slowly crept toward the center, keeping his head on a swivel, searching for anything. Static hummed in his ear. His molars ached, and the hairs on his arms stood straight up, quivering like he'd been zapped with electricity. A sound split the air almost like a shout. He whirled and raised his rifle, scanning right and left. What was that, a bear? What did a polar bear's shout sound like, anyway? He shuffled toward the edge of the roof, his rifle still up and ready to fire. Over the edge, he could see almost the entirety of the station. The antenna farm and the doors of the shipping container wide open, rows and rows of more shipping containers, the ice hole, snowmobiles, the plane. A smear against the endless white lying in the snow at the edge of the runway caught his eye. Right, keeping watch after searching the plane. He scanned the station again. Someone kneeled next to the ice hole, peering into the darkness, but from his vantage point he couldn't see which of his men it was. They wore the same Arctic uniforms, all white from head to toe, and almost seamless, blending into the snow and ice. Must have been a bear. Or the wind. Radios were down, but no one had raised an alarm. His team was still searching. He had his own search to complete. Adam turned back toward the roof and took a step. He tripped, stumbling for a few steps before falling to the roof. He curled to his side as he landed on his shoulder. Wincing, he lay there for a moment, letting the sting fade. When he opened his eyes, he saw it. A thick black cable, rubber-coated, stretching over the roof and toward whatever was in the center. Snow had covered it completely. His eyes tracked the cable, and like a maze being revealed, he suddenly saw the rise in the snow where the cable had been buried, purposely hidden. Another cable stretched from the center of the roof beneath the parachute silk, and another, like the spokes of a wagon wheel radiating outward. The ends went over the edge, dropping toward the runway. Peering over the roof, he traced the cables through the snow, following the rise, the disturbances where they had been buried and concealed. They wound around the snowmobiles and disappeared into the lines of shipping containers. Adam frowned. What the hell were those? He peered across the station. He couldn't see his team. Whoever had been at the ice hole was gone now. Doc and Ruiz at the antenna farm were silent. A little strange, but Doc knew when to get serious on an operation. He headed for the center of the roof. Whatever the cables were doing, somehow it was connected to whatever was under the parachute silk. He ripped it away. 6 cables came together at the base of a thick steel needle, like a syringe for a giant that pointed toward the sky. Jesus. This was the satellite. Some kind of crazy, cutting-edge satellite transmitter, low profile for black missions. He'd seen things like it before, back when he was working in the field, but they'd never been this huge or this high-powered. Standing next to it, Adam felt like his organs were vibrating, like his spleen was trying to duke it out with his liver, and the wind would punch through his stomach to escape his body. But how were they transmit? His gaze traced the black cables, radiating out from the satellite. Of course. The cables lying in the snow were the antenna. One giant antenna spread around the station. Whatever this was, it wasn't Rust Fuel Tech. Russian state-owned scientists did not work with technology that still had the stink of DARPA on it, which meant... "Hey!" Doc's shout broke over the station. "Hey! I need some fucking help over here!" Adam sprinted to the edge of the roof. Below, Doc dragged Ruiz behind him through the snow, trailing a line of blood that stretched from Ruiz's head to the antenna farm. "What the fuck? Someone fucking jumped us!" Doc looked up, and Adam saw a gash on his temple and a smear of blood coating the side of his face all the way down to his chin. "We were opening up the oil barrels and someone fucking jumped us." "Ruiz?" "Out cold." Doc dropped to his knees, breathing hard. He grimaced, swaying like he was about to faceplant. "I'm coming down, hang on." Adam scrambled to the edge of the roof and slid over on his belly. There wasn't anything beneath him except snow and ice 6 feet down. Jesus, he hoped it was a soft landing. Adam let go, pulled his knees in close, and dropped.
LT!
He landed on his side, powdery snow puffing up around him as his hip hit a hard chunk of ice. Coleman's voice made him scramble to his feet. He limped toward Doc and Ruiz and saw Coleman jogging toward the pair as well.
Sergeant?
Coleman's eyes were wide, wider than he had seen before. Coleman wasn't a man easily rattled. He'd been Adam's right hand from the moment he had taken over as team leader. Unflappable, solid as steel. Adam had borrowed his strength, his determination, more than once.
Park and Kobayashi are gone.
Coleman dropped to Ruiz's side and rolled his chin, peering at the gash in Ruiz's temple. Blood oozed from the wound and over the back of his head.
Gone? What do you mean, gone?
Adam knelt beside Doc and took his face in his hands, shaking him gently when Doc wouldn't focus on him.
They were checking out the ice hole. I couldn't hear anything over the radio. I went to join up with them, but they both vanished.
Coleman's gaze hardened as he poked at Ruiz's blood-covered head. Adam's gaze flicked over Doc's shoulder to Coleman. Coleman's jaw clenched hard, a vein pulsing across the center of his forehead. Even though he knew it was useless, he tried the radio again.
Right, come back. Anything on the perimeter?
His laser tripwire hadn't gone off, but still. Nothing but static.
Park? Kobayashi?
More static. Slowly, Adam turned back to the station. The still, silent station. Faisal.
Get inside,
he growled.
Everyone get inside now!
Coleman carried Ruiz fireman style while Adam helped Doc stumble up the stairs and into the main station. Faisal met them at the door, helping Adam carry Doc the rest of the way in, and then clearing one of the tables off for Coleman to lay Ruiz on.
He's dazed. Maybe a concussion.
Adam crouched down as Doc breathed deep, bent over as he sucked in large gulps of air. His eyes were squeezed shut, but he nodded to Adam.
I'm okay,
he grunted.
I'm okay. Just need some air. Can you treat Ruiz?
Behind Adam, Faisal had taken over, putting pressure on the gash and trying to wipe away the blood that matted his hair and covered one half of his face. Doc nodded slowly. Yeah, I can. Adam went to Coleman as Doc joined Faisal. His sergeant paced like a caged tiger, his jaw clenching as he stared out over the icy expanse and the eerie stillness of the station. A barren world had swallowed two of his people. Where had they gone? Someone or someones was here with them, and unless rust fuel technicians were deadly serious about their drilling, Adam would put money on their mysterious guest being one of Madigan's men. They must have taken the station. The techs were most likely dead. So where were the bodies? If he was getting rid of bodies in the Arctic, throwing them down a deep, dark hole would be the perfect place.
What did you see at the ice hole?
Coleman shook his head.
Nothing. It was like they were never there. No signs of a fight. Did you hear anything? Not a damn thing. Fucking radio.
Coleman squeezed his rifle hard. The plastic casing groaned. He had to see for himself.
Stay here. Guard the others. LT, stay here.
He forced Coleman back with his gaze.
Someone's out there, and we've got wounded in here. You need to guard them. I'll go check it out.
He looked back to Faisal. Faisal held Ruiz's head while Doc rubbed at the gash, cleaning the blood away. Ruiz was still out. Coleman glared.
Yes, sir.
Adam ducked out of the station and stayed low. He scanned the ice. Nothing but wind-blown desolation. The open doors of the shipping containers Coleman had gone through banged in the wind, the hinges creaking and groaning as steel clanged against steel. On the ground, he picked out the disturbance in the snow, the buried cables he had traced from above. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to cover every inch of those cables with loose snow. Thanks to the ice cap, they couldn't go very deep, though. This part of the Arctic was essentially a desert. The snow blowing in the air was the same snow that had fallen 20, 50 years before. Old snow, dry like sand. Maybe an inch of new snow fell every year. Probably less. The antenna farm lay to the left and the ice hole to the right. He headed to the right, jogging low from the station to the submersible, staked to the ice. the suspension cable swayed above, creaking in the winch. It was just like Coleman said. There was nothing at the hole, no signs of a struggle, no shuffled snow, nothing at all to suggest that 2 of his men had vanished at this spot. He edged his way around, checking every inch of the frozen ground as he made his way toward the antenna farm. On the far side of the hole, just as he was about to turn away, he finally spotted something. About 8 feet down, smeared against the side of the ice, was a streak of bright red. Fresh blood. He headed for the antenna farm next, moving fast through the line of snowmobiles to the open shipping container. Doc and Ruiz had been inside, Doc said, checking out the oil drums. A crowbar lay half inside the doors. Blood clung to one end. Snow stuck like dust, the dry flakes crimson. Oil drums lined one side of the container, all the way into the black depths. Chains and tools hung on the other side, clanging as the winds slipped into the open container. Spools of cables and rope turned the darkness into a maze. 3 drums in, a lid was partially pried off. He grabbed the crowbar and went to the 3rd drum, prying the lid the rest of the way off. He tossed it aside. The drum wasn't filled with fuel or oil. Thick rubber suits were stuffed inside, and on top of those, heavy masks with thick seals stared up at him like alien faces, badges with blank indicators. A Geiger counter. Radiation suits. He was looking at radiation suits. His briefing with Reichenbach and the others came flashing back. K-27. The nuclear sub. The weaponized reactor and the potential for a nuclear blast that would kickstart the fires in the sky and the chain reaction that would decimate the world. Madigan needed this equipment, nuclear technology, to restart the reactor in K-27. Did he have a technician, too? Or was he just going to flip the switches and hope for the best? A noise in the darkness, like a boot scraping over cold steel, made him turn. He whirled around, raised his rifle to the darkness, and crouched low, hovering behind the drum. He could feel the presence of another person, the way his senses screamed that he wasn't alone, the way his blood quickened, his pulse raced, the way his stomach clenched and refused to let go. Someone else was there with him. But who? One of his own? Or the attacker? His eyes scanned the container, the sides, the tools and parts hanging on the wall. Realization slammed into him. Those weren't tools or parts for oil drilling. He'd seen enough intelligence briefings on nuclear reactors, on dirty bombs, on components to always be on the lookout for, to recognize what he saw. Time to go. He had to get back to the others. Adam backed out of the container, keeping his weapon trained on the dark shadows, the plunging blackness behind him. He could feel eyes on him, a hot, heavy stare like a predator lying in wait. He ran across the ice, zigzagging his way back to the main station. As he thundered up the stairs, he saw Coleman through the windows, watching his approach. Coleman's gaze was sharp, tracking every one of Adam's steps. He spoke as soon as he stepped into the station. "Sergeant, we have a problem." "Actually, you have the problem, Lieutenant Cooper." Behind Coleman, a new voice rose. A head appeared and then shoulders. A tall man with dark hair and a lean face stood behind Coleman, his hands hidden. From the way Coleman stood, Adam guessed there was a rifle digging into his back. Coleman's weapon lay on the table. Ruiz still lay where he had been, unmoving with gauze covering half his head. Doc was nowhere to be seen. Adam raised his rifle, pointing it at the center of the new man's forehead. A blink later, and he remembered the man's face the last time he had seen him. On a report of the officers who had fled with Madigan from South America, joining up with him after murdering their colleagues at the base in Paraguay. Captain Martin, Army Special Forces. Even from his official Army photo, he looked like a creep. Deep-set eyes, dark and gleaming like he had a secret that would destroy you, and he couldn't wait to tell the world. Lips that seemed to perpetually smirk. A pair of sharp cheekbones. "Drop it," Adam growled, "or I'll shoot you in the head." "I think that would be a mistake, Lieutenant." Adam spun, pointing his rifle to another new arrival, a man stepping from the shadows in the back of the room. Puck, There were more of them? How many of Madigan's men were there? He recognized the new man immediately. Captain Ryan Cook. Madigan's hand-picked right-hand man, the butcher of Baghdad. The new one, after Saddam. He'd made a name for himself in the ranks. Official estimates put the number of Iraqis and Arabs he had murdered at just over 300. Unofficial chatter and barracks gossip tripled that. Cold sweat broke over Adam. His heart raced, blood pounding loud enough to drown every thought but one, as his vision went rage red. All he saw was Cook and the hostage he held. The barrel of Cook's weapon dug into Faisal's temple, and blood dripped from the corner of Faisal's mouth down his chin. One eye was bruised, turning black. His mind screamed over and over, "He's got Faisal. He's got Faisal. Not Faisal. No. Let him go." Adam growled. A note of pleading had crept into his voice. The front entrance to the station banged open. Boots thundered toward the main room. Adam's gaze darted to the entrance, but he kept his rifle fixed on Cook. 6 men in Arctic gear stormed into the station, more of the soldiers who had fled with Madigan from South America. He picked out each of their faces, recalled their service records. Special Forces, weapons, specialist interrogator, commander of a black site. One of the men had Doc, shoving him forward until Doc fell to his knees with his hands laced behind his head. He'd been beaten. One eye had swollen shut, his lip was split, and his teeth were stained with blood. Another man dragged Wright in by his uniform and threw him face down to the deck. Wright didn't move. "Drop your weapon, Lieutenant," Cook ordered. "We have your men. We have your lover." He grasped Faisal behind the neck and shoved him to his knees, digging his weapon against Faisal's skin. "You're ours." "Fuck you," Adam spat. "I'm not fucking yours. I'll never join you." Cook looked him dead in the eye, grinned, and turned his weapon to Ruiz. He squeezed the trigger. The blast echoed through the room, a single shot that slammed into Ruiz's neck. His body jerked, and blood arched in a short spray, then pooled on the table beneath him and dripped to the floor. So much blood, flooding from Ruiz, fleeing his body. He bled out, gone in seconds. "Stop! Stop!" Panic seized Adam, clawed at his heart. He saw Coleman's eyes slip closed, heard the rasp of Doc's breathing. Where was Park? Kobayashi? Had Cook killed them too? How many more of his team would be murdered? Cook turned his weapon back to Faisal, pushing the barrel into his cheek as he grasped Faisal's chin, holding him from behind. "It's been a long time since I've murdered an Arab," Cook purred. "Do you know how much I love killing Arabs? Their blood is so sweet, I swear it smells like oil. Oil and cold, hard cash. Like fucking roses to me. God, I love the smell of dead Arab." One thumb stroked over Faisal's face, lewdly. It pushed into Faisal's mouth, forcing his jaw open. Cook jammed his weapon between Faisal's lips. "I've never killed a prince before." "Stop! Jesus fucking Christ, stop!" Tears blurred Adam's vision, but he kept his gaze locked on Faisal. Faisal stared back, not blinking. It wasn't supposed to go like this. The mission wasn't supposed to go sideways like this. His team picked apart and murdered at a ghost station miles away from Madigan, have their legs cut out from beneath them before they even started. He wasn't supposed to watch his people die. Ethan's words, seemingly from so long ago, came back. "Stay away from Cook, Adam. Stay the fuck away from him. I mean it." "I'm so fucking sorry." His eyes slid closed as he dropped his rifle and threw it to the side. It clattered, the plastic hitting the bare flooring of the station like a guillotine falling. "Don't kill my people," he choked out. "I'll do anything you want, just don't fucking hurt them." Cook had his men secure Adam's team in the center of the station under guard. 4 of his men went back outside while Cook took Adam down the hall. He explained what Adam needed to do, the price he had to pay to keep his men alive. Adam closed his eyes. His whole life, every choice he'd made narrowed to this point, this moment. Every decision, every compromise he had made within himself, from agreeing to bring Faisal on his mission to accepting Ethan's mission back in Tampa, back further to when he had taken over the team and they'd gone to Ethiopia on a simple support mission for a presidential visit, and further than that, to the night he had met Faisal, the first moment he had laid eyes on him, and his heart had imploded like a star going supernova.
Ethan, forgive me. If you were in my shoes, what would you do? I'm not strong enough to face this. I'll do it, he rasped. But I need to see Faisal first.
You aren't making any demands. You'll do this or we'll put a bullet in your prince's head.
I'll do anything you want.
Adam held up his hands, trying to reassure Cook.
Anything, just... please. Let me see him. Only him.
Cook stared at him, a flat, level gaze. Adam had looked into the eyes of mass murderers and terrorists, killers who dreamed in blood and rejoiced in death. Even those men, evil men with hearts of darkness, had something in their gaze, a spark of life, some evidence of a soul. Gazing into Cook's eyes was like staring into the abyss, into a black scream that swallowed his heart. His bones itched, and all he wanted to do was run, get away, escape under his bed like he was 5 years old. The fear he felt was primal, an animal's instinct to escape a predator. Almost like Cook wasn't even a man. Reaching out, Cook grasped him by the throat and hauled him back to the main room. Adam held Cook's wrists as he struggled to breathe, tripping as he stumbled behind him. Cook threw him down beside his team in the center of the room. The tables had been cleared out, and 2 of Cook's men, soldiers from the SOCOM base in South America, had their weapons trained on his team. Wright lay on the deck, his head in Doc's lap. His breathing was shallow, and he seemed woozy. Coleman kneeled beside Doc, supporting him. His jaw was chiseled from hardened granite, clenched so hard Adam thought he heard teeth cracking. Neither man looked at Adam. Faisal was the only one who crawled to Adam's side and pulled him off the floor. Adam climbed Faisal's arms, pressed their bodies together. He grasped Faisal, held him close, and buried his hands in Faisal's hair as he breathed in beneath the angle of his jaw.
Faisal, I'm so sorry.
What have you done, Adam? He shook his head, keeping his face buried in Faisal's skin, breathed in Faisal's scent, the spices, the sweetness. God, he loved Faisal. Every part and piece of him, every curve, every plane of his body. How had he thought he could ever live without him?
I'll do anything to keep you alive. You and my team.
But Adam pulled back. He kissed Faisal sweetly, holding his face in both hands. No buts. Faisal swallowed. Adam watched the rise and fall of his Adam's apple. Wanted to kiss it one last time.
I love you,
he breathed.
Faisal, I love you so goddamn much. I've been working on something. I want you to hear me out, okay? Don't stop me, just listen.
He took a breath, slowly, as Faisal frowned. Adam spoke softly, reciting the words of the Shahada, the Islamic statement of faith, as he stared into Faisal's eyes. Faisal jerked, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to stop Adam like he'd done so many times before. Adam shook his head, and he pressed 3 fingers over Faisal's lips. He kept speaking until it was done. In the eyes of Islam, and beneath the gaze of Allah, he was now Muslim. Faisal's eyes gleamed as he stared at Adam, shaking his head. Why? Faisal whispered.
Because I love you. And because I want to share everything with you, this life and the next. Live with you forever and for eternity in the next world.
He reached into his jacket beneath his layers and pulled out his dog tags, slipped them over his head. He tried to meet Faisal's gaze, but couldn't.
I wanted to memorize the first 2 chapters of the Quran for you,
he breathed.
I've been working on it. It was going to be my gift.
He tried to smile.
This isn't a good substitute, but it's all I have right now.
He held up his dog tags for Faisal. Everything clicked in Faisal's mind. Adam watched realization slam into him, and Faisal went from confusion to terror in a half-second, blind panic as he reached for Adam, grasping him by his arms.
No, no, Adam, please. Insha'Allah, there is another way. I wanted this to be a happy day.
Adam bit his lip. Tears once again blurred his vision. He tried to blink them away, but they cascaded from the corners of his eyes.
I wanted to spend this life by your side. I'm not going to live through this, though.
He swallowed.
I'll wait for you, Faisal. I'll wait for you at the gates to the garden. I won't enter paradise without you.
Adam, please.
Please, I'll pray for you every day. And sometime in the future, far, far from now, I'll see you again.
He held out his hand, clenching his gift, his Marine Corps dog tags, the sum of his identity in his life.
If you accept, if we do this, if we join together for eternity.
His throat closed, almost choking him, and he struggled with the next words.
Faisal, will you marry me?
Fat tears streamed down Faisal's cheeks. His hands shook where he grasped Adam's wrists, his arms, his mouth hung open, soundless whispers falling from his lips. Slowly, he nodded. Adam had researched Islamic marriage before. First, when he wanted to torture himself, when he imagined Faisal marrying a beautiful Saudi woman or 3 beautiful women. He wanted to know what it would look like, what it would sound like when his heart finally shattered. But as he read, he imagined asking Faisal himself, imagined how he would do it. The mahar, the gift he would get for Faisal, the first offering he'd make as a prospective groom. Faisal had everything he could ever want and could buy anything in the world, so what could Adam possibly offer? His love, his life, his heart joined to Faisal's, together for eternity, accepting what had grown inside him from when Faisal had first shown him the path of his faith, deep in the sands of the desert. The whispered words of the Shahada were his true gift. The recitation of the first chapters of the Quran was going to be a historical touch. What a poor man could offer to his beloved when he had nothing else to give but his heart and soul.
I give you this mahar, Faisal, in the hopes that you find it pleasing to your heart.
He offered his dog tags again, as if he'd slipped them over Faisal's head. It was all he had, but in giving it, he'd give Faisal a piece of his soul, his world, the purpose he had thrown himself into before Faisal had entered his life. A sob choked Faisal's voice as he nodded and squeezed his eyes closed.
Everything you give to me pleases my heart,
he whispered between sobs. He tried to breathe, tried to drag in deep gasps of air as Adam slipped them over his head. Cook's footsteps banged on the deck. He was coming back for Adam.
Faisal, say it. Please say it.
Adam scooted close and pressed their faces together. Memories flickered through his mind like photographs falling to the floor. The night they met, the music playing beneath the tent on the beach, and the sweet honey taste of liquamet. Peaches on Faisal's lips, the warmth of his skin. Subhanallah, Faisal was always so warm, like he carried the sun within his soul, feeling sand beneath his knees and sliding through his fingers.
Please, I want this. I want to be by your side for all eternity. Please, Faisal. Mashallah.
Faisal's soaked cheeks pressed against Adam's, and his snot slicked Adam's skin. Carefully, he whispered, I give myself away in marriage to you. Adam exhaled, pressing kisses to every inch of Faisal's skin, over his cheeks, his eyes, into his hair. He breathed. I accept you in marriage. Jazaka Allah ukaira. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. He kept kissing Faisal, kissing each tear that streamed from his eyes, following the salt trail to his lips. Ana bahibak. I love you. Faisal couldn't speak. He tried, but sobs stole his voice. His lips moved, and Adam tried to read what he said, feel the shape of his words as his lips pressed against his skin. Promises of love, of eternal devotion.
You're done.
Cook's voice echoed behind him. His hand grasped the back of Adam's neck.
Time to get to work.
I'll wait for you, Adam said, his voice cracked. I'll wait for you at the gates of paradise. Faisal reached for him, lunging as Adam was yanked back by Cook. Anibahibak, he spoke in Arabic, sputtering as his sobs restarted. Yurohi, enta habibti, yirhalti. You are my soul, you are my love, the love of my life. Adam stumbled as Cook dragged him to his feet and shoved him back. He kept his eyes on Faisal. Yurohi, he breathed. Yirhalti. Faisal's face crumpled, and fresh tears flowed down his cheeks. He had one last thing to say. Faisal, he called. Take care of my team. Love them like you loved me. The last thing he saw was Faisal's shaky nod, and his lips mouthed, Ana bahibak, one last time as he clenched Adam's dog tags in his fist. Cook shoved him hard out of the main room, sending him sprawling on his back down the dark hallway. Kicks followed, vicious blows to his chest, his stomach, his jaw. Allahu Akbar. Faisal's face smiling down at him, the first time he took his hand and laced their fingers together. Allahu Akbar. Desert sun beating down on him, turning the world into a strange, otherworldly thing. Reality only a mirage, a shimmer before his eyes. Faisal's laugh, the sounds of his voice. Allahu Akbar. His lips whispering poetry against his skin, promises of love that would last until the stars burned themselves out and the universe grew cold and still. May Allah bless you, Faisal, for how you loved me when I could not even love myself. One last kick slammed into his chest, and the world went black. Chapter 39. North Kara Sea. Captain Anderson's voice broke over the radio as Jack and the others waited in the first rust fuel station. Mr. President, I've got bad news for you. Jack keyed the radio on as Ethan leaned in, frowning. Sasha and Sergei sat beside them, Sasha mechanically cleaning weapons as Sergei chatted at him in Russian. From the way Sergei gesticulated and how Sasha smiled softly every now and then, Sergei was either telling him one bad joke after another or sharing his dreams of their future. Scott leaned back in a chair, his arms crossed, and snored. What's going on, Captain? Sonar has picked up Sierra 1 again. She's come over the pole and is hanging out in deep waters. Bozeman took damage coming through Harold Canyon and had to go back through the strait. We're alone up here. We've got to move or we'll be sitting ducks, easy targets for their torpedoes. How are your repairs coming, Captain? We're better than we were before. Not fully repaired, though. Jack exhaled. Get your people out of harm's way, Captain. Stay safe.
Safe is blowing those bastards out of the water. We'll get it done, Mr. President. They'll be on the bottom of the seafloor soon. Once we go under, we'll be out of radio contact until we surface again. Come hell or high water, Mr. President, we'll find a way to get to you."
"Thank you, Captain." Jack watched Ethan check the bolt on his rifle, unload his magazine, check it, and reload. One of Ethan's rituals, something he did to prepare himself, cycle his thoughts and prepare for what was to come. He held out one hand to Ethan, laying it flat on the table.
"Stay safe, Mr. President. We'll contact you as soon as we can."
The radio cut out. Ethan laced his fingers through his own and squeezed. When the radio chirped again, Ethan almost dove for it. He had started to pace, slow, looping steps from one end of the station to the other. Jack watched him silently. Adam's silence had started to gnaw on his mind, too.
"Director Reichenbach, this is Lieutenant Cooper. Come back."
Ethan pressed his throat mic and spoke. Relief strained his voice.
"Lieutenant, good to hear your voice. We were starting to get worried." "Sorry, sir. There was some interference at this station. Some radio equipment one of the techs had that wasn't ever turned off. We just got it taken care of."
Ethan nodded.
"What's your status, Lieutenant?"
There was a pause and a warble in the signal, a brief flicker of static.
"We're all clear, sir," Adam said. "Station is secure. You guys should head down and join us."
Ethan's gaze flicked to Jack. He turned to Sergei, who nodded. Jack smiled. "Tell him we're on our way." Chapter 40. North Kara Sea. Snowmobiles roared outside the Rustfuel station. Adam lay on his belly, drooling blood onto the floor of the radio room. One eye was swollen shut, at least 2 ribs were cracked, breathing felt like he was being squeezed in a vice or getting bear-hugged with a bike chain. His hands were secured behind his back, and his boots were taped at his ankles. He heard Cook's men order his people to the center of the main room down the hall, heard the pull and tear of duct tape, his people being restrained. Ethan would be here soon. He'd ride in and he'd save the day. Adam had to believe that. He clung to the thought, whispering it over and over, praying as his lips moved through the puddle of blood beneath his chin.
"Allah guide Ethan. Protect him. Shield him, protect him from what I have done."
He just needed Ethan to hesitate, to see that all was not right, question why he wasn't waiting outside for them. Cook would most likely ambush Ethan and the presidents and Sasha and Scott, but if he jumped in front of Cook's rifle, if he took the bullets meant for Ethan, if he died to save the presidents, Ethan would then have time to turn the tables and save the day, save his people, save Faisal. He could die and make up for his betrayal, the way he'd slid a knife into Ethan's back with his transmission.
"Allah, please let none of my people die because of me. Shield them, protect them. Inshallah. Please, please."
And then he'd wait for Faisal. He'd wait 50, 60, 70 years, more even, gladly. Maybe Faisal would find someone new, another lover to care for him for the rest of his years. It was still too new, thinking of Faisal moving on when they had only just married minutes ago, but Faisal should be happy. He deserved to be happy, to be loved. Of all the people Adam had ever met, Faisal deserved joy, love, and life, more than anyone else. If he had to share Faisal in the garden, play the part of second husband, or hover in orbit around whatever love and life Faisal rebuilt for himself in the years to come, content to only gaze on Faisal's smile and the brilliance of his soul, well, it would be worth it. It would all be worth it. The door burst open. Cook stormed across the radio room, his boots creaking the bare wooden flooring.
"Time to go."
He hauled Adam up, grabbing him by his arms and dragging him out. Adam's broken ribs jarred, and agony scorched across his side like a blazing fire igniting in his nerves. He clenched his teeth, straining, but refused to shout. Adam twisted when they passed the main room. He spotted Doc and Coleman lying on their sides with their hands and ankles taped together, right taped up but still lying on the floor, and Faisal staring at him with his huge, tawny eyes. Love and sorrow poured from Faisal's gaze like a waterfall that would flow across the floor and sweep Adam away in a rescuing tide. Doc and Coleman's gazes, on the other hand, were hard and bitterly cold. If looks could kill. Cook dragged him out of the station and down to an array of parked snowmobiles. 4 of Cook's men were revving their engines, eager to go. Equipment sleds had been lashed to the backs of 3 snowmobiles, laden down with parts and tools that Adam had seen beneath the antenna farm: nuclear reactor components, radiation suits, masks. "Get down." Cook threw him onto the back of one of the sleds. Adam landed in a skid, and his head banged against something frigid and hard wrapped in parachute silk. A slender steel radial jutted into the air from the folds of the silk, and beneath him thick lengths of rubber cable lay neatly coiled. The satellite. It had been Cook's and Madigan's. Cook shoved Adam's head down and looped a thick chain through his elbows and then the sides of the sled, securing him as a prisoner. Shit. Adam tried to jerk, twist away, but stabbing pain from his ribs stole his breath away. Gasping, he flopped to his back, and then he saw it. The oil drums, the ones actually full of fuel, had been dragged out and placed beneath the stilts of the station. They were packed in beneath the main room, all side by side. Captain Martin squatted beneath, messing with one of the barrels. Adam's breath quickened, fast pants that made his agony bloom, but he didn't once think about the pain. "Please, Allah, please, no." Martin jogged back to the snowmobiles, and Adam's worst fear was confirmed. On the front of the barrel, fixed to the explosive plastique he and his team had carried in themselves, a timed detonator counted down, square numbers flashing brightly. "No!" he bellowed. Thrashing, Adam jerked against the chain, holding him back, kicking his legs and rocking from side to side. The sled wobbled, but all he did was make noise. "No!" he shouted again. "You said they would live." Cook grinned. He straddled the snowmobile ahead of the sled Adam was chained to. "I never said that. You did. You bought your own lie." "You motherfucker." He kicked again, pounding his taped-together boots against the side of the sled, against the cables, against the crazy satellite, anything he could reach. Rage boiled in his blood, stole his breath. He flung himself as far as he could, trying to reach Cook on the snowmobile. He'd strangle the bastard, knock him down and break his neck. Something, anything to stop what was to come. The chain jerked him back. He fell to his side, landing on his broken ribs. Pain lanced through him like he'd been stabbed, staked to the sled, run through by a hot poker. Cook laughed and gunned the snowmobile's engine. "I told you, Lieutenant. You're ours." Engines roaring, Cook and his men set out, snow arcing behind their snowmobiles as they skidded over the ice cap. Adam rolled and watched the station shrink, turn to a dark dot in the gloom. "Inshallah," he whispered. "Ethan, inshallah, please be careful. I am so sorry." Wind from the drive pelted Adam's face, his exposed cheeks, and dry snow and chips of ice flew through the air like razor blades, slicing his skin. He welcomed the agony and the flare of his ribs twisting inside him. Pain was all he deserved now. Ethan and Sasha rode ahead of their snowmobiles, taking joint lead in a diamond formation. Jack and Sergei followed behind. When they'd set out, Sergei and Jack had shared a small private smile and a long look as Ethan and Sasha jockeyed again for the point position, the vanguard protector of their little party. In some ways, Sasha and Ethan were cut from the same stubborn cloth. Scott seemed content to perpetually bring up the rear. Jack saw him watching Ethan, tracking his movements everywhere he went, on the ice and at the station. It was nice having Scott also watching Ethan, protecting him. Ethan would throw himself across a crevasse for Jack to walk on without a second thought. Jack just wanted Ethan to be protected with the same fervor and force that Ethan gave him. The Rust Fuel Station appeared on the horizon, a dark shape in the gloom. Bitterly cold, cutting katabatic winds flowed off the glacier, sweeping down the ice cap and swirled through the team. The winds did nothing to pierce the fog, the Arctic smoke that crept over the open waters and built cloud castles above the ice caps. It was like being lost in a dense soup made entirely of ice that slapped them silly, and a cold that bit into any exposed skin. Jack stayed close to Sergei and kept Ethan's broad shoulders in sight. If he got lost, only a polar bear would be able to find him. Ethan edged ahead of Sasha on the final stretch, taking point. Jack and Sergei shared another quick look. Sergei shook his head, the trim of his jacket's hood flaring as they rode. And then Ethan slid his snowmobile to a stop, braking hard. Sasha overshot him, but swung around and headed back. He stopped nose to nose with Ethan as Jack, Sergei, and Scott joined them. "What's up?" Jack breathed hard and ran his tongue over his cracked lips. Even with his jacket zipped up to his nose, the dry air was sapping him. Ethan shook his head. He pulled his pack around and dug his binoculars out.
"Something doesn't feel right."
Sasha grunted. He revved his engines. "It is too quiet. You Americans are usually louder than this."
"Adam should be out here. He should have a perimeter set. Should give the all-clear signal for us to come in."
"It's cold as fuck, Ethan." Scott leaned over his handlebars and spoke through his jacket. The thick zipper muffled his voice. "He called it in, we're good." Leaning back, Scott glared at Ethan through his goggles. "I'd be pissed if you made me stand guard out here in the fucking wind." Ethan tried to smile. One corner of his mouth quirked up briefly. Jack stayed silent as Ethan looked at him. Their gazes locked. He could see Ethan weighing his gut against Scott's words, judging his instincts against what he'd been told.
"Sasha and I will go check it out," he finally said. "Scott, you stay here with Jack and Sergei. Keep watch."
Scott sighed. "You're the boss." He sat back on his snowmobile and pulled his rifle over his shoulder, holding it low and ready across his lap. Sasha and Ethan had their rifles out already, hanging across their chests in quick-release harnesses. Ethan checked his rifle's chamber while Sasha revved his engines again.
"All right."
Ethan nodded once to Sasha.
"Let's go."
"Fuck, Coleman, hurry!" Doc shook his wrists, trying to help Coleman along. Coleman's fingers were bloody, his nails torn from scratching at the duct tape, trying to peel it away. Warm blood slid down Doc's fingers. "Faisal, how are you doing?" Faisal sat beside Wright, picking at the tape binding his hands. "Slowly." "What the fuck was all that Arabic you and the LT were talking? Did he give you a plan or something, tell you what was going on?" Doc glared over his shoulder at Coleman as he spoke, as if that would hurry Coleman along. Faisal swallowed. "No, he did not." "So what the fuck was all that?" "It was personal." Beneath his fingers, Wright seemed to be slowly coming to, blinking hard and breathing deeply. "Personal? What the fuck?" Doc shook his head, scowling at Faisal. "He should have been communicating with us, trying to get us out of this situation or tell us some part of his plan. You're a distraction, Faisal." "It was the last time I was going to see him," Faisal snapped, shouting. "We had to—" He clamped his lips shut and looked away, blinking fast. "He does not plan to survive this." Silence. Until Wright moaned and Doc turned his attention to him. "Wright, you okay?"
Yeah, I think so. Fuck, they hit me hard."
He turned his head and coughed, sounding like he was hacking up a lung.
"What the fuck is going on?"
"They shot Ruiz. Park and Kobayashi are gone." Doc and Coleman shared a look as Doc spoke. Faisal kept picking at Wright's tape. He had a strip loose. If he got more, Wright could pull the rest apart.
"They took the LT," Coleman finally growled. "He surrendered. I think they made him do something, but I don't know what." "What the fuck? Why'd he do that?"
Faisal ripped away another piece of tape. His nail bent back, breaking, and pain rocketed up his finger like he'd been stabbed. I believe you can break free, Wright. Try now. Wright grit his teeth and heaved, hauling his arms apart. Seams tore and then ripped, and the duct tape split in two. His hands were free. He undid his ankles and then Faisal's hands, and then crawled to Doc and Coleman.
Why the fuck did he give up?
Doc and Coleman's eyes slid to Faisal silently. Snarling, Wright turned away. He stormed across the room, kicking a chair out and flinging a table over.
They took our fucking radios? All of our weapons?
Doc and Coleman scrambled to their feet. We don't have time for that shit, Wright. We gotta go, now! Doc grabbed his pack, dumped by one of the tables, and tried to shove as much back into the bag as possible. They took all our C4, too, and I heard them moving those oil drums. What the fuck do you think they're doing? Wright's lips thinned. He and Coleman headed for the doors at the rear of the station, glancing right and left.
0 contacts,
Coleman grunted.
I don't see anything.
Nothing. Wright glared at Coleman.
How do we get in contact with Reichenbach? We got to report in.
One thing at a time, Coleman growled. Together they pushed out of the station, heading down to the ice. Doc followed, Faisal on his heels. Doc dropped to his knees and peered beneath the station between the stilts. He cursed. Motherfucker, they rolled the oil drums under there. Our C4 is all over the barrels. Coleman and Wright went pale. Their eyes widened.
The whole station is going to blow.
We gotta get the fuck out of here. Doc jumped up and turned to the snowmobiles. Empty ice greeted him. Fuck! Faisal's eyes darted over the station, the shipping containers, the fuel drums, the ice hole, the submersible. The sub. Allahu Akbar. He swallowed. We need to get inside the sub, he said, stepping forward. We can use it to escape.
We need to go after the LT,
Coleman started. How? Wright said, his voice going shrill.
We got no gear, no equipment, 0 intel. What the hell can we do?
Coleman stepped forward, snarling, as he pressed into Wright's face.
We can't just abandon him.
Faisal grabbed Coleman's jacket, tugging him back. I want to find Adam just as much as you do. Masha'Allah, we will. But right now, we have to survive. We must get away before this station blows up. Doc took off first, heading for the ice hole. Coleman stared back at Faisal, his expression sprinting from rage to frustration to defeat and back.